when the best agents of the Hunters Association entered the unknown portal. They were shocked. Hordes of S-rank monsters and demons had been destroyed by a single, naked man with incredible strength. He had been imprisoned in this world for 300 years, fighting continuously and growing stronger. And, when he finally made his way out into the modern world, even the strongest hunters were weaklings, compared to him. But no one knew his true story, one that began many centuries ago. As he opened his eyes, he found himself in a whole new world, one that felt like it came straight out of a fairy tale. It didn't take long for him to realize this place was far behind Earth when it came to technology, but it had its charm. The house he landed in wasn't some poor shack, but looked like a well-off place. For a guy who died from working himself to the bone and had no family back on Earth, this was a major upgrade. What really sold it was the woman holding him, Baby's mother. She wasn't just beautiful. She had the kind of warmth in her eyes that could melt anyone. If this was how life started here, he figured, he probably wouldn't be struggling with romance anytime soon. It seemed like luck had finally decided to give him a break. 3 years later, his tiny feet wobbled, just to catch a glimpse of the world beyond the window. After finally escaping the cradle, what he saw made his eyes light up. The outside world looked massive and magical, through his little perspective. But just as he was soaking it all in, the maid caught him red-handed, and his short-lived adventure came to an end. Not long after, he started piecing things together, and realized his family wasn't just wealthy, they were actually part of the Grand Duchy, pretty well known across the kingdom. Turns out this little guy was no ordinary kid. He was the son of none other than the Grand Duke, Dragonia of the Kingdom of Lionheart, basically royalty. 8 years later, Leon wasn't just stepping up, he was leveling up, diving headfirst into intense swordsmanship training. His ultimate dream, to rise as a glorious knight of the kingdom. But a nagging thought lingered. Did things like ki or aura even factor into this grand plan? His new mentor, the formidable Sir Gothic, a legendary holy knight, plucked straight from the royal palace, had arrived to become his demanding master. Gothic felt honored to train the heir of Dragonia. But for Leon, turning 14 felt more like stumbling into an absolute nightmare. Gothic was a relentless beast in human form, completely unfazed, no matter how desperately Leon fought during their grueling spars. Becoming a knight wasn't simply about swinging a sword. It demanded proving oneself through perilous quests, and earning that coveted title with unwavering honor. And if your ambition was to become a holy knight, you had to be chosen by the Holy Grail itself, then drink its sacred, divine water. As the revered heir of Grand Duke Dragonia, Leon wasn't merely learning to wield a weapon. He had to master everything it meant to lead the duchy, ready for its future. Someday. One single swing from Sir Gothic was enough to send Leon soaring through the air, every single time. Training to become a holy knight, just to qualify as a successor, felt more like an eternal punishment. More than once, he found himself desperately pleading with the gods to save him from this torment, despite having no faith in them whatsoever. By the time he finally hit 16, soaked to the bone in a raging thunderstorm, alone on the road, he at last accepted his destined quest, to earn the elusive blessing of the goddess herself. Just as he took his very first true step, he spotted ominous flames rising in the far distance, then heard a desperate cry for help. A monstrous horde of orcs was swarming in. To truly catch the goddess's divine eye, merely swinging a sword wasn't enough. You had to forge a legendary name, stack up countless good deeds, and earn her notice the hard way. With the situation dire, Sir Gildius was called in. As the monstrous orc attack spiraled completely out of hand, backing everyone into a desperate, tight corner. Amidst the chaos, Leon found himself with endless chances to unleash his blade. And still, he bravely charged straight into the fray, unleashing furious curses upon the grotesque orcs for their brazen invasion of the kingdom's sacred lands. This kingdom found itself perpetually swarmed by enemies, and tensions were rapidly escalating. By the time Leon celebrated his 20th year, he finally stood face to face with the magnificent goddess Ariana, a radiant, undeniable beauty, her divine presence truly real. She bestowed upon him a divine quest to prove his honor and unwavering faith, and without a moment's hesitation, he accepted. After years of relentlessly pushing his limits, Leon finally earned the illustrious title of Holy Knight. From that point on, Leon unleashed an absolute rampage, slicing through legions of savage orcs, decimating goblin hordes and crushing vile evil cults, eventually earning the fearsome title of War Knight, which granted him the authority to lead entire battalions of knights. He single-handedly annihilated over 700,000 orcs. By the time he turned 35, the living saint and revered demigod, Argon Majesty Lionheart, fell heroically in battle against a monstrous archdemon summoned by the Empire itself. With the orcs gone, demons began to unleash absolute havoc, pushing humanity to desperately put their faith in the gods. Once again, Leon muttered furious curses at the reckless magicians, who had caused this entire catastrophe. With the throne left empty, a new holy knight had to be swiftly chosen, to carry on King Lionheart's revered legacy. That's when the goddess Ariana turned her gaze to Leon Dragonia, and he readily accepted her divine call, vowing never, ever, to let his people down. With that, Leon received the sacred, legendary treasure, the Lionheart, from goddess Ariana, and vowed to tirelessly guard the Holy Grail. That's how he magnificently rose to become Grand Duke of Dragonia, and the mighty king of the Lionheart Kingdom. By the venerable age of 80, he had lived through 3 brutal, devastating wars, with orcs, faced a monstrous, twisted hunchback who transformed into an archdemon, and dealt with the utter chaos stirred up by the nefarious Empire. With the Empire's dark, forbidden magic schools returning to their most twisted, horrifying experiments, Leon blamed their downfall squarely on accepting the treacherous northern cult and boldly turning their backs on the true gods. He fervently believed it all began when they granted rights to those he deemed utterly unworthy. Enraged, Leon called his knights to arms with a thunderous roar and set his unwavering sights on absolute conquest. At 96, he was a madman relentlessly chasing immortality. A horrifying mass suicide erupted in the capital, claiming 3 million innocent lives, a chilling sacrifice to summon the Lord of Chaos. Then, Leon, gripping his sacred holy sword, its blade still stained with orc blood from his last brutal campaign, led his devoted knights on a relentless march toward the Empire. By the year 121, the very world began to tremble. On the verge of total collapse, Leon told Eren to be proud, knowing his father had died with supreme honor and had ascended to join the gods above. Then, Leon passionately rallied his knights, asking if they could hear the relentless enemy, the very monsters who had stolen their brothers. Even amidst that desolate, hopeless wasteland, he powerfully planted the seeds of courage, reminding them that honor still held profound meaning. They knew they couldn't stop the evil from spreading far beyond the visible horizon. But the goddess, who bore the holy sword, the spear, and the sacred grail, stood with him until the very end. In that electrifying moment, they unleashed their charge. That bitter winter, Leon's forces prepared for their final stand, against untold billions of ravenous devils, scattered in legions across the desolate earth. Helpless barbarian slaves were mercilessly used as meat shields, and even courageous civilian knights, armed with spears and shields, fell heroically with honor, alongside the legendary glorious knights. Leon, the chosen champion of all gods, and every sacred holy temple, crushed countless demons and archdemons with unwavering resolve, demonstrating what it truly meant to be a holy knight. At the age of 256, he obliterated the last demon gate, severing all escape for the remaining demonic filth. As he approached the age of 300, someone spotted a mysterious, glowing warrior who had single-handedly taken down the grim archdemon with a single, devastating slash. When asked his identity, Leon stepped forward, radiating like a rising sun, and grandly declared himself to be king. He was Leon Dragonia Lionheart, the revered knight of the glorious knights, and the true bearer of the will of holy temples. That pivotal year marked the legendary return of the Night King, precisely when he encountered the Earthlings, after successfully wiping out every last demon. Soon after this, a mysterious gate suddenly opened in the Heart of Seoul, immediately ranked as an unidentified black class threat, alerting both Korea and the global hunter associations. Major guilds were summoned to raid it, but the sheer unknown danger made everyone back off. So, the government ultimately assigned the Korean Hunter Association to plunge in first, essentially a death sentence for them inside. Associate Manager Han Hari's first sight was a completely naked man, and it was all she could think about. Head Manager Kim Jin-soo snapped her out of it with a strong cup of coffee. Hari shared how no one believed her wild story, but Jin-soo had totally expected that. A black-ranked demon gate, a great devil, and yet, somehow, they all made it out alive. It felt like a true miracle, all thanks to that one man. Han Hari questioned Leon, wondering how he had survived inside the gate, truly a survivor from another world. Turns out, though, some people had made it out of the gate realms before. Over the last 30 years, these gates followed a pattern: a dying world, or one already completely destroyed. Sometimes, survivors returned from the demon realm, with their insane strength still perfectly intact. which is why the government does its absolute best to support and scout them. Hanhari sees the potential and knows Leon is truly something else. Jinsu is stunned too. A-rank hunters risk their lives against high-ranking demons, yet Leon took one down in a single, devastating blow. The kind of monster that makes even S-ranks tremble was nothing to him. Still, Jinsu's a bit uneasy about the huge cultural gap, as Leon acts like full-blown royalty. Hanhari just brushes it off, thinking he's probably a good guy, right? But as soon as they arrive, they witness Leon yelling at the workers and breaking reinforced glass, the kind even monsters can't crack. So much for being a nice guy. This beast clearly has a serious superiority complex. About 15 minutes earlier, in the interrogation room, Leon was feeling incredibly out of place. He remembered being a guy in his 20s who died from overwork, only to reincarnate into another world, become a king and knight, rule for over a century, and spend 200 years absolutely slaying demons. Now, he's back on Earth. He's thrilled to find he still remembers fragments of this world, so he decides to keep his true identity under wraps for now. After all, a legendary Night King from another realm sounds infinitely more impressive than an overworked office drone, and Leon isn't letting go of that regal attitude. Not one bit. The bewildered agent struggles to keep up with his demands, but Leon simply assumes he's either a loyal government yes-man or someone genuinely trying to be respectful. When the agent cautiously brings up the mysterious Black Gate and Leon's epic demon-slaying spree, Leon proudly corrects him with a flourish, declaring that he eradicated all times evil species, every single one. He heroically upheld his knightly honor to the very end. He then imperiously demands the agent act as his personal secretary, tasked with recording his magnificent tale. Aldi, playing along, under the clever guise of cultural differences, agrees. So, he agrees to this royal request without a hitch. Leon then drops a subtle hint that royalty deserves far better treatment, which basically translates to, "I'm absolutely starving." And just like that, the agent rushes off to handle his urgent request. More than anything, Leon yearns to understand what in the world has transpired during his long absence. Aldi begins to unravel the mystery, explaining how it all started 30 years ago, when monstrous gates suddenly ripped open across the globe. These gates unleashed an unstoppable flood of terrifying monsters and demons. After countless heavy losses and unimaginable devastation, humanity finally figured out that each gate had a unique theme. If left unchecked, the dungeons within would burst forth, unleashing absolute chaos. Just as Aldi shifts to the topic of food, Leon is lost deep in thought, processing everything. He compares Earth's sudden gates and perilous quests to his own world's tragic fall from a brutal demon invasion. It almost feels like some grand trial, designed to strengthen humanity. Then, the awaited meal finally arrives, steaming hot. Leon is nearly overwhelmed by the intoxicating aroma of rich, savory bone broth, cooked to perfection for countless hours. It's seasoned absolutely perfectly, with tangy, crunchy kimchi on the side. As a former laborer, this was pure, sacred, comfort food to him, almost spiritual in its essence. Still, Leon forces down his true reaction and dramatically calls out to Aldi, boldly claiming, "It's an absolute insult to serve a royal such commoners' food." He then forcefully reminds them of his true identity once more. Leon Dragonia Lionheart, a noble from another world, a god's chosen guardian of the Holy Grail, bearer of both the holy sword and spear, a slayer of millions upon millions of demons, the lord of chaos, malice, and the living history of the 300-year war. Once a humble earthling, he's now a king, returned, and he's convinced this world is fundamentally broken, all because it completely lacks faith. Leon, seeing it as his royal duty, must guide the lost. Even back on Earth, that duty weighs heavily. He still carries the immense weight of the Night King. After being served a perfectly juicy steak, Leon's pride remains intact, proving he's still an honor-obsessed king. His presence truly makes Jinsu wonder how he even recognized their everyday chicken and their black bean noodles. Han Harry, meanwhile, is just relieved. He's relishing a magnificent T-bone steak, paired with a bottle of red wine, a rare vintage from 1993. Jinsu subtly signals Harry to take the lead with the crucial questioning, but Harry is visibly freaked out and struggles with Leon's intensely formal way of speaking. Jinsu, now slightly annoyed, starts to suspect Leon might actually have a soft spot for Harry, especially after he called her brave earlier, and didn't even kick her out. Harry, a bit hesitant, cautiously peeks into His Majesty's room, and politely asks if she may interrupt. Leon, gracefully wiping his mouth, immediately recognizes the swordswoman from earlier and invites her to sit, a gesture that warms her heart. She respectfully asks if he enjoyed the meal, and Leon, with a regal nod, acknowledges the sincerity and exceptional skill of the chef, assuring her that his frustration wasn't about the food at all. It was entirely about their profound lack of respect in how they properly treat a king. He gently explains that how they treat foreign royalty directly reflects the true status of their nation. Harry, incredibly nervous, realizes just how utterly disrespectful she's been. Leon lets it slide, confirming her name is Harry, and also learns that terrifying demons are terrorizing Earth. Harry then reveals that her mission is to recruit Leon into the prestigious South Korean Hunter Association and into their country. She formally asks if King Leon would consider joining the association. Leon understands that the intelligence war of the 21st century is all about scouting survivors for one's country. But no matter the promises made, he knows he must fight if he stays. But a true king cannot serve in another nation's military. So Leon decides, instead, to form his own knight's order. Here, in this very world. Harry nods, fully understanding his momentous decision. She truly didn't have much to argue with. Later, Jinsu muses that it's a blessing. Leon isn't swayed by any other country or guild. Harry can't believe an association, so tied to the government, has to bow down to someone like times him asterisk. Fired up, Harry blasts the massive guilds for using their money and power to buy off survivors. Just as Jinsu is about to spill a shocking truth about the Phoenix Guild, the very floor shakes. They suddenly receive an urgent alert about a dungeon break at the Hanam Plains. If a dungeon breaks near the granary, the demonic outbreak could devastate food production. Harry knows that S-rank hunter Lee Yongwan from the Phoenix Guild is perfectly capable of taking down an orange-colored gate. Jinsu is sure these jerks are clearly up to something. Leon, overhearing it all, realizes these guys are in deep trouble. When the dungeon break happens, Leon bets it'll damage the crops by infecting them, so he decides to take swift action in a place that isn't under Damara's control. Meanwhile, a blonde in a verdant cloak dances in the wind near a magnificent white castle. While the dungeon wreaks havoc on the core, Hunter Lee Yongwan, an S-rank, and guildmaster of the Phoenix Guild, notices Jinsu and Harry entering. Jinsu is convinced that this absolute jerk purposely let the dungeon break, all because their ridiculous request for a tax exemption on gate profits was flat-out rejected. Despite the rejection, the Phoenix Guild made a massive profit from the byproducts of the gates, like magic crystals and monster materials. Yet these scumbags are still trying to avoid paying 1 trillion in taxes, even though they've already benefited enough from being a large guild. Nothing is ever times enough for them. Jinsu never imagined they'd sink this low over a simple rejection. Harry shouts at Hunter Yongwan, reminding him that a week has already passed, and the dungeon gate desperately needs to be closed. Yongwan, grinning with a devil-may-care attitude, acknowledges the dire consequences, but then casually mentions his injured comrades. This could spell disaster for the upcoming raid. He promises they'll tackle it head-on tomorrow, though he offers no guarantees, infuriating Jinsu and Harry. Harry, unable to bite his tongue, starts questioning Youngwon's patriotism directly, knowing full well the catastrophe if the Hanam Plains get infected. Suddenly, Youngwon lets out a chilling, sinister laugh, reminding Harry of last year's horrific events, and coldly declares that in this time's world, justice is nothing more than money and raw power. A familiar voice cuts in, branding Youngwon a shallow, old-fashioned jerk. He snaps back at Leon instantly, but Leon, clearly not one to take it lightly, informs him that someone as utterly lowly as he is, should never, ever address a king like that. Youngwon, completely stunned by the sheer audacity of the insult, is utterly taken aback and speechless, especially considering he's one of the world's top 20 S-rank hunters, and the formidable guildmaster of a top 10 guild. He's poised to strike Leon, but halts immediately, when Harry swiftly reminds him that Leon is a survivor. Instantly, Youngwon's entire demeanor shifts drastically, bowing deeply to show his newfound respect. He then asks if Leon hails from a gray-colored guild, but Leon, utterly uninterested in small talk with such peasants, directly focuses his piercing gaze on Jingsu instead, and sharply demands a crystal-clear summary of the gate. Jingsu and Harry, visibly relieved, are overjoyed to have him on board at last. To get things moving, Harry explains that dungeon breaks typically begin with the land becoming utterly infected by rampant demonic elements, preventing any crops from growing. Since the Hanam Plains serve as a vital granary, this makes it an incredibly critical situation. To resolve this, Harry states, they must clear the dungeon and utterly purify the land. Once Leon grasps the full scope of the issue, he immediately orders Harry to summon urgent backup. He insists on taking absolute charge of the entire situation. The very next day, once the deadline for the other group expires, however, before anything can proceed, Leon demands, with unyielding resolve, an official notice of consent, directly from the nation's king. Until then, he absolutely refuses to act. Harry tries to argue that it's truly not time's complicated, but Leon, being an unwavering man of principles, insists on meticulously following every single law, and imperiously demands a message be sent to the king immediately. Meanwhile, Young One is utterly shaken to his core. He looks like he's seen a literal ghost. He's absolutely convinced that Leon is even more troublesome than he is. After securing the president's full approval, Harry promptly informed Leon that everything was perfectly set. She cautiously inquired if the straw dolls were truly necessary, and Leon gravely explained that purifying the deeply infected land required nothing less than proper, ancient, ritual arts. He had submitted urgent requests for two crucial things: straw dolls, and the mothers skilled enough to craft them. Once they were all gathered, Leon commanded their full attention, and asked them to present their carefully handmade dolls. Presiding over an unexpected doll-making contest as the sole judge, Leon unleashed harsh criticism on the decidedly ugly dolls, failing most of the women and even outright rejecting Harry's creation. He simply couldn't believe that women who had given birth could create such absolutely dreadful dolls. Finally, he approved an elderly woman in her late 80s, who had raised 12 children, proudly calling her a true patriot. While he would usually bestow medals and lavish gifts, this time, he simply humbly asked for her forgiveness, a request that made her blush adorably later on. Leon then took the approved doll to the sacred Hanam Plains, where everything was meticulously ready for the ritual. As he reverently offered the beautiful harvest doll to the very mother of the land herself, Young One's gang watched, mesmerized, from the sidelines. Suddenly, glistening droplets miraculously filled a sacred cup. The sun majestically rose, casting a vibrant, red glow across the entire sky. The humble straw doll then stood proudly on its own, now surging with potent, divine energy. Then, Mother Earth herself, Demira, the magnificent goddess of life and abundance, descended into the doll and gracefully greeted them. She declared it had been a long, long time, marking the triumphant return of true divinity to this very land. Leon, in turn, greets Demira with fervent praise for her divine grace, and she responds by gravely calling the land tainted and full of evil. He readily agrees, acknowledging that many wicked beings have tragically crossed into this world, but no true divinity currently resides here, likely due to the dismal failure of the lowly and unworthy. Demira points out that greed and ignorance aren't always simply sins, but rather intrinsic human nature. When asked directly, Leon admits it's incredibly hard to truly stand out among swordsmen, but fiercely believes a true conqueror is divine by nature. He vows to powerfully guide the ignorant masses, a perfect blend of authority and duty, until a new pantheon finally takes its place. When she graciously offers to grant him a wish, Leon turns to Demira, the powerful goddess of the earth, asking her, draped in lush green, to purify the very land itself. With absolute delight, she blesses the soil with her divine essence, promising that all who walk upon this sacred ground will now loyally follow Leon. A sacred drop falls, instantly cleansing the earth beneath them. Leon then firmly calls on everyone to witness this world, now profoundly touched by divinity. To him, the true purpose of life is to give birth and passionately thrive. Leon passionately declares how birth and prosperity prove that this fertile earth is a living, breathing sign of a magnificent divine promise. But Young One abruptly snaps everyone out of their awe by daring to call the magically grown crops mere poison. That seriously rubs Leon the wrong way, let me tell you. And he's certainly not about to let ignorance fly twice. With a sudden chill in the air, Leon sharply tells Young One to watch his filthy mouth. Still, Young One absolutely refuses to back down, planning instead to expose Leon as nothing but a scammer, by boldly demanding proof. He even brings in an appraiser, who uses appraisal magic on the crops right then and there, and absolutely freezes in shock. Turns out, this rice is a rare, incredibly blessed plant from Demira herself, capable of curing even Tier 3 diseases, if eaten in substantial amounts. Even advanced cancer wouldn't stand a chance against it, and the entire crowd is left utterly stunned by this revelation. Jingsu immediately calls for a pot from the chief's house, because this kind of miracle food is not to be ignored. After cooking it, a dazzling blue window pops up, showing Jingsu gaining 8 hours of stamina and mana, restored every single minute. He's absolutely blown away, realizing this single item is basically worth around 3 million won a bottle. Then, out of nowhere, Hari barges in, casually dropping the bomb that she just ate a bug. Out of sheer disgust, Jinsu is close to throwing up, but then she shockingly reveals the bug actually gave her a buff, which completely rocks his world. If divine energy has truly spread all over, then absolutely everything living might carry buffs. Now that sets Jingsu off like a rocket. He orders an immediate sweep for as many bugs as possible, to charge the gate fully buffed, igniting the Hunter Association's spirit like never before, their raid team burning with an unprecedented resolve. As Demara prepares for her departure, Leon offers heartfelt thanks for the divine love she so generously blessed them with. Her final advice to him is simple: stay fed. When Harry probes for more, Leon passionately explains to the surrounding skeptics that a meaningful life and powerful words are deeply rooted in divine power. He then sharply refocuses everyone's attention on the ominous gate, once the soldiers have fully replenished themselves. Meanwhile, Young One is absolutely seething, furious that a measly survivor is daring to disrupt his master plan. He viciously wishes Leon had simply perished, so the government would be left with no other choice but to approve his long-awaited request. But then, a cunning idea sparks. He calmly tells his lackey to relax, noting that the gate has already been partially cleared, with only one A-rank hunter, Han Harry, present. He dismisses Leon as merely a lucky support-type guy, with absolutely no real combat skills. In Young One's twisted mind, there's simply no way they can defeat the monster inside, using just basic moves. Leon, leading his earthly troops, boldly steps into the gate, and swiftly deduces a crucial fact: these gates only seal shut once the final boss is defeated or the main quest objective is completely cleared. He actually finds this setup rather appealing. What Harry conveniently forgot to mention, though, is how these dungeons usually gang up on intruders with overwhelming force. They soon stumble upon a charred skeleton, a grim reminder of someone who failed before them, and the team quickly realizes the dungeon is absolutely crawling with monsters. When pressed, Harry explains that killing regular monsters usually thins their numbers down, but with relentless undead like skeletons, zombies, or demons, they just keep coming back unless the final boss is utterly taken out. Leon quickly realizes the only true escape is to decisively defeat the boss. Harry suspects a powerful necromancer is orchestrating this relentless skeleton army. Suddenly, a blaring red alert flashes, warning Harry of an imminent dungeon break, slapping a brutal 3-hour time limit on everyone trapped inside. The mission: defeat Commander Knight Dullahan, who is now ominously marching in with his monstrous troops. The lackeys shiver with a sudden chill, and Jingsu openly curses Young One for meticulously setting them up for utter failure. As waves of skeletal soldiers relentlessly advance, Jingsu barks out an order: all combat options, forward to the upper ranks. Ashi swiftly relays critical intel, spotting roughly 30 archers and 2 formidable mages. Jinsu immediately assigns snipers to cover long range, while shielders brace to hold the critical front line. The eerie battle explodes into a chaotic clash of blades as they bravely face down the relentless undead army. Jinsu is genuinely surprised by their unexpected strength, musing that these orange gates are definitely built differently. Still, it's nothing too unmanageable for a B rank like him. But then his eyes lock onto 2 menacing skeleton mages, already chanting advanced, dangerous spells. Jinsu quickly rushes to seize their attention, but the chilling mages unleash their devastating attack. Even then, Jinsu emerges from the blast with barely a scratch, all thanks to his incredibly expensive, high-tier gear. Just as the smoke clears, the final boss, the terrifying Dullahan, makes a grand, badass entrance on his steed, completely catching Jinsu off guard. With a single, brutal blow, Jinsu is slammed hard into the wall. Harry's heart drops with worry, and her lackey believes it's the perfect time to call in desperately needed reserve forces for aid. Jinsu watches the great sword, picking up terrifying speed in Dullahan's mighty hands. And after fully grasping the dire situation, Harry desperately seeks help from the King of Lionheart, the very man who once defeated a great demon, Leon. But the so-called king arrogantly believes a petty battle like this is beneath him. Instead, he haughtily tells Harry to earn her honor, sneering, "It's pathetic to make me deal with a pile of bones, or to expect the goddess to step in." That declaration definitely rubs her the wrong way. And as precious time rapidly runs out, Harry sees he's far more interested in the formidable Dullahan than their plight. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry grips her sword tightly and goes all in to bravely take down the boss. Determined to end this brutal fight herself, she orders the remaining team to swiftly support Jinsu and the others, as she charges directly in, leaping at the boss for a decisive, desperate strike. But Dullahan effortlessly blocks her fierce attack. Harry plans to separate Dullahan from the chaos, no matter the cost. In a flash, Dullahan throws his own severed head to block Harry's view, catching her completely off guard and slamming her hard into the wall. Thankfully, Harry manages to forcefully rip Dullahan away from her. With him off her path, Harry taps into her raw, explosive power, declaring her strength is simply too much to handle. She incinerates the boss, crisping him to ashes, and readies herself for the ultimate, final hit, utterly confident it'll finally finish the job. But Dullahan effortlessly blocks it with the blunt side of his blade, and that's instantly bad news for Harry, who's about to be slashed by the massive great sword. Right then, out of nowhere, Leon, clearly impressed by Dullahan's incredible sword skills, clapping at his masterful one-handed combat. He's convinced this guy must have been a truly noble knight, and even goes so far as to apologize for mistaking him for just another ordinary undead. With that, Leon throws out an epic challenge for a proper, honorable duel between knights. That bold move instantly freezes the chaos, and to everyone's shock, Dullahan actually accepts. Following that spoken, audacious challenge, Dullahan dismounts from his horse, and Leon receives him as a true knight of honor. Leon realizes he's more of a dual sword guy, so he demands a proper fight using both blades. Instead of sticking to one-handed combat, Dullahan stays silent, offering no response. Leon casually draws his sword, when Harry finally admits that the knight won't die, unless he's decisively beheaded. Leon brushes it off like it's no big deal, leaving Harry utterly confused, and wondering what kind of plan he has in mind to win without following that key rule. Leon, a man of unwavering principles, declares that a knight's honor decides the winner here. After stepping onto the field, he introduces himself as the first knight of the Goddess of Light and Justice, Archduke of Dragonia, and the lion-hearted King of Lionheart, officially sanctioning the duel. Dullahan, however, skips the formalities and dives straight into battle. With barely a move, Leon blocks his attack one-handed, like it's nothing, causing Dullahan to lose his balance with a single blow. Leon then tosses him aside. Dullahan tries a quick strike from up close, but Leon reads his steps like a book and swiftly counters, instantly catching everyone off guard. Harry's utterly stunned, completely blown away. Jinsu turns, asking if she even caught what just happened. But only Harry seems to grasp the genius flow of this fight. Leon ingeniously shifted his weight by tying the sword guard. The very instant that deadly blade made contact, he seamlessly followed up with a flawless, devastating crosscut, a move most wouldn't even dare to try in battle. It's been an eternity since Dullahan faced a true knight in a proper, honorable duel. And yet, even though he suspects this might just be a cunning trick to skillfully avert even more chaos and destruction, he can't help but admire Leon's incredibly upright stance and the seasoned, resolute gaze of a true warrior who stared down countless battles, unafraid. Leon braces, ready to absorb Dullahan's next powerful hit, but instead, effortlessly blocks it, knocking Dullahan back hard for a staggering third time in a row. He calmly, almost casually, asks if Dullahan still wishes to go on, while Dullahan sees him as the quintessential image of a noble knight. Yet, deep down, he refuses to unleash necromancy against the King of Knights himself. The only thought surging through his mind now is the burning, raw desire to fight this man in the proper, honorable, knightly way. No shortcuts. Somewhere along his cursed journey, Dullahan had completely forgotten how to face true knights, just like back in the glorious days when he roamed the world with honor. By the 10th strike, with a final times clang asterisk, Dullahan's sword flies into the air, and Leon, calmly, respectfully, acknowledges the sheer precision of his technique. He then asks if Dullahan truly remembers his past life, and Dullahan, utterly thrilled, overwhelmed with emotion, feels as though this noble knight has just reminded him of his once glorious days. After countless battles fought without a shred of honor, ending his cursed journey like this finally feels profoundly right. Leon smiles, proud to see the fallen knight finally regain his dignity. With Dullahan kneeling before him, Leon quietly, solemnly, prays for his soul to finally rest, or for the goddess of light to gently guide him to paradise. He hopes, perhaps, they might meet again someday, in the grand, eternal banquet hall of the gods. As Dullahan fades, his human face, finally, looks utterly at peace. Outside the gate, Jinsu is utterly stunned, speechless that Leon kept his word, and truly ended it with a duel, just as he promised. Everyone, including a wide-eyed Harry, is completely shaken to their core by the sheer divine power that annihilated the undead, leaving not a trace behind. Harry knows Leon could have ended it all sooner, with just one devastating blow. But Leon clarifies. Dullahan would have fallen as a necromancer. Instead, he allowed him to depart with the honor of a knight, because true honor isn't granted. It stems from action, and action itself is born from unyielding will. With that profound declaration, Leon moves to claim his just reward, only to discover Dullahan's mighty sword and tattered cape. Jinsu nearly collapses in shock when Leon utterly shatters the crystal lute, but Leon merely shrugs it off without a second thought, declaring it nothing more than a chaotic, worthless machine. The honor gate has now been officially and spectacularly cleared. Harry's face became the very image of pure, unadulterated horror, deep eye bags clearly marking Leon's tumultuous fourth day on Earth. So much has transpired, and Harry is utterly, completely drained. First up was the notorious tax issue, where Leon flat out refused to pay even a single coin from his massive haul of loot, not even through precious mana stones, proudly asserting his royal status. He found it utterly beneath him to count mere coins like some commoner. Amidst this brewing chaos, however, Harry notices a sudden, exponential rise in new followers. All after Leon's divine power had seemingly blessed the very land. When these eager new followers inquired about the tithe, Leon casually declared it would be a whopping 90% of their entire harvest. That news hit them like an actual ton of bricks, you can imagine, especially since living expenses and existing taxes were already sky high. But Leon, ever unfazed, simply shrugged it off, asking, why should true, devout followers of the goddess ever worry about going hungry? He promised that his guild would personally handle all their food, welfare, and every single living cost imaginable. Then Harry dropped the real bombshell. Leon's blessed rice possessed a truly insane, sky-high appraisal value. 80 kilos alone fetched around 1,500,000,000 won. Suddenly, everyone started frantically doing the math in their heads, and realized they'd still be saving a massive ton of money, even after giving up that staggering 90%. Just like that, their faith was sealed. Harry soon realized, however, Leon's personal living situation was an absolute, unforgivable mess. This guy, oh boy, completely lost it over not having a single piece of artwork in his room. He immediately demanded a ludicrously luxurious bed, on-call, servants, and exquisite art pieces he could admire at all times. Nearly in tears, poor Harry spent the entire night, calling every single five-star hotel until 2 inches the morning, just to secure him a lavish suite. At her wit's end, she implored him to simply go to sleep. Eventually, they struck a brilliant deal to hang a painting, or a ceramic piece, which brings us right up to this moment, as Harry gracefully enters his room, ready to serve breakfast. With his permission, Leon actually orders her to eat too, declaring that skipping meals is utterly unacceptable. She's desperately craving a sandwich, and for a moment, she dares to dream they're about to share a meal. But nope, Leon swiftly shuts that notion down, firmly reminding her that kings and commoners simply do not dine together, anywhere. So much for that fleeting hope, Harry then explains, that the Hunter Association plans to generously support Leon with substantial resettlement aid and ensure he's living in absolute comfort. Leon readily approves of the idea, telling her to handle it. As for the loot, he claims to trust Harry, but stubbornly insists on keeping the cape. Upon their arrival, Harry cleverly chooses a convenient spot, right next to the Hunter Association, complete with its own helipad. But then, out of nowhere, a stranger unexpectedly greets Assistant Manager Han Harry, even though this entire operation was supposed to be top secret. The man then introduces himself as Park Jong-chan, director of Dojong Food of the Future. Harry is absolutely stunned that the Dojong Group, one of the nation's top 3 chaebols, had been waiting for them all along. Jong-chan immediately recognizes Leon as the survivor, which only confirms Harry's growing suspicions. He then tries to casually offer a handshake, but Leon immediately sees it as a blatant sign of disrespect. Harry quickly moves Leon into his new place, assuring him, The Hunter Association will completely cover the rent and all other expenses for a full year. But in her mind, she can't stop wondering how this news got out. When Leon's identity was supposed to be strictly top secret, survivor intel is always handled with absolute discretion. Thankfully, Leon completely ignored Director Zhang Chan, which luckily worked entirely in Harry's favor. Still, she just can't figure out why a businessman holds such a keen interest in Leon. Leon thinks it's solely about profit for people like him, especially since they've got a strategic rice field in the Hanum Plains. Turns out, the intel team made a critical blunder. A streamer captured the entire sensational event on film, and even when the government demanded its immediate deletion, Farmer Mr. Park, ever defiant, just defiantly uploaded the incredible moment Leon performed his miracle. Meanwhile, the calculating Zhang Chan consults his leading scientists, desperately wanting to know if this miracle rice hype is legitimate. He needs to confirm if its astonishing effects on rats translate to humans, too. His assistant reports they've contacted the field's owner, and apparently, after just a single serving of this rice, even a dying dog made a full, miraculous recovery. All illnesses, chronic and acute, major and minor, were completely cured. The entire village was transformed, regaining perfect health. While human testing hasn't begun yet, the current results undeniably prove this rice is a genuine wonder. Zhang Chan could have owned it all, every single bit, if it weren't for that arrogant, wannabe survivor, Leon. He absolutely seethes that this conceited upstart had the audacity to call the powerful director of Zhang Group just a merchant. His secretary points out, the rice's potential is absolutely astronomical, so they must get their hands on it, no matter what. Even if Leon's looking down on them with utter contempt, Zhang Chan is not backing down. He's planning a face-to-face confrontation with Leon, ready to show him exactly who he's messing with. To him, Leon is probably just another naive survivor, who mistakenly believes this world is paradise. But Zhang Chan has a devious plan, to utterly crush him with a dose of good old cultural shock. When Leon Dragonia dramatically returned to Earth, he carried 3 monumental goals in his heart. First, to ignite faith in genuine divinity. Even amidst countless gods and their fervent believers, Earth sorely lacks any true, active divine presence. With humanity falling ill and the very land decaying, Leon firmly believes a true God must intervene and bless this suffering world. But for that sacred blessing to manifest, more souls must embrace belief. Second, he aims to forge the legendary Knights Templar, for this world utterly lacks warriors, empowered by true divine strength. As the sacred guardian of the Holy Grail, and the revered lion-hearted king, Leon perceives himself as a powerful demigod, while his Templars will rise as mighty holy warriors, saints, whose very name strikes fear into the hearts of evil. His ultimate quest, to reclaim divine power, to forge the mighty Templars anew, and cleanse the world of all pervasive darkness. He understands that spreading their faith and maintaining true balance among the gods is the sole path to forge this sacred order. Leon concedes that forming the Templars might be a monumental task for a place like this, but he still feels an undeniable duty to make it happen. Just then, Harry informs him that an official meeting has been requested, and Leon, ever the stickler, respects that. They actually followed all the proper steps to formally request an audience. Zhang Chan finally stands face to face with Leon Dragonia, putting on his best polite act, while secretly, he's ready to do whatever it takes to seal this deal. This time, he arrives with a flashy, extravagant gift, convinced there's no way Leon has ever laid eyes on anything this high-end. His crew carefully places down a sleek, silver box, and Zhang Chan is absolutely certain Leon will be utterly amazed, and eventually beg to be managed by him. But to his utter shock, Leon accepts the gift without even a fleeting glance, acting like he's doing Zhang Chan a colossal favor. Zhang Chan, completely caught off guard, asks why he won't look, but Leon doesn't care to explain, simply telling Harry to deal with it. As soon as Harry touches the box, it dramatically pops open on its own, revealing one of the Dojang Group's absolute finest, elite weapons. Zhang Chan invites Leon to choose whatever suits his distinguished taste, and Harry instantly recognizes this top-tier gear, meticulously crafted by Dojang's master smiths. Zhang Chan brags that they're the undisputed cream of the crop, and since Leon now wields the very power of hunger, these might just actually come in very handy. Harry can't believe Zhang Chan is handing over their prized, unique rank weapons, stuff money literally can't even buy. But the real sting hits when Leon dismisses them all as utterly useless junk, and that's enough to rattle Zhang Chan to his very core. Even Harry is left utterly speechless. Leon coolly explains, there's no point in wielding a sword that hasn't been personally bathed in starlight, or perhaps divinely bestowed, wondering if it's truly just for slaying monstrous beasts. Jung Chan then starts to ponder if this maniac actually wants him to sunbathe these swords, and perhaps even start praying to them. Leon, however, scoffs and brands him unfaithful, claiming that guys like him simply love to flaunt their shiny junk everywhere they go. Jung Chan considers giving it a shot, but deep down, he absolutely knows those swords are only good for slicing chickens, or maybe beef at best. But right at that moment, Leon pulls his own sword straight out of a swirling portal, like he's putting on a dazzling magic show. The blade looks ancient, and Jung Chan nearly bursts out laughing, thinking to himself, this lunatic is actually comparing that ancient antique to his own prized, top-tier weapons. Still, he's curious to see what this so-called King's Sword can actually do. Meanwhile, Leon then asks Han Harry to test out one of Jung Chan's magnificent blades. She's utterly stunned, but goes straight for the one she's admired for 4 long years. The legendary sword of Park Jin-chul, famously known as Dawn. The moment she grips it, Leon says, she can feel its raw, pulsating energy, drawn from 10 straight days of absorbing pure, unadulterated sunlight inside a high-grade gate. Out of respect, Harry looks to Leon for permission, but he tells her she absolutely doesn't need to ask, just to mess around with a brand new toy. And just then, Leon raises his own mighty sword and lets Harry take a powerful swing at it. She puts absolutely everything into the strike and ends up utterly shattering the so-called top-tier weapon from the Dujung group. That moment sends a massive wave of shock through the stunned crowd, while Leon dismisses it as nothing but pure trash, even worse than he could have ever expected. That little stunt brutally chops Jung Chan's remaining survival time down to a terrifying 3 minutes. The guy's absolutely shaken, having just lost what he proudly claimed was their absolute strongest weapon. Without any further stalling, Jung Chan finally comes clean about wanting patent rights over the miracle rice, promising to pay for it as he boldly throws out a number, a staggering 180 billion and 1 gold. Yet deep down, he knows the cancer-curing rice is priceless, worth infinitely more. Still, he's absolutely certain this unhinged knight has no idea just how much money that truly represents. So when Leon demands to know if Jung Chan is audacious enough to try buying it with mere money, Jung Chan, smug, believes he's reeled him in, and boldly offers to draw up a binding contract, handing the Dujung Group absolute, total control. But that's it. The final, unforgivable straw. Leon absolutely times snaps asterisk, transforming into a roaring Lion King, ready to absolutely tear down this arrogant merchant, who dared to place a price on divine grace itself. Leon's rage absolutely explodes, soaring through the roof, and Jung Chan's entire crew freezes, paralyzed by terror. Jung Chan himself is utterly drenched in cold sweat, knowing he's mere inches, a hair's breadth, from certain death. Leon declares, this fool has just openly confessed his grave sins. And that's the moment Jung Chan utterly breaks, dropping desperately to his knees, crying out that he doesn't even understand what he did wrong. Leon then reveals that the crop is a sacred blessing from Goddess Demera herself, a divine gift to farmers who poured their sweat, their love, their very souls into the land. It's not something that mere money could ever buy. Only a thankful heart and unwavering, true faith can ever receive it. Leon then directly challenges the utterly greedy man, asking why he even desires such divine blessings when he doesn't possess an ounce of belief in the goddess. As Jung Chan crumbles, losing every single shred of his pride, Harry cautiously steps in, reminding Leon that even if this man is a complete scoundrel, he's still an incredibly important, influential figure. But Leon simply doesn't care, not even a little bit. He then sharply asks if the task he assigned Harry has been completed. She confirms the association made the final call, and boldly wonders if he'll be taking the test himself too, since that would undeniably make things much, much easier. Leon is utterly aghast, simply unable to believe this. This bimbo expects a king, him to take a mere test? When questioned about his presence, he explains he's here to recruit and rigorously test real-time's warriors. At this point, all Harry can do is desperately hold back her tears. Later, the unaffiliated D-rank fighter, Daesung, notices the formidable Kim Do-han showing up for this year's test as well. Do-han then casually asks if Daesung truly thinks he has a real shot at ranking up, and Daesung declares he's ready to give it everything he's got. Do-han, ever the pragmatist, suggests they team up, but a disheartened Dae-sung knows the harsh truth. Even the absolute least talented among them have already moved on to grinding out tough C-rank dungeons. Meanwhile, he's been agonizingly stuck at D-rank for over 10 years. Yet, Do-han genuinely admires his unwavering dedication, even suggesting he'd be a natural ace in the mining division. And while that offer certainly sounds tempting, Dae-sung isn't ready to throw in the towel just yet. The money he earns from these dangerous dungeons helps cover his family's crushing debts, and he simply can't walk away from that responsibility. Suddenly, their attention is snagged as they spot Leon, who looks like he stepped right out of a European fantasy novel as royalty. Though, to be fair, he could just as easily be utterly broke. Do-han, ever the friendly one, attempts to strike up a conversation, but Leon instantly, chillingly, shuts him down, arrogantly reminding the peasant of his proper place. This leaves Do-han completely stunned and bewildered. He quickly blames the whole misunderstanding on his poor Korean, and Dae-sung awkwardly plays along with the excuse. But when Leon's gaze finally sweeps over Dae-sung, something about it rattles him to his absolute core, as if simply standing near Leon is physically crushing him, with an immense, blinding pressure that steals his breath. Soon after, Dae-sung is called into room 2 for his interview. Meanwhile, Leon, utterly unimpressed by the pool of low-rankers and freshly awakened newbies parading before him, impatiently waits for something truly worthwhile. Then, his number, 77, finally flashes onto the screen, summoning him to room 9 as he confidently strides inside. Immediately, Leon insists everyone refer to him as Your Majesty, instantly setting a ridiculously arrogant tone. He's then asked to place his hand upon a scanner, which he naturally assumes will pull up his stats. But instead, he angrily snaps at both the machine and the staff for daring to try and assess a knighe, something only other knights or gods themselves should do. The staff, thoroughly thrown off, nervously ask why he's even here. Leon explains he's merely scouting for capable soldiers, but declares the current batch is simply not cutting it. He's much more interested in seeing the next stage of testing, which turns out to be an actual gate test. This finally piques his curiosity, bringing him some excitement. A true chance to see genuine talent in action. Dae-sung knows most cleared gates are typically sealed off, save for a select few reserved for tests exactly like this. Dae-sung can't help but remember how disastrously it went last year. He knows he needs to deliver a top-tier performance to truly stand out. Jimmy and Taehyun are playing it cool, acting like clueless rookies who have no idea what they've stumbled into. Alongside Dae-sung, an old man, looking around 60, is casually strolling, as if he's just enjoying a walk in the park. Most of them appear to be C or D rankers, and Dae-sung also spots the foreign laborer he noticed earlier in the lobby, who also looks young enough to be a beginner. With a whole group full of newbies, Dae-sung can't help but wonder if this raid will go smoothly at all. To kick things off, Gu Dae-sung, primarily a dealer, begins the introductions by proudly stating it's his 10th year as a hunter and warrior. Next up is Shin Taehyun, who awakened earlier this year, and bravely wields a shield and spear. His sister, Shin Nayeon, stands right beside him, wielding daggers, and training with a bow and arrow. Dae-sung is absolutely shocked to his core, realizing these newbies haven't even found their main weapons, despite claiming to have trained at centers for 3 whole months. Then there's the old man, Oh Gangtae, who's in his 5th year using gauntlets. He recently awakened, having just quit his previous life. With so little experience, and a weapon unable to compensate for his age, it's an incredibly weak setup. Finally, Dae-sung asks the foreign laborer if he can speak Korean. Leon straight up declares he won't be fighting, and can't use a sword meant for slaying dragons, just to kill chickens. After hearing him out, Dae-sung is absolutely stunned to realize this guy speaks fluent Korean. The test involves hunting 50 kobolds, and a gnoll might surface during the mission. The judges confirm that if things get too risky, they'll step in. But otherwise, everyone's expected to give their absolute best. Dae-sung is already incredibly stressed, especially thinking about how Leon showed up, with no weapons back then. Nayeon kindly offered her bow and arrows, but that wannabe king took it as a huge insult. Even when she said he could return them afterward, Leon completely lost it, yelling, he swore long-range weapons were a dishonor to a knight's name, fit only for cowards. Without a second thought, he furiously hurled the bow aside. Fast forward to the present, and Dae-sung is a total mess, convinced this test is spiraling towards disaster. He quickly pitches a spot he deems perfect for some serious kobold hunting, and the group just hands him the reins, following his plan without a single complaint. Taehyun also highlights that lurking at the edge of the terrain, there's a settlement absolutely teeming with gnolls. Daesung quickly dismisses the idea, knowing their team isn't equipped for that level of fight. A small group like theirs could easily get overwhelmed and cornered. So, thinking fast, he opts to lead them to some tricky cave hideouts, where they can flush the kobolds out by lighting leaves and grass ablaze. He views this as a simple, foolproof strategy to take them down. Taehyun immediately compliments his experience, and Daesung feels a surprising surge of confidence as he recalls all the guides he'd devoured and the relentless training he'd endured. He dreamed of the day he'd finally enter a top-ranked gate, but this, in reality, is still his very first. And he knows he must move up this time, because D rank just isn't cutting it anymore. Suddenly, Daesung notices Taehyun trembling like a leaf, spotting a couple of sneaky kobolds, creeping stealthily towards the cave entrance. Without a second thought, he surges forward and orders Taehyun to block with his shield. A single, clean hit, and Taehyun feels a powerful rush, convinced he can totally take these dumb monsters down. Turns out, he's a natural at blocking straight-on attacks, but the guy gets a times too confident and completely misses the kobold, leaping directly at him. He's mere seconds away from having his face shredded by those nasty teeth. Daesung quickly shouts to everyone that these kobolds are lightning fast and incredibly tricky. Meanwhile, the old man and the others are handling things like absolute pros, taking down kobolds one after another with ruthless efficiency, which helps Daesung calm his nerves a bit. Once the last few are finally cleared out, Daesung gives serious props to the team, and Taehyun apologizes for his slip-up. Daesung just lets it slide, especially since Naeon took down 2 on her own. And miraculously, not a soul was harmed, all thanks to the seasoned elder. Despite his initial jitters, things still went smoothly. The outcome? Far better than anyone could have dreamed. Well, almost everything, except for that one foreign noble, still lost in his own royal delusion. So Daesung finally has enough, and directly confronts Leon, demanding to know why he didn't lift a single finger to help. The judge, looking supremely uncomfortable, interjects with a hesitant voice, stating he'll simply make a note of it in the records. A statement that, predictably, just ticks everyone off even more. But, gritting their teeth, they decide to press on, and soon, they finally arrive at the foreboding cave. Upon arrival, Daesung immediately sets his meticulously crafted plan into motion, and instructs the group to quickly light the signal fire, to kick things off. But then, true to form, Leon can't resist pushing Daesung's buttons, by sneeringly asking if that's really the best strategy he's got, which is a pretty bold claim, coming from someone who hasn't lifted a single finger this entire time. Daesung, furious, immediately defends his strategy, explaining he's successfully used it 3 times before, and it always worked. Leon isn't buying it for a second, though, questioning why he's relying on such minimal experience for this critical mission. This gets Daesung so unbelievably enraged that a vein on his forehead practically throbs and explodes, as he furiously sparks the fire, setting the trap in motion. Daesung then urgently warns everyone. The kobolds are coming, and demands they immediately get into their battle positions. As expected, the kobolds swarm in like a furious tide of wild animals, and the hunters unleash their devastating attacks all at once. Daesung feels like an absolute genius, believing his plan is utterly foolproof, and that between these kobolds and the few gnolls they'll encounter, they'll easily take down in the plains. They'll clear this test with flying colors. But just as he's basking in his moment of triumph, a deep, chilling growl suddenly slices through the chaos. It's coming from the terrifying gnoll captain, who, it turns out, is the true times boss of this gate, and is exponentially stronger than any mere C-rank monster. That monstrous creature locks eyes directly with Daesung, and he's probably about to absolutely wet his pants. Daesung's brain nearly short-circuits entirely the instant he sees the gate boss standing there, in all its terrifying glory, in the flesh, and Naeon has to aggressively snap him back to reality. He quickly shakes off his shock, and swiftly assigns Taehyun and himself to the impossible task, to take on the monstrous gnoll captain. Meanwhile, Naeon and Gramps are tasked with handling the remaining swarm of kobolds. Deep within the treacherous cave, Jason understands a team needs at least one powerhouse, but sending a rookie D-rank, like himself, against a boss is a death wish. Still, with no other option, he trusts in Taehyun, even though the guy's clearly not built for this kind of fight. As they confront the beast, Taehyun is utterly paralyzed by fear, practically trembling right where he stands. Daesung screams at him to get it together, though he completely gets it. This thing is a pure nightmare. Suddenly, Daesung starts to panic, convinced Taehoon has totally lost it, and won't even manage to lift his shield in time. Just then, Taehoon stumbles and collapses, looking like he's about to become Kobol's next meal. Meanwhile, one of the judges quietly wonders when Leon will finally decide to intervene. Without wasting another second, Daesung snatches up the shield and charges headfirst at the boss, yelling for Taehoon to fall back. Just as that monstrous creature is about to crush Taehoon, Daesung bravely blocks the hit, using every last ounce of strength in his shield. The brutal blow rattles through him, and the beast looks even more enraged. Now, another attack is hurtling towards them, and Daesung isn't sure if he can block it again, or if this is truly where it all ends. He's convinced they might have had a chance, if Taehoon hadn't messed up so badly. Now, death feels terrifyingly close. But then, out of absolutely nowhere, Leon appears like an uninvited, powerful guest, casually catching the Knoll Captain's blade. Between two fingers, as if it were nothing, he coolly tells Daesung to try again, since his first move wasn't half bad. Daesung is left utterly speechless, completely frozen by the sight of this foreign guy, stopping a high-level beast. With his bare hands, Leon calmly instructs him to lift his shield and go another round with the Knoll Captain. He even questions why Daesung can't defeat it again, if he managed to hold his ground the first time. Daesung is completely thrown off by this whole baffling situation. Once again, Leon barks at Daesung to get on his feet, block that kobold's attack, then strike back hard. Daesung, however, tries to remind this absolutely wild guy that they're already neck-deep in a life-or-death struggle. But Leon? He's definitely not the type to repeat himself twice. He's simply not the kind who takes no for an answer, ever. And ignoring him after witnessing his terrifying power? That's practically begging for some serious trouble. Leon declares that a High Templar, passing down ancient teachings to a mere foot soldier like him, is an unbelievably rare event. Daesung is left utterly speechless, wondering just how many generations it's been since something like this last occurred. But one thing Daesung knows for absolute certain is that staying alive is his undisputed priority number one. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the ferocious kobold snarls fiercely at Leon, and he can't help but think, this idiotic rabbit clearly has a death wish, doesn't it? Or something truly insane. Leon, in turn, glares down the ugly creature, and it immediately starts trembling like a terrified leaf. The intense fight instantly breaks out once more, and Daesung can't help but notice just how its sheer strength is enough to violently yank his shield right away. Leon immediately screams at Daesung for daring to use his shield on an opponent that's clearly far stronger than he is. Leon orders him to stop merely defending himself, and instead, actively seek out an opening. He warns that this creature isn't just some mindless brute, but a cunning beast that learns and adapts with every strike. Meanwhile, Daesung is still desperately trying to figure out how to even deal with it. Leon suddenly, without warning, kicks him sharply in the knee, and bellows at him to never ever take his eyes off the enemy. That shocking moment instantly snaps Daesung back to reality, and he suddenly realizes just how terrifyingly close to death he truly was. If he had taken that last devastating hit head-on, he would have been utterly, irrevocably done for. Leon relentlessly keeps pushing him to tap into his hidden potential, a demand that honestly utterly freaks Daesung out. He's always seen himself as nothing more than a washed-out, D-rank adventurer with absolutely zero skills or talent to speak of. He's simply not buying this whole potential speech, like it's just going to magically show up out of thin air, just because some eccentric weirdo suddenly said so. But still, something profound begins to shift within him. He starts to feel this electrifying, strange spark ignite, like maybe, just maybe, he can actually take on this monstrous foe. And right when the terrifying creature lunges forward to strike, Daesung, shockingly, doesn't even flinch. For even a split second, he believes he can actually pull this off. He pours every ounce of his being into blocking that devastating blow. And times somehow it works. Even times he's absolutely stunned that he actually managed to break through, like times that but it's way too soon to celebrate. Because, right after that, the furious kobold slams Daesung straight in the face, and casually tosses him aside like he's absolute trash. Leon sighs, clearly exasperated, and questions why Daesung still can't grasp the bigger picture, pointing out that he's remained stubbornly stuck at D rank, even after all this time has passed. Then, Leon drops a rather inconvenient truth bomb, saying he never believed, not even for a single second, that someone like him was just some random mercenary. Meanwhile, the mysterious guy in the hat finally reveals himself by dramatically taking off his mask. As it turns out, he's actually the powerful president of the Korean Hunter Association. Oh my. Kang Yul. He admits it all felt rather pointless. In the end, Kang Yul then asks Leon if he found what he was truly looking for in there. And Leon coolly states he's at least got his eye on one potential soldier candidate. Kang Yul seems a little uneasy, wondering if Leon's planning to go hunt overseas now, especially after seeing him casually demolish a C-rank boss like it was absolutely nothing. But Leon corrects him, casually stating that the creature wasn't even worth calling a toy. Then, Kang Yul switches gears, offering to back Leon up if he ever decides to start his very own guild. He points out that if Leon's planning to build something truly formidable from scratch, getting famous is absolutely the fastest way to make it happen. And in this crazy day and age, there aren't many genuine shortcuts to lasting fame. That's when Kang Hyuk brings up a terrifying red gate that ominously opened up in Cheongju after a raid there failed utterly and miserably. It's been left shrouded in mystery for over a year now. Inside that dangerous gate lies the fabled Jewel of Wisdom. But to get to it, or even destroy it, one has to face the monstrous boss of the Red Gate, the Yagi D Spinner at the Cheongju Sports Complex Gate. The first elite team from the KPP Guild has just kicked off their raid. Hyung and his crew stumble upon a vibrant, modern civilization that looks way times more advanced than anything we've seen on Earth. One of the girls actually thinks it looks pretty cool though. With all the talk of fantasy and Muram worlds, Guildmaster Hyung quickly figures it's not so wild to imagine. A futuristic world could actually exist too. One of his crew even points out this feels straight out of some cyberpunk game. Taking a moment to think it through, Hyung decides they should definitely go over the plan. Once again, starting with how they organize the party. Hoyle is confident the team is rock solid and totally ready to take on a few strong enemies, if needed. After scoping things out, Hyung points to a nearby building, perfect for their base camp since it offers a prime high point for crucial surveillance. Oyel quickly confirms he hasn't picked up anything suspicious so far. As for Jagged Spinner, Hyung brings up that he's supposedly the boss around here, but there's no sign of him anywhere. It's hard to believe a whole city this massive doesn't have a single monster or person hanging around. In a way, Hyung thinks it's almost a blessing not to have some mind-melting, evil army or a random resistance crew breathing down their necks. Right after that, Hyung calls out the KPP crew for their severe lack of info on Jagged Spinner. He tells them to stay sharp and keep an eye out for anything weird and to quickly pick an expedition team to scout the area. But before they can even make a move, a beam blasts out of nowhere and obliterates Hyung's head into pieces. Hoyle stands there in complete, petrified shock, watching Han-soo Hyung die in the most brutal way imaginable. The rest of the crew is frozen, absolutely horrified, as their guildmaster's head shatters like glass. That sneak attack sends everyone diving for cover, desperately trying to avoid getting turned into ashes. Out of nowhere, fire arrows start raining down from the ceiling, instantly lighting the ground on fire. Everyone's running like hell, and Hoyle realizes that if even an A-rank tanker like Han-soo Hyung couldn't dodge it, then whatever they're up against is something way beyond their level. This place screams death trap, no doubt about it. Suddenly, one of the girls catches movement at 3 o'clock. Yet, judging its distance proves impossible, all thanks to the thick, swirling dust and sand clogging the air. Then, Hoyle, the KPP's fierce vice guild master, steps forward, his voice booming as he calls for an immediate retreat. They have to get out before this entire structure collapses on them. As for Hyung's fallen body, Hoyle reluctantly declares they'll return for it later, once they've regrouped, because honestly, this whole place just radiates an utterly chilling and sinister wrongness. Hoyle instructs Haeri to scout the exit, and she moves with complete confidence, stating firmly that she'll find nothing dangerous, that the path is perfectly safe. But then, out of nowhere, she suddenly freezes rigid, a strange, tickling itch blooming in her throat. She then leaps directly into an invisible web, constructed from razor-thin blades. Hoyle and the others are utterly horrified, forced to watch helplessly, frozen in terror, as Haeri is viciously shredded right before their very eyes. He can't even fathom when those deadly wires were meticulously set up. Without a single moment to lose, he screams at his crew to swiftly cut through every single wire and escape this hellish trap as fast as they can. Hoyle barks orders to coat their weapons in mana, to slice through with devastating force. But deep down, he's absolutely freaking out, wondering if they face one enemy or an entire ambush, and just how long these predators have been silently stalking them. As the crew frantically works to clear the wires, a menacing robot zooms in, its lens fixing on them, ready to strike. With a single, brutal hit, Hoyle's entire team is wiped out in an instant, leaving Hoyle utterly shattered and alone. He lets out a guttural scream, daring the enemy to show themselves, his fury and desperation already boiling over. That's when the terrifying robot finally drops directly in front of him, and it all brutally clicks. This monstrosity is the infamous Jagged Spinner. A chilling voice emanates through the robot's speakers, taunting that if Hoyle possessed such a weapon, he'd never run out of ammo and could fight non-stop, endlessly. Hoyle is absolutely fuming, completely losing his mind, over the horrifying fact that this deranged lunatic wiped out his entire loyal crew, all just to prove some twisted, sadistic point. At that exact moment, Jagged Spinner pulls out a mesmerizing, glowing rope and mercilessly lashes it straight toward Hoyle, aiming to finally end him for good, all while claiming it's merely to protect the city. Meanwhile, over at Cheongju Gate, far from the chaos, the first KPP Hunters raid team consisted of a formidable 58 members. And guess what? Not a single soul made it out alive. The gate boss? It's been officially bumped up to a terrifying red level, which means everything is now on hold indefinitely. Meanwhile, the second raid team, later on, smartly decides not to even set foot into the city, all to avoid a potential run-in with the notorious Jog Spinner. But the third raid team? They're completely, fully focused, mind you, on getting their hands on the legendary Jewel of Wisdom, plus any other incredible spoils. The white-haired leader boldly declares that a whopping 60 billion and 1 gold will rightfully go to the second team's guild. With everything finally settled, they boldly march into the Cheongju Sports Complex gate. This particular gate, by the way, has granted exclusive access to one of Korea's top 10 guilds. The Golden Lion, led by none other than Guildmaster Hwang Gum-chul, an S-rank powerhouse, and Vice Guildmaster Hwang Yonghwa, an A-rank, joins with 47 more brave members. But wait, there's more. The Magic Tower has dispatched Gil Tae-sung, who's practically S-rank himself, with a squad of 48 mercenaries. And, certainly not to be overlooked, we have Han Harry of the Korean Hunter Association, an A-rank, also on the scene. And get this, she's pouring barley tea for His Majesty, who's also gearing up for the action. In this desolate stretch of what's left of modern civilization, that is, the Cheongju Gate's fourth raid team sets up their base camp. Leon quickly checks in with Han Harry, asking what's been bothering her so intensely. Harry, with a sigh, admits she's got a really bad feeling. She seriously doubts things will go smoothly here, but, strangely enough, she's just as worried if they actually do asterisk. She figures the absolute best case is everything goes perfectly fine, meaning Leon doesn't even have to jump in. But that, ironically, also means his big shot at gaining fame might just slip through his fingers. Leon, however, is totally fine with that. He calmly explains that, honestly, if the Lionheart King doesn't need to lift a single finger, it simply means the situation isn't dire at all. He breaks it down further, stating that leadership, in his eyes, can be handled by anyone who simply doesn't let arrogance get in their way. But it's an entirely different story. When it comes to the legendary King of Knights, and times absolutely piques Harry's curiosity, then, suddenly, it all clicks for her, and she suddenly realizes that every single time Leon has stepped in, it's been to block the precise kind of attack no one else could possibly handle. Leon makes it crystal clear that the king must always be the final wall, the absolute last line of defense. If the King of Knights actually has to take the field, it means things have plummeted seriously downhill, and everyone else has already catastrophically failed. And judging by the current sorry state of the entire crew right now, Leon's absolutely betting it won't be long before he has to step into the fray once again. However, Harry firmly believes this particular raid team, with S-rank Hwang Gum-chul and a powerful mage on board, might actually stand a real fighting chance. Leon sees them as undeniably stronger than regular humans, but still thinks they don't truly grasp the brutal reality of war, the way he does. More than that, he heavily questions their entire strategy, especially the part where they just assume the city's outskirts are somehow safe, even after already running straight into enemies. Leon is utterly stunned by their blind confidence in their intel. He simply cannot wrap his head around how these so-called raid teams actually think. Analyzing monster patterns and reacting to them is some kind of brilliant smart move. For Leon, that's absolute nonsense. No true general would ever rely on that kind of flimsy plan, especially when dealing with someone as cunning as Jagged Spinner, whom he sees not merely as a monster, but as a sharp, highly dangerous warlord. That's precisely when an earth-shattering explosion goes off out of nowhere, catching absolutely everyone completely off guard. A boy then calls out to Yappy the robot, saying he's truly sorry it has to end like this, but asks for one final, desperate favor. Yappy stoically accepts the boy's heartbreaking final order, which is to utterly delete all foreign beings who dare trespass in the city. With that devastating mission in mind, it immediately sets out to fulfill the boy's last, grim wish. By brutally eliminating every single intruder, Yappy, now like a terrifying loose cannon, goes on a full-blown, destructive rampage, scaring the living daylights out of absolutely everyone. As its deadly lens dramatically zooms in to lock onto new targets, some unexpected dude suddenly swings a massive hammer and violently knocks the tiny bot aside. Right after that, everyone watches, utterly transfixed. A massive explosion rocks them to their very core, and they're left utterly clueless, completely baffled by what kind of monster just obliterated 23% of their life force. Yappy gears up to launch yet another devastating attack, but the hammer-wielding hero smashes it hard once more, causing a dangerous spike in its internal pressure. Gum soon prepares to relentlessly pursue the metal can. Immediately afterward, the Guildmaster then steps in to take full control and eliminate it for good. This seems to make the machine completely lose its mind. Yappy starts wreaking absolute havoc all over the field. The Guildmaster swiftly activates the distortion force field and tells everyone to gather up tight. Even then, the entire place is still a chaotic mess. One guy frantically mentions to Gil Tae-sung that the bullet trajectories are going completely haywire. Tae-sung quickly points out how the magic tool, designed specifically to fight Yag spinners, is already being drastically affected, with bullets curving wildly mid-air. He never expected to deploy it this early, but just as Yappy detects the terrifying abnormality, it suddenly starts a maintenance operation. Out of nowhere, Tae-sun's lackey gets critically shot. Realizing that Yappy has already calculated the precise angles to make bullets swerve, he's absolutely freaking out, desperately trying to figure out what the heck that thing even is. Right then, Tae-sun gets a frantic call to shut off the distortion field, because the bullet directions are far too unpredictable. The magic tool's battery is running critically low, so Tae-sung orders it to be charged up. As soon as the force field is completely down, just as the group comes to a grinding halt, and the force field dramatically drops, that's when the horrifying realization hits them hard. The whole area is suddenly filled with insidious, web-like wires, revealing that Yappy had been relentlessly overworking the entire time. Yappy then emerges like a digital Grim Reaper, ready to electrify the entire squad. Tae-sun instantly realizes his colossal mistake in calling everyone to one concentrated place, knowing there's absolutely no way they can dodge this incoming attack. As soon as the charging finishes, the group spots a magnificent horse marching their way, and they're all absolutely stunned to see none other than Leon. Dragonia thunders in. Like an old, sworn friend, Leon swiftly mounts his steed. He speaks of the sheer courage it takes to ride alone, plunging into a sea of enemies. He proclaims that the King of Lionheart deserves every praise, and without a single moment to lose, Leon seizes this epic moment, gracing Yag Spinner with the ultimate privilege, a duel. He grants this duel as if it were a royal decree itself. The rest of the crew just stands there, utterly dumbfounded, wondering if this guy has completely lost his mind, or if he's simply gone utterly bonkers. Leon mutters aloud, his gaze locked in on the sheer courage it takes to charge, alone into a sea of enemies, with nothing but a loyal steed. He boldly declares himself the true king of the Lionheart, a legendary figure who demands praise. Without a single shadow of a doubt, he believes it. He seizes this very moment, granting Yag Spinner the unparalleled honor of facing him in glorious battle. Yappy, on the other hand, just stands there, utterly confused by this dramatic flair. It powers up its menacing railgun, sticking firmly to its core mission, eliminating every foreign entity in its optical sight. Just then, Leon bursts forth like a blazing sun, riding his ancient, sworn friend into the thick of the fray. As Yappy unleashes its devastating fire, Leon charges headlong with the fury of a true knight, utterly unfazed by any long-range attack. With insane speed and the gleaming shine of his spear, both Yappy and Leon unleash their terrifying inner beasts. Then, in a sudden, blinding flash, a massive explosion sends debris hurtling through the air. Yappy takes a truly devastating hit. In that very instant, Yogg Spinner's high-functioning AI completely crashes down. As it turns out, Yappy had no logical explanation whatsoever for the phenomenon, unfolding right before its advanced sensors. Apparently, Yogg's machine had already meticulously analyzed the entire scene, noting that Leon's weapon appeared severely outdated and almost comically joust-like. But still, it was fast enough to snatch its full attention. Yet, the machine coldly calculated that the impact would be minimal, based purely on Leon's mass. Yappy marked the threat level as an absolute 0, figuring its railgun could effortlessly take Leon out, with a single shot, rendering the effort utterly pointless. That was the cold, calculating logic of the machine. Just 3 seconds earlier, Leon's battle cry materialized a shimmering, thin barrier, a defensive pattern, unlike anything ever recorded. 2 heart-pounding seconds before impact, the system chillingly predicted a direct hit from the railgun's devastating bullet and determined the sheer shockwave alone would be more than enough to annihilate its target, even if the shot were somehow blocked. 1 second before impact, the bullet was effortlessly deflected. There was no violent clash, no true block, only a smooth, graceful deflection, pulled off as effortlessly as breathing itself, using a legendary skill passed down by the Knights Templar. Leon witnessed it as nothing short of a miracle, a power only humanity's strongest warriors could ever wield, enforcing divine law through sacred means. Through the divine blessing of the arrow shield, a power that repelled every single attack in its path, the machine utterly failed to comprehend what had just transpired, and plunged into a serious, critical malfunction, its internal systems spiraling into complete chaos. In that pivotal moment, it reassessed Leon's threat level to the absolute maximum, declaring him a level 5 threat. The machine slammed into the ground in a desperate, pitiful, forced retreat. Even now, Yaffei still echoes the boy's final wish, to never let anyone, ever, reach this sacred place, no matter the cost. With most of its systems failing, and its balance utterly decimated, Yaffei locks onto Leon, designating him a level 5 threat, and instantly initiates emergency modulation to furiously counter this terrifying new weapon. Suddenly, Yappy hears Jogg's voice, distinct and clear, thanking him for everything he's ever done. And just then, Yappy's modulation for a counterattack finishes loading, unfolding right in the heart of the city. Over in Block 8 of the sprawling Changju Sports Complex, a lone operative, standing roughly 250 meters across the street, catches sight of what looks like part of a machine gun. He quickly orders his long-range specialists to swiftly move into the nearby building, across from the target, Yogg Spinner, while the rest of his team holds their current position. But as he rounds the corner, he's utterly confronted by the gruesome sight of a full-on bloodbath, flesh and bones shredded everywhere by vicious, tangled wires. It instantly drains all color from his face. He's frozen in place, as if staring right through a ghost. Then, completely out of the blue, he feels something cold and clingy brush right past him. He whips around, ready to strike, heart pounding like a drum. But absolutely nothing is there. Still, the poor guy is absolutely drenched in sweat, utterly convinced he felt something times breathing down his neck times just moments ago. That's when a deadly web of piercing blades slices right through him, in mere seconds, tearing him limb from limb and ending his story right then and there. Yaffei seals the win, utterly obliterating 5 foreign entities, but one sniveling crybaby somehow remains perfectly camouflaged, until the very second he watches his boss get absolutely torn to bits. And that freaks him out enough to bolt, screaming all the way. Yappy gives chase, pursuing him relentlessly all the way to the cemetery, where the terrified guy drops to his knees, utterly begging for his life. Just then, Yappy recalls a poignant memory of the boy, saying he wanted to be buried right here in the cemetery, just like everyone else, so he could finally become a part of this city, forevermore. And he hoped Yappy would always protect this sacred place. That memory hits Yappy hard, and suddenly, Yappy's complex reasoning system abruptly shuts down, as its core priorities dramatically shift. After locking eyes with the sniveling crybaby one last time, the guy is left, wondering aloud if the little robot just decided to let him go after all, or what exactly, as Yappy silently lifts off into the sky, without a single word. Moments later, Tai's son dramatically shows up, striding over to the trembling kid, while the crybaby nervously mutters that the terrifying metal spider must have been far too exhausted to finish him off, and just fled the scene. The crybaby desperately explains how Yaffy's face said it all, like it knew there was absolutely no shot at winning, perhaps because it caught a glimpse of Tai's son heading right this way. That pretty much proves even this formidable machine has its limits too. But what truly bugs Tai-sun is just how impeccably clean the cemetery in this city is, far cleaner than everything else crumbling around it. Meanwhile, Yappy calculates its chance of success at a precise 92% and ends up making the strategic decision to retreat, putting the sacred protection of citizens absolutely first. Even if those citizens are already dead and gone, Tai-sun and the others simply can't stand the utterly creepy vibe of this place. Simultaneously, Yappy's sensors scream, 49 targets still active, the level 5 and level 3 threats, both perfectly fine, unscathed. But the odds of taking down that elusive level 1 threat? A mere 35% chance. And just like that, the high-stakes battle ignites once more. But wait, someone spots Yappy, trying to sneakily repair itself, and decides to call it out. Did you have fun playing with commoners, little machine? They taunt, and that voice? It belongs to none other than the legendary Leon. Yes, Asterisk himself, Asterisk. Leon, a man who truly lives and breathes chivalry, is, without exaggeration, the very embodiment of it. Just look at that undeniably smug face. This king of Lionheart absolutely despises cowardly ambushes above all else. He craves a fair, head-on fight, pure and unyielding. So, Leon boldly asks Yappy, "Are you ready for a real-times battle?" Yappy, instantly on high alert from this unexpected guest, within its own territory, knows something's off. It's obvious this opponent has no reason to play fair. But Leon? He'd never cast aside his knightly morals. Chivalry itself fuels his indomitable will, and that unbreakable resolve is precisely what powers Leon's incredible strength, making him the chosen one. Leon declares, a mere machine could never grasp the concept of honor. With 480 bullets left and all systems optimized, Yappy instantly goes for the trigger, blasting away at that arrogant jerk. But Leon's brilliant aura doesn't flicker, not one bit. Protected by his divine law, his radiant energy, and the blessing of his arrow shield, Yappy quickly catches on to the strange, unprecedented sequence playing out in this fight. It instantly starts analyzing the trajectory, then fires again, determined to shut down that level 5 threat, all of it. Yet Leon, with that ever-present smug look, isn't backing down an inch. Without wasting a single precious second, he charges forward, carving a path and slipping past Yappy's sensors, appearing like a ghost from nowhere. The machine has no time, absolutely no time at all, to react. Yappy unleashes a laser blast, but it's stun times to see Leon charging straight at it, mounted on his knightly horse, without a moment's hesitation. Yappy immediately kicks into high gear, blasting bullets like a furious storm, aiming to punch holes through Leon. But landing a hit on him asterisk? That's no easy task. Even the machine's advanced processors can't comprehend Leon's sheer guts. With a confident smirk, Leon flashes a mischievous grin, calling his magnificent steed a true stallion. He playfully teases, "Looks like our enemy's just itching for a game of hide-and-seek." The tension skyrockets as things heat up in an instant. Both combatants blast off, moving, as if they're chasing the very speed of light itself, determined to settle this clash quickly. Still, Yappy can't quite wrap its head around Leon's bizarre abilities, especially since no mere human should ever move with such blistering speed. Suddenly, Yappy unleashes a truly massive, devastating attack, and Leon bellows for his trusty stallion to kick it up another notch. As they finally meet head-on in a shocking collision, Leon actually throws in a genuine compliment for Yappy's impressive efforts, but that certainly doesn't slow things down one bit, as Yappy relentlessly rains a hail of bullets his way, aiming for that one perfect, decisive shot. But Leon's no rookie. Far from it. An earth-shattering explosion suddenly rips through the air, and he seizes that very moment to explosively leap into action with his stallion. After soaring dramatically through the sky, Leon lands directly atop Yappy with a thunderous impact, ready to take whatever hit comes his way head-on, with absolutely zero plans to dodge or evade. He charges downward, letting pure gravity handle the devastating rest, with a final, booming shout for glory to the Lionhearts. The Golden Sun, Leon, delivers his ultimate, game-ending strike, tearing Yappy into countless scattered bits and pieces. As Yappy takes that fatal, final blow, it clearly hears the boy's urgent, final command: never release what's sealed within. Honoring that wish, Yappy activates its desperate self-destruction protocol, leaving nothing behind. But that's not entirely it. Yappy had already secretly planned to detonate all the powerful explosives wired throughout the landfill facilities. And that was something Leon never, ever saw coming. Out of nowhere, the biggest blast absolutely rocked the center. When JS-10253 eventually opened its eyes, it found itself lying inside a cramped storage container, the air thick and heavy with the pungent smell of oil. A man's desperate shout echoed, "Yag Spinner, carry out your duty. Protect the city." Right then, Yappy horrifyingly witnessed an utterly monstrous alien creature crush that man into nothing but mere scraps. Without missing a beat, Yappy immediately fired back, with a furious barrage of bullets, pouring every last bit of its power into that terrifying alien monster, knowing deep down that its only mission, its sole purpose, from the very beginning, their mission, to stand by their allies and fiercely protect the city. And as fate would brilliantly orchestrate it, the legendary Yog Spinners utterly decimated their foes, and soared into history as true heroes. They were destined to be known as the unwavering guardians of the city. This is the incredible tale of those valiant, unmanned tanks who swooped in to save the day when all hope had truly vanished. Their triumph was enough to reclaim the hearts of citizens who had begun to lose all faith in their protectors, transforming the Yog Spinners into a radiant symbol of hope, into veritable knights of steel. Yet, even these legendary machines had to undergo constant remodeling, rebuilt time and again, just to fulfill their sacred duty, all under the unwavering orders of their commander. And so they did, relentlessly guarding the city with every fiber, until there was quite literally nothing left to guard. That's when the boy entrusted Yappy with its ultimate, final mission. An ultimate quest to protect the city, no matter the cost, because he desperately desired nothing to ever escape from this place. And so, the very last, remaining battle machine was bestowed one crucial final task, to ensure that no one, ever, could lay a single hand on that eerie thing. Yappy, the sole survivor of its kind, tirelessly continued its cycle of preparing, of protecting, and repairing, until Leon finally brought that relentless saga to an end. Meanwhile, Leon relentlessly tracks down the enigmatic machine, and ultimately uncovers what it had so desperately been guarding. All along, the legendary Jewel of Wisdom. Leon immediately recognizes that this is something that should never have seen the light of day. Suddenly, he senses an unmistakable presence behind him, and turns to ask Yappy, "How long have you truly been standing guard here? Completely alone?" For the very first time, Leon genuinely acknowledges the machine, recognizing it as a true knight of unwavering loyalty and devotion. A selfless being to whom all living beings across the continents owe an immeasurable debt of gratitude, all thanks to the tireless service of Sir Jagspinner. Without a shadow of a doubt, Leon declares that Jagspinner's arduous quest is finally complete, and triumphantly ends it by utterly destroying the Jewel of Wisdom, hoping it can at last find its eternal rest. The very last words Yappy hears are a quiet, heartfelt thank you from that boy. Later, Kang Hyuk finally unravels the entire, sweeping story, and how Leon utterly obliterated the Jewel of Wisdom. As it dramatically turns out, Kang Hyuk firmly believes Leon had every right to, well, decide the Jewel of Wisdom's ultimate fate, especially since he was the one who personally vanquished the Jagged Spinner. Leon, however, tells the Elder the jewel was absolutely nothing more than pure, insidious poison, birthed by the twisted forces of wisdom, and pursued itself, a vile trap designed to ensnare humanity. In short, Leon calls it a demon's object, a statement that visibly catches Kang Hyuk off guard, and leaves him utterly stunned. To break it down further, Leon elaborates that while the jewel does grant wishes, it always demands a horrifying price in return, much like feeding a ravenous beast to keep it at bay. It ravenously feeds off human temptation for eternal life, relentlessly pushing people to shed their humanity, and grotesquely transform into demons. He makes it crystal clear that, if anything resembling that insidious jewel ever appears again, it must be destroyed, utterly, at all costs. This chilling revelation visibly shakes Kang Hyuk, and he's quick to declare his immediate intention to inform the U.S. government. It's clearly the responsible, indeed crucial, thing to do. But Leon issues a grave warning. Anyone who already has their hands on such an artifact might have succumb to the jewel's demonic seduction. Afterward, they step into a designated room, where Leon inquires if this is where he now rests. Kang Hyuk nods, solemnly leading the way, guided by the brilliant scientist, who dramatically reveals the mere remnants of the Jagged Spinner. Leon takes a long, pensive look at the Jagged Spinner's remains, just as Kang Hyuk respectfully asks what His Majesty plans to do with times at asterisk. With a gentle, knowing smile, Leon refers to the Jagged Spinner as an honorable knight, one who truly served his time. Thus, he wishes to bury him with the utmost respect, and pray he makes it to the glorious god's banquet hall. But before that, Leon mentions, he must bless him first. Then, with a flourish, he magically whips out a fancy cup, brimming with a mysterious golden liquid, surprising Kang Hyuk beyond a shadow of a doubt. Leon reverently prays that this loyal knight may rest peacefully, then carefully pours the shimmering liquid over him. And times that alone, times causes the entire machine to stir, to times move asterisk, now inexplicably powered by divine energy. Leon acknowledges there's no actual times energy source here, but his blessing has undeniably triggered a true miracle. But then, out of nowhere, the Yag Spinner astonishingly crafts a miniature version of itself. Leon declares the goddess must have surely chosen him. Then, Leon dramatically draws his mighty sword, unleashing powerful airstrikes to summon forth the goddess. The sheer force of this phenomenon absolutely takes his breath away, leaving even Kang Hyuk utterly collapsing. But after catching a fleeting glimpse of the goddess's face, everyone there instantly knows, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that this woman, radiating with an otherworldly, brilliant light, is simply not human, but a divine being, truly beyond any comparison. Goddess Ariana then turns her gaze to her esteemed first knight, and authoritatively demands to know the meaning of this spectacle. Leon humbly bows before her, and begins to explain that Yag Spinner has proven himself an honorable knight, a true role model, inspiring all other knights, and utterly worthy of the goddess's divine care. Ariana then intently observes the strange, new being, and points out that he conspicuously failed to complete her sacred quest, nor did he present his hard-won glory to her. Leon promptly speaks up, fervently advocating on Yag Spinner's behalf, declaring that, if not for this one's very existence, Yag Spinner would have truly been worthy of claiming the unparalleled glory of the King of Lionheart. Goddess Ariana attentively listens, thoughtfully accepting Leon's fervent words, choosing to perceive Jagged Spinner through his compassionate perspective. Yet, she still requires absolute clarity on one crucial matter. She directly poses the question to Jagged Spinner: will this otherworldly, magnificent steel knight worship the sacred light, and pledge allegiance to justice by joining her valiant knightly army? Yag Spinner stands silently before Ariana, who perceives it as a being brimming with honor and profound knowledge, yet astonishingly still bearing the innocent heart of a child. She commands it to wholeheartedly support her loyal knight, Leon, in its vital mission to eradicate all evil from this world. Only then will it truly prove itself worthy of becoming a knight. As well, Jagged Spinner then turns its gaze to Leon, and permits an incoming hacking signal, a new pattern of language, to flawlessly upload into its system. And then, all of a sudden, the magnificent machine speaks, declaring itself fully on board with the grand plan to battle the demon kind. This unexpected turn of events brings immense joy to Ariana, who profoundly believes that if Jagged Spinner's unwavering loyalty and formidable strength are bestowed upon her revered first knight, then her divine glory will radiate upon him too. As Knight Templar No. 10,253 majestically floats into the air, it is magnificently rewarded with the sacred power of light and justice. Meanwhile, a world away, at the renowned United States Magic Tower, deep within Master Ronaldo Sherman's private chamber, a man, utterly desperate, pleads for forgiveness. Frantically, he tries to explain why he couldn't execute a seemingly simple command. But the formidable being he addresses sounds utterly crestfallen, especially after gracing him with wisdom and truth. Ronaldo quickly interjects, explaining that this new survivor, none other than Leon, interfered. The crystal suddenly stills for a moment, at the mere mention of that name. Then, a news broadcast abruptly flashes into view, revealing Leon Dragunia Lionheart himself. This sight alone is enough to drive the crystal into a spiraling frenzy of frustration. Absolutely furious that this guy has reappeared, Reynolds watches it utterly lose its mind, swearing it will never endure this again. From that pivotal day forward, no matter how many times Ronaldo desperately summoned the Jewel of Wisdom, it never uttered another word to him again. Meanwhile, at the Korean Hunter Association, Kanyok swiftly enlists Jagged Spinner as a brand new member of Leon's guild. Even though the process will take some time to finalize, Leon doesn't mind at all. Soon after, Yape, also known as Jagged Spinner, steps out with Leon. But suddenly, out of nowhere, Leon suddenly coughs up a torrent of blood, which immediately makes Yape incredibly worried. It immediately asks if he's alright, and Leon explains that summoning a mighty Knight Templar in a land so drastically low on divinity, takes an incredibly heavy toll on him. He blames himself, feeling he's simply not strong enough. But the benevolent goddess, Ariana, believes it's her time's fault for falling short. Leon reassures her that no matter what happens, he would never, ever blame divinity for something like this. Ariana is deeply touched by Leon's unwavering loyalty and admits that it's truly their time's fault for not stepping in to assist him earlier, especially in this land where divine power is so scarce. But something truly catches Leon off guard when Ariana gently, yet firmly, asks him to have faith in the other gods and take the much-needed time to rest later on. Later, Ariana calls upon her divine brothers and sisters to help their loyal follower in his time of need. The very day Leon, the king of Lionheart, turned 21, was also the day the entire world was utterly obliterated, leaving only a single, valiant knight standing. After expelling every last drop of divinity from his world and channeling it all into his own valiant heart, the gods themselves retreated, finding refuge within this holy man's heart. For a long, long time, they watched in awe as the legendary king of Lionheart obliterated every single evil monster. For 180 grueling years, he carried the crushing weight of the entire world. Because of his unparalleled sacrifice, every god in the entire pantheon was now overwhelmingly indebted to Leon. Finally, breaking the heavy silence, Demera asks Ariana for an update on the baby's condition, and Ariana, with a sigh, explains that her favorite knight has pushed himself relentlessly, far beyond his absolute limits. Everyone present knows this truth. Placing so much crushing pressure on a single, solitary Grail knight is simply far too much. It's no surprise that Pietos, the hot-headed god of war and fire, demands to know where the king of Lionheart, once so very powerful with the glory of the gods, has now gone. Ariana, however, taunts Pietos to find some shame, pointing out that her knight fought for 2 centuries asterisk, and still emerged victorious. The hot-headed god absolutely flips out, shouting that this times is precisely why he's so utterly furious. Then comes a heavy, palpable silence that speaks volumes more than any words ever could. 180 years, Ariana finally declares, is more than enough. Now, it's our time's turn to speak up. She refuses to let their valiant knights suffer a moment longer. That's when Yahello, the formidable divinity of steel and blacksmithing, wholeheartedly agrees with Ariana and states they should seize the honor of granting their divine blessings to help rekindle faith among humanity. Yahello then adds that, thanks to crucial intel from Demara's followers, they can even harness this incredible thing called the internet to their massive advantage, and begin showering divine miracles upon the world. Pietos, ever the skeptic, raises the pointed question. Why didn't their knight, being a mere earthling, come up with this brilliant idea himself? Yahello quickly steps in to valiantly defend Leon, reminding them that the internet didn't even exist, in his time. Ariana, meanwhile, still wants to understand the trial and error behind such an ambitious plan, considering it took Leon 20 grueling years just to get his vital news to even begin to take root. Still, Yahello remains absolutely confident. Their valiant Grail Knight is undoubtedly the key to making it all work. Not long after, a truly bizarre phenomenon explodes onto YouTube that completely blindsides both Baldy and Kim, specifically, the one and only head manager, Jin Soo. Suddenly, a mysterious channel called Pantheon TV explodes onto the scene, broadcasting live from the Naju Plains. And get this, it's a step-by-step guide on how to pray to Goddess Demera. As if that weren't enough, there's a captivating interview with an old man who absolutely shuts down an arrogant office worker with a single, profound line about how one single spoon of rice can utterly change a life. Then, an AI dives deep into philosophical commentary on the very concept of God, delivering results that leave everyone absolutely stunned. It's pure clickbait gold, but what truly makes it mind-blowing is that every single piece of content is available in a staggering 104 languages, and the quality? It's top tier, polished to an impossible, unreal perfection. It's enough to absolutely short-circuit anyone's brain, seriously. But just then, Baldy's razor-sharp instincts brilliantly kick in, and he can't help but start putting the pieces together. Could the Pantheon somehow be linked to Leon? Manager Jin Soo, however, remains completely skeptical, insisting that Leon is absolutely not the YouTube type at all. And besides, Hanhari is notoriously terrible with computers. But despite all that, Jin Soo immediately flags the real times issue here. The videos are undeniably terrifyingly legitimate. He begins to completely lose his cool, absolutely clueless about what Leon could possibly be plotting. So, he makes a critical decision. It's time to confront Leon face to face. Meanwhile, Yapei, Leon's quirky new buddy, has already snagged himself a fresh mission. And guess what? It turns out, he's the absolute tech whiz orchestrating all the subtitle magic and flawlessly uploading every single piece of content. Just then, Hari pops up, asking what he's so busy with. Yapei casually replies that phase 1 of his noise marketing plan is already perfectly in motion. Up next, get ready for phase 2, which, of course, involves some good old-fashioned network hacking, and that's already underway. Meanwhile, Hari just assumes that this little machine is probably just messing around with games, or doing something silly. But truth be told, she is absolutely dreadful when it comes to anything computer-related. Meanwhile, at the Pantheon Guild's temporary branch in Naju Plains, Jin-Soo dramatically bursts in, completely panicked. He's absolutely insistent those videos must be deleted. Hari, caught completely off guard, gently offers him some barley tea, hoping to help him chill out. But Jin-Soo quickly snaps back, his mind laser-focused on the real issue. Leon, ever so calmly, explains that it was none other than Sir Yag Spinner, who made all times of this happen, leaving Jin-Soo utterly stunned. He can barely fathom that ruthless machine, capable of such incredible feats. His gaze then snaps to Yapei, the brilliant tech expert, diligently at work. Jin-Soo then reveals a crucial detail. The rice from Naju Plains isn't just ordinary grain. It possesses astonishing healing properties. If this secret ever goes public, the entire world will relentlessly pursue it, and the plains will be overrun with dangerous thieves. He urgently warns Leon that, once the Food Administration approves the sowing, the association will dispatch powerful reinforcements. But until then, Leon simply must wait. Leon listens intently, understanding the gravity, acknowledging their established rules and systems. Still, an unshakable confidence radiates from him. The goddess's sacred crops aren't something that can be stolen. Jin-Soo is utterly floored, left speechless by Leon's audacious confidence. Later, in the dead of night, a couple of ominous cars creep towards Naju Plains, carrying a group of thieves plotting to steal the precious seeds and set the entire rice field ablaze. But they're utterly stunned to discover this million-dollar area is completely, shockingly, unguarded. The Viper Squad, the Korean branch of the demonic human associations, elite hitmen, has been hired to execute this job. They immediately haul out gasoline tanks and begin to sneak stealthily into the rice field. But their sinister plans are abruptly interrupted when a sudden, startling shadow spooks them. It turns out to be just a mere scarecrow, though. Still, one of the men is certain times it moved, blaming it on the wind. Then, suddenly, they spot even more times scarecrows appearing, which utterly freaks them out. Hyun, exasperated, can't believe this wimp joined a demonic association. When he's terrified of scarecrows Hyun sternly directs them to find the largest area to burn, and swiftly steal the seeds from storage. After frantically unloading the gasoline tanks, they secretly plan to pocket some seeds for themselves. That's when Hyun unsettlingly notices Mansu, Doosan, and Jin Tae are all mysteriously missing. And those scarecrows are far too close for comfort, when they should be spread out and distant. Suddenly, Hyun spots a scarecrow directly behind him, grinning a grotesque, idiotic grin. It's enough to thoroughly freak him out, so he savagely slashes it clean in half, yelling that these monsters' are undeniably moving. Suddenly, all the scarecrows with their cartoonish expressions begin to shamble menacingly closer. The Viper Squad is left utterly bewildered and baffled by their sudden appearance. There was no dungeon break, so no one had a clue what these creatures were. They panicked and ended up abandoning their subordinates, fleeing in sheer terror. Hyun had a gnawing suspicion something was wrong with this mission, but they're still fiercely determined to prove their worth and skills. Right at that moment, one of Hyun's crew spots the massive silo ahead. A wave of cheers erupts as they dream of loading up all that precious rice. If the legends are true, this haul could transform them from rags to unimaginable riches. The instant Hyun takes a step towards the silo, he's violently blown back, terrifying everyone around him. They're all clueless about who set up those hidden mines, right in front of the storage. Suddenly, Yappy bursts onto the scene from nowhere. Having detected an unwelcome, foreign presence in the area, the thieves instantly recognize him as Yog, the infamous spinner from Cheongju Gate. Yapei, now on maximum alert, Take swift command to eradicate these intruders. By the break of dawn, every single thief is tied up and unceremoniously dumped in a corner, and piled right next to the sacred doctrines of life and fertility. The ancient documents meticulously detail the first harvest, which absolutely must be offered to the benevolent goddess, accompanied by joyous songs of praise. The rules strictly forbid skipping meals, even during busy times, and command the setting up of scarecrows adorned with hats and clothes. And right at the very bottom of these sacred rules, a chilling note reveals the absolute most crucial directive: thieves times will times die. The Viper Squad has been spectacularly apprehended. Immediately after the Viper Squad's capture, the value of Pantheon and its blessed rice skyrocketed like crazy, thanks to Yape. The incarnation of algorithm, truly, pulled off an incredible feat there. Following that triumph, Leon Dragonia went all out, aggressively promoting Pantheon to boost rice circulation. There was just one minor hiccup though, when Leon, in a fit of pique, insulted some reporters for not showing him sufficient respect. But instead of that backfiring, the news absolutely set the entire internet ablaze, with endless chatter about the Pantheon. Later on, Leon finally catches his breath, and he starts pondering how the gods are adapting to modern society far more effortlessly than he is. Then, completely out of the blue, Hari comes tearing up to him with some absolutely wild news. A single pack of rice just sold for a mind-boggling 230 million? That shocking figure completely throws Leon for a loop. He believes it should be far more affordable and begins to fret about how everyday people are ever supposed to afford something so essential. Even if the market dictates the price, he makes it abundantly clear that divine blessings must be shared equally. He even recalls reaching out to the president about extending the gods' favor to farmers, but the president insisted on staying neutral when it comes to matters of religion. Still, Leon managed to gather enough faith to power up the Lionheart anyway. Hari still worries about the Yellow Gate's fate, even though she managed to win the bid for it, just like His Majesty wanted. But the very idea of raiding that gate with the party he chose feels utterly impossible. With a calm smile, Leon simply states he's curious to see what happens next. Later, Gu Daesung bumps into team manager Kim Do-han, and it turns out the president of the Hunter Association sent a message to all the struggling hunters, calling them to gather here. Daesung starts wondering what's truly going on, after seeing a surprising number of D and C rankers show up. Then, Hanhari arrives on the scene, the A-ranked mage swordsman, who set the highest record since last year's draft. Right after her, Leon Dragonia makes his appearance, and Daesung is absolutely stunned to see him again. He always knew Leon was extraordinary, like someone truly from another world, but he still has no idea what's about to go down. Then, after a warm welcome to everyone, Leon steps up and addresses the entire group. He gets straight to the point. Cutting straight to the point, Leon reveals the true reason he's gathered them all here. He's on a relentless hunt for powerful soldiers to join his formidable Pantheon guild. Anyone who can truly prove their mettle and successfully conquer the intense training will be inducted into his elite military force. Daesung is utterly blindsided, realizing Leon isn't just forming a guild, but a military, far beyond just regular guild recruits. Leon then swiftly moves things along and dramatically announces the entrance test, clearing the treacherous Yellow Gate at Sam John Station. This immediately sends shockwaves of panic through the hunters, as most consider it a blatant, suicidal mission. But honestly, that kind of intense reaction is entirely expected. The gate's color directly signifies its rank and lethal difficulty. Black, red, and orange are the absolute most formidable, with yellow, green, and blue next in line. Daesung vividly remembers that his very first test was at a mere blue gate, in Seoul Station. So for a C or D ranked hunter, then, facing a yellow gate is practically an instant death sentence. Baldy attempts to pacify the increasingly agitated low-rank crowd, earnestly assuring them that they possess the skills to walk away from this test alive. Frustrated and furious, many start storming towards the exit, eager to finally catch a nap, after what they perceive as a complete waste of their precious time. Before long, the entire field completely clears out, leaving only a determined few still standing tall. Then Leon points directly to the guy with the distinct afro, and pointedly asks why he chose to remain. The afro guy, internally freaking out completely, nervously stammers that he believed there might be some profound meaning behind it all, while some admitted they had no compelling reason to stay, and others remained simply for their friends. Suddenly, with an intense gaze, Leon pivots to Daesung and demands why he chose to stay. Daesung, keenly aware this guild is led by an S-rank hunter, is determined to seize this incredible opportunity. He boldly shouts his reason for staying, because he trusts Leon would never let anyone perish. Leon deeply appreciates such unwavering confidence. He firmly reiterates his clear objective, to gather true soldiers, and stresses one crucial point. Their sworn duty is to obey a knight's orders, without a single shadow of a doubt. He wants them all to trust implicitly in a knight's honor. And Daesung, brimming with power, is drenched in sweat, as he hears Leon's urgent wish to listen only to him. Leon then signals everyone to get ready, for they're about to head straight into the gate. Soon, at the yellow rank gate in Samjeon Station, all the recruits are suited up in heavy-duty, high-quality gear. Daesung quickly figures the suits are rare, A-rank equipment. And Du-han knows, hunters ranked C or D could never possibly afford them. What truly stuns Du-han, however, is seeing Leon stride in without any armor or equipment at all. Daesung asks Harry if Leon ever wears armor, and she casually replies that his skin is tougher than any armor. That leaves Daesung even more confused, but he immediately understands Leon is just times strong. Daesung trusts nothing too terrible will happen, especially with a powerhouse like Leon leading the way. Then, Leon kicks things off by slicing an ogre's head clean off, leaving the recruits utterly speechless in shock. At that moment, Leon yells that these monsters aren't honorable warriors at all, and they will die like insects, which is exactly what they deserve. John Harry strolls in with the fresh recruits, thinking the real fight's going to be out in the open air. They're introduced as mercenaries, from the outer territory, and told to pick a side between two warring tribes. Daesung figures it's an NPC support quest, and casually chats with Du-han, wondering aloud which side would make their lives easier. Suddenly, a herd of monsters rolls up on monstrous boards, cornering Leon's group and demanding to know who dares trespass on the Battle Axe tribe's sacred land. That question hits a serious nerve with King Leon, whose face twitches dangerously at the insult. Han Harry, well aware of Leon's notoriously short fuse, keeps a close eye on him, as Yafe asks if they should just go ahead and attack. Leon barely holds back his explosive rage, and just tells Yafe to do whatever they want. Harry steps up and boldly declares they are mercenaries, offering their help in exchange for generous rewards. The monsters immediately assume these must be the troublemakers their leaders specifically warned them about. When Han Harry catches a glimpse of Leon's face, looking seriously ticked off and ready to explode, he knows this isn't about to end peacefully at all, as the tribe ominously tells them to come along. The stage is perfectly set when the formidable green monster, Karta Karak, the fearsome chief of the Battle Axe tribe, takes one swift look at Leon's valiant group, and already dismisses them as a band of pathetic weaklings. Karta then bellows, calling for immediate support in this massive war, proclaiming it a glorious path to an honorable death, and that the ultimate victor will seize everything. But Leon? He has absolutely had enough. Every fiber of his being burns with fury as he fiercely speaks up, utterly mocking their twisted idea of honor, especially coming from beasts who dare to dream so high. That immediately sends Karta into a rage, but before he can even react, Leon expertly beheads him in one blinding flash. Roaring now with unbridled, furious rage, Leon calls the orcs nothing but despicable bugs, deserving only to be crushed, showing the terrifying, absolute depths of his hatred. Standing triumphantly over the orc chief's fallen corpse, Leon completely loses himself, declaring his savage actions pure justice as the legendary orc slayer and a true living legend. The rest of the furious Battle Axe tribe, seeing their beloved chief fall, charge forward, screaming for bloody revenge. Daesung and the others instantly go on full, desperate alert. Leon, still absolutely seething with rage, orders his loyal soldiers to raise their shields high, form a protective circle, and fiercely hold their ground. They obey, and while Daesung panics, wondering how D-rank hunters are possibly supposed to deal with these actual orcs, he surprises even himself by actually blocking a brutal attack, leaving him completely and utterly stunned. Then, completely out of the blue, a mysterious blue window suddenly pops up and grants Daesung the incredible effects of Lionheart's legendary aura. This involves a crucial defense boost, fortification, large-scale reinforcement, heightened bravery, lighter armor, thick skin, and so much more. There's also a powerful 50% chance of causing casualties to orcs, who are now likely to fall into utter panic and despair. Daesung is utterly stunned that he's receiving such potent blessings like the esteemed knight's blessing, the epic dragon slayer's honor, and the Grail Guardian title, even though the Legion's relatively low levels mean some of these powerful buffs won't fully apply yet. Still, he's absolutely loving every single moment. Leon then commands his troops to clear out the trash and strike at precisely the right, opportune time. The soldiers go absolutely all in, stabbing orcs like seasoned pros. Then, suddenly, Leon spots a group of orcs praying fervently to their warrior gods, a sight that sends him completely over the edge. Absolutely furious, he lets out a thunderous yell, or face the swift swing of a blade, for daring to insult their gods. Hopping onto his stallion, he absolutely crushes orcs beneath its mighty hooves, then seamlessly switches to his dual blades, clearing the entire field with undeniable style. In no time at all, not a single orc is left standing. Leon dramatically raises his blade in triumph, declaring their hard-won victory as the soldiers cheer alongside him. But Harry quickly cuts through all the excitement, daring to ask, what valid reason did Leon have for wiping out the orcs like that? Harry's face tightens with a truly serious expression, as Leon bluntly declares that helping orcs is nothing short of absolute nonsense. He even claims he'd rather die than lend a hand to those vile green beasts, stating they don't deserve even a shred of respect. Gritting his teeth, Leon makes it terrifyingly clear. He sees their very existence as utterly worthless, unable to compare their savage nature in any way to the noble bravery of true knights. The cold look in his eyes tells Harry everything she needs to know. Leon is clearly a full-blown racist. Harry tries to passionately argue, saying there must be kind orcs out there somewhere in the world, but Leon shuts it down cold, declaring the only good orc is a dead one. When the dimensional gates mysteriously opened on Earth, countless orc survivors poured through, and humans actually welcomed them in. But the orcs chose brutal violence instead, teaming up with demonic humans to massacre people like mere insects. From then on, the orcs became Earth's undeniable problem. Later, Yappy triumphantly arrives, declaring that if he plays his part right, a full-scale wipeout might just be possible. Leon and Han Hari, wearing strange head covers to cleverly hide their hair color, leave everything to Yog's spinner. Without wasting a single second, Yappy announces that the core uploader's capacity has reached a critical 99%. He quickly tosses the mysterious thing into the pool, which Harry thinks looks way too much like poop. Harry then questions if dumping radioactive material straight into the river to kill orcs goes against the very honor of a knight. Her bold question makes Leon smirk slyly, as he explains that this isn't a war or a traditional battle, but simply a necessity to eliminate beasts. Harry can practically smell the putrid stench of racism hanging heavy in the air, and is visibly seething, judging him relentlessly. Leon then spits out his chilling decree. A good orc is a dead orc, and nothing will ever change his twisted mind. Meanwhile, the orcs descend into a bloody frenzy, stabbing their own with unhinged ferocity. Croquette brutally shatters Galdan's skull, and his clan erupts in praise, roaring, "The mighty god of warriors will eagerly welcome him to the eternal fighting grounds." They even hoist their tankards in a raucous celebration, muttering about Groktar savoring his brutal victory. Moments later, a colossal orc drinks from the river, but immediately feels a sinister shift. Something is off. The water tastes prickly and unsettlingly itchy. He dismisses it, blaming the lingering blood in the river, oblivious to the deadly truth about to unfold in a flash. In an instant, the orc crashes to the ground, clutching his chest and howling in agony for a witch doctor. He's not alone. Every orc around him is suddenly collapsing. Not one of them has ever encountered a curse, or a poison this insidious, this deadly before. Then, out of the blue, Leon materializes, exhibiting his own warped sense of honor, as he violently launches the orc into the air, obliterating every last one of them. Just as the final command is barked to eliminate them all, a vast legion of soldiers ambushes the area, eradicating the remaining orcs in the absolute nick of time. The dreaded Battle Axe tribe is brutally wiped out, erased from the Great Plains, transforming the entire orc race into bitter enemies of every soldier. The new command rings crystal clear. Slaughter all orcs in the hidden quest field. Leon is positively gleeful to finally snag a better quest, just as he's about to rally his soldiers. With a grand speech about justice and honor, an orc abruptly speaks up, accusingly, blaming Leon for treacherously poisoning the river. The orc explodes, denouncing Leon as a spineless coward, who dares to call himself a noble warrior. Leon is left speechless, his jaw practically on the floor, unable to fathom a mere beast speaking of honor. The sight alone fills him with utter revulsion, enough to make him want to tear out his own eyes. but instead, he condescendingly offers the orc the privilege of ending himself. And that's all it takes for the orc to burst into unbridled fury, unleashing a menacing, muddy aura, and howling that Groktar will never forgive Leon's transgression. Leon keenly observes the orc, noticing he's carrying heavy chains, which sparks his intense interest. He lunges to strike, but alas, it's already too late. The monstrous orc hoists Groktar's lifeless body high, offering it as a dark, twisted sacrifice. Then, with ominous glowing strings wrapping tight around him, he grotesquely absorbs Groktar's right eye and right arm. And just like that, a terrifying hidden quest immediately unlocks. Without a shadow of a doubt, Leon and his party now face a dire new objective: to absolutely obliterate Grokrok, the so-called enchantment god orc. But now, Leon confronts a bizarre and dangerous anomaly: Groktar's rogue eye, seemingly hell-bent on ending his life. It unleashes a devastating, laser-like strike, engulfing everything in a cloud of thick, acrid smoke. Then, chillingly, the eye times speaks asterisk, mentioning a being like Groktar, yet protecting Leon, and dares to demand the name of his god. This audacious question utterly infuriates Leon to his core. With a thunderous roar of pure fury, he activates his divine law, the unstoppable blessing of the arrow shield. He charges forward, absolutely seething with rage, demanding how a mere times beast times like Grokrok could possibly dare to compare himself to a true god, even if he commands a legion of paltry monsters. Leon's muscles burn with power as he rushes in, unstoppable, no longer willing to tolerate this blasphemous nonsense. Grokrok, wielding the immense power of the Great Eye, attempts to absolutely crush Leon beneath his mighty fist. But with one blindingly fast strike from Leon, he brutally slashes right through Grokrok's hand, causing the monstrous orc to scream in pure agony. Confused, bewildered, and racked with pain, Grokrok can't comprehend why he felt that strike when his original body remains completely unharmed. That's when a terrifying realization dawns upon him. Leon wields the legendary Holy Sword of Radiance, and is none other than the infamous Orc Executioner, and also the renowned Demon Slayer. Grokrok suddenly recalls the chilling truth. Leon is the sole survivor of the nightmarish world. Struck with utter fear, he makes a tactical retreat for now, but not before hurling curses at Leon, and vows to make this audacious orc pay for his reckless move. Leaving his desperate summoner to face the battle alone, Leon watches coolly as Grokrok makes his ignominious retreat, knowing that's the absolute best he can expect from a god, especially one dealing with mere trash like them. The remaining orc is practically weeping in Leon's dominant presence, though he absolutely hasn't given up on avenging his fallen comrades. But Leon? Oh, Leon has had enough times of this absolute nonsense, and quickly beheads the ORC, stating that beasts like them aren't meant to stay alive. After clearing out all the hidden quests, the ORC Hunter and War Knights, Men-at-Arms titles are granted to all participants. The Orc Hunter title boosts damage by 30%, while fighting alongside a War Knight, gives 20% more physical attack resistance, a bonus typically reserved for tankers, Daizung, and the others are stunned by their system upgrades. Suddenly, Leon yells his orders to gather the loot, which is the right of the victor. The soldiers hurry to search for great, ranked warrior and advanced warrior equipment, as well as anything from the witch doctors. Amid all the chaos, Harry asks Leon what they should do with the amputated arm of the self-proclaimed god, the divine orc witch Dr. Gogrok. Suddenly Yappy plays Hedo's message, detecting a surge of mana from the beast's amputated arm. Hedo orders Leon to drain all that mana, using the Holy Grail, promising to grant him powers without wasting any time. Leon directs the fancy cup to the giant hand, and sucks out all the mana. After absorbing it, Leon senses a similar divine power, and realizes how much God enjoys the beast's worship. However, their hatred for other species is what makes Leon repulsed, pushing him to extinguish this evil from the world. Out of nowhere, Ariana arrives, thanks to the beast's mana, making her descent easier. She mentions that this power can help her recover a sacred item, and Peytos is eager to choose the holy sword for it. Ariana leaves the decision up to Leon. Of the 4 options, Leon firmly decides to power up the Holy Grail instead, since the Holy Sword's power would be too much. His wish is granted, and the Holy Grail powers up. Just then, Harry rushes over to Leon, eager to show him something interesting, though she can't figure out where Yapei went. Suddenly, a commotion grabs Leon's attention, and he spots Yapei on high alert. Someone's already getting wrapped up tight. This man is absolutely freaking out, completely tied up, as he watches a legion of soldiers march steadily toward him. But that's not the half of it. He's absolutely cursing Yaffe's spinner for tangling him in those ropes. Suddenly, Leon makes his grand entrance, cool as can be. And this guy immediately accuses Yaffe of a brutal attack. Leon swiftly threatens to sever his very tongue if he dares to speak Yaffe's name with such disrespect, which utterly stuns the man. Yaffe's spinner quickly rats him out, exposing him as none other than a notorious loot thief. The thief scrambles to excuse himself, desperately claiming it's all just a big misunderstanding. But Leon, utterly disgusted by his lies, decides to let Harry meticulously check his belongings. Harry, with an intensely judgmental gaze, swiftly scans through every single one of his items and uncovers the legendary Great Orc Warrior's Heart, the most incredibly valuable loot from the entire Orc Gate. Harry demands to know why, when loot swindling is such an incredibly serious crime here. The thief frantically insists, once again, that it's all a misunderstanding. Leon utterly dismisses his pathetic excuses and swiftly slices off his arm, boldly declaring that his laws and sense of justice are vastly different from their old world. As the king of the Lionheart's military, this is precisely how things will proceed. He then challenges, if anyone has a single problem with his rules, to speak now, or forever hold their peace. It's unmistakably clear that Leon has laid down a formidable rule. Anyone who dares to steal will have their hands instantly sliced off. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the unbreakable law of the Lionheart Kingdom. Though the people of modern Earth may find Leon's strict laws a touch harsh, they're quick to accept the incredible benefits, like phenomenal buffs and powerful upgrades, are simply too magnificent to ever pass up. Not to mention, they're incredibly quick to side with Leon, knowing full well that his ironclad strict laws will forge an undeniably fair environment in this otherwise lawless, chaotic place within the gate. But then, Gu Daisung steps forward. Respectfully, yet boldly, he requests that Leon permit the thief to retrieve his severed arm and reattach it. Leon immediately replies that such an act would completely defeat the entire purpose of his punishment. Still, Daesung points out passionately that their lives previously followed vastly different ideals, and since these crucial rules are only being revealed now, it feels inherently unfair to instantly blame the thief. He desperately wants to give the thief another chance. And Leon? He surprisingly deems this a perfectly reasonable request. Leon then turns to the thief, delivering a sharp truth. You should be profoundly thankful for a comrade who still speaks reason. And with that, he dramatically pours the Holy Grail's contents onto the thief's severed arm. It instantly, miraculously, regenerates before their very eyes. Daesung, utterly stunned by this impossible miracle, realizes an S rank might times replace times an amputated arm, but times regenerating times it? That's on a whole other level entirely. Such incredible combat power and unbelievable healing abilities are far times beyond anything an S rank could ever dream of. Daesung's mind races, wondering if a single individual could truly be capable of times much raw power. Leon, the dazzling man of radiance himself, can barely conceal his utter disgust for the conniving thief. He commands him to get out of his sight, immediately. For now, he's grudgingly willing to let it slide, out of respect for their world's established laws. But make no mistake, he makes it crystal clear the thief has utterly lost his right. Here, tears well up in the thief's eyes, as he tearfully thanks Leon for this unexpected second chance. Leon then turns to the crowd, asking anyone who wishes to stay to join his burgeoning military. And for those who don't, they can simply take their share of the incredible loot and leave. After a moment of collective thought, the soldiers, clearly not sore losers, quickly make their choices. Many decide to stay, and Daesung, of course, absolutely wants in. And Leon, keenly seeing their immense potential, is utterly ready to launch their rigorous training program. He loudly tells everyone to grab their well-deserved loot because they're moving out. The soldiers, filled with pure excitement, are soaring on Cloud 9. Meanwhile, a curious Harry approaches Leon, asking about his next grand plans. Leon shares his decision. Intense physical training, all under the scorching sun at the legendary Pantheon. A fresh group of people gathers near a prominent building. Du-Han questions if Daesung has already ventured inside a gate, and Daesung, admitting he was just itching to dive into some action. At least, Du-Han gently suggests taking a few breaks too. Their casual chat continues until the voice of Han Harry grabs their attention. She announces the grand arrival of Leon, Dragonia, and the formidable Sir Jag Spinney. As Leon makes his imposing arrival, he congratulates those who brilliantly passed what he calls a simple test. He then points out There's still a noticeable gap in their overall performance, but he swiftly assures them it can all times be improved with unwavering effort. Daesung is absolutely dumbfounded to hear Leon refer to the intense orc test as merely a simple one. Leon then reveals they've faced all sorts of gnarly challenges, and that their physical prowess will be absolutely crucial from here on out. So, he dramatically declares the launch of intense physical conditioning, all according to the legendary training manual, no less, straight from his kingdom's elite standing army. The whole group immediately starts to wonder, are they in for the classic, bone-crunching, old-school, middle-aged muscle boot camp from hell? Or something even more times unbelievably brutal? Without missing a beat, Leon then explains that for any true warrior, training the body is all times about forging your muscles. Once those muscles are honed and ready, your body can be pushed to its absolute breaking point, and then times beyond asterisk. He boldly reveals that the Standing Army's intense training manual was penned by none other than the legendary Sir Gratis, the fearsome Grail Knight and Giant Slayer. Leon adds, with a glint in his eye, that Sir Gratis once declared, humans can level up their strength by getting absolutely pummeled more. This revelation is enough to make the new soldiers completely lose their minds. Leon shouts with conviction that, a kingdom's true soldiers must be trained far harder than any farmer, and those incredibly wise words have been proven to be the key to the most effective training, shredding and beating the body. This not only forces it to heal faster, stronger, but also sharpens dynamic visual acuity to incredible levels, so you can dodge those brutal hits. Just the idea of it makes the new soldiers' hearts leap straight into their throats. And right then and there, Leon barks out the chilling order for the soldiers to start beating each other up asterisk. So this absolute madman, Leon, actually orders his troops to beat each other into the ground asterisk, until their muscles are completely torn to shreds, and their fists are nothing but shattered bones. They even insist they break each other's bones too. Daesung yells, utterly aghast, that this kind of absolute madness will utterly destroy their bodies for good. That's when Leon Dragonia, with a flourish, dramatically pulls out the illustrious Holy Grail, and then drops a mind-blowing bombshell. He is the actual guardian of the Holy Grail itself. Then, completely out of nowhere, Dohan tells Daesung that his previous injuries are already completely healed asterisk, and Leon explains that every warrior and soldier present will be miraculously healed by the power of the Holy Grail. The holy water will literally regrow muscles and bones instantly. Leon doesn't hesitate, immediately setting a timer for 5 intense hours, and commands everyone to smash anything and everything they possibly find in their destructive path. Forget teams, forget allies, it's every person for themselves, just a whirlwind of fists and kicks flying from every chaotic direction. This is officially a total, no-holds-barred free-for-all, and if even a single soul emerges without so much as a scratch, after these brutal 5 hours are up, Leon vows he'll be the one to personally beat them senseless. With that chilling declaration, he puts Yappy in charge, and nonchalantly strolls right out. The soldiers are left absolutely dumbfounded, as they slowly start to realize their intense physical training manual is essentially just one massive, all-out beatdown against a throng of people. A few nervous, shaky laughs nervously slip out, barely concealing the sheer panic bubbling up inside them all. Then, completely out of the blue, Sir Jagged Spinner unleashes a blazing laser shot designed to scare the living daylights out of them and kick things into gear. It's a loud, crystal-clear message: start fighting and let the absolute chaos begin. On top of that, he issues a stern warning: the armed forces will personally step in if they dare to disobey Leon's direct orders. Without wasting a single precious second, the soldiers dive headfirst into the swirling madness, unleashing bone-crushing kicks and gut-wrenching punches, left and right, even as they suffer painful injuries. They're utterly desperate to smash each other's faces in, all just to survive this brutal, relentless training. Amidst all this unimaginable chaos, Taesung stands rooted, in utter, complete shock, convinced everyone around him has completely lost their minds, only to suddenly get a surprise punch right to the face, from an attacker who appeared utterly out of nowhere. At that very moment, the grim reality of life under Leon's command truly settles in, where their nights are slated to begin at precisely 9 inches the morning. They're forced through Gratis's brutal standing army training, infamously known as the Steel Skin Project. Then, at precisely 12 noon, it's time for lunch, which consists of nothing but water, salt, and a touch of sugar, all personally served by Leon himself. Harry and Yappei. The soldiers are utterly horrified to hear this, but the unforgiving manual chillingly states, "It's times, just times enough sustenance to keep them barely alive," throughout the relentless, brutal training regimen. Only once they're on the verge of becoming true soldiers, that's when they'll finally earn the privilege of proper food. And at 1 inch the afternoon, it's time for grueling tactical training. Our team of 5 now faces the daunting task of halting Leon, as he charges fiercely toward them on his magnificent stallion. By 9 o'clock that night, all they can do is sleep, hoping to reclaim their lost energy. Daesung can't shake the feeling that this entire ordeal is a straight shot from the depths of hell itself. Luckily, Harry's unwavering warm care helps keep things under control, still. But here's the kicker. The hunters still have no clue at all that every bit of this has been part of Leon's grand design. They eat, completely oblivious to his master plan. Later, Daesung's intense training picks back up in the field, and he's utterly fired up, surging with a fresh wave of motivation. As he starts to tire out, he suddenly realizes he's lugging around a hefty shield and sword that make it nearly impossible to swing properly. His stances feel stiff and incredibly awkward, so he focuses on stabbing, trying to make things easier. That's when Leon suddenly appears out of nowhere, and instantly calls him out for doing it all wrong. He sharply tells Daesung to fix his posture immediately, and attempts stabbing once more. Daesung shifts his stance, taking another cautious shot, but Leon is still far from impressed. After a few more attempts, Leon points out that Daesung keeps dropping his shield whenever he stabs, leaving him completely exposed. On top of that, he sternly reminds Daesung that he needs to protect his ally's right shoulder at all costs. Leon advises him not to lower the shield so much that it completely blocks his own vision. When asked, Leon powerfully explains that a poorly positioned shield creates a dangerous gap, giving monsters an easy, deadly opening to strike. That's when Daesung hesitantly asks, "Is Leon's strategy to have soldiers block enemies with shields, while knights charge in to finish them off?" Leon simply replies, "Hammer and anvil," meaning that's his undisputed method, and it's not up for debate. But Daesung isn't fully convinced, claiming that tactic might not work against these monstrous foes. That clearly hits a nerve, and Leon sharply questions him, asking if Daesung is seriously trying to teach him, of all people, how to fight otherworldly creatures. Sensing the sudden tension, Daesung quickly backs down. To make things crystal clear, Leon admits he's fought these very same kinds of monsters before. He's lived through it countless times in his own world, so he knows exactly what he's talking about. Then, Leon absolutely goes off asterisk, declaring that the monsters here are practically cute asterisk little pets compared to the absolute nightmares he's faced. He recounts tales of massive giants, hulking trolls, bizarre multi-limbed snakes, and colossal spiders, crawling with goblins. And that's not even touching on the dragon that could crush mountains, like they were mere pebbles beneath its claw. Moving on, Leon stresses the absolute importance of mastering every conceivable hunting method to triumph over the endless hordes of monsters out there. Daesung quickly grasps that to truly survive, he must master the art of adapting to unexpected situations at a moment's notice. And that kind of invaluable skill only comes from raw, brutal experience. With decades spent battling monsters and serving a goddess, Leon embodies the spirit of victory that will bring glory to any battlefield, no matter what weapon he wields. And that's exactly why he's taking this chance to train soldiers into incredibly well-rounded, formidable fighters, which is an absolute must if they want to become true, legendary knights. To truly sharpen their survival skills, Leon insists they need to be the absolute best at least one specific talent. But Daesung, deep down in his heart, yearns to master more than just one skill. When asked about his aspirations, he humbly admits that someone like him, a peasant, could never dream of becoming a knight. Leon corrects him instantly. No hesitation, declaring that knights aren't just born nobles or privileged aristocrats. Instead, they are individuals who willingly walk a path of hardship, driven by a noble mission. A knight is someone who chooses to protect others, stand up for what's right, and has the unwavering courage to keep going, no matter what, asterisk. They are the ones who solemnly swear eternal loyalty to the goddess and the people. Truly, asterisk anyone can be a knight, if they have the guts and the heart. The spirit asterisk to bravely take on that sacred promise. At the very least, Leon declares, he times absolutely respects Asterisk. Anyone who possesses such immense courage and unwavering determination. Daesung feels a heavy weight of prejudice lift from his shoulders as his burning desire to become a knight starts to feel vibrantly, powerfully real. Meanwhile, high above in the United States Magic Tower, Master Reynold beams, witnessing the ancient crystal, finally humming with life once more. As always, the crystal hungrily demands its offerings, in exchange for profound wisdom and undeniable truth. But this time, Reynold senses something profoundly amiss, a chilling, subtle shift in its very voice. The crystal abruptly commands Reynold, its tone sharper than ever, to enchant it with a powerful space jump spell, so it can launch itself headlong into the cosmos. Just in case things go south, it declares. Then the crystal reveals its absolute loathing for the mere idea of being anywhere near that abhorrent monster. Leon, it vehemently claims, it wouldn't have even deigned to appear, had it known Leon was anywhere in the vicinity. Fueled by a seething irritation and an insatiable thirst for revenge, the crystal begins meticulously plotting Leon's catastrophic downfall, and insists the absolute best time to strike is right now, while Leon is utterly without his formidable army. It fiercely pushes Reynold to enter the very same gate as Leon, desperately hoping that this time, just this once, Leon doesn't make it out alive. Then comes the illustrious Pantheon Guild's standing army graduation ceremony. Here, Leon stands poised to raid a perilous yellow gate, utilizing only newly minted trainee soldiers. Hanhari and Siarup aren't joining this particular raid, leaving Chief Jin Su to meticulously manage everything within. Beside Chief Jin Su, Leon powerfully addresses the soldiers, warriors who have profoundly proven themselves during the grueling past month of training. Now, it's time for them to truly show what they're made of, and finally put their honed skills to the ultimate test. Normally, yellow-ranked gates are strictly off-limits to recruits like them, but Leon boldly throws them straight into the deep end, letting them intimately experience what it truly means to be a soldier. Under the legendary Lionheart King, he solemnly declares that they will be serving the very divinity residing within the gate. With a powerful voice, he commands, Pantheon, head out. At once, 49 hunters of average D rank, 1 hunter from the Hunter Association, and the formidable Leon Trigonia Lionheart. They all step inside the gate simultaneously. Hari reassuringly tells Yappy that there's absolutely nothing to worry about. Since Leon is with them, everything will undoubtedly be fine. But Yappy senses something deeply amiss, pointing out that the count should only be 51, including the observer, the trainee soldiers, and of course, King Leon. Harry doesn't grasp the issue until Yappy spells it out. Breaking it down, 52 people just stepped through the gate. That completely stops her cold. After detecting such a glaring anomaly, Yappy's emergency protocols instantly kick in, and it bolts straight into the gate. Harry desperately tries to follow, but the gate violently slams shut before she can make it through, throwing her back hard into the wall. Before she even hits the ground, all of a sudden, Harry and the others notice the gate's mana starting to pulse, starting to waver and shift into a menacing red hue. This sudden fluctuation is enough to raise blaring alarms and send a bone-chilling dread down their spines. Inside the gate, the scene is nothing short of absolute horror. With countless demons wreaking utter havoc all around, Leon shatters the silence with a sharp command, telling his soldiers to raise your shields, recognizing that they've stepped into a magic square. Without a shadow of a doubt, he calls for the immediate formation of Lionheart's Testudo and orders them to move forward. Chief Jin Su, completely puzzled, can't believe they're advancing through a demon gate, instead of desperately running away. But then he notices something truly strange. None of the soldiers seem scared at all. Curious, he checks the effects of Lionheart's aura, and it absolutely stuns him. His jaw practically hits the floor, as he realizes this boost goes way beyond commander level, and is affecting the entire group. Right then, a ferocious pack of demons charges straight at the Testudo formation. Leon's command to raise shields echoes out, and the soldiers block the incoming horde like absolute pros. Jinsu is shaken to his core, watching these fresh recruits hold back demons. With pure willpower, especially when even a B rank would have a hard time against just one bloodhound, it makes him wonder what kind of intense training they went through in the past 4 weeks. Leon then orders them to step forward, drive back the enemy and unleash a devastating counterattack. He commands them to exploit every single opening, denying the demons even a sliver of a chance to retaliate. The soldiers execute his every command with flawless precision, overwhelming the battlefield and surging forward relentlessly. Suddenly, Jinsu spots a monstrous demon troll bearing down on them, and instantly alerts the others to the imminent danger. He panics, utterly gripped by fear, convinced their defeat is now inevitable, given that this caliber of monster typically requires an A-ranker just to contend with. However, Squad 3's formidable captain, Gu Daesung, leaps into action, flawlessly blocking the demon troll's assault, as if it were utterly inconsequential, especially after witnessing Leon's own charged attacks. Jinsu is absolutely stunned, witnessing Leon's forces absorb such a crushing impact. Without crumbling, the demon troll, enraged, but Sir Yappy bursts onto the scene just in the nick of time, and drills straight through the beast with brutal force, bringing it down with overwhelming power. Leon, taken aback by Yappy's explosive arrival, swiftly praises the incredible block that paved the way to finally finish off the monstrous beast. The demons are left utterly dumbfounded as they watch their most powerful warrior fall lifelessly, just like that, without warning, when he was supposed to be reverse summoned away. That horrifying sight sends a shiver of terror through the entire demon horde, prompting them to turn and flee in utter panic. The humans are equally stunned, watching the demons scatter and flee, finally realizing, for the first time, that they've actually won. The battle. Everyone immediately begins, thanking Leon's squad profusely for saving the entire Sparrow Kingdom from utter annihilation. It turns out their true mission all along was to halt the terrifying Demon King's invasion. Within the span of a single week, this shocking revelation about the Demon King's involvement makes the bewildered soldiers question everything, especially since the Yellow Gates are absolutely not supposed to function in such a way. Then, completely out of the blue, Leon's trusty Lucky drops a bombshell. The Yellow Gate, their only escape route, has completely vanished. Leon maintains his composure, keeping the group calm, even as Yappy reports the detection of an entirely new, foreign invasion. Demanding immediate answers, Leon pivots towards Daesung, but who boldly steps up and explains they're trapped in a fluctuating gate where the gate's difficulty can wildly spike, without any warning, and there's no clear exit until the gate is completely conquered asterisk, and Leon's suspicions begin to mount asterisk. This isn't just a random twist of fate. Still, he resolutely sticks to the plan of raiding the gate, but Dyson gravely warns them. There's a high chance they'll clash with Demon Kings. But Leon swiftly reminds him he is the King of Lionheart, who has already vanquished 2 Demon Kings, and over 30 great demons. Just thinking about all the demon-related traits. King Leon possesses asterisk, lifts the group's spirits, helping to calm everyone down. Deep down, however, Leon wonders if his divinity will last asterisk, to secure victory against another Demon King. But as a knight, he knows one thing asterisk. He has to be the unwavering hope they can depend on, in this moment of crisis. Meanwhile, the crystal lets out a chillingly twisted laugh, claiming Leon has grown weak. Like any ordinary human, Reynold asks if it's time for his grand descent, but the crystal swiftly shuts him up. It then reveals that the demons of mating desires have been meticulously working for 100 years, on something built specifically to annihilate Leon, and Dragonia for good. So, the Sparrow Kingdom, known for its cherished peaceful ways, and proud of its storied asterisk, long history, that spans over 1,000 years, suddenly found itself in a dangerously dire spot. The demons kept invading non-stop asterisk. In the end, only the palace was left standing tall asterisk, with just a handful of desperate survivors, embracing their flickering last ray of hope. Daesung explains that each gate has its unique theme, and a different backdrop, but this one comes with a perilous time limit. Normally, dungeon breaks happen, because monsters are left unchecked for too long, inside a gate. But in the case of timed quests, the gate closes once specific conditions are fulfilled. That aside, Leon has a sudden change of heart, and asks for Jin Su's permission to let him, and Yappy step into the fray asterisk. Jin Su, staying calm, gives his full approval, mentioning only that, confirming the president has already braced for the absolute worst, anticipating every dire scenario. Adding to the tension, Leon casually drops the bombshell of hidden quests, leaving Daesung utterly flabbergasted. Pressed for details, Leon boldly declares his burning ambition to slay the Demon King. Moments later, Leon's insight reveals that the demonic energy emanating from the troll was tragically feeble, far too faint to forge a true link with Pantheon itself. Swiftly, Ariana materializes, checking in on her favorite knight, questioning if he sensed the strange shift as well. Leon affirms he definitely felt a unique, unsettling energy pulsing from within the gate. Ariana explains that because Leon is miraculously still standing, the insidious energy didn't overwhelm him immediately, yet it's now subtly, relentlessly seeping across their entire world. She vividly describes this power as utterly overwhelming, a force so potent even she initially missed its rise. Her hunch points to the Demon King himself, manifesting with Lord-level power. Yet, she finds it perplexing that the energy source isn't even more formidable. Ariana then relays an urgent message from one of Pantheon's mighty deities. Plo demands to personally scrutinize this world, sensing that something is profoundly, terribly amiss. Ariana implores Leon to provide the energy needed for her descent. And Leon, ever perceptive, already understands his next move. Their opulent carriage finally sweeps into the palace grounds, where the impeccably dressed head butler, Farco, warmly greets King Leon and his entourage, eager to cater to their every need with utmost precision. He then grandly ushers them inside, where Leon is immediately captivated by the king's exquisite artistic taste. Farco proudly reveals that the majestic Sparrow Palace serves as a living chronicle of their kingdom's vast, rich history, stretching back through time. From the legendary first Queen Fiore to the current Queen Beatrice, Dohan quickly grasps that they've entered a matriarchal society, where only the queen commands and serves the realm. Leon, sensing the casual talk, sharply turns on his heel, fixing Daesung and Dohan with a piercing glare, sternly reminding them that mere commoners absolutely do not gossip about royalty. In such a manner, he swiftly offers his sincerest apologies to Farco for their boorish conduct, explaining that the sheer urgency of their mission forced him to choose these rather unrefined companions. Farco remains unflappably composed and gracefully guides them to the royal presence chamber, where the queen herself eagerly anticipates their arrival. As they step inside, Leon's face hardens, radiating an intense, all-business focus. He presses forward, every gaze in the chamber locked firmly upon him. Then, Chancellor Duke Archeum steps forward, singling him out for questioning, challenging him on his true contributions to their intense battle against the relentless demonic horde. He then quickly announces Leon as the knight, citing his incredible accomplishments in the recent battle. But Leon, with a sudden move, boldly interrupts the Duke and strides straight for the queen, clearly intending to speak to her directly. But then, unexpectedly, an old man, clad in armor, steps in, bringing Leon to an abrupt halt, stating that regardless of his magnificent achievements, he still wouldn't be worthy enough to ever approach the queen, a common outsider. Now, over by the side, Daesung Jinsu and Du-Han notice the Chancellor's enraged yelling at Leon, and they nervously start to wonder if Leon is about to erupt and completely lose his temper. Meanwhile, Leon is visibly battling to keep his explosive temper in check. Then, he sharply turns his gaze toward the queen, and, with a booming voice, boldly declares himself as the rightful king of the mighty Lionheart Kingdom. Leon Dragonia. Seeing this, the Chancellor is utterly incensed by what he deems such insolent behavior, and without a second thought, demands his immediate capture. But Leon acts instantly, not wasting a single second. He snatches the Duke by the neck, and sharply twists it, with pure, seething disgust. Such a shocking neck twist is all it takes to send Duke Archeum buckling instantly to his knees. The old man in armor is absolutely furious, seething with anger, and loudly demands a proper, satisfactory explanation. Aeson, witnessing the scene, can clearly perceive Leon is perilously close to finally snapping and erupting, as the Queen's guards simultaneously unsheath their swords and aim them at him. Leon's gaze burns, fixing a furious glare upon the Duke, and menacingly asks how much longer he plans to keep up this pretense, thinking he could ever hope to deceive the keen eyes of the Lionheart King. Then, in a flash, Leon inhales the foul, unmistakable stench of a demon, coming from the Duke's very essence. Abruptly, the Duke's face contorts, flashing a truly creepy, malevolent smile, and begins to gruesomely shed his human skin, exposing his monstrous true form. And to everyone's horror, he's not alone. Suddenly, numerous others start violently ripping out of their human disguises as well. The entire court recoils in stunned, absolute horror, but Leon, cutting through the chaos, snaps, shouting at the panicking, screaming crowd to pull themselves together, and without another wasted second, he immediately orders his squad to assemble and prepare to fight. Then, with a mere gesture, using just the tips of his fingers, he halts a blade in midair, a flash of speed. Then, with a single, devastating move, he carves the demon in two. The old man is utterly stunned, frozen in disbelief. He can't fathom how it's possible that these monstrous fiends were lurking, unseen, all this time. Meanwhile, the demonic presence begins to creep. The demons are slithering into every corner, terrorizing all. And just like that, the old man leaps into the fray, slicing them in half. He bellows, a voice of command. The demons have breached our castle walls. They've infiltrated. He commands. Do not let a single one escape with their life. A few frantic minutes of battle later, the entire area is finally cleansed and cleared. Leon then turns his piercing gaze back to the queen, but the old man steps forward once more, defiant. He blocks Leon, sternly reminding him that his loyalty, his oath, is solely to the queen. But Leon isn't having any of it. He simply brushes past the old man, unyielding. His blade is knocked aside as if it were mere dust. As a king myself, just like your queen, Leon coolly declares, I possess the inherent right to render judgments and decisions. He then tells the old man, remember your place. The old bones finally lay bare the truth, openly admitting that the queen is not in a suitable state of mind to make sound decisions after the tragic fall of the chancellor. He claims the temporary authority for the good of all, and Leon, surprisingly, agrees without a fuss. Then, Leon highlights how the pervasive evil energy has utterly corrupted the very heart of the castle. He emphasizes that the cleansing must now occur faster than anyone anticipated. When questioned, Leon simply states, a king never lies. He then demands command over all the soldiers, along with the absolute authority to eradicate this evil. For now, the queen remains powerless. Later, at the bustling central square of the Sparrow Kingdom, Leon gathers the visibly shaken survivors before him. Then, he casually drops a bombshell of a revelation. He is now completely and utterly in charge. After introducing himself as Leon Dragonia Lionheart, he gravely informs everyone that many among them have already been tragically possessed by insidious demons. He's certain that these demons have been meticulously planning a full-scale revolution, secretly infiltrating the castle to bring their dark designs to fruition. But Leon, he has this uncanny, built-in radar that can sniff out possessed freaks. He's more than ready to show everyone just how it works. He yanks two people from the crowd and throws down a bold challenge. Anyone claiming they're not evil, not corrupted, or not some sneaky little heathen, he has to step into the flames to prove their innocence. To prove he means business, Leon tosses the two and himself, sending shockwaves through the crowd. The soldier boy burns to a crisp, but the girl stands tall in the fire like it's nothing. Leon calmly explains that the sacred flames only burn those who are truly evil. He thanks Pythos, the god of war and fire, and urges the crowd to chant his name in glory as they walk through the flames to prove their purity. When the crowd starts showing hesitation and doubt, Leon snaps, yelling at them to get into the flames already. He warns them that if they're all corrupted, he won't hesitate to cut them down. Panicked, the people rush into the fire, revealing the stinky demons hiding in plain sight. The demons snarl that Leon won't die peacefully under their watch, but they clearly underestimated his temper. Leon loses it, raging at the filthy worms for feeding off human emotions and pretending to be soldiers. No way is Leon Dragonia letting that slide. His fury boils over as he swears to make them scream in pain. That's when the demons realize they've picked the absolute wrong guy to mess with. Just like that, their infiltration plan crashes and burns. From the sidelines, Reynolds sees it all, while Crystal straight up admits that this guy is scary as heck. At the altar, Leon stands tall before the people of the Sparrow Kingdom, with a ferocious demon tied up beside him, urging everyone not to fear. As long as he's around, no evil creature can touch them. He speaks to the crowd, explaining how these twisted beings corrupt the minds of good people. Just then the boar-faced demon lets out a creepy laugh and barks that no escape from the clutches of destruction and corruption. Leon silences him in a flash. With a single, clean chop, his head goes flying. He then unleashes a powerful explanation of how, surrendering to temptation and fear, unleashes rampant evil, plunging the world into starvation, sickness, shattered betrothals, crippling gambling debts, and families torn asunder. The demon tries to squirm out of it, protesting, whining that none of it was his fault. But Leon won't even let him finish his pitiful excuses, before cutting him off with another swift strike. Suddenly, the crowd's anger skyrockets through the roof. as the horrifying truth dawns on them. Demons are the true puppeteers behind every single misfortune that has plagued their lives. Just as the demon dares to butt in once more, Leon flicks his forehead with such incredible force, it feels like a thunderous hammer blow. Leon reveals the insidious ways demons slither misfortune into human lives, making them blame their own downfalls and all their pain and suffering on these wicked creatures. But then, he calms their rising fear by revealing that Pedros, the mighty god of war and fire, has bestowed upon him the divine flames. Then, out of nowhere, Leon summons a red-headed boy from the stunned crowd, commanding him to grasp the sacred flame. He orders the boy to unleash a furious punishment on the demon until it pays dearly for every single one of its sins. The boy hesitates for a fleeting second, which instantly infuriates Leon. He barks, asking if the boy actually feels sympathy for a demon. The boy screams back, his voice raw with grief, explaining his father died because of these monsters. The demon then starts threatening the kid, swearing to haunt him forever if he lays even a finger on him. But a single, solid smack from Leon silences him instantly, followed by a blazing bat swing from the furious red-headed boy, setting the demon's head ablaze. That pathetic demon's futile threats clearly got under Leon's skin, and he roared at the wretched creature to shut its filthy mouth. Later on, Baltar, the notorious demon of pleasure and corruption, finds himself shackled and bound within a cold prison cell. This miserable creature knows full well he spent 34 years relentlessly corrupting and torturing countless innocent humans, but he never imagined he'd end up in a place like this. Suddenly, Yappy appears, and the demon completely freaks out, realizing he has absolutely no power to corrupt a machine. Yappy, unwavering, demands answers. Balters just roars with laughter, utterly mocking him. With no time whatsoever to waste, Yappy swiftly concludes that Captive 14 is proving utterly uncooperative. And right on cue, the soldiers storm in. Balters might not fear death, but when the soldiers brandish that 15% holy water, the demon instantly begins to tremble like a leaf. After witnessing Balters' intense reaction, Yappy realizes this holy water could be the ultimate key. Without an ounce of hesitation, Yappy unleashes a generous splash directly onto Balters' face, burning him so fiercely, it looks like his very soul is trying to tear itself free. Even as the demon shrieks in agony, Yappy calmly labels him uncooperative. No matter how vehemently, Balters pleads for mercy and insists he knows nothing. After a few more brutal rounds of that searing holy water, Yappy finally extracts the crucial information. Captive 14 spills a staggering 30,000 character report, while the first 13 captives averaged around 39,000 each. Even with all that, Yappy is certain Balters is still holding back some crucial info. But Balters snaps back at the dumb machine, claiming he's no psychic and has no earthly clue how much the others have already confessed. Yappy makes it crystal clear that the sole reason the hostage is still drawing breath is to extract some truly solid intel from him. That statement hits Balters like a ton of bricks, and he instantly changes his tune, just asking, "What does Yappy want to hear?" Later, the intel gathered from 32 different beings reveals a shocking similarity of over 89%. Leon loudly proclaims to Jag Spinner that the Song of Justice sounds absolutely beautiful, but then his mood flips drastically, and his heart pounds with pure rage as he throws a violent tantrum, declaring he simply cannot stand breathing the same air as these vile creatures, who dare to live on human land. When asked, Yappy doesn't hold back, stating firmly, their kind needs to be utterly wiped out. Without a single second thought, Leon is completely on board. The demigod and the machine know no exhaustion, and so begins their grueling late-night mission. That's where the 4 brutal nights of cleansing truly kick off. There's a sudden burst of purple, smoke and raw energy in the area, where Reynolds Sherman holds the ominous crystal of temptation, once known as the legendary jewel of the world. Right beside him, a couple of alluring figures pop up nearby, and the crystal, sharp as ever, warns Reynolds to seriously rein himself in. This place can corrupt a mere mortal in a heartbeat, especially in a den of temptation like this. Reynolds takes heed, pulling himself back from the brink, only to then encounter a hulking, 6-armed brute, who looks ready to unleash pure, unadulterated terror. Reynolds is instantly overwhelmed by a sudden, crushing wave of dense energy in the very air itself, and the crystal urgently warns him, "Don't you dare look at that crown." Finally, Reynolds finds himself standing face to face with the notorious great demon of pleasure and corruption, the infamous Androgen, a creature utterly devoid of common sense, and not a single shred of backbone, mind you. This petty goblin, riding high on a sudden wave of success, receives an offer so tempting, even the mighty crystal can't resist. The demonic beast absolutely loses its mind over this deal. Screaming in pure frustration and unbridled rage, it bellows at the crystal, vehemently reminding it that their lord and all the great demons are already long gone. Androgen, with a sneer, reminds the crystal it's nowhere near his league. He declares they perished eons ago, so the crystal should just drop the arrogance. He's absolutely convinced the crystal's lord fell during the cataclysmic Great Ascension, 180 years ago, just like his own master. The crystal knows this all too well, as those were indeed brutal, devastating times. Let's take a brutal trip down memory lane. 180 years ago, when the five evils first dared to team up to take over the entire world, but that move backfired hard, turning their very existence into a living nightmare. 3 of the mighty demon lords died in brutal, agonizing ways. Now, even the demons who vividly remember that era are already running in abject terror from Leon himself. With his clothes in tatters and temper blazing, Leon charges in like a furious, unstoppable beast, ready to unleash hell and settle the score. And that mere presence, that sheer resolve, is enough to make even the most hardened demons piss their pants. Over 10 million demons were utterly wiped out back then. The crystal grimly admits he's one of the rare few survivors. From that once heavenly place of unimaginable power, Androgen, defiant, then asks if the crystal times truly times knows what went down back then. But the crystal, undeterred, fires back, accusing him of merely giving in to his base instincts, and throws that tempting offer right back at him. An offer he simply can't refuse. Mind you, the beast snarls, demanding he spill the beans already. He's just itching to dig that jerk's grave. The crystal projects Androgen's latest directive, straight from the most distinguished of sources. Great demon Androgen confirms its completion is nigh, adding that even if she clings on, he's merely a mortal, and her end is assured. No doubt about it. Later on, the crystal informs Reynold that this strategy is their most potent move yet, boasting a winning probability of 7-3. That's 7 for Androgen, and just 3 for Leon. Reynold, utterly stunned, asks if that implies, in a direct clash between an S-rank mage and the crystal would actually emerge victorious. But the crystal has no intention of fighting, not yet. Instead, it decides to move towards the corpse harvesters, lurking near the ancient palace forest. These creatures are infamous for their sheer destructive power. Once they arrive, Reynold stumbles upon one that's little more than a brain-dead, shambling zombie. It's instantly obliterated by Sir Jagspinner, startling both of them half to death. Yappy reports that more of them are still lurking nearby, so the crystal quickly activates stealth mode, hoping to stay hidden from Leon's piercing gaze. Right as he makes his dramatic entrance, the old man can't fathom how he missed Leon's approach. He figures it must be the Grail Knight's divine law of silence at work, a power so potent it even mutes the thud of horses' hooves. He truly believes Leon employed it to obliterate the demon-infested forest. Suddenly, Leon confesses he senses an unwanted energy, just inches away, sending Reynold into a full-blown panic. Right then, Sir Yappy announces that even a simple satellite has pinpointed the target, confirming that many more lurk nearby. Leon simply brushes it aside, rushing off, without a moment's hesitation. Reynold collapses, gasping for breath, utterly shaken by their incredibly close call. Later on, Leon takes a long, contemplative bath, deep in thought, about the abhorrent demons of pleasure and corruption, viewing them as nothing more than perverts with depraved desires. But what truly gnaws at him even more, this is how so many of these insidious demons, even the high-ranked, elite ones, have managed to infiltrate the palace. He's certain the great demon lurks here somewhere. Out of nowhere, a captivating woman's voice comments on the truly disgusting smell of blood, catching Leon completely off guard. This stunning woman gently suggests that he really should get some rest. A graceful woman now stands before Leon, and her magnetic presence is utterly impossible to ignore. She possesses a beauty that requires no effort at all to command attention. It's the kind of beauty that speaks louder than words, effortlessly making others lower their guard, without her needing to move a single finger. Leon quickly realizes she's not just beautiful, but dangerously enchanting, too. She's the sort of person who pulls others in so gently that they don't even notice the fall, until it's far too late. After that, she introduces herself as Beatrice Allegra Sparrow, the queen of a small kingdom, to which Leon swiftly responds, stating his name and title as the King of Lionheart. In that very moment, Leon fully understands just how dangerous her presence truly is, not because she means him any harm, but because even someone as astute as him didn't notice her powerful influence. Until now. Beatrice then tells him not to be so guarded, explaining, she's only here to meet the man who saved her kingdom. Still, Leon knows, this isn't the right moment for such a crucial meeting, and something feels distinctly off. The timing, the setting, nothing about it feels right for a noble lady, like Beatrice, to suddenly visit him. After that, Beatrice quietly reveals that she's constantly being watched, and that the general and his knights, while pretending to serve her, are actually keeping her imprisoned and monitoring her every single move. Leon finds this incredibly hard to believe, especially since the general didn't seem like the type to betray his ruler. But Beatrice is desperate and insists there's no time to explain everything. She then asks Leon for a critical favor, to assassinate the general and his loyal knights, and in exchange, she offers him nothing less than the entire kingdom. Beatrice also urges him to thoroughly investigate the underground floors of the castle itself, hinting that a crucial secret lies hidden within. This cryptic request instantly heightens Leon's tension, prompting him to acknowledge its immense importance. Leon later discovers the general is indeed hiding something underground. That very night, the general abruptly knocks and then barges into Leon's bedroom, humbly apologizing for disturbing him so late. Leon sharply scolds him for daring to enter a king's chambers, without any warning whatsoever, but the general fiercely insists the situation is dire and urgent. Later, Leon casually mentions his recent encounter with the queen, expecting a dramatic reaction. Yet the general remains eerily calm, stating that Beatrice frequently wanders out at night. Leon's frustration immediately boils over as he points out how utterly reckless it is to leave royalty completely unguarded, with dangerous demons lurking everywhere. The general calmly insists demons never attack at night, but Leon knows that's a blatant lie. The demons have never cared about day or night, ever, and he senses something is gravely amiss. The general's unnatural calmness and staunch denial only ignite even more intense suspicion in Leon's mind, making it feel as if Leon already knows too much, and he's desperate to hide a dark secret. The general quietly exits, but an unsettling feeling lingers. The queen had explicitly claimed she was being held prisoner, yet the general acts as if absolutely nothing is happening. His unnervingly calm reaction completely contradicts the situation, leaving Leon deeply uneasy. It seems a profound, hidden truth is buried within this castle, and to uncover it all, Leon resolves to explore the treacherous underground levels himself. At that very moment, Sir Spinny dramatically appears from the window behind him, and Leon immediately enlists his crucial assistance. Meanwhile, chaos erupts as things grow dire outside the castle walls. Dark forces swarm near the towering walls, loud, wild, and absolutely ravenous to attack. Their ruthless leader promises immense rewards to anyone who storms the walls first. The enemies scream in a frenzy and rush forward, hungry for absolute destruction, yearning to ruin everything, and spread pain and corruption wherever they go. Suddenly, a deadly spear appears, streaking like a furious blur through the air. It embodies the very essence of Leon's burning rage, crafted solely to inflict pain and instill terror. Its wicked tip gleaming with a deadly luminescence, poised to strike true as it hurtles towards its mark. Everyone present recoils, sensing its raw power and the dread it radiates. Immediately after, Leon stands utterly consumed by a furious wrath, his gaze sweeping over the beings surrounding him. His emotions are a tempest, swirling with uncontrolled intensity, as he feels like he's addressing mere creatures who utterly fail to grasp the profound meaning of life and of death. He questions how any living being, untouched by death's chilling embrace, could ever truly comprehend the lesson he's about to impart. He sneeringly labels them insects, pathetic creatures driven solely by their base instincts and desires. Leon's voice rings out, unwavering, as he proclaims his identity, the mighty king of Lionheart. He then vows to unleash upon them the true evils of this world. He firmly believes it is his sacred responsibility, as a direct representative of the great pantheon, to forcefully teach these beings the authentic value of life, a concept they so clearly fail to comprehend. As he speaks, Leon's fury surges, reaching an explosive crescendo, and he powerfully declares that fear will henceforth become an intrinsic part of their very existence. He promises them that they will confront the absolute terror dwelling within their own souls and experience a profound dread they've never known until now. From his lofty position of ultimate power, Leon has decisively proclaimed, "It's high time these sullied souls are forced to learn the brutal lesson he has reserved just for them." General Ricardo dramatically appears, utterly unannounced and unexpected, especially amidst the chaos of an ongoing, ferocious battle. Someone nearby murmurs, wondering why he would arrive at this precise moment, when the intense fight is far from over. Yet, Ricardo remains entirely unperturbed, his composure unwavering. He calmly trusts that the outsider will handle everything with ease. Instead, Ricardo's focus shifts to a matter of far greater import. The sacred seal, confirming if its integrity still holds. The resounding answer returns. Yes. It is working perfectly. With that assurance, Ricardo maintains his serene demeanor, and calmly reminds them that their long wait is finally drawing to a close. With just a little more patience and fortitude, the monumental anger and unbearable pain accumulated over a century will at last reach their inevitable, dramatic conclusion. As Ricardo speaks, Sir Spinny watches him intently from above, bearing a palpable weight that subtly hints at a deeper significance, intrinsically linked to the momentous events yet to unfold. The monsters trudge forward, an unsettling, single-file parade. Their hands are bound tightly with ropes, mimicking cruel handcuffs. Slowly, painstakingly, they shuffle onward, one after the other, held under strict, unyielding control as they're forced to march. Suddenly, one stumbles, collapsing heavily onto the cold ground. A soldier barks a sharp warning, telling him to watch his step, highlighting just how weak and utterly exhausted he's become. Meanwhile, a girl among the captives subtly shifts closer to the hunter. Her hands are bound as well, just like the others. But her eyes, they sparkle with a decidedly different kind of look. She softly, alluringly, leans in, trying to capture his attention. With a honeyed voice, she whispers, pleading for him to untie her, speaking gently, playing the part of pure, innocent vulnerability. Her tone subtly shifts, hinting that if he dares to help her, a truly exquisite reward will be his in return. It's blindingly clear she's attempting a dangerous seduction. Yet, just as her tempting words begin to take hold, a strange, potent energy suddenly ripples through the very air. The incredible power known as corruption resistance instantly activates. In that pivotal instant, everything irrevocably shifts. The hunter's gaze snaps back to the girl once more. He realizes her soft, sweet facade instantly crumbles and fades, completely stripped away under the force's potent effect. She no longer appears even remotely harmless to his eyes. Her presence now feels undeniably twisted, utterly corrupted, dark, chillingly wrong, far more monster than human. The very air around her crackles with a cold, unnatural energy. Having grasped this horrifying truth in an instant, the soldier recoils, taking a sharp step back. Reeling from the realization he almost fell for the insidious trap. The monster, now revealed, stares in utter disbelief and shock. A profound question echoing through its warped mind. How could a mere human possibly resist such potent, dark seduction? Its voice trembles, filled with disbelief, as it questions how its power, a power that only the most ancient demons wield, could have failed so utterly and so easily. It had almost ensnared the formidable hunter, binding him to its will, all by transforming into the guise of a seductive, innocent girl. And now, it simply cannot comprehend why its dark magic failed. As the monster descends into frantic panic, Leon suddenly appears. He demands, with a furious roar, to know who dared cause this commotion. Without a moment's hesitation, the soldier points accusingly at the monster. No hesitation in his swift, decisive action, Leon lashes out, his voice a thunderous growl, calling it a bastard, accusing it of daring to seduce one of his time's valiant soldiers. Using its filthy body, he snarls, as the monster grovels, begging for forgiveness. But Leon, utterly enraged, refuses to even acknowledge its pleas. He bellows, his voice shaking the very ground, proclaiming that someone as low, as utterly disgusting as times at Asterisk, has absolutely no right to even speak. The monster, desperate, apologizes again and again. But Leon, ever relentless, showed no mercy. He coldly declared that his answer wasn't even needed, making it chillingly clear this monster held absolutely no worth. In his eyes, the other watching monsters were utterly aghast. They realized Leon was far more terrifying than any demon. A soldier whispered to Leon, a strange unease settling in. The battle was over, victory undeniably theirs. Yet, an eerie quiet clung to the air. The people, instead of roaring with cheers or celebration, seemed strangely distant, their reactions chillingly cold, almost empty, as if the very wind meant nothing to them. He explained, even a weak demon can effortlessly seduce a human, twisting them completely with vile corruption. The war against demons never truly ends, it merely shifts and continues in different, insidious forms. Because of this, only the strongest, those who truly grasp the immense cost, feel any genuine joy in victory. This is the harsh reality of a demon war, never-ending and utterly draining. To keep fear perpetually alive, and to constantly remind the people what they fight against, an unsettling order was given. The citizens themselves must hang the demons, they must witness the twisted souls of their enemies fade right before their very eyes. Only then would they truly comprehend the danger. The command was stark and clear, and the reply came swiftly, with grim obedience. Yet, as Leon and his victorious soldiers returned, they spotted a colossal castle looming in the distance. It looked profoundly strange, heavy, as if it simply did not belong. Leon reminded them solemnly, "There is no one here who will welcome us." As they edged closer to the grand entrance, the air grew thick with a serious, heavy feeling. And as they finally reached the towering front gates, 2 guards swiftly stepped forward, raising their hands. A clear signal. No one was getting inside. The message was simple. This place was not for them. Not even for heroes returning from war. After smashing through the formidable castle gate, Leon led his soldiers inside, utterly without hesitation. The heavy doors crumbled behind them, and their footsteps echoed ominously on the cold stone floor. As they ventured deeper into the silent castle, each hallway they passed felt even more profoundly silent than the last. The deeper they went, the stronger that unsettling feeling grew. A crucial secret, cleverly concealed, resides here. Something absolutely no one ever wanted them to unearth. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, suddenly, a shocked cry rips through the air, urging the others to come witness the revelation, and the sight awaiting them makes everyone freeze. A secret chamber, long forgotten, sleeps beneath the castle, an utterly astonishing, completely unexpected discovery. Then, Leon's gaze fixes upon a peculiar bed, strangely positioned right in the very heart of the room. This isn't merely a chamber. It feels far more profound. It pulsates with the weight of an ancient secret. Leon ponders. Could this be the veiled truth the Queen once hinted at? The layout screams it loud and clear. Something crucial has been purposefully kept hidden from view. Without a moment's hesitation, Leon steps boldly forward, determined to uncover the truth for themselves. And the moment they breach the threshold, they all behold a figure, serene, upon the bed. A woman rests there, tranquil and utterly motionless, yet impossibly beautiful. And the air turns thick with dread, as they grasp this is no mere discovery. Her beauty defies reality, otherworldly and ethereal, and a chilling, dark energy radiates from her very being. For a dangerous moment, a few soldiers stare, lost in wonder, completely ensnared by the siren call of her presence. Leon sees their trance, sharply warning them to resist. He commands them, "Do not succumb to this insidious dark energy," swirling around her. But the very air grows denser, heavier, and even Leon senses his own aura isn't quite cutting it this time. Fully understanding the immediate danger, Leon resolves to take direct, decisive action himself. Without a single moment of hesitation or delay, in a flash, Leon lunges forward with lightning speed, delivering a sharp, resounding slap across a soldier's face, instantly jolting the soldier back to a harsh reality. Another soldier shudders, still half lost to the enchantment, as Leon strides over and repeats the forceful blow. The jarring impacts shatter their trance, forcing them to awaken. Leon fixes them with an icy, piercing glare, and sternly reminds them, it wasn't the woman's fault, nor any overt magic that drew them into this perilous state. No, it was their own inherent weakness, their very own minds that succumbed and allowed it to happen. They plummeted headfirst into the trap themselves. Following that, Leon calmly guides them to proper breathing, inhaling slowly through the mouth, exhaling gently, deliberately, working to clear their shaken minds. Just then, General Ricardo strides in, his eyes keenly observing the scene, and appears deeply impressed that Leon remained utterly unseduced. Unlike how others would surely have reacted, Ricardo points out something truly astonishing, that every single one of them stands firm, completely unswayed by her charms, and further explains that it's because they've grown accustomed to such temptations, likely from years of grueling war, and constant exposure to demonic tricks. Leon hears this, but instantly dismisses the idea, deeming it absolute nonsense. To him, there's far more to this mystery than simply being used to temptation. Stepping forward, Leon explains the Queen's charm isn't normal at all, because it's not merely stunning beauty. It's a powerful magic, feeling distinctly like a curse. He's seen this kind of insidious power before. It belongs to the notorious Lady of Pleasure, a demon capable of tempting any living being. Her magic is expertly crafted to drag people into darkness, slowly corrupting them from within, without them even realizing it. This kind of magic is incredibly dangerous, and almost impossible to resist. But as Leon truly looks at the queen, something just feels off. Even though he loathes demons more than anyone, Leon doesn't sense that familiar dark energy emanating from her, which makes him pause and truly think. With a sudden resolve, Leon takes a deep breath and begins to speak quietly, calling out to a profound divine power, a force intimately linked to both dreams and death. Leon speaks with utmost reverence, asking for its sacred blessing. He does this not as an ordinary man, but as the fierce guardian and devoted knight of someone vital. Ariana. Suddenly, the very air shifts, crackling with energy, because something incredibly powerful has awakened. A majestic voice answers his fervent call. It names him the Knight of Ariana, and the true owner of the Lionheart. And the divine power accepts his noble request, and prepares to stand with Leon, aiding him. The mighty king of the Lionheart. Leon stands firm, and powerfully greets the divine being he so boldly called upon, Plo, the very divinity of dream and death. The divine power recognizes him as Ariana's knight, and the undisputed owner of the Lionheart. Just as Leon desperately wished, this incredible force has now descended right before him. Plo immediately senses the peculiar energy permeating this space. He confirms a profound disturbance, something deeply amiss, for the insidious demons of corruption have been ceaselessly weaving their dark influence here. Throughout this unending, dreamlike expanse, they twist minds and meticulously craft a false reality, imbued with a pervasive, corrupt consciousness. Plo reveals a crucial truth. Dreams are not meant to last forever. A time comes when one must awaken, and the moment is ripe to shatter this grand illusion, to reveal the truth that has been cunningly hidden. Whatever insidious presence has been masking itself must now unveil its monstrous, true form. Plo unleashes a strike upon a suspended, lamp-like object above, and the powerful blast directly impacts Ricardo. Immediately, a surge of dark energy bursts forth from him. It's a lurking, hidden demon soul that had been deeply embedded within him. Everyone stares, utterly aghast and in profound shock, as the vile, twisted spirit painfully wrenches itself from Ricardo's body. Plo's power has ripped back the veil, revealing the stark truth, and forcefully drives out the pervasive darkness. Leon, his eyes now opened wide, finally sees it all clearly, and fully comprehends why nothing felt truly right before. Why he couldn't perceive the insidious danger around them, the true nature of the Queen's distinct energy. It all makes terrifying sense now. This is no mere seduction, but an overwhelming authority, a power so formidable that it can unilaterally conjure an entire world into being. Now fully enlightened, Leon finally grasps the true scale of the threat they face. Because this is far beyond any ordinary deception. It's a painstakingly constructed realm, woven by corrupted power itself, and Leon must now forcibly tear himself free to uncover the truth that lies buried deep beneath its layers. The Queen lies eerily still, enshrouded by an unsettling magic. A nearby voice hisses a chilling command. Do not disturb her, declaring that she must be protected at all costs, along with the critical seal that keeps this reality bound. Suddenly, the sharp cry of a soldier slices through the air. More Death Knights are relentlessly closing in from the rear. The danger is spiraling, growing more dire by the moment. Then, with sharp perception, Leon catches sight of a crucial oddity. Something utterly out of place about one of the Death Knights. For unlike its frenzied brethren, this one doesn't seethe with savage fury or chaotic rage. Instead, it stands eerily serene, seemingly unmarred by full corruption, and this chilling anomaly sparks a vital realization within Leon. The insidious dream they're currently trapped within. This whole saga likely began with the Queen herself, and if he reaches her, this dream might just shatter on its own. Leon issues a stern warning to Ricardo that a single step forward means facing this battle utterly alone, and risking the very honor of a knight. But Ricardo, undeterred, confesses. He shed that kind of honor a very long time ago. As foes begin to encircle Leon from every direction, Leon refuses to back down. Instead, he bravely prepares for battle, radiating confidence that, even when assailed from both sides, he simply will not be stopped. Leon then observes the formidable strength of the undead knight before him, surprised that even after succumbing to undeath, the knight still wields astonishing power. The knight, his honor and pride grotesquely distorted, speaks of the Queen, recounting how Leon's single blow had already decimated their royal bodyguards. After this, Leon urgently commands him to awaken from this dream, and gravely warns him that if he refuses, he'll forever remain ensnared in this fantasy for eternity. As Leon processes the knight's unsettling words, a strange feeling begins to gnaw at him. While many others have betrayed their sacred oaths, the apostles have astonishingly remained loyal, and this plants a seed of profound doubt in Leon's mind. Queen Beatrice, despite all the chaos that has unfolded, had shockingly asked him to slay the apostles. This revelation simply doesn't sit right with him, and he begins to sense that the truth behind this whole ordeal is far more intricate than it first appears. Leon meticulously pieces together the fragmented puzzle, and suddenly, it becomes crystal clear. The Queen is no villain. After all this time, Ricardo's undead knight then speaks, finally revealing the devastating truth. The Queen forged a desperate pact with a powerful demon. The knight solemnly explains that the Queen, despite her unwavering bravery, was brutally forced into this pact. She agreed to harbor the very essence of corruption and relive the kingdom's agonizing collapse for a full 100 years. But in a chilling exchange, the demon promised to spare her and her people so long as they remained uncorrupted by its insidious power. The kingdom, already teetering on the brink of utter destruction, and Queen Beatrice had absolutely no choice but to accept. Even though she knew this was a treacherous trap laid by the demon, she had no other viable option but to seal this terrifying deal, desperately hoping to spare her people from an even more horrifying fate. Queen Beatrice, now, 5 grueling years into her demonic pact, she begins to feel the immense power and the crushing burden of her fateful decision. At first, Beatrice feels a strange surge of power from the deal, but it isn't long before she witnesses the horrific consequences. As the insidious corruption begins to spread, causing more people to lose their minds and turn savagely violent, they also become utterly obsessed with the twisted pleasures the demon temptingly offers. During the day, Beatrice watches helplessly as demons brutally kill her people, and at night, the corrupted ones whisper to her, feeding her gnawing guilt and despair. After enduring all of this, Beatrice starts to wonder if she truly made the right choice, feeling the crushing weight of her actions. In the beginning, the deal had seemed manageable, but she soon realizes the terrifying truth. The true, inescapable nature of the demon's trap. The demon's power is tricky and full of insidious lies, and there is absolutely no way out of the agreement. If anyone tries to escape the deal by committing suicide, they are doomed to become lost, tormented spirits in the afterlife. Even worse, once the deal ultimately ends, everyone will fall completely under the demon's control. As the years pass, the Queen begins to slowly go mad, watching her kingdom violently fall apart, and feeling the corrupting influence growing stronger and stronger inside her. After 50 agonizing years, her loyal knight can no longer resist the wicked temptation, giving into his desires and entering the Queen's bed. This marks a horrifying turning point, as the corruption finally takes over, even the most faithful of her followers. After that, General Ricardo realizes that no one can truly resist the seductive power of the deal, and everyone is now hopelessly trapped in the corruption. Ricardo feels the crushing weight of the situation and comes to a painful, desperate decision. To protect the Queen and save her from further torment and suffering, they must end their lives. Even though committing suicide would mean breaking the contract and becoming lost, tormented spirits, wandering the netherworld forever, Ricardo believes it is the only way to protect her. General Ricardo knows, deep down, that, by defying their demonic pact, they're destined to become pawns of corruption when the century ends. Yet, even with these dire, inevitable consequences, General Ricardo and his brave comrades choose unwavering loyalty to Queen Beatrice, willing to sacrifice absolutely everything, even their very souls, to ensure her safety and shield her from the sinister forces that have long controlled their fate. In a past long forgotten, the Queen's most loyal knights, Beatrice and General Ricardo, made a harrowing choice. They ended their own lives and were reborn as fearsome death knights. Their purpose? To resist the Queen's demonic temptation, and in doing so, became immune to the curse. They sealed her away, all to protect her. Since that fateful day, 80 long years have passed, and all they could manage was to keep her slumbering for merely half a day at a time. Their loyalty ran incredibly deep, so deep that Leon now finally understands why the Queen once asked him to end their burdened lives, and it wasn't out of hate, but profound mercy. Suddenly, Plo reaches out to Leon and asks if he can sense the encroaching darkness. Leon senses the suffocating energy all around him and grimly realizes the demons are stirring. Awakening, preparing himself for the inevitable battle with urgency, Leon calls upon his soldiers, commanding the warriors of the Lion Heart to awaken. Mere moments later, Leon's soldiers slowly stir, roused by his powerful voice. They've been slumbering for far too long, but now, it's time to fight again. One by one, they rise to their feet, ready to fulfill their solemn duty. Suddenly, a strange, terrifying voice echoes through the air, announcing the demon's chilling arrival. He appears calm, almost arrogantly confident, as if he's been eagerly awaiting this very moment, ready to finish what he began. At that very instant, a soldier bursts in, screaming that the demons have breached the castle walls. And there are so many of them, an uncountable, overwhelming horde. They feel like they're everywhere at once. The commanders instantly bark orders to raise their shields and hold their positions. Despite their fear, the knights brace themselves for battle. Even though fear gnaws at them, their trust in Leon remains unwavering. For Leon's command was clear: hold this line. He would personally take care of the rest. As the battle ignites, a strange quality marks these demons. They laugh maniacally even amidst the fierce combat, wielding a bizarre and unsettling power that twists agony into their perverse delight. It's utterly chilling and utterly baffling, yet they relentlessly press their assault, never faltering. Though the situation is terrifyingly grim, the knights stand firm and resolute, remembering the sacred purpose that brought them here. They fight to shield their beloved home from destruction, with unshakable faith that Leon will lead them to triumph. As the brutal conflict escalates in ferocity, Leon's voice rings out, calling for Stallion, his trusted companion, while the soldiers desperately struggle, overwhelmed by the sheer number of foes, swarming relentlessly across the castle grounds. Their shields are raised, locked in a desperate defense, but even that feels perilously insufficient. Still, they cling fiercely to the last vestiges of hope, trusting that if they can endure just a few more moments, Leon will undoubtedly turn the tide. One soldier glances around in a surge of panic, frantically searching for their absent king, but Leon is nowhere in sight. An insidious doubt begins to creep in. For a terrifying moment, they believe all is lost. These adversaries are cunning demons of pleasure. They may not possess raw strength in direct combat, but their true, formidable power lies in their insidious influence over others. Their insidious abilities erode all willpower, making them incredibly difficult to resist. Leon is intimately familiar with this insidious trick, for it is a common tactic, often employed by the most powerful demons of pleasure, overwhelming their foes with sheer numbers, distracting the mind and dulling the body's very strength. Leon understands he needs far greater power to strike back, as his current strength simply won't suffice to pierce through the enemy's formidable protective buff. Protecting these foes, a flicker of hesitation crosses his heart, unsure if he can unleash it in time. But he forcefully shakes off that crippling doubt. This must end now, and he knows what must be done. Leon roars for everyone to charge forward, and with his powerful voice bravely leading the way, the soldiers surge ahead with renewed determination. Suddenly, General Ricardo bursts awake from his long, deep dream, and with a snap, the illusions finally fade. He instantly realizes the nightmare is finally over. Every single memory floods back to Ricardo, and rises, at last, truly free from the curse. Leon keenly observes Ricardo's unwavering loyalty to the Queen, profoundly rooted in his very heart, and that unwavering loyalty remains steadfast. Leon truly acknowledges such unwavering faith, for such steadfast faith is truly exemplary, especially when confronting a king from a foreign land. Leon listens intently as General Ricardo bravely recounts, who speaks of the agonizing losses they've bravely endured. But even through all the immense pain, they are still willing to place their fervent belief that Leon can finally bring forth the change they yearn for, and they're ready to lay all their hopes squarely upon him. Leon makes a silent, profound promise to bear their expectations and prove that their unwavering trust was never misplaced. In that defining moment, Leon stands as far more than just a warrior. He truly becomes a radiant symbol of profound hope. Leon then boldly calls upon the divinity of war and fire, even when the world itself had fallen prey to vile demons, and the gods themselves were forced to retreat deep into his heart. Leon stood firm then, and now, in this crucial moment, in this fragile, challenging moment, when everything threatens to tragically fall apart once more, Leon fervently asks for the strength to endure. He bears not only the burning will of brave hunters, but also the sacred hopes of the Queen's steadfast knights. Refusing to let the encroaching darkness ever claim victory, Leon steadfastly refuses to yield or step back, because he knows, without a shadow of a doubt, that without his strength, the very fire of hope will completely vanish. Yet, despite this immense burden, he chooses to bear this immense weight, just as he always has, deciding to stand firm at the front, determined to protect everyone, until they're strong enough to bravely move forward. Without him, navigating every impending difficulty, Leon relentlessly pushes forward, striving for something vastly better. Even if the path ahead is arduous, Leon the Lionheart steps forward defiantly and calls upon the immense power of Pythos, the awe-inspiring divinity of war and blazing fire, asking for the fierce, cleansing flames of battle to powerfully burn away all the evil surrounding them. As the most formidable horseman of his revered god, he rides with powerful purpose, honoring his solemn duty. The fierce battle dramatically intensifies, and then, a magnificent beast powerfully appears. It's not merely any animal, but a legendary golden lion, radiating with an incredible surge of power. The majestic lion charges forth, brimming with pride and unstoppable strength, and upon its back, a perfectly crafted saddle awaits, as if forged solely for Leon, who now thanks his fallen comrade. He then bids Stallion to find his well-deserved rest. Seizing command, Leon rallies his allies, urging them to follow. He vows to lead them straight to glorious victory. Undeterred by the perilous dangers that lie ahead, Leon, fearless and resolute, charges headfirst into the front lines. Fearless, he plunges onward, a portrait of pure determination. The enemy forces desperately attempt to strike him down, but Leon retaliates with a furious, unyielding confidence. Mocking their ignorance, he declares loudly, "You don't even comprehend the true might of cavalry, and I'm about to show you exactly what that means." Leon surges forward, fueled by unwavering determination. For him, this isn't just a simple advance. Moving into battle transcends mere running. It means wielding both sword and spear, ready to unleash his full, formidable strength. As Leon advances, a colossal wave of energy envelops him, and the formidable skill, strongest attacker, blazes to life, making him an unstoppable force, truly insurmountable. The demons fall into a panicked frenzy, for no matter how hard they try, they cannot halt Leon's charge for even a fleeting second. In sheer terror, Androgen bellows orders to fire the magic cannons. Massive explosions erupt, illuminating the entire battlefield, but Leon, defiant as ever, refuses to yield. Instead, with a roar, he shouts that long-range attacks are utterly devoid of honor. True courage, he declares, lies in battling up close and personal. Just then, a miraculous event unfolds. A divine blessing cascades across his entire army. Arrow nullification brilliantly activates, rendering them impervious to all incoming arrows and hostile magic that had been hurtling viciously toward them. The Death Knights, now cloaked in divine power, relentlessly continue their unstoppable push forward. The very fabric of the battlefield begins to dramatically shift. As Leon's allies are infused with even greater support, their charge power surges to unprecedented heights, and their attacks become devastatingly powerful. While the enemy's defenses simultaneously crumble and weaken, fiery brilliance ignites their blades. As the Pythos horsemen empower everyone, blessing them with scorching flames, malignant curses infest the enemy ranks, spreading swiftly, dramatically debilitating all nearby demons. Their very strength, their formidable defenses, and even their crucial connection to divine power, all begin to tragically fade away. The androgynous demon lunges at Leon, shrieking fiercely, but Leon, unyielding, presses onward. His mission is crystal clear: to lead his army and seize absolute victory. Moments later, the androgynous demon is gravely wounded and frantically scans the battlefield, bewildered, because Leon, the warrior they've come to dread, has vanished into thin air, without a trace. His once overpowering presence, that dominated this very battlefield, is suddenly, utterly gone. And because of it, the demons begin to seethe with unrest, shouting frantically at one another in sheer panic, completely unsure of their next move. Leon's voice cuts through, ordering them to hold their ground for just one more minute. And though it seems like such a minuscule amount of time, everything has shifted. Everything feels different now. The androgynous demon realizes that the knights of the once fallen kingdom are anything but weak. They stand tall, stronger than anyone could have ever predicted. Then Leon returns, and the demons finally realize that 1 minute wasn't about the passage of time at all. It was about giving Leon just enough space to prepare for his devastating final strike. The androgynous demon recognizes him and is utterly shocked to realize that this is the same man who slew the mighty demon, Dathradon. That very demon, known for his massive size and horrific, twisted power, had been utterly destroyed by Leon. Just like countless others who had fallen to his blade, the demon forces begin to truly feel the crushing weight of their grim situation, because Leon isn't just another knight they can defeat. He is a storm, moving with overwhelming, fierce strength. Leon calmly tells the androgynous demon that he'll soon meet the exact same fate as the others, and the only difference this time is that this one just has more limbs. For Leon to ruthlessly tear apart, the androgynous demon roars back and swears he'll kill Leon, no matter the cost, charging in with every ounce of power he possesses. But Leon doesn't flinch. He calmly points out the undeniable truth, that the androgynous demon isn't even fighting with his own inherent strength. Instead, he's depending entirely on borrowed magic, and that's precisely why they're all so utterly weak. None of them possess any real power of their own. The androgen demon unleashes a furious barrage of attacks, one after another, but Leon, with an almost casual grace, effortlessly parries every single strike. As its last desperate blow falters, completely missing its mark, the androgen demon faces a stark reality. It's damaged beyond all repair. Leon's voice then rings out again, this time far more serious and chilling, declaring his chilling intent. I will tear every single one of your limbs from your body, piece by piece, exactly as I promised you earlier. Suddenly, the very air crackles. The entire atmosphere dramatically shifts, as a strange, sinister presence and terrifying energy begins to surge and spread across the whole battlefield. The demon has activated its most powerful skill yet, Crown of Desire. It relentlessly forces any living being caught nearby to surrender completely to their deepest, darkest, wildest primal instincts, and no one is meant to resist its grasp. One of the knights, sensing the immense, looming danger, immediately shouts out a desperate, urgent warning to everyone. They believe that the mighty king of the Lionheart is now facing something truly deadly and insurmountable. But then, the androgen demon stares in utter, disbelieving shock, completely unable to grasp how Leon somehow escaped the potent illusion of desire unscathed. That insidious magic should times have worked perfectly on him. After all, it's designed to trap every living being within the suffocating grip of their deepest, most forbidden temptations. Yet, there stands Leon, completely and utterly unaffected. Leon calmly explains that even the immensely powerful Lady of Pleasure herself ultimately failed in her attempts to tempt him, so a lesser demon like this times one truly stands no chance at all. A wave of pure panic instantly sets in for the demon. The androgen demon begins to doubt absolutely everything it knows. This makes no sense whatsoever because it believes every single living thing must harbor some form of desire. Something is deeply, profoundly wrong here. Its fear rapidly grows, escalating into terror, and the demon realizes its only remaining option is to flee. It screams at the other creatures to stop Leon, desperate, practically begging for backup. But alas, it's already far too late. Leon moves with blinding speed, leaving the demon's back utterly exposed. Leon seizes the perfect opportunity, landing a swift, sharp, and devastatingly clean strike. The androgen demon tries to accuse Leon, labeling him a coward and frantically shouting that a divine being must have secretly interfered in their duel. But its desperate words hold absolutely no weight at this point, because its own visible fear already screams who truly lost. The androgen demon also loudly accuses the surrounding knights of blatantly breaking the rules of fairness, passionately claiming that a sacred duel should always be kept pure and completely untouched by any outside interference. Leon simply agrees, stating that in any proper battle, true honor is indeed the only thing that truly matters. A true duel, they say, should never be interrupted, but make no mistake, this is no duel. Leon fiercely reminds them that demons like these, overflowing with corruption and raw cruelty, simply don't deserve an ounce of honor. What's unfolding here isn't a battle between equals at all. It's a complete, brutal extermination. The androgen demon desperately tries to twist Leon's words, attempting to label him a racist, fueled by his own desperation, completely outmatched and utterly devoid of arguments. But none of it matters. Finally, after all his bluster, the vile demon of pleasure and corruption, androgen, falls. And just like that, in a flash, another heinous piece of evil is erased from the world. In the beginning, the kingdom basked in absolute peace. Its people thrived, living happily with abundant food and no fear. Everything felt perfectly safe, serene, and incredibly calm, and no one ever imagined anything could go wrong. Queen Beatrice, a wise and powerful mage, ruled with meticulous care, constantly watching over her people and striving to protect their precious, peaceful lives. For a time, everything truly seemed fine. Even when small threats occasionally appeared, the kingdom emerged victorious every single time, filling everyone with a growing sense of hope. But deep inside, Queen Beatrice harbored a haunting feeling, an undeniable premonition, and she knew something far bigger, far more dangerous, was inevitably coming. She understood that the nefarious beings from beyond wouldn't stay away forever. Soon enough, her worst worries came true when the demons began their brutal invasion, and those glorious early victories quickly faded. The precious hope people once clung to started to vanish, and the enduring peace they believed would last forever began to tragically slip away. Eventually, Beatrice uncovered a truly terrible truth. These insidious demons simply don't stay dead. Even after being thoroughly defeated, they rise again. And that changes everything. Beatrice grimly realized this war was never, ever winnable. No matter how many glorious victories they achieved, or how many grotesque demons they managed to slay, those abominable creatures just kept coming back, relentlessly, making the entire struggle feel utterly hopeless and brutally unfair. As destruction loomed closer and closer, something truly unexpected and sinister happened. A powerful demon dared to approach the queen with a tempting deal. He presented her with an insidious chance to take in the very essence of corruption itself and relive her kingdom's devastating downfall across an entire century. If Beatrice can somehow resist succumbing to total corruption throughout this agonizing ordeal, the relentless demon invasions will finally cease forever. This sounds utterly impossible and incredibly perilous. Yet, Beatrice doesn't even question how she could possibly trust such a deceitful promise. Deep down, she senses it's a cunning trap, a perilous snare. But alas, it's the only desperate choice remaining to her. With absolutely no other means to safeguard her beloved people, Beatrice reluctantly agrees and seals the treacherous deal, hoping, against all odds, that somehow, someday, she might restore everything to its former glory. And so, the tragic downfall of the Sparrow Kingdom truly begins. This once glorious land, once vibrant and strong, slowly descends into a swirling vortex of pleasure and deep corruption. Its people, who once radiated with pure light, the hopeful citizens, the valiant knights, and even their proud, majestic queen, all begin to succumb. Darkness spreads like a plague, and those who yield to its insidious evil can never, ever return to their former selves. Among them, a brave knight ultimately loses all control, allowing his darkest desires to utterly consume him. He crosses a line no one ever believed could be breached. Driven by raw temptation, he invades the queen's private chambers. Realizing the irreversible transgression he's committed, he desperately begs for forgiveness. But the damage is irrevocably done. The kingdom's formidable general Ricardo, unable to bear witness to this spiraling corruption any longer, makes an agonizing, heart-wrenching decision. He seals the queen away within the deep, dark underground chambers, hoping to shield her from both herself and the cruel world above. Then, General Ricardo tragically takes his own life, choosing to linger as a tormented, ghostly guardian. Bound by crushing guilt, years bleed into an eternity as regret relentlessly devours him, as Ricardo blames himself for every single calamity. Even though he already knows the tragic conclusion, Ricardo is doomed to witness this heartbreaking tragedy repeat, over and over again, endlessly. Moreover, he understands that the devastation was born from their own fateful choices. And now, it's far too late to undo it. Oh, how he yearns for this torturous nightmare to finally end. As the fierce battle finally concludes, Leon's keen eyes land upon a peculiar crown and weapon, artifacts that once belonged to the vanquished demon lord. Spinner confidently strides over, examines them closely, and lightly taps the weapon, explaining that its composition is of incredibly strong metal and that it could prove incredibly useful. But Leon quickly clarifies that there's one significant problem. It's deeply corrupted, tainted by evil that clings to its very core. Even worse, it seems to greedily ensnare souls within its dark grasp. Sir Spinny, ever the hero, then volunteers to annihilate it. And Leon, with complete faith in his wise judgment, readily places the cursed object squarely in his hands. Just then, the radiant goddess Plow calls out to Leon from behind. Leon promptly turns, facing the benevolent goddess. As he holds out the crown, snatched from the fallen foe, he warns her it might be far too tainted, too corrupted, a sight utterly unfit for her divine, pure gaze. Yet, Goddess Plow, with a serene grace, gently nods, assuring him it's perfectly fine, expressing her wish to behold it. As her eyes fall upon the ominous crown, a flicker of recognition crosses her face, and she reveals, this very crown is a symbol, shared by all evils of pleasure. She then adds that it's utterly drenched in pure wickedness, all because of its insidious ability to lure the innocent, drawing them into false, tempting dreams, especially the young. A truly sickening, vile act. Indeed, It's a weapon forged from pure lies and sweet temptation. The goddess Plow then scrutinizes the crown even more closely, and her divine senses detect that something precious might still be extracted from its depths. Perhaps a lingering trace of energy, or even a hidden truth. Leon readily admits he was planning to destroy it regardless, simply because he sees no earthly value in keeping such a truly cursed object. After absorbing Leon's honest words, Goddess Plow gently reminds him that if he truly desires it, she is more than willing to let him claim it as his own. Moving on, Goddess Plow graciously thanks Leon, acknowledging the immense effort he's so bravely made, and bestows upon him truly heartwarming words, declaring that the entire pantheon beams with pride for what he has accomplished, and for the incredible honor and glory he has achieved. Through his triumphant battle, Leon, ever humble, doesn't let the praise swell his head, and simply states it was merely something he absolutely had to do. Then, another powerful voice joins in, none other than Pytosh, a formidable divine presence, renowned for unparalleled strength. At first, he stubbornly refuses to show any warmth or kindness, even when prompted to offer a simple greeting. Pytosh merely scoffs, muttering a rather half-hearted, "Good job," to which Goddess Plow gently reminds him to be far more honest and sincere with his words. Then, in the hushed stillness, Leon humbly makes a profound request. He implores Pytosh to undertake something truly meaningful, to gently gather the souls of the fallen warriors, guide them towards eternal peace, and tenderly escort their spirits to a sacred place where they can. Finally, Pythos pauses, taking a moment, and realizes this is far more than just a request. It's a profound gesture of pure mercy. Ados, the very god of battle, speaks with chilling certainty, declaring, "These souls have been forcibly cast out from the natural cycle of life and death. They truly belong nowhere, now, not even in the halls of paradise." Another divine voice then speaks up. It's the goddess of death herself. She pointedly reminds Pythos that the sacred cycle of life and death is her time's exclusive domain, not his. And, furthermore, it is absolutely not his place to decide who truly deserves a second chance. To this, Pythos boldly questions, what kind of divinity would ever allow the undead to enter a sacred place meant only for peace and eternal rest? Afterward, Goddess Plow softly agrees, admitting softly that what he says might indeed be true. The Goddess Plow then turns her gaze to Leon, calling him by his full resonant name, Leon Lionheart, and dramatically declares that those who have defied death must undeniably be punished, because escaping the natural order of existence is simply not something the heavens can ever overlook. Suddenly, Queen Beatrice herself steps forward, and simply asks the goddess for their forgiveness. Beatrice doesn't argue, nor does she demand anything. She knows she's risking grave disrespect, yet Beatrice bows her head deeply and speaks, as the failed ruler of a now fallen kingdom. She pleads humbly, desperately, and begs the goddess of death to reconsider her judgment. The goddess Plow pauses, truly taking in the immense weight of their words. She then speaks directly to the loyal knights, telling them that no god in the entire pantheon will accept their souls into the blessed halls of paradise. The unyielding laws of divinity simply have no place for those who have dared to live past their appointed time. Still, despite everything, their noble actions shine brightly through the encroaching darkness. In the end, the goddess admits that their good deeds indeed outweigh their wrongs. Deeply moved by the knight's unwavering loyalty and Leon's truly heartfelt plea, the goddess Plow acknowledges that their profound loyalty has touched even the divine heart. And because the formidable king of Lionheart personally intervened on their behalf, the goddess simply cannot ignore their plight. Indeed, there's no clearer sign of divine approval. With that, Goddess Plow graciously promises to cleanse their deeply stained souls and grant them a precious second chance at life. However, the goddess then turns to Beatrice, presenting a condition. She offers the fallen queen a vital path forward, a way to finally bring peace to her loyal knights. She asks Beatrice to become her chosen priestess and stand faithfully by Leon, helping him spread faith, because it's the only way to restore the true afterlife. She governs, once it's fully active again. She promises the valiant souls of Beatrice's knights will finally have a glorious chance at reincarnation. Beatrice doesn't hesitate for a moment and readily agrees, ready to serve the divine once more, if it means her beloved people can finally find peace. And after this profound divine discussion, Leon calmly requests a full damage report. The response, however, is deeply somber, as most of the injured are thankfully recovering, thanks to the miraculous sacred grail. But tragically, 6 brave souls have already lost their lives. The heavy weight of loss settles over the blood-soaked field. Against the relentless, never-ending tide of demons, only 6 lives lost is, astonishingly, seen as a small mercy. But make no mistake, each life still matters immensely. And the fallen? They are absolutely not forgotten. Leon stands with unwavering, solemn resolve, offering a heartfelt prayer for those who bravely gave their lives, and calls upon the majestic divine powers of Pitos and fire, asking them to gently guide the noble souls of the fallen. If those valiant warriors carry any lingering sins, Leon hopes they are swiftly washed away and absolved. More than anything else, Leon wants their immense courage to be forever honored, and their unwavering strength to be eternally remembered. Leon imagines them now, feasting gloriously beside the gods, their unparalleled bravery richly rewarded in the blessed afterlife. Still, sacred duty remains. Immediately afterward, he orders a precise list of the deceased to be compiled, so their grieving families can be properly informed, and their heroic memories eternally preserved. Even the gods themselves will remember this profound sacrifice. As Leon and the others prepare to finally leave the desolate battlefield, a magnificent divine gate swings open, revealing the path to the gods' paradise. But suddenly, the very system itself halts their passage. One by one, it denies entry. The souls do not meet the requirements, because of too little faith, not enough honor, or not yet being ready for paradise. Then the impossible happens. Because the King of the Lionheart speaks a blessing. His words carry the weight of something divine. With that single act, the gates recognize the souls and they open wide. The fallen, now wrapped in honor, finally pass into paradise. The Hunter Association sends out every available hunter to confront a sudden and dangerous, fluctuating gate, something unlike anything they've seen before. As the days pass, fear grows, and then after a week inside the gate, the hunters finally return. The crowd feels relief as the announcement is made that the gate has been cleared, and there are survivors after that. The news is rushed to the higher UPS. President O. Kang Hyuk of the association officially recognizes Beatrice as one of the survivors, while he expresses sorrow for those who didn't make it. Kang Hyuk also pays his respects, hoping the fallen hunters may rest in peace. In the aftermath, the president reviews footage captured by Sir Spinny. The Red Gate had contained a powerful demon, and it's clear now that the battle could have ended much worse. Despite the danger, it's a miracle that more lives weren't lost. Afterwards, Leon plans to visit the families of the deceased by himself. When asked if he'll go alone, Leon calmly states that those hunters were his soldiers, and visiting their families is the least he can do. Though President Kang Hyuk warns him that the experience might not be pleasant, Leon stands firm. He understands the grief and anger that the families might carry, and Leon hopes that hearing the truth from him will offer them some comfort. Leon then turns to Kang Hyuk with a new directive, asking the association president to release the video footage and gather more hunters. The reason is clear. The demon threat isn't over. Leon warns that the demons will soon begin invading this world, and they need to prepare for that. They'll need soldiers and knights ready for battle. Kang Hyuk understands, and without delay, he promises to create a detailed schedule and plan, assuring Leon he'll send it over as soon as it's prepared. Inside the Pantheon building, Leon sits in silence and realizes that the demon movements are suspicious, each one more troubling than the last. And something doesn't feel right. He knows this isn't just a minor threat, it's different and urgent help is needed. Unlike before, Leon doesn't plan to send anyone else. This time he decides to go himself, because he can't sit back and watch from a distance. As Leon arrives, the guards and holy servants welcome him with deep respect, calling him the greatest Grail Guardian. Anjak, a high-ranking soul within paradise, steps forward. Leon asks how life in paradise has been treating him, and Anjak responds that it's been peaceful, all thanks to Leon's protection. Leon's eyes move across familiar faces: Sir Gildas, Sir Antok, and all former warriors and companions. They look healthy and radiant in this peaceful realm. Further ahead, Leon compliments their condition, and one of them chuckles, saying they would have come here sooner had they known how nice it would be. Leon scolds him, and reminds him not to joke about such things, especially in a place where so many gave their lives. For peace, Leon meets Argan, the former king of the Lionheart. Although Leon apologizes for disturbing his peace, Argan reassures him it's no trouble, as they are connected by the same spirit and duty. Leon asks about any new souls, and Argan mentions, it's been 180 years since any arrived, but those who did are being treated well. Relieved, Leon quickly shares his true purpose. He needs to meet the gods of the Pantheon, as the situation is urgent, and he seeks their guidance. Fully grasping the immense gravity of the situation, Argan instantly steps up, offering his unwavering help and informing Leon that they must journey to the sacred forest to meet with the ancient gods. He also entrusts Leon with his magnificent, trusted steed, Pithalion, for the challenging journey that lies ahead. As Leon readies himself for the long journey, he takes a quiet moment to reflect on the uncertain future, knowing that one glorious day, when his arduous duty is finally done, he'll run freely, boundless and unburdened through these very fields, alongside Pithalion. But for this critical moment, he must keep moving relentlessly forward, carrying the immense burden until the next chosen one is ready. Leon finally arrives at the ancient, mystical forest, nestled deep within the hallowed paradise of the dead, where the revered, ancient sages make their sacred home. The ancient trees themselves seem to whisper his name, recognizing him not merely as a fleeting visitor, but as the undeniable, rightful Lord of Dragonia, and the chosen bearer of the sacred holy relics. Despite the formidable weight of his esteemed titles, Leon enters the hallowed ground with profound humility and offers a sincere apology for stepping onto their sacred ground. The wise sages greet him with a quiet, profound respect, perceiving him not merely as a powerful king, but as a devoted protector, whose unwavering actions have earned the profound gratitude of all living things, even the gods themselves. The ancient forest, alive and brimming with ancient magic, wholeheartedly welcomes him. Leon seeks out the esteemed youngest sage, Gunrar, his long-trusted friend. When Gunrar finally appears, they share a poignant moment of silent understanding, a powerful, wordless testament to their enduring, old friendship. Gunrar, finally breaking the quiet, asks why Leon has journeyed here, and Leon explains his desperate need for something profoundly important, Gunrar's sacred seedling. Not for personal power or fleeting glory, but for a crucial, hidden reason known only to Leon. One single reason, likely tied directly to the survival of the world he's sworn to protect. Leon then gently reminds Gunrar of an old, significant truth. When he first came to the hallowed paradise of the dead, Gunrar hadn't planted a seedling, as all the others do, before passing on, noticeably skipping a hallowed tradition, perhaps because he never truly intended to stay for long. Now, keenly sensing the immense urgency in Leon's plea, Gunrar listens with profound and undivided attention, as Leon gravely explains that their world, Earth, is now under attack, with monstrous demons already beginning their devastating invasion. His latest perilous mission has grimly confirmed this chilling truth. The threat is terrifyingly real and constantly growing stronger, and the enemy, chillingly, knows he is still alive. Lurking in the shadows, they spread insidious decay, just as they once did in the Empire. Leon dreads that Earth will suffer the very same fate if no one steps up to stop them. Gunrar, fully grasping the dire situation, nods in agreement and reminds Leon that only he possesses the power to bring something from this realm back to the world of the living. Trusting him completely, Gunrar bestows upon Leon the precious seedling, a gift of immense rarity and power. As they prepare to part, Leon sincerely thanks his old friend, their reunion stirring a flood of memories. But the mission's urgency leaves no room for nostalgia. Before Leon departs, Gunrar offers one final piece of crucial advice. Do not hasten your return to this world of the dead too soon. Just before his departure, those dearest to Leon Gratis, Anjak, and the former king step forward, bearing precious parting gifts. The former king presents Leon with a pair of ancient reins that once belonged to a legendary beast tamer, who tamed even the most fearsome monsters. Though they were once buried alongside the former king, he now entrusts them to Leon. Sir Gratis then steps forward, offering an utterly unexpected gift. An ancient, worn battle manual, and detailing how to rally common serfs to fight, and even times slay giants *. Leon is utterly stunned, recognizing it instantly from a past campaign. And Gratis, with a wry grin, jokes about the past, when 300 out of 500 serfs tragically fell in a successful Times campaign. Finally, Anjak steps forward, offering a sacred holy relic, one that once belonged to a revered saintess. Though hesitant, Leon solemnly accepts it, knowing it's a profound gesture of trust and divine protection until his own sacred sword is finally reborn. Anjak then firmly reminds him that no one would dare question his authority. As the chosen agent of the Pantheon itself, Leon accepts these incredible gifts with profound gratitude, promising to honor the trust placed in each and every one. Each item represents far more than mere power. They are vibrant symbols of unwavering loyalty, a shared history, and profound faith in the perilous journey ahead. He then approaches Beatrice's door, a new chapter about to unfold, and respectfully inquires if he may be permitted to enter. Amused by his charming formality, Beatrice playfully teases him for being times too serious, before flashing a warm smile and graciously inviting him inside. Stepping inside Queen Beatrice's opulent room, Leon immediately offers his sincere apologies for not offering a more fitting welcome for her. He believes it's unjust for a queen, from a fallen nation, to endure such treatment, and prays she can overlook his regrettable hospitality. Beatrice quickly reassures him, dismissing his worries, but Leon's keen eyes catch the peculiar aura around her, the powerful divinity still dwelling within her, battling fiercely to push back the encroaching corruption, though unable to fully eradicate it just yet. A delicate, crucial balance is clearly imperative now, and Beatrice, with quiet resolve, accepts this truth. She then offers a farewell drink, a solemn toast to honor the fallen knights, a small, heartfelt gesture, yet the best she can offer at this time. As they settle in together, Leon gently inquires. Leon asks how Beatrice is adapting to this entirely new world. She confesses she still needs more time, because absolutely everything feels profoundly different from her beloved homeland. Leon sagely advises her not to rush this challenging adjustment, and encourages her to stay absolutely true to her unwavering determination, forging her own unique path, no matter where she finds herself. A true king, he declares, must steadfastly follow their own unbreakable rule of virtue, and all those who stray, all criminals, must adhere to the king's righteous way. Beatrice then comments that his words echo the mindset of a conquering invader, but Leon, with a gentle smile, corrects her, explaining that this is something profoundly different. He explains that harming the world, driven by selfish desire, is merely the destructive act of a solitary individual, but truly aiding the people and enlightening them is the paramount enlightenment of a true king, a king of the lion heart. Beatrice listens intently, and a profound realization dawns upon her. It must take such an unwavering mindset to successfully fight demons, for hundreds of years. She also now understands that Leon's formidable enemies are not just mere demons, but something far, far greater. Leon nods gravely, and reveals that he is, in fact, following a divine quest, bestowed upon him directly by the gods themselves. He then offers Beatrice a place of honor by his side, formally inviting the esteemed queen of the Sparrow Kingdom to bravely join him on his epic journey. Beatrice feels profoundly indebted to Leon now, for magnanimously saving her entire kingdom, knowing she absolutely cannot turn away from his incredible offer. So, she agrees, but with one crucial request. She asks Leon to meticulously teach her how to eliminate Ki, the formidable archdemon of pleasure itself, a creature she absolutely despises. Leon eagerly agrees, declaring he'd gladly do anything to obliterate such vile parasites. He even admits it utterly thrills him to destroy evil beings with the very divine laws they dread. This makes Beatrice quietly marvel at his incredibly fierce spirit. Beatrice then shares how the Sparrow Kingdom once executed demons by boiling them alive, hoping to traumatize them. Since demons always return, no matter how many times they're slain, Leon finds her approach profoundly wise, knowing demons fear pain, most when it's directly inflicted upon them. Leon then excitedly asks if Beatrice had ever hammered nails under a demon's claws, saying it made them scream the absolute loudest. Beatrice, without a flicker of hesitation, explains she used to skin demons, and then roll them over nails instead, making Leon laugh and call her method utterly creative. Their dark humor is abruptly interrupted when Harry suddenly rushes in and greets them with profound respect. Leon casually tells Harry to pour them some tea, and Beatrice asks for anything warm. While Harry serves tea, Leon gives him a surprising new task, saying Harry should work for Queen Beatrice for a while. Beatrice tries to politely decline, but Leon adamantly insists that a royal deserves fitting treatment and incredibly respectful servants. Beatrice turns to Harry and asks if she is indeed Harry, to which she nervously responds. She senses a powerful energy emanating from Beatrice. Harry then asks to take a closer look, and wonders aloud how Beatrice could so easily sense her exclusive skill. Leon tells Harry to dramatically swing her sword, explaining that, since she's been serving him for some time, she deserves proper, professional guidance. Honored but visibly nervous, Harry draws her sword and attempts to swing it, but Leon quickly points out that her movements are far too large. Harry freezes, instantly realizing her glaring mistake. Leon then advises her that wielding a sword isn't just about raw power. Each strike demands movements that are short, sharp, and precise. He then demonstrates the optimal striking distance, instructing her to meticulously practice this exact motion, a staggering 10,000 times every single day. Leon pivots, turning to Beatrice for her crucial insights. Beatrice keenly observes that Harry struggles with proper control over her blazing fire energy. She elaborates that fire, by its very nature, disperses easily, and simply saturating the sword with fire mana and wildly swinging it just won't cut it. What's needed is far greater control, to truly make the fire an extension of the blade itself, not merely a flashy, superficial effect. Beatrice firmly advises Harry to painstakingly concentrate the fire, explaining that a meticulously focused flame won't scatter as chaotically as a loose, uncontrolled one. And when it's finally unleashed, the flame should be aimed with pinpoint precision for a deadly, lethal strike, almost like a precise, focused stab. Beatrice then flawlessly demonstrates, effortlessly raising the heat to an incredibly intense level. With a movement so simple, it looks utterly effortless. She then asks Harry if it appears just as simple to her, but Harry can only internally scoff, thinking it's far, far from easy. Later that very night, Harry's mind is absolutely spinning. With all the overwhelming tasks she still needs to handle, she has to report to the demanding section chief, and even the esteemed association president. She needs to meticulously prepare food, like mountains of potatoes and sweet potatoes for the new soldiers, find weapons, armor, and somehow even locate a reliable blacksmith. On top of all that chaos, there's the terrifying matter of taxes, which Harry has absolutely no idea how to manage. Panicking, she suddenly realizes with dread that the academy never, ever taught her how to handle these overwhelming responsibilities. Just as she truly struggles, Sir Yappy suddenly materializes, giving her quite a fright. Calmly, Yappy suggests dividing the accounting work to dramatically improve efficiency, and offers his invaluable help right when Harry needs it most. Harry breathes a huge sigh of relief, remembering that Sir Yappy is actually a supercomputer, so handling all this incredibly complicated work should be an absolute breeze for him. And as expected, Sir Yappy immediately launches into explaining everything, effortlessly mentioning big data, and applying hunter administration laws to perfectly cover meal costs, and confirming that the registration for equipment and armor production is officially complete. He also informs Harry about a sudden rise in crop prices at the Naju Plains, and immediately suggests applying for some special agricultural support benefits. Additionally, Sir Yappy, ever efficient, recommends utilizing the Pantheon farm for even more benefits, and expertly points out ways to gain additional tax advantages. He adds that welfare and various other benefits are readily available for the families of the trainees. Harry watches in absolute awe, as everything gets organized with such lightning speed, though she doesn't understand a single thing Sir Yappy just brilliantly explained. Still, she feels immensely grateful for his help. Yappy calmly reminds her to report again if any more problems somehow come up. Feeling a surge of encouragement, Harry nervously brings up just one more thing. Since she would be serving the magnificent Queen Beatrice, she asks if she should get some truly appropriate clothes. Sir Yappy, ever so blunt, suggests a maid uniform, leaving Harry just a tiny bit flustered. In the Grand Lionheart Kingdom, where the culture mirrors that of medieval European kingdoms, after all, it's perfectly normal for servants to don maid uniforms. Sir Yappy calmly explains that, based on his precise analysis, ordering a maid uniform is a perfectly reasonable decision. Harry feels a wave of relief because she was secretly worried someone might scold her for wearing something that looks a little too much like cosplay. But now, she's totally reassured. Sir Yappy offers to order a Times Reasonable Times maid uniform, using his big data as a trusty reference. Harry gratefully agrees, trusting the supercomputer without a single shred of doubt. However, what Harry doesn't realize is that the big data Sir Yappy uses is actually compiled from the wild world of online fashion trends, without a shred of understanding for real-world context. Sir Yappy ends up purchasing the most ridiculously popular item, a flashy, heavily censored, rainbow magic girl ribbon, maid stocking set, known for comments like, "Boyfriends love it," and promises to wear it, often. Innocently, relying on big data leads to a seriously hilarious mistake, leaving Harry completely unaware of the strange, incoming influence. Peeling back the layers of modern online shopping trends, over at Hunter Academy, we zero in on Kim Jae-hyuk, a top student, whose sharp eyes catch the massive crowd, and he can't help but exclaim that the turnout is absolutely mind-blowing, far beyond his expectations. Nearby, standing tall, is Han Soo-ho, another stellar top student, also from Class A, nods in agreement. As his mind races back to just a few days prior, the adventure truly kicked off when Leon made his impactful visit to the academy. But instead of seeking out mere regular soldiers, he boldly declared his true purpose. He was there to find the promising seedlings of knights. But wait, there's more. Leon sweetened the deal, promising to personally impart knowledge not only in swordsmanship, but also in spearmanship and the art of horsemanship. But then, the real curveball. Theology asterisk? The very mention of theology instantly left the students utterly baffled, and hushed whispers of bewilderment erupted among them. Students specializing in archery, in particular, felt a surge of deep anxiety. One student, voice trembling with nervousness, tentatively pointed out that their time's entire focus was dedicated solely to archery. But Leon, without a flicker of hesitation, instantly dismissed their concerns, declaring such a mindset was perfectly suitable for a mere soldier, but absolutely unacceptable times for a true knight. His blunt and fiercely demanding words instantly led many students to perceive him as utterly arrogant and completely unreasonable. Especially at first glance, the torrent of complaints seemed utterly endless, as students vehemently questioned the necessity of studying theology or even divine law as it was presented, openly wondering if they were being mysteriously transformed into priests. However, Leon, unfazed, calmly proceeded to demonstrate something incredibly simple, a breathtaking glimpse into the power of divine law itself. Despite their fierce initial resistance and skepticism, the students quickly found themselves undeniably intrigued. The students were utterly thunderstruck by Leon's sheer, overwhelming power as they bore witness to something truly astounding. A phenomenal force that allowed anyone to utilize powers strikingly similar to magic, yet emphatically not actual magic. This was a reality far beyond anything they had ever known, leaving them utterly breathless and in profound awe. Among the sea of gathered students, Cheon So-yeon, the sharp-witted student from Class A, is also present. Her fury had been absolutely scorching just a short while ago, when Kim Jae-hyuk had the audacity to call her a mere peasant. And now, her resolve hardening. So, Yeon makes sure to issue a stark warning, cautioning everyone to be incredibly careful how they address her, as she is, after all, the esteemed granddaughter of the Divine Sword Guild's powerful guildmaster. She firmly believes it would be utterly impossible for her to join, especially after witnessing Leon's phenomenal abilities firsthand. Kim Jae-hyuk and Suho suddenly notice Pantheon TV, a wildly popular channel boasting over 500,000 eager subscribers, playing a fascinating video about divine laws and fluctuating gates. The channel's compelling videos cover topics like how D-rank hunters miraculously survived, thanks to divine laws, and the incredible benefits of regular worship and fervent prayers, all in the sacred name of Goddess Demira. Right in the middle of all this, Suho suddenly spots Harry, affectionately calling her Nuna. Utterly surprised, they also comment on her using an unexpectedly outdated phone, despite her significant wealth. To which, So-young simply explains that Harry had donated most of her money to an orphanage, earning instant admiration from everyone around her. They mention that Harry is currently on a special dispatch at the Pantheon, and everyone firmly believes she must be doing a fantastic job. Meanwhile, an embarrassing detail suddenly appears, right on Harry's old phone screen. It's a listing for a sexy cutie-made uniform, advertised as a 5-piece set for those special events, boasting a near-perfect satisfaction rate. Sir Yappy insists that the outfit is absolutely correct, firmly standing by his impeccable big data analysis. Harry, feeling utterly embarrassed, tries to argue that the outfit is simply way too short, but Sir Yappy, undeterred, coldly reminds her that numbers do not lie, and with a dependability rate of 99.999%, Sir Yappy sharply questions whether Harry is doubting the integrity of big data itself. Panicking, Harry frantically tries to hide when she hears familiar voices rapidly approaching. Realizing that guests are arriving very soon, she tells Sir Yappy to hold off on greeting them, but alas, it's too late. Harry steps out awkwardly to greet the incoming guests, desperately hoping to somehow smooth things over. However, the guests immediately freeze, utterly shocked at the sight of her outfit. Soho can only stare, barely able to process what Harry is wearing, and confused yet concerned, he asks, "What in the world is going on?" Harry frantically tries to explain that it's not by choice, but Sir Yappy coldly interrupts, questioning if mere organic beings dare distrust big data. As Harry continues to struggle, Sir Yappy tugs at the skirt to adjust it, making the situation even more chaotic. Leon soon arrives and stares at Harry's outfit in disbelief. He demands to know what she is wearing. Embarrassed beyond words, Harry tries to explain, but Leon cuts her off sharply, ordering her to change immediately, and scolding her for appearing so indecent. Harry quietly obeys Leon's furious order, promising to change immediately. Meanwhile, Sir Yappy announces that it's trainee food time, and that salt water must be distributed. Harry can only sigh. As the situation spirals out of control, the reunion with her respected juniors turns into an utter disaster. Meanwhile, on Jeju Island, a red gate looms after a long and tiring journey. The Golden Lion Guild LED by Huang Gumchul finally arrives. Gumchul jokes about how quickly they boarded a flight, at the mention of money calling out their own greed. Without shame, Huang reminds her sister that, after the catastrophic losses at the Chongju Gate, their guild's financial situation has been terrible, and they need to recover somehow, even if it means taking risky missions like this. One alongside Huang, about 40 other guild members are gathered, ready for the challenge. Suddenly, a familiar voice greets Huang. Li Youngwon appears. Huang teases him lightly, recalling the government blackmail scandal that caused Li to vanish. For a while, Huang then asks if Li was specifically chosen for this dangerous mission. Li, however, responds coldly, saying that unlike Huang, he hasn't experienced the death of any guildmates, a heavy reminder of how brutal their world has become. After that, Huang brings up the real issue. He demands that the payment be split evenly, 50-50, to which Li immediately snaps, calling it complete nonsense. Li points out that Huang obviously won't be doing as much of the heavy work, so an even split is ridiculous. Yet, Huang smoothly counters, never missing a beat, reminding Li that no one else would have ever lifted a finger to help him, and brazenly dubbing him Hunter Traitor Nim, a clear, pointed jab at Li's tarnished reputation. Li's last thread of patience finally snaps. He furiously warns Wang not to dare cross that line. Ultimately, Li proposes a 60-40 split, adamantly refusing to budge any lower than that. Wang simply laughs it off, a mocking sound, and cheekily demands Li treat them all to a lavish meal. But Li just curses him out and flat out refuses, telling him to buy his own damn food for once. Witnessing their utterly childish behavior, Gumchul can only sigh deeply in utter disappointment as they brawl like children, not seasoned hunters. Ha Yuri suddenly sneaks up from behind them, making Gumchul jump right out of his skin. Gumchul quickly scolds her, exasperated, demanding she make some noise when she walks, so she doesn't startle him like that ever again. Yuri, however, simply retorts, telling Gumchul to speak more politely. Despite the simmering tension in the air, the assembled hunters know this is a pivotal moment. With 3 formidable S-rank hunters, and 1 nearly breaking into S-rank territory, they've all converged just in the nick of time. Right before an impending dungeon break, given their combined, immense strength, they're utterly confident that clearing a lower black and S-rank gate should absolutely be possible. Immediately after, the group moves as one, and charges through the ominous red gate, plunging deep into the dungeon's unknown depths, and immediately confronts an overwhelming, oppressive presence. A towering knight, clad in gleaming holy armor, steps forward, boldly declaring his identity as Geoffrey, an honorable Grail knight from the mighty Lionheart Kingdom. At that precise moment, a quest is suddenly triggered. They must save those being mercilessly slaughtered, and the sole clear condition is shockingly simple. Defeat the so-called magnificent Goverick himself. Deeper within the dungeon, after their entry, the group suddenly comes face to face with a massive armored knight. Goverick immediately demands an explanation, his voice thundering, asking why they dared harm his royal military, and warns that what he does next with his warhammer will depend entirely on their response. Gumchul and the others are utterly bewildered, left wondering what this Goverick is even going on about. But wait, they quickly realize it's all just a colossal misunderstanding. One of the group's members, Li, quickly steps forward. He explains they were brutally attacked first by one of the kingdom's own knights. They only fought back fiercely, purely in self-defense. Hearing this, another knight, the hot-headed Dillian Machain, is instantly called out. Jovic then rebukes Delian with scathing words, reminding him how his recklessness could spell ruin for them all. He even accuses Delian of staining the goddess's name with such shameful, reckless behavior. Delian, utterly shamed, offers a groveling apology. Jovic then turns to Gumshoe's group, offering a sincere apology for the entire messy misunderstanding caused by Delian's impulsive actions. Li replies politely, a picture of calm, clearly relieved that this tense misunderstanding is finally cleared. However, a mischievous thought sparks internally within Li's mind. Jovic is much easier to deal with than I expected. He feels that resolving everything else will now be surprisingly simple. But hold on, Even though the initial misunderstanding about who attacked first is cleared, Jovic still chillingly insists on a brutal punishment. He coldly declares that, since a staggering 6 royal soldiers were killed, it's only fair to take a shocking 60 heads in return. His logic is utterly brutal and chillingly one-sided, revealing just how harsh and terrifyingly rigid the kingdom's military rules truly are. Meanwhile, the scene dramatically shifts. Harry and the others arrive at a completely different, eerie location. The infamous soldier training grounds. At first glance, it appears deceptively simple and almost rural, completely lacking any modern facilities or comforts. Forget luxurious medical lounges. Kim Jae-hyuk grimly notices that even in the cafeteria, the trainees are only grimly drinking plain water, instead of getting any proper, nourishing meals. And when they finally reach the actual training ground, they're absolutely shocked to witness trainees brutally beating each other up. Amidst ear-splitting screams, blood, and utter chaos, it looks more like a savage battlefield than a controlled training area. Newcomers, like the wide-eyed Sunbae, are utterly stunned, questioning if they're caught in some nightmare. They simply cannot believe such harsh, relentless training is considered normal here. However, Harry observes the brutal scene with an intense, serious gaze, and he suddenly realizes there's a much deeper, hidden meaning behind this brutal, relentless training. It's not just pointless violence. This brutal method likely aims to forge tougher soldiers, pushing them past their limits and mentally steeling them for the harsh, unforgiving realities of battle. As the relentless, brutal training grinds on, someone offhandedly remarks that the night training manual is actually quite different from the grueling ordeal the soldiers are enduring. This small, unexpected comment gives the students a wave of relief as they suddenly realize just how incredibly lucky they are, compared to the utterly insane environment around them. Kim Jae-hyuk, still reeling from the sheer brutality he witnessed, desperately plots his escape from this escalating madness. However, before he can even make a move, Leon dramatically appears at the training grounds and announces that today is a truly special day. Students have arrived to observe and decide if they want to pledge themselves to his military. He then, with a commanding presence, orders the trainees to immediately pause their brutal training and quickly take their seats. The students rapidly obey, though Harry feels a surge of confusion when Leon tells her to stand with the observing students, rather than among the battle-hardened soldiers. Leon clarifies that he wants Harry to aim for something higher, preparing her to become a formidable mission knight, a role that signifies higher status and far greater responsibility, compared to mere ordinary soldiers. Harry, understanding the gravity, agrees respectfully. Leon then officially kicks off the selection process, stating boldly that he will personally choose the most talented individuals from the students to become his direct disciples. Being selected would be an immense honor, as it guarantees direct, specialized training under him. As the selection grandly begins, Suho, one of the students and Harry's trusted companion, quietly calls out to her. Harry seriously warns Suho not to be rude or disrespectful to Leon, reminding him just how strict and utterly intimidating Leon can truly be. She tells Suho this purely out of genuine concern for his well-being. Without giving them much time to even process the situation, Leon dramatically orders everyone to raise their swords and attack him, all at once. The rules are incredibly simple. The time limit lasts until the very last student falls. Leon reassures them, assuring them they absolutely don't need to worry about getting hurt, because he possesses the legendary Holy Grail, a miraculous artifact with the power to heal any injury. With nearly 40 determined students standing before him, Leon boldly admits he'd actually be thrilled if even one of them managed to land a solid hit. The students, overwhelmed yet refusing to yield, rush forward to make their move. However, before anyone can even properly comprehend, Leon strikes, and the first student drops instantly. Before they even realize what just happened, a wave of shock washes through the group, as a chilling realization dawns. They didn't even catch a glimpse of Leon's movements. Some start yelling, urging everyone to ready their weapons properly, knowing this is no ordinary test they're facing, and that their opponent is monstrously fast and overwhelmingly strong. Leon stands his ground and challenges everyone to come at him again. Despite their fear and initial hesitation, the students rally their courage and charge. One by one, they valiantly fall, but not because they're holding back even an inch. They are giving it their absolute all, fighting with everything they've got. After the intense clash, the students are left utterly breathless. Even so, they reflect on their valiant effort, feeling a little proud they didn't hesitate for a moment. Kim Jae-hyuk admits that, initially, he was a bit taken aback, but afterward, he fought with complete seriousness. Harry reflects that the fight was as exhausting as battling a powerful boss monster. She also keenly notices that Leon showed no openings. During the entire battle, Leon, meanwhile, praises them, remarking it wasn't bad at all, and acknowledges they have, at the very least, recovered their basic physical strength, enough for training to robustly continue. Leon then smoothly shifts into lecture mode, explaining precisely the crucial difference between a soldier and a knight. Training soldiers is straightforward, he explains. It's all about pushing the body and relentless, non-stop physical endurance. But knights, Leon dramatically states, require a much deeper, more profound kind of training. He sets clear expectations for their future. The first group, those who endured the longest against him, will need to grow immensely, strong enough to rival the might of a kingdom knight. And the rest of them? They must also improve, by at least one entire times full level. One of the students, feeling a bit lost, admits they don't fully understand the standards Leon is using. To this, Leon calmly responds, explaining the intricate knight system in his kingdom. He reveals that knights are precisely divided into 5 distinct levels. First up, we have the eager knight-errants, those brave souls not yet officially appointed, but after proving their mettle, they ascend to become mighty kingdom knights, who formally serve directly under the kingdom. Next, those who rise even further become formidable war knights, wielding the undisputed authority to command other knights. After that, Leon explains the enigmatic mission knights, who are incredibly special because they leave everything behind, to embark on a tireless search for God's quests. Their sacred duty is to wander the lands endlessly, sometimes for decades on end, until they find and finally complete a truly divine mission. And then, Leon reveals that he himself, once embarked on such an epic journey, received a legendary quest directly from goddess Ariana, and successfully completed it against all odds. He adds that becoming a formidable Grail Knight was precisely how he achieved his current legendary status. When someone tentatively asks if a Grail Knight is truly the highest level, Leon agrees. But then he provides more crucial detail. He explains that beyond a regular Grail Knight, there stands the absolute pinnacle, the Grail Guardian. It's a special title, exclusively given to the one Grail Knight, who dares to succeed the King of Lionheart himself. Trying to claim this particular title isn't just about seeking honor or glory, it's tantamount to directly challenging Leon's very kingship. Leon warns, with deadly seriousness, that anyone who dares to challenge it will be instantly killed on the spot. He adds, almost casually, that right now is the only chance anyone would ever have, since his power has surprisingly weakened, making him closer to a normal Grail Knight than a full-strength Grail Guardian. Even with that admission, the students are utterly stunned, wondering how this could possibly be considered weakened, given how absolutely overwhelming Leon still seems. One student, trembling slightly, nervously asks just how strong a Grail Knight truly is. Leon hesitates for a moment, then finally confesses that the truth might be too much for them to comprehend. Gumchul slowly stirs awake, disoriented, clutching her throbbing head as searing pain courses through her. Her mind feels like a dense fog, leaving her to wonder how she ended up unconscious in the first place. But no matter how fiercely she pushes, nothing about the preceding events resurfaces in her memory. As she shakily pushes herself upright, she spots a mysterious girl standing calmly nearby. The girl's serene demeanor is utterly unexpected. The girl gracefully introduces herself as Hildir, hailing from the enigmatic Woodsling tribe, and reveals that she shielded them from harm against the relentless kingdom's soldiers. Gumchul is utterly bewildered by the mention of hero, as she has absolutely no recollection of such a feat. But before she can press for answers, a familiar voice rings out nearby, and a figure quickly joins their gathering, exclaiming that his dear sister appears alive and well. It's none other than Huang, her worried brother, who has just returned after skillfully evading their pursuers. However, Gumchul heartbreakingly admits that her memory is a total void. As the group exchanges worried words, Huang cautiously probes to see how much Gumchul truly recalls, to which she pauses, searching her mind for a fleeting moment, and shares the singular haunting image still seared into her memory. The earth violently ripped apart and shattered. Huang listens intently, still grappling to make sense of the dire situation, as Gumchul's mind remains shrouded in a dense fog. Yet, as the conversation unfolds, a few crucial details begin to click into place. The shocking mention of an entire lost day's memories. immediately arrests her attention, leaving her to question how she could have possibly forgotten absolutely everything. She also hears Huang gravely explain that their spell had catastrophically failed. They had barely managed to make a desperate escape, relentlessly pursued by a fearsome, unyielding monster. The critical detail of the Woodsling tribe stepping in to aid them grants Gumchul a fleeting flicker of understanding. Gumchul discovers that during the fierce battle, she had been brutally struck by a mighty hammer, leaving her teetering on the very brink of death for 2 agonizing days. Stunned, she desperately asks about the healers, but learns they were utterly powerless to intervene. Due to a malevolent curse laid by the terrifying Jovarik, the infamous Grail Knight himself. This insidious curse completely blocked all attempts at healing, twisting the very powers of recovery into something utterly destructive, leaving Gumshoe frozen in disbelief. Her eyes then fall upon strange, unfamiliar markings, etched across her skin, feeling quite strange at first, but Hilda, ever so calm, then calmly explains they're part of a powerful healing spell, meticulously etched to bolster her swift recovery. Each intricate symbol holds a deeper meaning, tied to an ancient, sacred method passed down through the local tribes. Gumshoe later examines them with a closer, intrigued eye, quietly noting how they surprisingly almost look cool. Despite everything, as she steadily pushes herself upright, her sibling gently checks, inquiring if she can stand, because a crucial meeting is about to begin, and everyone is expected to join the gathering. The formidable tribal chief, Beldi, steps forward and speaks with a solemn, serious voice. He explains that for countless years, the Crown's army has brutally attacked their people, denouncing them as heretics. Many were slaughtered in unspeakable ways, and some were even subjected to a gruesome flaying. Yet, even after all that, the tribes fiercely refused to give in. Furthermore, to compound their suffering, 3 whole tribes were utterly destroyed along the way, but they kept fiercely fighting. In the end, when nothing else worked, they turned to fervent prayer to the gods, hoping for the strength they couldn't possibly find on their own. As a direct result of their prayers, the heroes, in their glory, answered the call. Huang then recalls just how powerful that enemy truly was. Even with 3 elite, top-ranked hunters, and a raid team of over 100 seasoned fighters, they barely managed to hold their ground. Jeffrey was no ordinary foe, not by a long shot. His formidable armor could withstand a direct hit from a monstrous giant beast, without so much as a scratch, and his body could heal from even the most catastrophic burns. His army was just as incredibly tough. As long as he stayed alive and fighting, they shared the same indomitable strength, healing quickly and standing utterly strong. The only thing that seemed to have any effect to affect him was Yana's formidable special weapon, built specifically to shatter through heavy armor, and it was the only thing that managed to leave a mark. After everything that terrible ordeal, the tribe felt immensely grateful for how much the heroes risked, all for their sake. Now, they were ready to help in any way they possibly could, without asking for a single thing in return. Meanwhile, our scene dramatically shifts, when suddenly, one of the cadets lets out a startled shout. They've just seen a real, magnificent horse for the very first time. This incredible moment unfolds at the breathtaking June Ranch, on Jeju Island. After pushing through their basic training and grueling tests, the Academy cadets are brought here by Leon himself, as they embark on the crucial next step of their journey. This serene ranch is a stark and welcome change from the intense life they've grown accustomed to. For some, even the simple sight of a horse feels like pure magic. Soon, Leon himself arrives at the ranch, greeted with the utmost respect from all around him. Leon casts a sharp glance around, then quietly remarks, "The horses look decent, not bad, just good enough." He extends his thanks to the ranch staff for arranging everything on such remarkably short notice, then cuts straight to the chase. He's here for one thing, to find a true warhorse. The staff beams, clearly excited and honored to assist, proudly mentioning their horses hail from famous, prestigious racing bloodlines, renowned for their incredible strength and lightning speed. Leon listens calmly, then offers a brief, astute comment, explaining a horse's true worth hinges entirely on its sire, the noble lineage it descends from. He then turns to the cadets, his voice becoming serious and firm, explaining that for a knight, a horse isn't merely a means of transport, it's a partner for life. It's vital to forge a deep connection and move as one, both on the battlefield and far beyond. Leon instructs them to walk amongst the horses, and choose one they feel instinctively drawn to try forming a bond times before times even attempting to ride it. The cadets erupt with excitement, cheering loudly and energetically, and promising to give this their absolute best effort. As they survey the vast, sprawling field, Beatrice quietly notes just how many horses there truly are, almost overwhelmed by the sheer, magnificent sight. Leon thanks the queen for graciously meeting him on such short notice, and she responds with a gentle kindness, remarking it would have been simply rude to refuse. Leon then asks if he might assist Beatrice in any way possible, and she agrees with a warm, gentle smile, happy to share this special moment together. At the very heart of the ranch, they carefully observe the majestic horses. Beatrice gives a brief, thoughtful nod, remarking that they look quite decent indeed. Leon then turns, extending a gracious offer for her ride. Beatrice, delighted, eagerly agrees right away. Then, she swiftly asks for a recommendation. Leon gestures toward a sleek, magnificent black horse nearby, recommending she give that particular one a try. With a radiant smile, Beatrice accepts and steps toward it. Leon then pivots, turning his attention to Harry, and instructs her to choose a horse as well. Harry is visibly taken aback, utterly surprised. Harry nervously gestures toward a pristine white one, clearly hesitant if it's truly the ideal choice. But before she can even finish, Leon interjects, suggesting a powerful-looking yellow horse instead, one with an impressively sturdy build, a far better match. Harry quietly agrees, and as she gazes at it up close, the horse appears even more captivating than she'd imagined. As Harry calmly watches, Leon abruptly steps forward, gently nudging her away, telling her firmly to move aside, then swiftly making his way to Beatrice, asking Beatrice for assistance, a slight Harry finds quite mean. Suddenly, a panicked shout pierces the air, desperately calling out to Leon. He turns, his expression unruffled, wondering calmly about the sudden commotion, as even the majestic steeds begin to stir restlessly. Gasping for air, the breathless messenger explains, it's an urgent emergency call. Directly from the president of the association himself, Leon gives a sharp nod, ordering him to connect the call. A firm voice then cuts through the line, as the man greets him with utmost respect, introducing himself as O Kang Yuk. Leon cuts to the chase, demanding to know what exactly is happening. Kang Yuk falters for a moment, before finally explaining that a massive dungeon break is about to erupt and urgently requesting Leon's assistance. Leon sharply retorts, a cutting reminder that it's not his responsibility to clean up the association's failures, and he absolutely didn't travel all this way to mend their disastrous messes. Kang Yuk, understanding, quickly asserts he hadn't called for only that, believing this specific case might pique Leon's interest. He then elaborates, the entity causing this monstrous problem isn't merely some common monster. The gate's field boss is arrogantly proclaiming itself the Knight of, the revered goddess of life and abundance. Harry Han stares at the unfolding scene, utterly shell-shocked, barely able to utter a word, because what they're witnessing is simply astonishing. The sheer agony and cruelty are simply unspeakable. Leon's voice drops as he asks if this times is the one they've found. Kang Hyuk's reply is a stark, simple yes, confirming he's one of the precious few to emerge from the gate's depths. Right now, he's sedated, a necessary measure to keep him calm. But they're informed that with just a little patience, he might awaken. But Leon steps forward with purpose, declaring there's no need to wait. The time for action is now. Leon exudes an unwavering calm and absolute confidence, convinced this particular task won't be hard. Beatrice merely needs to forge a new space, deep within the man's dreams. After all, the strange, endlessly repeating world inside the gate was, in fact, his time's very own creation. Within that world, there stood a formidable knight, wielding a massive warhammer, and he boldly claimed to serve none other than the goddess of life and fertility herself. Now, Beatrice swiftly unearths the name Govirik. Some even refer to him as the majestic Govirik, a title that truly carries significant weight. A considerable amount of time has clearly passed since these grim execution grounds were established. Judging by the desolate scene before them, Beatrice wonders if hunters were responsible, but quickly dismisses the idea as unlikely. Whoever they were, they employed brutal, burning field tactics, meticulously wiping out everyone, with the chilling goal of erasing all traces of life, leaving not even a single seed behind. Beatrice notes the astounding level of detail being shared, and points out the profound knowledge behind it, prompting Leon to calmly remind her. He's done something similar in the past, back during his days of hunting orcs, though this place has long been abandoned. The traces left behind are still vividly visible, and following them may reveal what truly transpired. Right here, Beatrice is then swiftly told to proceed forward. Yet, at the same time, she remarks on how quickly Leon moved, without so much as a glance back at the troops, or even for Sir Yappy, raising an immediate suspicion that something significant is afoot. Leon pauses, acknowledging that his sudden actions may have seemed rather inconsiderate, but then adds a crucial, weighty point. He states, "Half-baked skills can be dangerous." The reason for his urgency then becomes startlingly clear. A Grail Knight is involved, to which Beatrice quietly, yet sharply, asks, "Hold on. Is he referring to Sir Geoffrey?" Leon drops a bombshell. Sir Geoffrey, once Damara's most favored champion, was a legendary Grail Knight from 3 generations past. His martial prowess was so incredibly revered that its legacy lives on, passed down to the current generation. Flashback to roughly 800 years ago, he embarked on a perilous mission to hunt a savage tribe, and according to ancient records, that's when Govir supposedly times ascended to heaven asterisk. While the phrase sounds utterly glorious, what it really means is a grim truth: he died. But here's where things get truly strange. As a revered Grail Knight, seen by all as a living saint, naturally embraced by divine love and grace, his soul should times have been welcomed into paradise. But it wasn't. His spirit never made it there, leaving behind profoundly unsettling questions. Leon even meticulously tracked the sacred item's energy, desperate for it to lead him to Sir Geoffrey, or even the hunting party that followed him. But there was nothing, not a single trace. This chilling mystery leaves only 3 possible explanations. First, that Sir Geoffrey is impossibly still alive. Second, that his soul became tragically lost, unable to ever reach its final destination. And third, a far, far more disturbing possibility. Could it be he's actually times changed sides asterisk? This situation is dire, because a Grail Knight wields powers truly beyond the mortal realm, and if a battle erupts, it won't be something ordinary people can ever handle. Regardless of Govir's true fate, the raid on the gate must move forward. Later, as the group pushes deeper inside, they reach its very heart and discover a horrifying scene. Bodies are gruesomely displayed. A chilling message for all. The cruelty here is utterly deliberate, not merely violent, but cold, calculated terror. The sight of such brutal acts ignites a raging fury, crossing a sacred line that should never have been crossed. These heinous crimes go utterly beyond forgiveness, and whoever is responsible deserves nothing less than swift justice. Even Leon, often seen as eccentric or unpredictable, cannot conceal the sheer magnitude of his fury. Those around him instantly take this as a profound sign. Harry realizes that beneath all his strange ways, Leon is a truly righteous leader, who stands firmly, fiercely, against all injustice. With renewed resolve, the soldiers are called to attention, and Harry and the others receive a crucial directive. No matter what unfolds from this moment forward, their sole allegiance must be to Leon. They're explicitly warned against trusting their sight, or the whispers of their own minds, as illusions pose a deadly threat. Everyone agrees instantly, without a single moment of doubt, passionately rallying behind their formidable king. Time is rapidly slipping away, and there's no time to waste, for the enemy is dangerously close. Their menacing presence is already igniting pure chaos, with wild, violent screams echoing through the air. Whoever lies ahead is clearly holding nothing back. They crave absolute destruction, with no plans to leave a single soul alive. Harry shouts, instantly shattering the chilling tension, as she spots a nearby village tragically under siege. Even worse, the enemies are brutally charging at innocent villagers, in a scene both incredibly cruel and agonizing to witness. As the horrifying reality sinks in, the entire group is consumed by searing rage, but none more so than Leon himself. He doesn't hesitate for even a heartbeat. His fury explodes as he roars at the top of his lungs, branding the attackers as nothing but vermin, and without a moment's pause for backup, he races forward, his horse thundering beneath him. His soldiers call out to him, utterly stunned, for they've seen this raw fury before, particularly during the devastating Orc massacre. When innocent lives hang in the balance, Leon simply cannot hold back, charging headlong into peril, fueled by raw anger and an unyielding sense of justice. The others struggle desperately to keep pace, because he's already surged far ahead, moving with impossible speed. Harry suddenly recalls the horrific Orc battle, and it all clicks into place for her. There's a profound, hidden reason behind this explosive rage. Then, completely out of nowhere, Leon screams, "For the honor of Lionheart," and the soldiers watch in absolute shock as he swerves his horse hard, his sword raised high. The only problem is, Leon is charging in the wrong time's direction. Harry stands utterly frozen for a terrifying moment, completely unsure of what her eyes are showing her. Leon looks absolutely furious, his voice cold and sharp as he disdainfully calls everyone insects. He refuses to listen or offer any explanations. He instantly locks onto his next target, laser-focused and ready, and then he spurs his mighty stallion, charging fearlessly ahead. Suddenly, everyone around Leon freezes, a chill running down their spines. Because something is terribly, chillingly wrong. Instead of crushing his foes, he inexplicably pivots, and Leon turns his terrifying focus onto the very soldiers, the ones he swore to protect. Whispers erupt like wildfire, spreading fear and confusion. No one can fathom why Leon is committing such an unthinkable act. But deep down, Harry knows this isn't just wrong, it's an utter betrayal. Because Leon isn't acting like himself at all. He's a complete stranger. Harry clenches her fists, her heart hammering wildly in her chest. Because if no one steps up, if no one intervenes, countless more lives will be shattered. Without wasting another precious second, she springs into action. She resolves, Leon must be stopped, by any means necessary. Harry hears her name called and halts her desperate dash. It's Beatrice, telling her to trust Leon, even now. She insists there's always a hidden reason behind his perplexing deeds. Harry hesitates, a storm of doubt still swirling inside her. But Beatrice's words plant a seed of contemplation in her mind. She quietly wonders if such a wild claim could actually be true. Up ahead, Leon continues to fight with an unparalleled, brutal fury. He snarls, calling his enemies garbage as he tears through them. Leon is already shattering records, a whirlwind of destruction. He's completely lost to the frenzy of battle, utterly consumed. Harry questions if Leon's rage is his only motivation now, but Beatrice simply shrugs, a knowing look in her eyes. She admits Leon often gets wildly carried away in the heat of combat. They finally come to a grim agreement. There's absolutely nothing they can do to stop his rampage now. Even though they just witnessed something utterly brutal and senseless, they chose not to interfere, to stand back and watch. Not because they lacked a sense of justice or compassion, oh no, but because the targets of his fury weren't real living beings. These villagers are merely ghostly fakes, hollow imitations, NPCs conjured from ancient, lingering memories. Inside the gate, only a select few are true, breathing survivors. The rest are mere illusions, shadowy echoes mimicking a forgotten past. The monstrous entities and lifeless NPCs within this cursed gate aren't real, sentient beings. They're simply residual memories, fragments of what once was, lingering shadows from events that unfolded ages ago. So whether they fall gruesomely in battle, slain by the sword, or even face a public, brutal execution, none of it counts as a true, unforgivable sin. Leon rampages through them, a force of unstoppable nature. He roars, vowing that not a single one will be spared, absolutely determined to make every single one of them suffer. Then, a lone knight steps forward, bowing deeply and respectfully. A grand welcome for the legendary Grail Knight. The revered hero known across lands as the Living Saint, Leon commands him to rise, a sharp reminder ringing through the air. This is still a raging battlefield, not a place for formalities. The knight bows slightly, introducing himself as Toscata Vendelik, the esteemed brother of the Lord of Vendelik himself, and a proud member of the illustrious Labionan Dawn Knights. The city of Vendelik, for context, lies close to Lankwell. Toscata confirms with a decisive nod, adding that he alone, among his kin, was truly gifted, his knightly prowess genuinely recognized by all. His sacred pilgrimage had yet to commence, but he fully intended to begin it after this very mission. Leon's gaze narrows, a quiet response escaping his lips, saying he doesn't recall ever hearing the distinguished name of Toscata Vendelik in all his memories. And if Toscata had truly attained the revered status of a Grail Knight, then their paths surely would have crossed in paradise itself. This unnerving silence could only signify one chilling truth. Either Toscata tragically failed his sacred mission, or he met his untimely end somewhere during this very raid. Leon's eyes sweep across the multitude of knights before him, but not a single face registers in his vast memory. These were once, undoubtedly, proud and valiant warriors. Yet, astonishingly, none of their names appear to have survived the annals of history. With commanding presence, Leon introduces himself confidently. I am Leon Dragonia Lionheart, the rightful ruler of Dragonia, and the chosen, sacred bearer of the legendary Lionheart, a divine title bestowed upon him by the very hands of the radiant goddess of light and justice, Ariana. Toscata stumbles back, his face paling, utterly stunned, clearly shaken by the overwhelming holy presence Leon exudes. Whispering, he wonders if this incredible claim is some cruel jest. But Leon stands unyielding, his voice resolute, proclaiming, "No true knight with honor in his heart, would ever dare to lie about being the rightful king of the Lionheart. Leon then truly grasps that, in their original timeline, the king of the Lionheart must have been someone entirely different. Still, Tascada gives a firm nod, choosing to place his trust in Leon. Leon then pivots, his gaze sweeping over all the assembled knights, and confirms a vital detail. These very knights came here on a daring raid against the barbarians. Leon then singles out the fabled war knight among their ranks, and double-checks if the legendary Grail Knight is truly blessed with the awe-inspiring power of life itself, and the bountiful gift of fertility, to which the knights respond without a moment's hesitation, confirming it is indeed the renowned Sir Joveric. Leon, knowing the urgency, insists he must meet Sir Joveric immediately. His voice, laced with urgency, left no room for hesitation or delay. The group quickly explains that Sir Joffre is to be, and indeed, he already is, tasked with the relentless hunt for any remaining survivors. The chilling mention of skinning, coupled with the strange events unfolding, makes it terrifyingly clear. Something is profoundly, horrifyingly wrong here. Sir Joffre isn't just out on a simple patrol. He's charging straight into a full-blown battle, ready to relentlessly wipe out what they're calling the barbarian tribes. And with that chilling realization, Leon finally understands that something is about to go catastrophically, utterly wrong. It's soon shockingly revealed that the mighty Grail Knight will face an unforeseen, brutal incident during this very war. And before long, the enemy appears, their formidable leader showing up in person. The gate's classification screams red level, but the danger inside feels closer to a terrifying black-grade gate. Still, they confidently believe it's somehow manageable. This revelation means the scattered local tribes, who normally wouldn't even dream of working together, have been forced to unite as one. Why? Because of the constant, brutal assaults by the knights. These brutal raids force them to finally put aside their bitter differences and fight as one. However, despite their newly forged alliance, the knights still boast far more soldiers and resources than all the desperate tribes combined. As the warriors brace themselves, the potent effects of their blessings and seals surge through them. Mazer's Molar boosts their ability to absolutely pierce through any defense. The White Tiger's seal sharpens their speed to lightning-fast levels and hones their deadly focus. And the Iron Bear's fur grants them incredible raw strength and unbelievably tougher skin. Finally, the Black Eagle's claw lowers enemy resistance to mere whispers and grants them ultimate wind protection. Now fully empowered, they storm into a fight that's shaping up to be far more than just another routine raid. This could very well be the monumental turning point of everything. Sir Geoffrey explains that the powerful seals he bears were divinely granted through the worship of the ancient beast gods, revered by the very local tribes they now face. And these sacred seals dramatically enhance all his abilities, undeniable proof of his immense strength and divine favor. Despite this, a familiar, tenacious group of mercenaries suddenly appears. They miraculously survived a previous encounter with him, only because he had shown them mercy. Now, they've returned not to beg, but to brazenly challenge him. And their deadly goal is crystal clear: to seal the gate, and for that very reason, they must face and defeat Govir right here. Govir, utterly unfazed, calmly offers them one last chance to cast down their arms and simply walk away. He warns that their souls aren't stained by any unforgivable sin worth dying for, but the mercenaries stand their ground. One warrior fiercely throws his words right back in Govir's face, demanding to know how someone who flays people alive, spares neither child nor elder, can possibly speak of sin or justice. To this, Giovich boldly declares he feels absolutely no shame, no regret whatsoever for his actions. In his twisted eyes, every single thing he's done is righteous. Govir stands firm, unwavering, proclaiming that every deed he's committed is purely righteous. From his perspective, he has done no wrong at all, and those who dare oppose him have crossed a sacred line, a line that simply cannot be ignored. He then warns them that divine punishment now descends upon them. Just then, a sharp warrior nearby senses the immense danger, and with a shout, urgently commands the others to activate their defense arts instantly. This level of power isn't something Govir can unleash frequently, so if they can just withstand this onslaught once, they might just have a chance to turn the entire tide. At that crucial moment, the loyal knights of the kingdom, who have long entrusted their very lives to the gods, begin channeling all their unwavering faith into one single point, into Govir himself. Their pure devotion, unshaken and absolutely pure, flows into him like an unstoppable, powerful current. As they unite, they cry out in unison, proudly declaring their identities as the valiant knights who serve the honorable Grail Knight. They offer up their very strength, their deepest belief, and their unwavering purpose to utterly erase all evil standing in their path. Just then, Gauther rises tall before everyone present, declaring himself the living face of the true God's glory. His miracle begins to take shape, and the very instant it becomes real, the very earth beneath their feet trembles and collapses. Those truly chosen by the gods receive power far beyond any human limit. Knights who ascend to the sacred rank of saint are granted immense strength by the goddess of light and justice, who ceaselessly watches over all knights. When that ultimate power is finally awakened, it unleashes something truly terrifying, a divine punishment. And this isn't just any kind of judgment. Its form varies for every Grail Knight, depending on the god they serve. For the Grail Knight of life and fertility, the consequences are immense. That punishment shakes the very land itself, bringing widespread destruction to the earth. Everyone watching is utterly stunned, unable to believe what just unfolded before their eyes. Just one single, devastating attack, and 3,000 tribal warriors vanished without a trace. It didn't feel like something a mere human could ever accomplish. The others, thankfully, start to feel a wave of relief, thankful they weren't the ones caught in its devastating path. Amidst all this, Govrick pleads with the goddess, asking her to guide them, no matter where their steps may lead, to be the very ground beneath their feet, and to help those who've lost their way find it once again. He also yells out, to give the enemies a final chance at purification, but quickly follows it with orders to wipe them out completely, calling them sick heathens and showing absolutely no mercy. The main fighters step forward boldly, to block the enemy head-on, while others spread out to trap them from all sides. Their sheer numbers instill them with confidence, believing they still hold the absolute upper hand. However, Govrick watches in absolute shock, as a single mercenary firmly holds his ground, stronger than expected, that strange mark on his body, the one from the heathens. It might just be the reason for his incredible power. The hunters have made a crucial mistake, because they forgot something vitally important. These aren't just any mercenaries. They didn't follow the path of holy missions, or serve any god above. They weren't guided by divine visions or sacred vows. Despite this, they were far from weak. They were hardened warriors who had traveled across the land, facing danger again and again, always trying to prove their worth. They didn't need a god's blessing to stand their ground. Even if others called them worthless, they stood strong and ready to fight, not as monsters, but as heroes forging their own path. The knights dismount and swiftly move into position. These aren't just new warriors, they're seasoned kingdom knights, with years of intense battle behind them, some having fought for nearly 100 years. They stand proud of the long lives they've forged on the battlefield. Countless enemies have fallen before their might, from fearsome beasts to cunning outsiders, and any who dared defy the kingdom's rule. With such unparalleled experience under their belts, they stand unwavering, even against the most terrifying foes. Their voices merge, rising in triumphant praise. As even more soldiers advance from behind, the pressure becomes overwhelming, and one of the mercenaries grasps the crushing reality. If they don't act now, they'll be utterly annihilated. Huang glimpses a desperate chance to escape, but retreat doesn't sound like a viable option, especially when they can't even contend with these knights. Right before them, and the strongest enemy, the field boss, hasn't even made its terrifying appearance yet. They grimly admit their group is simply not strong enough. If only they had aid from one of the top 10 guilds, maybe then they could actually fight back. But time is swiftly running out for them. Before help could ever arrive, the dungeon would collapse. Then, Huang quietly offers a surprising suggestion. There might be a better, smoother way to end this nightmare. And the others immediately halt, eager to listen, because whatever Huang has in mind, it just might be their one and only chance. Ariana, the renowned goddess of light and justice, Demira, the deity of life and fertility. These divine names are whispered, but not everyone truly knows them. Lee just shrugs it off. As he's never cared much for religious matters, he can't fathom what gods have to do with the gates either. But then, someone else highlights a peculiar coincidence. That the king of the Lion Heart, in fact, might actually be from this very kingdom. Inside the gate, it all chillingly clicks into place, as they remember the knights' fervent talk of gods and their sacred, divine missions. That kind of fervent talk isn't normal for a regular dungeon. If the king truly hails from the same place as those incredibly powerful knights, staying here would be absolute suicide. They need to retreat, and they need to do it now. Hilda pleads, asking if Lee is truly going to abandon them. Lee firmly responds that he's not giving up. He's going to bring much-needed support, because staying here with no backup whatsoever would only lead to even more tragic deaths. And there's absolutely no point in arguing with NPCs, because none of this is truly real. It's not the village, nor the cherished memories it holds. No, what truly matters now is sheer survival. Hilda then roars out to the guild, declaring it's high time to retreat. "The gate," she cries, "won't be closing today!" These monsters refuse to fall. They must escape before oblivion takes them. Miss Hilda stiffens as the enemy taunts her, scoffing that none of her kind has ever succeeded in sealing this gate. To them, she's merely another dismal failure, just one more weak, pathetic creature. Yet Hilda knows her revered leader would utterly condemn what she's about to unleash. But she no longer cares. She blames the others for failing, desperately convincing herself that this desperate act is entirely their time's burden, not hers. The others around her stare, utterly confused, wondering what madness she intends to commit, but she fiercely brushes aside their inquiries, claiming there's absolutely nothing to worry about. Once again, she's simply taking a shortcut, an expedient, something clearly wrong, but necessary. A strange, palpable dark energy then oozes across the battlefield, heavy and deeply unnatural. The chilling truth becomes clear. The enemy is wielding forbidden dark magic, something utterly forbidden, something heinously twisted. Terrified murmurs ripple through the ranks, whispering that the great beast god himself is blessing them, bestowing upon them incredible power. And soon, more will be blessed in the same horrifying manner. An icy dread crawls in, as one soldier stares, utterly frozen as the dark power violently surges stronger. He simply cannot comprehend what he's witnessing. Something monumentally dangerous, utterly wrong, has been unleashed, and there's absolutely no way to stop its terror. Hilda fixates on the warriors with chilling, dead eyes, and tells them not to even bother resisting, for soon, the dark power will consume them completely. It's simply an inescapable matter of time. She coldly clarifies that their only time's objective now is to mercilessly slaughter every last knight in their path. Hilda roars that they must begin anew, because despite all the countless worlds they've traversed, and the desperate battles they've fiercely fought, none have ever truly managed to crush these enemies. And absolutely, nothing they tried ever worked. A searing frustration boils over as their enemies, now horrifyingly marked with the heathen's dark curse, stand stronger than ever. Huang then shouts a warning, saying the cursed mark on their skin is their weakness, and that's where they must strike. The moment of clarity sharpens their focus, but the danger hasn't passed. Jeffrey is offended by their defiance, and it's clear the battlefield is slipping out of control, with things getting worse. One of the knights knows what must be done. If he wants to protect the others, he'll need to act fast, even if it means laying down his life. He doesn't hesitate and steps forward fearless, calling out the enemy with everything he has left. His strength doesn't come from power alone. It comes from purpose. He leads with pride, charging, declaring glory for the lion heart. Then someone unknown steps forward, and every eye turns toward this figure. The soldiers stare, unsure who stands before them. He introduces himself as the king of the Lionheart, Leon Dragonia Lionheart. The reins once belonged to Argon Majesty Lionheart, a former king known for his strength and honor. These reins are not just for control. They carry the power to calm even the wildest beasts and awaken old powerful blood. Handing them over without hesitation and diving into battle is exactly the kind of choice His Majesty would make. Stallion now holds the reins, quietly accepting the responsibility, grateful to be trusted with such a legacy. A few minutes earlier, the situation had grown tense, because no matter how many enemies fell, more continued to appear, like rats spreading without end. The knights push forward, cutting them down, but the crowd refuses to shrink. Harry hesitates because the orders feel too harsh. Even children are being skinned, and it doesn't sit right. But Leon reminds Harry that the kingdom and its knights don't act without reason, and Leon knows the truth behind the bloodshed. Each enemy carries markings, symbols on their skin, that prove their loyalty to the beast god. That's why they do it, and that's why skinning matters. They receive the chilling mark, and the moment they unleash its power, their very souls slowly begin to rot away. It's a silent, insidious destruction that creeps in over time, corrupting them from within. Harry then faces the stark truth, that there's no real difference between their kind and the very demons they so fiercely fight. Leon stands firm, reminding her that a soft heart and talk of human rights won't help them in a battle like this. This fight is brutal, and in such cruelty, only two things truly matter: the unyielding truth and absolute justice. With that fierce resolve, Beatrice also prepares to carry out her solemn duty. Moments later, Beatrice steps forward, commanding them to stay behind. Meanwhile, Leon realizes something feels terribly off, because the enemy's sinister markings are still active, even under the Holy Grail Knight's relentless attacks. That can only mean one terrifying thing. Sir Jovert's divine law isn't working as it should. Still, there's no time to stop and wonder, because the Grail Knight of Demera must rise again, and they have to push through this storm together. Leon steps forward, radiating firm resolve, declaring that the very first thing they must do is break the unholy bond between the enemy forces. Because there's no room for hesitation, and severing that connection is the absolute key. He raises his voice, introducing himself once more, not as a mere warrior, but as the mighty king of the Lionheart, claiming he has come to lead them straight to paradise. The very moment his presence is known, panic ripples through the enemy lines, and Govrick recognizes the divine light surrounding him, because the Holy Grail itself has appeared, bringing with it something utterly sacred. And so, the miracle begins. Shining light pours over the entire battlefield, enveloping everyone in its radiant glow. Wounded soldiers stir as their grievous injuries miraculously vanish. One looks down in utter shock as his wounds seal shut, and another, whose arm had once been irrevocably lost, feels it agonizingly growing back. The pain is sharp, but it's a pain that leads to healing. This isn't ordinary power, nor is it an illusion. It's a real, divine miracle that has touched the very earth. Jehovah Rek finally realizes everything he had been utterly blind to, and the truth now shines brighter than any gleaming sword. He feels the overwhelming presence of Demera, the goddess of life and fertility herself, speaks not through whispered words, but through undeniable, unwavering faith. Demara summons him, not just as a mere knight, but as her chosen child, once lost, now gloriously found. No trace of doubt or question lingers in Govir's heart. Only a singular, unyielding purpose remains. He understands Demara's divine will and embraces it, without a single shred of resistance. Gyovric steels himself, poised to execute the divine command, completely free from any lingering confusion. He turns his gaze toward the King of the Lionheart, grateful to fight beside someone who truly shares this sacred, destined path, side by side. Govir charges into the fray, joining the battlefield, not merely as a knight, as he once was, but as a valiant guardian of the Holy Grail, ready to face whatever darkness dares to come. All the fallen beasts begin to stir, slowly, eerily, gathering together in a single, chilling spot, as if an unseen force drags them into formation. It becomes horrifyingly clear. A monstrous host is being formed. Something massive, something truly dangerous. The knights feel an oppressive pressure building, suffocating, and the situation is rapidly spiraling worse. Among the enemy ranks stands a twisted knight, corrupted, half-holy warrior, half-horrifying aberration, bound by a truly corrupted, twisted soul. Facing such a foe is already a monumental task, but now, something even darker, even more sinister, begins to rise. A servant of the Iron Bear begins a vile, dark ritual, sacrificing captured souls to unleash the terrifying beast. As if fueled by an ancient god's anger, the monster responds with a deafening roar, and charges straight at Lionheart, a force of pure destruction, ready to tear him limb from limb. But Lionheart stands firm, unyielding. He doesn't back down, reaching deep into ancient, hidden power, and his vision manifests as Death Eye dramatically appears. Slicing fiercely through the engulfing chaos, the searing pain hits him hard, but he absolutely refuses to fall. Lionheart's raw courage ignites a fierce fire in the others, and the knights around him feel that burning resolve. Now is the critical moment. They must rise, they must stand together, they must destroy those vile beings who have covered the world. In choking darkness, Hilda struggles for breath, gasping, overwhelmed by suffocating fear and rising frustration, as monstrous horrors keep coming, relentlessly, without pause. Fighting even a single Grail Knight, like Goverick, was already an impossible challenge, and now, things have taken a terrifying, drastic turn for the worse. Even the dead aren't left in sacred peace. As her enemies laugh mockingly, their cruel jeers echoing, they gloat, promising her body will enrich the very soil beneath them. Yet, no one truly knows the origin of the formidable King of the Lionheart, nor how this enigmatic woman mysteriously weaves herself into their fate. As she flees, Hilda stumbles upon a peculiar, glowing stone. A powerful mana stone, a potent new source of immense energy. Forged from relentless monster hunts deep within the gates, but a chilling sensation washes over her. Something is terribly wrong. The sheer volume of mana accumulated here is unfathomably vast. As if hundreds of thousands of lives were claimed, or even millions of monsters mercilessly slaughtered. A truly chilling thought sends shivers down her spine. Just then, Hu steps forward, her presence unsettling, and chillingly reveals to Hilda a disturbing truth. This gate might be trapped in an endless, horrifying loop, repeating the same gruesome events time and time again. Hilda struggles with a shocking realization. She's no demon, but her burgeoning power feels just as terrifyingly dark. Hu abruptly pauses, a strange realization dawning upon her. But Hilda isn't fooled. She intrinsically knows she's no mere NPC, and that one truth irrevocably changes absolutely everything. Hu senses Hilda's raw, untamed power, a terrifyingly potent energy she utterly despises. But she wastes no time, her sharp gaze sweeping over her enemies. Even now, she relentlessly forces Hilda into servitude. Through sheer, unyielding force, the dark spell Hu wields is less magic and more outright, brutal domination. A spectacle that becomes utterly agonizing to witness. Later, Hilda trembles, lost in confusion and agonizing pain, as she dismisses her own monsters as utterly useless, speaking with a chilling familiarity, as if this isn't her first time. She then mockingly challenges Hu, her voice dripping with scorn, asking if she even recalls the identity of her true time's master. Hilda stands frozen, a desperate prayer escaping her lips to the gods. But it's far too late. Hu smiles, a chilling, cruel smirk, as she utterly claims the slave as her own. Now, a furious rage boils over in Hilda's newly acquired slave, who furiously curses her, branding her a cursed being, and vows to tear Hilda apart, limb by agonizing limb. But a far more terrifying truth stirs menacingly beneath the surface. For the very gate they are all desperately trapped within is no mere battlefield, no ordinary arena of conflict. It is the sacred, terrifying domain of the beast god. The true horror lies in this terrifying possibility. If the other formidable beast gods begin their descent, even a partial manifestation won't just imperil the warriors. The entire gate, the very world encompassing them, could utterly shatter and collapse under their catastrophic power. And this is a nightmare, far more catastrophic than anyone ever conceived. With chilling, unsettling calm, Leon utters his dreadful certainty, recalling how the Lionheart's 11th king often spoke of none other than Govirik, and all the other valiant knights. Hearing that name, something stirs deep within Govirik, and a wave of confusion washes over him. He questions, could Leon have truly known him? Leon nods softly, then reveals a solemn truth. The 11th king now finds eternal rest in the paradise of the gods. Harry interjects, pressing Govirik. Does he remember anything? Any faint clue at all? Govirik desperately tries, but his mind remains a blank, an empty void. All he grasps is the relentless grip of his mission, to raid the barbarians, to cut them down, and that single, burning purpose is all that drives him. Harry then pivots, her gaze sweeping over the others, urging them to grasp the grim truth. What must be done? She reveals the chilling truth they've tried to deny. Govirik and these other knights cannot escape this gate. They are not free warriors, not truly alive. They're bound, mere characters in a cruel, endless play, locked forever in this cursed, repeating place, destined to repeat the same dark fate, again and again. To finally seal this gate, to close it for good, they must face Govirik and bravely take him down. Govirik stands proud, never having lost a single battle, not once, not ever. After all this unending time, Leon quietly, solemnly agrees with the truth, because if Govirik had ever truly tasted defeat, they wouldn't be standing here, together, at this very moment. Suddenly, a monstrous enemy roars Leon's name in fury, and threatens to rip him apart, limb from limb, piece by piece. The very battlefield trembles violently. Leon wonders if there's any hope to stop this raging beast, this monstrous god's incarnation, from fully descending. Hilda laughs, a cruel, mocking sound, declaring, there's no stopping its descent. Not now, not ever. The gate itself is already collapsing around them. The beast gods plan to unleash absolute chaos, everything they have, to utterly destroy it. Leon hears this, but he refuses to step back, refuses to yield, because he knows, deep down, exactly what must be done. And the brave knights who fought and bled beside him, they deserve so much better than to be left behind. Leon chooses to stand and fight, no matter how dire, no matter how perilous the path ahead may be. Beatrice desperately tries to warn him, to pull him back, warning that a direct confrontation could be far too risky. But Leon's resolve is absolute. His mind is made up, because if they flee now, and a dungeon break erupts, the rampaging monsters will escape, unleashed upon the world. But that, my friends, is a danger. Far worse than anything we've seen inside this gate. Leon stands firm, determined to fight. But just as he prepares, Govir interrupts, revealing there's still one way to seal this monstrous gate. With a heavy heart, he reveals the shocking truth. This gate will only close when he, himself, falls. Yes, his own defeat is the ultimate key. As a knight inextricably bound to this realm, his end, and his alone, will seal the gate for good. Though his body trembles, his indomitable will does not. He bravely urges the others to retreat, to live on, specifically telling Leon to save his strength for battles far beyond this fading world, and that there's absolutely no point in wasting lives on ground that is quite literally about to vanish. Then, Jeffrey turns to the other knights, his battle-hardened brothers and sisters in arms, proclaiming that their final battle is truly upon them. And with the King of the Lion Heart standing at their side, representing the very radiant glory of their god, they must rise. One last, glorious time. They will offer themselves up in ultimate sacrifice, not born of despair or defeat, but to secure the future for all those who still breathe. They choose to fall, so that others may rise. Leon stands silent for a breathless moment, overwhelmed by the sheer, unwavering weight of loyalty displayed before him. Because Govir's profound sacrifice leaves him with a burden so immense that it feels heavier than any blade he's ever wielded, or any shield he's ever borne. Yet it's one he vows to carry with pride. But Govir isn't done just yet. He asks Leon for one final, crucial favor. Just a bit more time. Govir closes his eyes and prays, calling out to the mighty goddess Damara, pleading for a blessing, a final, sacred gift. Before he fades entirely, he powerfully lifts his hammer, pouring every last drop of his remaining strength into it. As one chosen by the goddess and loyal to the lion heart, Govir transfers every single drop of power he holds directly into the weapon itself. He offers it to Leon, not merely as a tool of destruction, but as a profound symbol of trust and enduring legacy. Until someone truly worthy appears, Leon must carry this legendary hammer forward, to which Leon admits that no one may ever wield it with the same might as Govir once did. Still, Govir believes fiercely in his king, and declares that fighting beside Leon was truly an honor, his sacred duty. He'll carry it to the very end. Govrik pivots, facing his loyal cavalry one final time, and with a thunderous roar, he delivers his ultimate command. Shield the king, until every last one of us falls. His valiant knights, heads held high with unyielding pride, answer his call without a moment's hesitation. Their lives have been honorable, their mission is crystal clear. They shout one final, resounding blessing before retreating, their faith blazing, even staring into the maw of the end. Further on, where destiny awaits, Govrik stands tall, ready to remind the world precisely who he is. He's not merely a warrior. He's a living legend forged in countless bloody battles. He's slain over 10,000 enemies with his own two hands, faced more than 5 million across the relentless tides of war, and never once has he faltered. He remembers standing defiant against 300,000 raging orcs, holding the motherland's line when all others had fallen. He recalls the glorious victory over the mighty ogre chief, where hope was a whispered myth, but courage roared them to triumph. Through every harrowing battle, the radiant goddesses Damara and Ariana stood firmly by his side, and even the great god, Pietos, reveled in their unparalleled strength and indomitable spirit. Govrik is not simply a knight. He is the revered Grail Knight of life and fertility. And with one potent, final battle cry, he summons his brothers and sisters to rise and fight once more. Today, they march not towards death, but towards glory, not with fear, but with unwavering honor. They fight and die for justice, for the future, and for the sacred name they proudly bear. As they charge forward, their hearts burn fiercely with unyielding glory, because behind them, the lion heart blazes ever so bright. Harry feels an immense weight, utterly unable to walk away, even after Leon desperately tells her to leave. She simply cannot bring herself to turn her back. Harry yearns to witness their epic final stand, to honor them with her unwavering presence. And to this, Leon doesn't push her, because if she wants to stay, then she stays. Harry, however, senses something is terribly wrong. Her voice trembles with shock as the realization of what just happened dawns. Govrik has ascended, transformed into something divine. After this, Leon vows that the vile beast they worship, the false god they bow to, will face the cruelest, most agonizing end. The Grail Knights then begin their strategic retreat, their immediate, sacred purpose temporarily fulfilled. And now, the the very divine laws themselves must take form and demand results, no matter the ultimate cost. What's more, Gavrick's final words now echo louder than any fierce war cry. His sacrifice, his unwavering loyalty, and his incredible strength will forever mark this day. Leon silently vows to carry those very words forward, ensuring that everything Joffrey believed in will never fade. His justice won't just be realized in spirit alone, no, it will manifest through the king's very next actions. Leon feels a profound weariness settle deep within him, yet it's unlike the usual exhaustion of brutal battle. Back when he clashed with and defeated countless monstrous demons, he never felt this crushing weight. Now, something inside him aches, and as each moment passes, Leon starts to truly understand why. It's not the relentless fights themselves that wear him down, it's the chilling fear. The fear of losing the precious people he cares about again. Because that kind of devastating loss cuts deeper than any wound. What truly scares him even more, to his core, is the terrifying thought of walking into a future where he'll have to fight completely alone. Still, Leon knows this is a solitary path he must forge alone, and this immense weight isn't something he can possibly hand over to anyone else. Some burdens are simply meant only for the one destined to carry them. Just then, a voice calls out to him, and it's Harry, who finds him. Leon notices just how late it truly is, and wonders why Harry isn't resting like she usually does, being the first to unwind after a long, exhausting day. She'd normally be watching her favorite dramas by now, but tonight, she's still here, holding a sword and standing tall, as if she's been waiting for something specific. Harry stammers, struggling to explain herself, saying it's not a sudden impulse, no, but everything they've been through lately has ignited something profound inside her. The fierce battles, the heartbreaking sacrifices, the crushing weight of the truth, it's all changed her. It's made Harry feel like she absolutely cannot waste any more time, like she desperately needs to be stronger. Not just for herself, but for everyone around them. Leon tells Harry, "Raise your sword." He wants to witness the strength she truly possesses. She straightens up, a mix of nervousness and pride on her face, but responds in her usual, formal tone. Still speaking exactly as she always has. Leon quietly sighs, and wonders when she'll finally stop talking like that. With a swift, practiced motion, he effortlessly raises his sword, and commands her to prepare, and she's on it. Her fingers clench, a death grip on her weapon. But the instant his blade slices through the air, she's sent reeling, knocked off balance by the sheer power of his blow. Leon, never one to mince words or effort, immediately spotlights her critical error. Her arms, dangerously low. If they dip beneath the belly button, she sacrifices precious speed. Just a hair at first, but enough to spell disaster. And if they sink even further, her entire motion grinds to a catastrophic halt. Harry, taking it all in, nods sharply, every word sinking deep. Leon steps forward again, driving home a crucial point for Harry. It's not just the arms, or even the sword itself, because true defense erupts from your entire being. One foot drops back, weight perfectly grounded. She steals her grip, heart pounding, and tries once more. This time, with newfound precision and control. And boom, Harry manages to parry the next devastating strike. Then she blurts out, eyes wide, what she suddenly noticed. Leon's movements are wider than they need to be. Leon, unfazed by the observation, coolly reminds her he's hammered this point home before. It's never about grand, sweeping motions. What truly matters is lightning speed and pinpoint precision. Because every single second, every step, every breath, every swing must count. Leon then drills her, challenging her very reasoning. He asks, why in the world would you ever think creating an opening for the enemy is a smart move? Harry falters, her thoughts scrambling, convinced it's to unleash her abilities with greater impact. Leon's frustration crackles. That's not the endgame. Victory isn't just about wielding skills efficiently. If she ends up a corpse in the process, then what's the damn point? Harry, however, believes. Leon would expect her to sacrifice her very life, if necessary, seeing it as the noble, honorable path, all for the sake of honor or glory. Leon, however, absolutely crushes that notion. He declares he sees zero value in pointless self-sacrifice, no purpose at all. Later, Leon hits her with a searing challenge, demanding to know if she even has timed someone in her life truly worth dedicating such a sacrifice for. If there's no one, then what? Following the path of those who do times becomes utterly meaningless. The crushing weight of his question settles deep within her, and she casts her gaze downward. Take a break, Harry, Leon commands. And just like that, Harry turns away, a new resolve beginning to spark. Slowly, the weight of their profound conversation settles deep within her. With Harry's keen eyes begin to notice, Leon just hasn't been himself. His vibrant energy has clearly plummeted, seeming much lower than usual. This unsettling change, understandably, fills her with worry. Yappy clarifies. Leon's body is reacting in a truly bizarre way. It's all due to intense pressure, though his explanation is frustratingly cryptic. Later, Harry presses him, demanding a much simpler explanation. Yappy simply declares, "It's just stress. Leon desperately needs to relax." This sparks a question in Harry's mind. What would Leon actually enjoy during his much-needed free time? Yappy then suggests, living beings, you see, often find true solace and joy through entertainment, especially games, he emphasizes with a flourish, because games have a unique way of easing the mind and bringing joy. During a moment of rest, Harry tries to picture Leon, controller in hand. But honestly, it's still incredibly hard to imagine. Still, she's determined to find something Leon might genuinely enjoy. So Harry turns to Yappy, desperate for brilliant ideas. But he simply states rather matter-of-factly, choosing fun games for humans isn't precisely within my directives. Harry grumbles, thinking Yappy could have simply said he didn't know, instead of making such a needlessly complicated declaration. But then, suddenly, a new idea sparks. Harry feels a surge. Maybe Leon would genuinely enjoy something fun. And that delightful thought immediately lifts her mood a bit. As she muses further, Yaffy seems ready to elaborate on his wisdom. With a sigh, Yaffy admits the plan did indeed make perfect sense, but he vehemently insists it was purely, absolutely, a coincidence, declaring, naturally, that no one could possibly match his superior calculations. Harry, however, playfully brushes off his boastful claims, not taking his exaggerated words too seriously, not even for a moment. But Yappy, sensing the blatant teasing, is immediately, utterly displeased, thinking, a mere human should not speak to him in such a manner, Yet Harry remains completely relaxed, coolly pointing out her ultimate victory. In the end, she did win, anyway. Meanwhile, Goddess Ariana, gently, gracefully acknowledges the knight's steadfast willingness to step bravely forward, stating such dedication brings profound joy to all the gods. However, a deep, gentle concern for him shines clearly in her words, because, after fighting fiercely for 200 long years without pause, Ariana truly believes Leon deserves something much, much more. Something that finally brings him profound peace and true comfort. And so, she gently suggests that now is the perfect time for him to savor the simple pleasures of life, like genuine rest and profound healing for his weary spirit. Leon, however, finds the word entertainment profoundly distant and incredibly unfamiliar. So Ariana explains that in this time's new era, people have countless wonderful ways to relax and truly enjoy themselves. While she's not quite sure what would truly, perfectly suit him, she believes the most meaningful pleasures are truly timeless. Leon wonders what kind of entertainment could possibly transcend time. And Ariana delivers an utterly unexpected answer, sharing intimacy with a woman. She speaks without a shred of shame, boldly stating, it's a natural way for humans to feel joy and release stress. Ariana even mentions the queen and that fiery red-haired girl as possible choices. Leon is completely taken aback, especially at the mention of the younger times girl, because to him, Harry still seems far too young. But Ariana completely disagrees, calmly stating that the girl is, in fact, fully grown. She also reminds him that love and closeness are not only vital sources of comfort, but absolutely necessary for continuing the royal bloodline. When the time is right, Ariana calmly explains that one of the most natural ways humans relieve stress and find joy is indeed through intimacy. She also adds that it's crucial to think about rebuilding the royal family for the future. But before she can say more, a sudden voice urgently calls for Leon's attention. Leon tries to remind Harry to show proper respect, but she pushes right past him, insisting he absolutely needs to see what she's prepared. Though slightly annoyed by the interruption, Leon asks what she possibly has to show him, to which Harry happily announces that she poured so much effort into it, with help and advice from none other than Sir Yappy. However, when Leon sees what Harry's wearing, or, perhaps, what she's done, his expression immediately turns stone cold, and he warns her with a chilling tone that, if she ever shows up like that again, she'll be forced to run around the neighborhood, without a single stitch of clothing. Clearly, Whatever Harry presented times definitely times crossed a line, and he is absolutely times not times having it. Harry instantly panics, insisting that things aren't what they seem, feeling utterly wrongly accused, and completely flustered by the huge misunderstanding. But before things can escalate, someone else quickly steps in and explains that Harry had actually planned something quite special, with full support from the association. Leon looks curious, but still slightly skeptical. The assistant goes on to say that the whole Times team got involved to help Harry with an amazing event she organized. Leon's visibly hesitant, clearly not knowing what wild adventure awaits. But the moment he hears even the legendary Sir Spinney took part, his whole demeanor shifts, taking it far more seriously. Harry then gestures, inviting him to step through the mystical gate she's prepared, promising him an absolute blast the instant Leon crosses the threshold. Harry, bursting with excitement, reveals the gate's name, Suhei. It's a vibrant realm, teeming with a breathtaking array of animals and fantastical creatures. She then points to a board displaying a scoring system where tiny critters fetch a single point, mid-sized beasts earn 3, and massive ones bag a cool 10. But the elusive orcs, being the toughest to track down, are naturally worth the most coveted points. Leon listens intently, absorbing every rule and detail, instantly connecting the entire setup to an exhilarating hunting game. Yet, as he grasps that this is all designed to help him, he actually pauses, truly comprehending the thoughtful gesture behind it all, and a quiet appreciation settles over him. It's been an eternity since Leon last ventured out for a hunt, and a flicker of uncertainty crosses his mind if his skills remain sharp. But the moment Leon steps in, bow in hand, and takes a primal aim, those dormant, ancient instincts surge back to life. The instant he strikes down his very first target, his initial calm shatters into razor-sharp focus, and a thrill begins to spark within him. Suddenly, one enraged monster roars, furious over its fallen kin, and charges with murderous intent. But Leon? He doesn't even flinch. With an unwavering aim and movements as fluid as water, he swiftly brings it down. The entire energy surrounding him shifts, and every trace of his earlier hesitation simply vanishes. Harry, watching closely, realizes he's now utterly absorbed in the moment, and all her earlier doubts seem utterly pointless. In fact, Leon isn't just into it, he's absolutely reveling times in the game. As he continues to expertly navigate through the intricate gate, he casually drops a comment about bringing back a trophy or souvenir, declaring it's all part of the grand tradition. Harry, mesmerized as she watches him wield the bow with flawless skill, can't help but exclaim how naturally gifted Leon truly is. Even with something he hasn't touched in what feels like a lifetime, Harry had always assumed Leon held a strong dislike for long-range weaponry. But it quickly becomes clear that was a complete misunderstanding. Just because Leon carries the title of a knight, certainly doesn't mean he's unfamiliar with wielding such tools. In fact, hunting has always been an inherent, crucial part of a noble's demanding life, especially for those embarking on arduous missions far from home. Knights frequently find themselves having to fend for survival in uncharted, dangerous lands, and that absolutely includes the vital skill of hunting for sustenance. Thus, over countless journeys and trials, they naturally evolve into exceptionally skilled hunters. Though Leon, the undisputed champion, reigns as the strongest of his era, he casually drops a bombshell. He was also the second best hunter. This revelation clearly catches Harry off guard. If he was second, she instantly wonders, then who could possibly hold the top spot? And Leon, ever so calmly, begins to explain that the title didn't belong to another mighty Grail knight, but to a powerful priestess who wasn't a knight at all. Instead, she was specifically chosen by the radiant goddess of the moon and the hunt, leading the revered Temple of the Moon. She wielded a bow with utterly unmatched, devastating power. Her arrows soared like brilliant, falling stars, possessing the strength to pierce and cross entire mountains. Imagine if she ever truly unleashed her full, incredible strength. As Harry struggles to fully process this astounding revelation, she finally gathers herself to ask why Leon only hunted orcs. His answer, predictably, is incredibly simple. There's just no need to organize elaborate teams to herd weaker animals when orcs offer the most points. And in any competition, aiming for the highest score possible only makes perfect sense. Even if his reasoning is blunt, it's crystal clear to Harry now. Leon genuinely views orcs as nothing more than mere prey. After the intense hunt, Leon picks up something truly unusual. The object emanates a strange, unsettling energy, and it feels undeniably cursed. Harry immediately agrees. And indeed, It turns out to be a rare, cursed totem, a truly rare find. But instead of keeping it, Leon instantly decides to sell it off, and generously give all the money to those who diligently helped to herd the animals, despite its huge, immense worth. Leon wholeheartedly believes it'll be a truly well-deserved reward for the dedicated people who spent their precious day off, working so incredibly hard under the scorching sun. But wait, there's more. Afterwards, Leon keenly notices fresh traces of orcs that somehow managed to escape. Determined, he declares, the hunt isn't over yet, and those foul creatures are still out there, defiling the pristine forest. Even if they aren't real orcs, they remain enemies in his unwavering eyes. He then eagerly invites Harry to follow him, offering to personally teach her how to properly wield a bow and arrow with precision. Harry readily agrees to join him, but she's a little taken aback by his sudden, vibrant energy. Watching him in this moment, she quietly admits to herself that Leon looks so much better now. And when Leon overhears her gentle words, he pauses for a long moment. A profound realization dawns on him. It's been such an incredibly long time since someone treated him with such genuine kindness, offering it freely, with no strings attached. Leon, in a rare moment, quietly admits his deep pride in Harry. At first, she doesn't quite catch his meaning, but Leon doesn't bother to repeat himself. Instead, he lays down an unmistakable challenge. Harry must take down at least 3 fearsome orcs, mastering the very techniques he just taught her, or he'll be really upset. Harry starts to panic a bit and quickly reminds him she's barely had any experience with a bow and arrow. Meanwhile, back at the Pantheon Guild's training grounds, Harry feels a wave of pure relief, glad to see that Leon seems to be in a much better mood now. Just then, the section chief suddenly shows up, casually explaining that their tractor broke down, and he desperately needs to visit the supply room. Apparently, no one's dared to go there since the Naju incident. Harry decides to tag along, ever curious, and together they head to the mysterious supply room. This is where Sir Gawker's legendary hammer is kept. The moment feels sacred, and Harry mutters a quiet prayer, though it's a very strange mix of Buddhist and Christian traditions, even crossing herself unconsciously. The section chief points it out, amused, a little confused by her unique spiritual blend. Still, the section chief confirms, the legendary hammer has been safely here the entire time. Since no one is currently capable of wielding it, they've chosen to keep it safely locked away in the supply room. Harry is about to move on, until something completely unexpected catches her attention. A mysterious figure suddenly arrives at the entrance, curious to see the nation's most powerful, epic item. As he steps even closer, a loud alert rings out, and Yappy instantly reacts, revealing the figure to be none other than Yag Spinay himself, shocking everyone with his incredibly sudden appearance. Spinay confirms that the hammer is, indeed, safely in the hands of the Pantheon Guild. Yappy calmly acknowledges Spinay, who has come to challenge the hammer itself, greeting him with an oddly formal welcome. Spinay, still unsure of what to expect, thanks him and remarks that the place is far more refined than he ever imagined. But before they can continue, Yappy cuts in, stating that an entrance fee must be paid before entering, with a posted fee of 5 million won for hunters. Spinay is left utterly shocked and frustrated. Can you believe civilians are charged a hefty 500,000, yet hunters get hit with a bill 10 times higher? Yuppie then clarifies the stark contrast, explaining that civilians merely admire the ancient relics, whereas hunters are here to truly challenge them. Thus, those extra fees are crucial for maintaining these sacred items. But even with that detailed explanation, Spinny still thinks the price is wildly unfair, all thanks to that extra zero. They soon begin to realize, however, that the sheer, incredible value of this epic item might just justify the exorbitant cost. Spina, ever the modern one, hesitantly asks if Samsung Pay is accepted here, to which Yappy, ever so calmly, simply replies that bank transfers will be perfectly fine. Just then, a figure steps forward, none other than Han Harry. She introduces herself as the formidable assistant manager, hailing from the prestigious Korean Hunter Association, specifically from Management Team 3. She reveals how this whole saga kicked off about a week ago, when the legendary hammer mysteriously vanished without a trace. It was then carefully placed back in a secure location, exactly where it had first been discovered. Despite countless efforts from multiple individuals trying to lift or even budge it, the hammer stubbornly refused to move. Until now. Suddenly, the hammer shifts asterisk, its movement brimming with a palpable intent, as if it's desperately trying to communicate something vital. It no longer feels like a mere, ordinary object. its essence has changed. Its powerful presence now strongly suggests that it has remarkably developed a true will of its own. This extraordinary phenomenon can occur with potent holy relics, especially when they remain connected to divine individuals for an extended period of time. Over time, that deep connection can grant them a profound form of consciousness, making them incredibly difficult to control or manage. When Leon first came into possession of this magnificent hammer, it was silent, compliant, and utterly obedient, serving him as a powerful tool, blessed by the goddess Demera herself, and fiercely loyal to the king of the lion heart. But now, its energy pulses with a completely different rhythm, stronger, sharper, and incredibly more aware. It's almost as if it's actively searching for something. Or someone. Leon quickly comprehends the hammer's true desire. It yearns for a new owner, someone truly worthy of wielding its immense, awakened power. Turning to Harry, a look of serious resolve on his face, Leon instructs her to immediately inform the association that the individual capable of lifting this mighty hammer will earn the undisputed right to keep it. Although, he adds, the association will undoubtedly want to assess its immense worth first, before granting full permission. The crucial message has been delivered. The challenge is times on asterisk, and the mighty hammer awaits. It calls out for the next person strong enough to answer. But hold on! But they notice something utterly unusual about this very object. Because this isn't just any times powerful tool. It's an times epic times item, a true legend among hunters. You see, gear is meticulously ranked by strength and rarity. These ranks guide hunters in choosing the perfect weapons for battle. Starting at the base, we have the normal items, followed by rare, unique, and legendary items. These are crafted with exceptional skill, requiring immense funding and serious manpower. However, asterisk epic times items? They're in a league completely of their own. They don't just surpass legendary, they times transcend times it. Only a mere handful have ever graced existence in the last 30 years. These are legendary weapons, known and revered across entire nations, whispered about in stories, and absolutely feared for their devastating power. One such fearsome example is the mighty Heaven Destruction Sword, once wielded by the formidable master of Shuang Mountain, and even, at one point, by the heavenly demon himself. These aren't just mere tools. They are legends, solidified into physical form. Among these fabled artifacts is the illustrious 12-ring Kakara, a staff whispered to hold the power to reshape the very world. Then there's the Frost Queen's heart, still chilling and expanding the icy lands of Siberia. Oh, and we can't forget the Wandering Demon's sword, lost to time since the devastating Black Gate disaster in London, still drifting, an enigma, somewhere out there in the world. These items, truly, hold immense, unfathomable power. They're capable of single-handedly turning the tide, even in the most utterly hopeless and dire of battles. And now, right before their very eyes, stands another artifact, undeniably worthy of that legendary rank. It's Gedvaric's hammer. And despite this artifact's incredible worth, Leon firmly confirms his unwavering decision. Anyone who manages to actually lift this hammer, will become its undisputed, rightful owner. Mr. Li Chan-su reacts with utter, bewildered disbelief. He simply cannot fathom how such a rare and invaluable treasure could be given away so casually, so simply. He quickly pulls up the item's stats, desperate to confirm its true value. The hammer itself is divine, infused with the very soul of Gedrick, a revered Grail Knight, personally chosen by Demira, the magnificent goddess of life and fertility. It holds the sacred key of faith, granting divine energy directly from the goddess herself. It dramatically boosts vitality, completely eliminating all fatigue. And while its wielder stands on solid earth, it amplifies their defense power by an astounding 4 times asterisk, and amplifies healing abilities by a colossal 3-fold. Even nearby allies receive astounding power boosts, blessing them with impenetrable double defense, and profoundly boosted healing capabilities. Among its myriad powers, the Saint's Painting empowers its wielder to unleash divine laws, a feat dependent on their unwavering faith and holy energy connection. These astonishing details utterly overwhelm Li Chan-su, because this item is far more than just a rare find. It's an absolute miracle in weapon form. Yet, Leon doesn't budge. His decision stands unyielding. Leon tells him to swiftly relay the news to the association, and Li Chan-su, with quiet urgency, asks for a moment to step aside and make a vital call. Moments later, the Hunter Association president answers. His voice immediately rises, steeped in utter shock, because this is absolutely the nation's first ever epic ranked item unearthed across all of Asia. In fact, It would be only the third of its kind. As expected, this earth-shattering revelation draws an immense flood of challengers to the Pantheon Guild. The surging crowd gathers, buzzing with intense curiosity, and eager voices begin to ask, "Where is the hammer?" But Harry swiftly interjects, reminding them that, for an item so incredibly revered, proper reverence and respect are absolutely necessary. Here, in this world, even items that belong to true legends must be addressed with utmost honor. It's not merely a hammer, it's Sir Joffrey's hallowed legacy. Suddenly, a bold challenger steps forward, eagerly requesting to try his luck. But as he draws closer, a chilling realization hits him. The very aura surrounding the hammer is incredibly intense, and without a single movement, it radiates an overwhelming energy. With no effort at all, the challenger is violently thrown to the ground. The hammer reacts violently, harshly rejecting those it deems unworthy, propelling them back with an unseen, powerful force. A startled hunter stumbles back, muttering complaints. Nobody warned him about times that asterisk. But the truth is, the hammer makes its own choices, and no one genuinely understands the precise rules it truly follows. Then, a resonant Kyrie echoes around them, demanding a tithe and a sacred offering to the goddess, a requirement tied directly to the holy relic. Confused, the hunters wonder if this is some kind of cruel joke, because they've already paid the required entrance fee, and now, another demanding price is being asked. But then, someone in the crowd suddenly realizes, this mighty hammer, it's intrinsically linked to the goddess, and this hefty tithe could very well be part of the trial. He boldly presents 10 million won as his offering. Everyone gapes at him, utterly dumbfounded, whispering he's insane for parting with such a fortune. The instant his grand tithe is accepted, something incredible happens to the hammer. Once utterly unyielding, it suddenly allows itself to be touched. What's more, the hammer lets the hunter grip it with unwavering strength, a feat utterly impossible just moments before. The powerful aura surrounding it doesn't resist him this time. It's clear, this ancient relic has finally acknowledged him. A torrent of tithes begins to pour in as hunters scramble to offer money, all desperate to lift the hammer and claim its power for themselves. Everyone shoves their way to the front, fiercely arguing over who was first, or who paid a bigger sum. Harry, however, starts to feel a sense of unease. She whispers to Kiddick that something about this just doesn't sit right. She wonders aloud if a holy relic should truly be treated this way. But Yappy, standing beside her, brushes off her doubts, because to him, it's not disrespect, it's brilliant strategy. Then, the hammer violently reacts. Rejecting a challenger, it sends them soaring through the air. It wasn't merely about strength or sheer will, it was about the offering not being substantial enough, and the hammer's insatiable desire for more. What once seemed like a sacred, spiritual test, now feels increasingly like a ruthless payment system. The relic isn't just testing worth, it's meticulously measuring gold. Slowly, it starts to feel less like a revered, holy weapon, and more like a mere tool for massive profit. Still, Yappy remains unfazed. His grand plan is unfolding perfectly. This, he knows, is just the thrilling beginning. Absolutely nothing can stop him now. The news explodes, spreading like wildfire across the land, and even Starbucks wants to open a branch right inside the guild. This place is absolutely booming, capturing attention from every corner of the world. A stunning report on the tithes alone reveals just how astronomically popular the guild has become. Hunters from across the entire country line up, all desperate for a chance to lift the legendary hammer. Some aren't even here for the glory, they're here for pure miracles. One man cries out in sheer relief as his decade-long ingrown toenail suddenly, miraculously heals, and another feels his tooth cavity vanish. This incredible power, all from the hammer's potent aura alone. The Pantheon's might now draws in surging crowds by the dozens. With every breathtaking miracle, belief ignites and spreads like wildfire. But behind every single triumph, the legendary Yaffy truly stands. He's working tirelessly, refusing to ever truly rest. Instead, he's relentlessly accumulating funds, gathering precious goods and every conceivable resource. Yaffy isn't simply chasing after mere money, he's meticulously crafting something far, far grander. Fame, reputation, and awe-inspiring miracles all fuel his ultimate goal. The Pantheon isn't just some ordinary place to him. No, it's a sacred symbol. And absolutely everything he does, every single coin he meticulously collects, fuels the meteoric rise of this hallowed, sacred facility. Amidst all this bustling activity, Harry can only stare, pondering deeply what exactly all of this has truly become. Because now, deep inside the glorious Pantheon, a groundbreaking new chamber now proudly stands revealed. Formerly marked as the high-intensity forging facility. Even with its gleaming parts and awe-inspiring heavy machinery, it's still, surprisingly, considered the absolute lowest tier, forged within Yaffe's incredibly vast database. Painstakingly built with Earth's notoriously limited metallurgy, it's genuinely the absolute best he could manage for now. To the average, astonished eye, it still appears utterly amazing, but Yaffe, ever the pragmatist, doesn't sugarcoat things. He attributes this impressiveness not as a compliment, but rather, to the sheer simplicity of the organic mind, brushing off any compliments with absolute, unwavering ease. Harry, his heart brimming with a surge of renewed hope, asks Yaffe if he could finally forge him a powerful sword. After all, he is the fabled Grail Knight, entrusted with the divinity of steel and blacksmithing itself. And that prestigious title naturally sparks immense expectations, but Yaffe declines. Not due to the identity of the asker, but simply because the forging facility isn't fully complete yet. It currently lacks the truly specialized facilities absolutely essential to successfully work with adamantite. And without those crucial, indispensable upgrades, even a master blacksmith like him simply cannot proceed. Harry fully understands, and Yaffe resolutely turns away, with a singular, determined step to earn even more money. Soon, a small, humble forging facility officially opens, and with its grand opening, Yaffe finally gathers enough seed money to truly begin his ambitious plans. He views himself as a righteous, almost legendary thief, one who boldly takes from the excessively greedy, not for selfish gain, but to construct something monumentally greater. Recently, the global stock market has plunged into utter chaos, and powerful people across the globe are absolutely furious, because the news just isn't twisting in their favor. Even after pouring massive sums into controlling the media, the headlines relentlessly go against their wishes, and their frustration only escalates. Yet, hidden behind the scenes, a ghost-like figure quietly dismantles their elaborate plans. Just as they prepare to offload stocks for massive profits, this mysterious person suddenly steps in, snatching all the earnings and vanishing without a trace. That person, of course, is Yappy. He deftly moves through the system's hidden cracks, smartly accumulating immense wealth unnoticed. Now, Yappy sets his sights on food, because in this grim age, it has become one of the world's most daunting problems. Demonic energy has utterly ruined much of the land, making farming incredibly difficult, while powerful nations acted swiftly during the early disasters. Poor countries continue to suffer relentlessly. Dungeon breaks plague these regions almost daily, completely halting any chance of stable agriculture. As all of this devastatingly unfolds, Yappy quietly watches, preparing for his next calculated move. Knowing this, food will become the single most valuable resource of all. Yappy begins acquiring vast areas of corrupted land, spanning Eastern Europe and the Middle East. These lands, once considered utterly useless, hold immense hidden value in his discerning eyes. Yappy's first major step involves strategically targeting Heilongjiang's crucial grain industry. Following the devastating Shanghai disaster, 2 decades ago, Heilongjiang became one of the most severely damaged warlord nations, with land so tainted it's nearly impossible to farm. Still, Yaffy boldly invests in and purchases key parts of the region's grain operations, while spreading the sacred faith of Demera, the benevolent goddess of life and fertility. This divine belief gradually cleanses the ravaged soil. Although the land doesn't heal as swiftly, or on the same immense scale as Leon's power, it slowly but surely begins to recover. Soon, the ground becomes ready to grow sacred rice, corn, and other grains, once utterly ruined. This area now promises not just massive profits, but also abundant and steady food production. After this strategic triumph, Yappy plans for the Pantheon Guild to take complete control of the vital food market. However, with food rapidly becoming pure power, he knows that danger is always lurking. Yet, Yappy tirelessly gathers intel from across the globe. And what's more, he observes the colossal waste of resources in endless wars and power struggles, especially with gates opening and monster threats rising everywhere. In his keen judgment, any truly wise leader would shun such pointless conflicts and prioritize nothing but survival. Yappy boldly declares that their land will rise again. Meanwhile, breaking news explodes across all screens that Akudita has violently erupted in Jilin, and war erupts amidst this escalating crisis. Yappy calmly approaches, drawing Harry discreetly aside. Leaning in, he speaks to her, and her alone. He reveals he actively manages private equity, a rapidly expanding method for managing vast wealth. Without so much as asking for permission, he simply declares, he times will times be handling her finances. Harry's jaw drops in utter surprise, wondering if this is some kind of elaborate investment offer. Yappy swiftly corrects her assumption, emphatically stating, "This isn't a mere request. This is a crucial, professional intervention." Harry's stunned. He's times deeply involved in the cutthroat stock market, and he's quick to brutally point out that her financial situation is undeniably dire. Despite Harry's fierce pride in her hard-earned savings, he calmly reminds her she only holds a paltry 15% of what A-rank hunters typically save, with most of her considerable bonuses funneled straight to charity. Harry stammers, trying to justify herself by explaining she donates absolutely everything she doesn't personally need to the orphanage. The very orphanage where she herself grew up. But Yappy, surprisingly, doesn't criticize her admirable kindness. He insists that proper, strategic financial planning will ultimately help her give even more . She attempts to politely decline, but he sternly argues that shunning financial education is practically giving up on life itself. In this cutthroat, modern world, he asserts, Yappy believes she should be immensely grateful for his invaluable help. Harry tentatively agrees to let him manage 2 million won, but Yappy, without blinking, raises the figure to 20 million, and then, with a shrug, casually suggests she sell her semi-basement apartment right here in Seoul. Harry freezes, utterly unsure of how to even begin to respond, but deep down, a flicker of trust, for her Yappy remains, hoping desperately this isn't something shady at all. Yappy effectively upgrades Harry's entire financial status, upgrading her from a bronze to a dazzling silver member. He frames it as a truly generous gesture, explaining how silver members now rake in double the returns, compared to their bronze counterparts. Buzzing with excitement over the promise of fatter profits, Harry, eyes glinting, eagerly sets her sights on climbing even higher. Yappy then reveals, reel in 5 new members, and she'll instantly ascend to the glorious gold tier, promising an absolutely mind-blowing triple the profit. Harry, barely 20 and naive to adult life, is completely oblivious to the dangerous trap she's fallen into. The glaring red flags fly completely over her head, because this, friends, is a classic pyramid scheme. Yet to her, it screams unmissable, golden opportunity. And to make matters infinitely worse, is how people implicitly trust her kind-hearted nature. Beaming, she contacts Suho, thrilled to spill the details of the deal, and he agrees, without a single moment's hesitation, all because he has unwavering faith in her. With Harry unknowingly reeling in more innocence, Yappy's insidious scheme quickly spirals, gaining traction fast. Swathes of new members flock to join, and this fake financial system builds truly terrifying momentum. Then, just as everything seems to be wildly successful, officials from the district court abruptly storm in, delivering a chilling warning. Immediate asset confiscation. A confused and alarmed Leon spins around to find Yappy, casually responding with his infuriatingly familiar Kirik. Yappy, it turns out, had secretly borrowed a colossal sum of money, all under the unsuspecting name of the Pantheon Guild, promising sky-high profits and expertly convincing everyone to invest, insisting it was completely safe and secure, and would deliver double, even triple, their investments. Foolishly trusting him, the guild members started pouring in every last penny of their life savings, with some even heartbreakingly selling their homes, or offering precious land as collateral just to scrounge up more cash. But then, in a terrifying flash, everything goes horribly wrong. As the funds Yappy invested utterly collapse, and the entire fund plummets straight to rock bottom. All their hard-earned money vanished into thin air. Harry breaks down, heartbroken that she's lost absolutely everything, including her entire life savings of a staggering 87 million won. Another desperate voice reveals he gambled away his wife's entire savings, while another heartbroken soul shares that they had painstakingly saved for 5 long years, all to acquire a special, life-saving medicine, only to watch it all brutally vanish, utterly wasted. Even Spina, a revered high-ranking member, suffers a truly shocking loss. Over 87 billion asterisk. Hearts are absolutely shattered, gripped by rage and utter disbelief. This whole disaster unfolded because they trusted Yappy. Now, the guild is plunged into an abyss of debt, leaving its people drowning in nothing but bitter regret. The financial fallout spirals out of control, with nearly 50 million evaporating every single hour. In total, A staggering 72% of their investments are times gone asterisk. Mass hysteria erupts as people panic, some shrieking and weeping openly over their lost fortunes. Frustration hangs thick in the air as people scramble to seize anything they can from the guild, desperate to salvage times anything times at all. One person bolts into storage, snatching up anything that times looks times valuable, in a frantic bid to recoup their devastating losses. Suddenly, someone lunges for a massive, shiny pillar, convinced it holds some hidden worth. But Yappy Times completely times freaks out, bellowing that it's times his personal property asterisk. Yet, no one listens as raw emotion completely takes over. Another person collapses in despair, wailing about how tirelessly they worked to save that money. Pure pandemonium spreads as people shout, claw at possessions, and hurl accusations at each other. Yappy is hoisted aloft by someone, viciously demanding answers, while even the staff members are in a frenzy. Harry feels absolutely nauseous from all the stress, and even the chief is powerless to quell the escalating chaos. Amidst this escalating madness, Yappy fixes a contemptuous glare at the enraged crowd, dismissing them as inferior. Just then, Spinny steps in, hiccuping, whether from sheer frustration or perhaps even fear. Leon then tasks Sir Spinny with resolving this impossible issue, putting his absolute faith in his unparalleled intelligence. Spinny inquires how much time Yappy requires, and Yappy confidently replies that he'll handle times everything asterisk by tomorrow. Spinny agrees, taking it an audacious step further, volunteering to act as a full financial guarantor, pledging to cover all of Yappy's debts if necessary. He then imperiously orders Yappy to return to his duties. Yappy departs with a quiet urgency, and the others watch on, unsure if it's even remotely possible to rectify this disaster in a mere single day. Back at the guild, alarms blare to life, and an emergency protocol is instantly triggered. There's no time for meticulous safety checks, as the very first prototype of a powerful, cutting-edge, exoskeleton armor is forcibly activated. The mission code? Asterisk. Fund restoration. Asterisk. Meanwhile, far to the north, deep within Heilongjiang, soldiers of the Jilin Republic Army are utterly bored. Ruyo lets out a massive, booming yawn, while another soldier gripes that the enemy simply ran away. Instead of bravely fighting the monsters, they mock humans for being weak and utterly clueless about honor, but now, Ruyo's only true concern is eating well. They decide to wait a bit longer before attacking the nearby region. Again, their mood takes a dark, twisted turn, as they cruelly joke about making people into stew, eager to plunder and destroy all over again. But just as they prepare to finally make their move, something utterly strange catches their eyes. Look up. High in the endless sky, a brilliant, glowing object streaks down like a fiery meteor. Meanwhile, far away in a high-security U.S. defense room, alarms blare wildly as the Divine Staff, a devastating secret weapon stored in a satellite, is suddenly activated. Panic instantly grips the defense minister, because only 3 highly authorized people should ever have access to the launch code, yet somehow, someone's already fired it. Both the White House and the Hunter HQ headquarters claim they have absolutely no idea how it happened. But wait, what's even worse? The passcode to control the weapon changes every single minute, with an astronomical 100 million possible combinations. Even if the best supercomputer on Earth worked non-stop, it would still need a staggering 13 years to crack it. Yet somehow, inexplicably, someone's already done it. Everyone is panicking, utterly frantic as the situation worsens. The devastating weapon has been fully activated, and there's absolutely no way to stop it now. The security code is simply too strong, with more than 10 billion impossible combinations, and no computer on Earth can break through it in time. Then, Grizzly, another powerful system, is also activated, and is syncing up with the Divine Staff. Both are terrifyingly set to strike the very same place, the Jilin Republic, at the exact same, devastating moment. Suddenly, a video appears, showing a mysterious person, falsely claiming that Jilin has disturbed the peace of the US. Soon after, a jarring Russian message follows, declaring they won't ignore this, and will support the US. This looks like a calculated setup for an all-out war. Minister Julius, grimly watching the shocking footage, quietly admits it's all fake, and that the video isn't real, but it's already spreading like wildfire. The irreparable damage is already done, and the world is now tragically heading straight toward devastating conflict. Fueled by a cunningly spun lie, a deep-fake video plunges the world into utter chaos, and the culprit behind it remains a complete mystery. But the devastating damage has already been unleashed. General Linghong Kazakh, of the mighty Jilin Republic, watches it all unfold and ponders how events spiraled to this critical juncture. With their nation now counted among the most formidable, all that remains on the horizon seems to be ceaseless war. His anxious men begin to panic, completely unsure what to do, to which he boldly suggests they abscond with the leftover funds and forge a new life, far, far away, hoping to somehow rebuild and flourish, emerging stronger than ever before. They nervously chuckle, already plotting their desperate escape, even considering the dark thought of hunting humans to bolster their ranks. But just as they speak, a formidable enemy locks onto their position, targeting the orcs, demanding one crucial thing above all else: the immediate return of their stolen funds. The imposing robot lands directly before Ochre Kazakh, within the very heart of the Gilan Republic building, its deadly weapon locked directly onto him. Sir Yappy, with cold resolve, demands his funds back. Kazakh, eyeing the robot coolly, retorts. He has no idea who this audacious intruder is, but it certainly possesses an undeniable bravery. One of the ochres charges wildly at the robot, but it strategically backs away, refraining from an immediate counterattack. From behind, the robot swiftly activates assassination mode and unleashes a barrage of fire upon the ochres. As his companions brutally fall around him, Kazakh swiftly dives for cover, shielding himself behind the broken ceiling panel that crashed down upon Yappy's dramatic arrival. Another desperate ochre attempts to assault the robot, but Yappy instantly activates a special lethal modification, the ultra-high bullet set, and intensely focuses its deadly attention on the remaining ochres. With all weapons now unleashed and free to use, the robot begins relentlessly bombarding the ochres. Once every last one is down, the robot declares a sudden ceasefire. But then, a chilling indication. One entity still remains, coming face to face with none other than Kazakh himself. Kazakh, dragging his massive hammer, coolly remarks, "It's quite impressive how the robot so thoroughly eliminated everyone." He casually adds that those it just brutally annihilated were precisely the ones slated for promotion to general. The robot, without a moment's hesitation, instantly times resumes, times assassination mode, catching Kazakh completely by surprise as he bellows out, asking if it even comprehends the gravity of resume assassination. The robot retaliates, unleashing a searing, piercing laser. But Kazakh, with fierce agility, dodges it and charges straight for the robot, unleashing a mighty swing. His axe connects with a thunderous blow. The sheer impact shatters the robot's hand into countless pieces. As it painfully registers the shocking truth, Kazakh's axe is forged from pure adamantite. Kazakh roars triumphantly, "My axe is pure, unadulterated adamantite," and with lethal precision, he coils, ready to strike again. He boasts confidently, claiming, "Not even a mighty drake could survive this axe," as he unleashes another furious swing, arcing it straight at the robot. The robot, instantly processing the gravity of this attack, designates Kazakh as a terrifying rank S threat, and suffers the horrifying realization its arsenal is completely depleted. Suddenly, with a desperate last effort, the robot unleashes a piercing laser beam from its hand. Kazakh lets out a dismissive scoff, completely unfazed, declaring that a mere chunk of metal like this robot stands absolutely no chance against him, a warrior blessed by the mighty god Hellcan himself. Kazakh leaps and attacks, but the robot ominously activates its final sequence. Insufficient time, scenario failure. Yafe ensnares Kazakh, binding him tight in unseen, powerful strings, Kali commenting that he's successfully gathered invaluable data from real-life battles, further refining his big data to ultimate perfection. Kazakh bellows in stunned confusion, demanding to know what in the world Yafe is talking about. Yafe chillingly activates tactical divine law and unleashes a lethal laser beam, instantly killing Kazakh as his very flesh scatters through the air. Yafe calmly approaches the now available adamantite material, retrieves it, then systematically eliminates every single witness, coldly declaring that the assassination is now complete. The news headlines report the Jilin Republic's tumultuous coup d'etat has been decisively resolved, and the freshly established Jilin Republic government solemnly apologizes for the preceding chaos and unrest. Meanwhile, miraculous blessed crops were discovered flourishing in the rice fields of Beta. Huang Harry beams with a radiant smile at Sir Yafe, cheerfully telling him it's wonderful that the war is finally over. She eagerly glances at her phone, checking the funds, astonishing profit margin, and lets out a shocked gasp as she sees it's only up to 200%. Meanwhile, Leon serenely sips his tea, meticulously reviewing important files. He carefully checks Suho's burgeoning records and reflects on Suho's remarkable improvement in swordsmanship, his masterful shield techniques, his precision, spearmanship, and even his equestrian prowess. He ponders if it's finally time to connect Suho to the gods themselves. Though Suho will first need to prove his unwavering faith, Leon realizes there's absolutely no time to waste, especially since the gods have graciously permitted a simplified process. He must act swiftly and expedite the ritual. His attention shifts as he effortlessly flips to the second sheet to look at Shay. Delving into Soyun's files, he devours every word where a fundamental truth is boldly declared. A true knight must eternally champion the rule of virtue. A thought sparks. Does Soyun harbor even a hint of greed? He presumes her enrollment, her commitment to this path, stems purely from the unwavering call of divine laws. His mind drifts, recalling echoes of the past, and a startling realization hits. She reminds him of someone. Suddenly, a faint sound breaks the silence, catching Leon's ear. His eyes dart, noticing the colossal hammer has subtly shifted. Leaping up, curiosity burning, he wonders who could possibly be responsible. Without hesitation, he swiftly moves towards the intriguing location. Harry calls out, a question in his voice. "Where are you off to?" But Leon, focused, offers no reply. Arriving at the scene, a surprising smile spreads across his face. "Well, this is certainly unexpected," he murmurs, amused, seeing Dyson effortlessly wielding the massive hammer in his bare hands. In the vast, open fields bordering the Naju Plains, everyone gathers, their attention fixed on Leon as he begins. He grandly announces, "Today marks a momentous occasion. We are here to extend a warm welcome to a brand new student." A wave of confused murmurs ripples through the students. "Why now?" someone whispers, while another points out. By this point, most of the Academy's students should have already secured their place in a guild. Who could it possibly be? Others muse. Leon, undeterred, continues, elaborating further. "This new student will undertake rigorous training alongside all of you, with the ultimate goal of becoming a valiant knight." Suddenly, the new student dramatically stumbles onto the scene on horseback, clearly struggling to rein in the spirited beast. He nervously introduces himself. "I'm Gyu Daesung, the very first-generation student of the Man-at-Arms course." A timid smile. "It's truly a pleasure to meet you all." Meanwhile, far away, within the hallowed halls of the presidential building, a lead researcher gravely informs the president, the Eastern Sea Fleet, all 7 of the American fleets, and Japan's esteemed maritime self-defense force have all successfully checked in and reported. The president solemnly acknowledges the critical update, a chilling truth now confirmed. So, the Dragon Palace is real. 25 years ago, a mysterious ocean gate, dubbed the Dragon Palace, shockingly appeared in the waters of Tokyo Bay. Back then, the world firmly believed gates only manifested on land, and with no satellites capable of oceanic gate detection, the Tokyo Bay Gate was tragically overlooked. That is, until a catastrophic dungeon break unleashed havoc, obliterating Tokyo. Its insidious influence corrupted nearby beaches, transforming once peaceful ocean creatures into terrifying monsters. This incident quickly escalated into one of the most catastrophic gate disasters in recorded history. It sparked unprecedented international cooperation for future gate raids. A researcher urgently informs the president that Hurricane Nabi, previously on a course for the Pacific Ocean, has suddenly veered its path, now barreling straight towards Oolong Island. The president stands in stunned silence, visibly unnerved as the researcher adds, "It's projected to be the most devastating hurricane of the year." The president glares at the screen, lamenting his incredibly rotten luck. A reporter on the live broadcast then announces the hurricane is churning at a terrifying 64.5 meters per second, a speed comparable to the infamous Hurricane Miami in 2003. Severe damage is now practically guaranteed for Oolong Island. The president whirls to his assistant, urgently ordering him to contact His Majesty Leon of the formidable Pantheon Guild. Half an hour later, the president faces Young Woon, asking if he's the very first to arrive. The president acknowledges him with a snicker, observing how much the Young Woon guildmaster has changed, especially since he used to completely ignore the draft. Young Woon scowls, immediately questioning why his guild is the top priority draft candidate, when so many more powerful guilds exist. The president offers a weak smile, stating it's simply hard to find a guild as truly exceptional as the Phoenix Guild. Young Woon turns away, retorting, "We're still recovering from the catastrophic damage of the Jeju Island incident." The president maintains his smile, confidently reassuring him that he's sure Young-woon is all better now. Young-woon's scowl only deepens as he internally wonders why this old man is suddenly, aggressively asserting his authority over him. He suspects it must have something to do with Leon. Young-woon asks directly, certain they aren't sending his guild alone, then demands, when will your ace card be joining us? The president feigns surprise, asking, what ace card are you referring to? He then responds, stating that His Majesty isn't someone a mere person like you can possibly evaluate. This only fuels Young-woon's anger further as he strides purposefully toward his partner, lamenting how nothing seems to be going their way, prompting his companion to scoff, retorting with a classic saying, you reap what you sow, don't you? The young one's mind flashes back to that fateful night when he was begged to take the magnificent horse, assured that it would only heed the true king's command, and blessed with fervent prayers for divine favor. Back in the present, the young man mutters a frustrated curse, a prickle of unease unsettling him just as suddenly. The president's assistant sharply announces the grand arrival of their esteemed VIP. The young one watches closely, as the president meticulously straightens his dress shirt, then unexpectedly spritzes on some mouth freshener, which catches him completely by surprise. The elevator doors glide open, dramatically revealing Leon, flanked by Harry and Jin-soo. The president bows deeply, respectfully, thanking him for honoring them with his impressive presence. Leon's lips curl into a smirk, then he sharply warns the president that he'd better have a truly compelling reason for summoning him, all the way to this very place. The president urges him to follow, assuring him that all will be clearly explained. After the full explanation, Leon casually leans back, summarizing the urgent situation. A massive gate has breached the ocean, and the rapidly approaching hurricane makes raiding it an impossible task. The president adds that, thankfully, the US and Japan are stepping up to assist with the gate, while other guilds will remain on standby, just in case. He fervently emphasizes that this is an unparalleled chance to elevate the honor of the great king, of the Lion Heart. He then implores Leon to brilliantly showcase his heroic abilities. Leon smiles, clearly appreciating how skillfully the president weaves his words. He calmly responds that a king's intrinsic value is immeasurably heavy, and therefore, he'll require a truly worthy tribute. The president cautiously asks if there's anything specific Leon desires, to which Leon smirks, replying that a true king does not simply count meager coins. He instructs him to consult with Sir Spinny on such matters. The president bows again, quietly thinking Leon has just handed him an empty promise. Leon strides outside, and tells Harry to bring out the name list immediately. He immediately begins calling out the names of those destined to join this epic raid, instructing Harry to diligently write them all down. He names the students first, then moves swiftly on to the soldiers. Harry abruptly pauses his writing, demanding to know why Leon's entire list lacks a single woman. She seethes inwardly, reflecting that, even if Leon draws a bizarre line between ladies and women, he's never been one to discriminate based on gender. To this, Leon calmly replies, wondering if the answer isn't glaringly obvious to her. Harry pushes further, and Leon strikes a cocky pose, declaring, it's terrible luck to have women aboard. The aircraft swiftly make their way to the designated site, home to South Korea's formidable First Fleet. As the planes touch down, Leon strides directly toward the base commander. The commander introduces himself as Lieutenant General Choi Jae-sung, hailing from the First Fleet. He declares it an immense honor to finally meet Leon, revealing that his own granddaughter was cured of her illness, all thanks to the miraculous Dermaris crops. He humbly requests Leon to convey his gratitude to her. Leon grins proudly, proclaiming that, if the commander wishes him to thank her for her blessings, then the commander is truly his brother. The commander absolutely beams with joy, exclaiming, it's a profound honor. He then escorts them directly toward the base. The guild members fall in behind, and Jason continues, announcing he will commence the briefing and formally introduce the Allied forces. As they step further inside, they come face to face with a group of distinct foreigners. Young One questions if this could be the US raid team, and Jason confirms, stating that they apparently flew here at top speed, aboard a cargo aircraft. He adds that the US team is typically known for its passive approach. Suddenly, a familiar figure catches Young Wan's eye, as he shouts out a name, Reynold Sherman. Confused, he demands to know what the master of the magic tower is doing in this place. Reynold slowly turns around, internally musing how surprising it is to be famous even in Korea. He fully turns to face them, a wide smile gracing his lips, and a glowing crystal ball in his hands. He confidently greets them, proclaiming it's truly nice to meet the Korean hunters. But before he can even finish his thought, he notices Leon's intense gaze fixed directly on him. The master of the magic tower instantly panics internally, and while the demon trapped within the crystal ball is equally aghast. Reynolds frantically asks the demon what their next move should be. Now that Leon is literally standing right in front of them, the demon coolly tells him to take a breath and calm down, explaining that if Leon had even glimpsed him, he would have been gone in an instant, obliterated on the spot. The demon calmly reassures him that their cover hasn't been blown just yet, and insists he trusts the immense power of the ring he personally crafted for him. Reynolds tightens his grip on the ring, absolutely awestruck by the great demon's unrivaled wisdom. He glances down at his ring as it ominously begins to slip off. Gasping inwardly, Reynolds desperately tries to stop it, but the demon quickly tells him it's exhausted and worn due to Leon's overpowering divine energy, and insists he move away immediately. Reynolds worries Leon will find this highly suspicious, and awkwardly stammers, "It's an absolute pleasure to finally meet you," adding, "Your fame stretches far and wide, even to the most distant lands. And I've long yearned to meet you." He clenches his hand into a tight fist, realizing he absolutely cannot shake Leon's hand. Leon smirks slyly, and arrogantly states that Reynolds seems to understand his place quite well, before nonchalantly moving away. Reynolds stands there, utterly bewildered, wondering what on earth could possibly satisfy Leon. The demon snaps at him to enter the gate to continue their dastardly plan. Harry strolls outside, musing about Leon's infamous rule against women on the ship, when she spots Daesung working with the other helpers. She immediately calls him out, demanding, "Why are you still doing such menial manual labor when the association should clearly be handling this?" Daesung sheepishly waves his hands, saying he absolutely should help too. Harry stays adamant, telling him that as a knight trainee, His Majesty would never have him doing such lowly, menial tasks. Daesung blushes shyly and responds that he feels he's being treated far too highly for just lifting a hammer. Harry, utterly annoyed, tells him it is a monumental deal, because she couldn't even budget an inch. Over 1,000 people tried to lift that massive hammer, and you were the only one who succeeded. She adds that he was personally chosen by the goddess. When Daesung still seems completely unconvinced, Harry exasperatedly starts mimicking Leon, declaring His Majesty would probably get absolutely livid over a lowly peasant daring to question the king's decision and the goddess's divine judgment. Daesung calls her name, desperately trying to snap her back to reality, but she's completely absorbed, rambling about how Leon would always say, they trained without a wink of sleep back in his day. Daesung raises his voice, just a touch louder now, finally piercing through her focus and grabbing her attention. She blinks at him with a thoroughly bewildered expression, slowly piecing together what's actually happening around her, and then she asks, "Is he standing right behind me?" Suddenly, with a sharp tug, Leon yanks Harry's hair, demanding to know how she dares mock and imitate a king's behavior. Harry immediately grovels, begging for his swift forgiveness, and as he slowly lets her go, Leon's face twists into a deep scowl, declaring it utterly ridiculous that she is the one being blessed. Harry looks utterly bewildered, so he elaborates further, explaining to her that, get this, she's been blessed by the ancient divinity of the sea and waves, and the mighty Poma has chosen to take her in as a saintess. He coolly informs her that she'll be joining them for the upcoming raid. Harry feels a surge of happiness, if only for a fleeting moment, as her gaze is locked onto Leon's commanding face, but then a chilling realization dawns as she suddenly finds herself securely tied to a thick plank of wood. From above, a young observer watches the unfolding scene, openly questioning how they could possibly treat a saint like this. Leon stands casually beside him, utterly unfazed, coolly stating that a woman on board spells nothing but bad luck, and the only time's way to undo such a terrible omen is to transform her into the ship's very own figurehead. Harry keeps screaming, desperately pleading to be let go, and calls out to Suho, as they silently, grimly, secure her to the wooden plank, and hoist her vertically right at the ship's bow. The ship begins to surge forward, leaving Harry fixed at the front, screaming and yelling her lungs out for any help at all, just as the thunder violently cracks with an echoing roar. Harry frantically alerts everyone that a massive hurricane is swiftly approaching. She yells that it's Hurricane Nabi, specifically, with terrifying winds tearing at 64.5 meters per second. All this, mind you, while she's still rigidly tied to that pole. She screams for help, her voice raw as the weather rapidly worsens, but Leon simply tells her to just shut up, because she's scaring all his fish away. Harry is absolutely floored to realize Leon is actually fishing. While her very life feels like it's hanging by a thread, Leon sighs, clearly disappointed, muttering that the fish have all scattered, convinced that no fish in their right mind would want to be near a military ship like this one. But just as he utters those words, he suddenly feels a powerful, heavy tug on his fishing rod, and reels in a truly monstrous catch. Leon then tells the Lieutenant General to prepare, exactly what they discussed earlier. And just like that, the lieutenant obeys. Leon takes his place before the podium. Setting the fish down, he dramatically calls upon the dear master of the gracious sea to finally appear before all who dared set foot into her sacred territory. The fish gleams, radiating a blinding light, as the entire ship is bathed in ethereal beams of light. The control department, overseeing the environment, is absolutely terrified by the sight of such a massive wave, and questions if it's even a wave at all, or something far more mysterious altogether. The ship is enveloped by a truly gigantic wave, and the goddess replies to Leon, her voice filled with affection, lovingly calling him Leon Heart, her beloved watchtower and the protector of her people. Leon responds, naming her Poma, the true divinity of the sea and waves. Poma states this sea is quite senseless, explaining that, as Plo mentioned, this land possesses no divinity, and this boat doesn't even have sails. She adds, none of them truly understand the grace of the sea. And Leon stands firm before the illuminated fish, and tells her, it simply can't be helped, as this world has yet to receive the profound teachings of the sea. He asks her to kindly look over these people, to which Poma sharply replies, I have no reason to watch over those who lack faith in me. Only through true respect will the people receive my grace. Leon remains silent, and then asks Poma why she chose Harry as a saintess. She laughs, telling him she barely managed to convince Petos, but Harry is a great vessel and definitely worth the effort. Poma then adds, of course, she's not as good as you, Leon, since you can carry all forms of divinity within yourself. Leon replies that he did indeed sense Harry's fate was filled with misfortune, and it seems he was absolutely right. The illuminated shark then asks, why do you see this blessing as a curse? And Leon replies, the attention of gods can be utterly poisonous. To a human who utterly lacks faith, the goddess simply says, she's absolutely confident Leon will take care of it. Poma's voice rings out to Saintess Hanhari. Poma declares, I will grant you ultimate authority over the very waves themselves, along with the sacred blessing of water. She commands Harry to embrace this glorious gift with absolute joy, and spread her teachings to the farthest reaches. Harry practically bounces with excitement and readily agrees. Then, with perfect timing, she asks if she can finally be untied from the pole. The fish chillingly replies that by sacrificing her as the saintess, no wave will ever be able to surge through their boat. And then, it just leaves. Harry is utterly bewildered and absolutely terrified. She's convinced this might actually be her very last moment. The people frantically announce that a terrifying hurricane is rapidly approaching, with colossal, 10-meter waves. They urgently instruct everyone to get inside, immediately, unless they want to be violently swept into the raging sea. Harry screams for help, her voice a desperate plea once more. And Leon, with a calm, almost smug tone, tells her she simply lacks faith. However, Poma surprisingly still has a soft spot for her. And Leon guesses that's why Poma decided to overlook her utter lack of faith. Harry screams that she doesn't need any time's forgiveness. She just wants to get down from this pole right now. From his calm stance, Leon tells her to simply relax and calm down, and surrender herself into the mighty hands of great nature. With a self-satisfied, knowing look plastered on his face, he stretches his hands out dramatically and passionately shouts that the endless, vast nature will lovingly embrace her. Harry, completely undeterred, screams that she just wants to live. Leon asks her, doesn't it strike you as incredibly strange that, even though this is such a rough, brutal hurricane, not a single one of these massive waves has come crashing toward us? Harry actually pauses to think about it, and a stunning realization hits her. The boat hasn't been rocking in the slightest, and the towering waves simply disappear the moment they come close to the ship's hull. Leon then tells her the shocking truth. Poma has been using her as the saintess, specifically to pacify these unruly waves. Since virtually no one actually believes in him, he has no choice but to use the saintess as his divine medium. A wave of profound relief washes over Harry, knowing that Leon didn't tie her up because he's some kind of sexist. Suddenly, without warning, the rope unravels and Harry slips down. Just then, the entire ship lurches violently, tossed by furious waves. Harry, horrified, realizes it's all because of her, and frantically hugs the pole, practically begging to be tied back up again. Leon, with a sigh, quickly ties her up once more. Meanwhile, on the formidable USA Harley Burke-class ship, Reynolds leans intently over the railing and ominously says, the ship was on the verge of capsizing, but then, it miraculously stopped. The moment they started trailing that mysterious ship, the demon then declares, that scoundrel wielded the very power of the sea and waves, and the ship, imbued with that divine blessing, is destined to always witness a rich harvest, and will never, ever sink, no matter the storm. Reynolds, however, dismisses the demon as utterly useless. Just then, the captain delivers devastating news. The Murasame-class ship, that departed from Sasebo, has tragically capsized, succumbing to the hurricane's fury, and rescue efforts are desperately underway. Reynolds grumbles, we've already lost a staggering 1/3 of our forces, before this mission has even truly begun. The demon, however, urges him to concentrate on the gate. As that is what truly counts, the sailors shout, declaring they're breaching the gate now, and deploying the raid teams. Leon leads the boat forward. As it nears the gate's ominous entrance, just then, a devastating hurricane erupts, sweeping away the Pantheon Guild members and countless others. Harry jolts awake, coughing up water, and frantically regaining her senses, desperately searching for anyone. She realizes they must have been swept up into the monstrous tornado, and frantically scans for everyone else. She spots others scattered around her, lying prone, and screams, begging for everyone to wake up. Suho groans, muttering to Harry that his head aches terribly. Harry attends to Suho, while he questions what exactly happened to them. She casts her gaze around, bewildered, wondering, where are Leon and the others? Suddenly, an unexpected voice replies, gently urging her to calm down and assuring her that everyone is safe. Her eyes dart around in utter shock and surprise. The voice then instructs her, prompting her to look below. She looks down and beholds a turtle! The turtle speaks once more, addressing her as Saintess, and declares that the very sea has sent a messenger of sorts to help her. Suho kneels down as well, instantly calling the turtle tiny. The turtle retorts, calling him times impudent, and asserts that he should show respect to a divine creature. A realization dawns on Harry, and she swiftly questions if, since Pama assured them everyone is safe, the turtle knows exactly what happened. The turtle, acting as Pama's voice, informs her they were transported to a safe land, using the very authority of the waves, yet it couldn't stop Harry from being ripped away from the others. Suho gushes, calling the turtle absolutely amazing. Poma then informs Harry that her current body is incredibly inconvenient to move in, and asks her to lend a sturdy shoulder. Harry kneels, and Poma swiftly climbs onto her shoulder. Suddenly, a jarring noise rips through the air, interrupting them. The crew immediately snaps into position, as Daesung barks out orders for everyone to stay alert. Monsters are approaching. Someone shouts at Harry to raise her shield. Harry thinks, they didn't even get a chance to recover. She raises her wand, ready to unleash a burst of fire magic, determined to take down at least one monster, but her wand inexplicably fizzles out on its own. Catching her completely by surprise, Paloma questions Harry, asking, is a Saintess, blessed by the ocean and waves, truly trying to use fire? Harry gives the turtle a furious side-eye, and screams that she absolutely refuses to be her Saintess. If she can't even use fire, the turtle simply deadpans, telling her to put it down. The monsters begin their relentless advance, as the crew bravely maintains their defensive position, somewhere deep within the shadowy forest. Reynolds fiercely deals with the monsters swarming around him. The demon replies that things initially went wrong at the beginning, but it's all fine now that they're away from that monstrous presence. The demon orders him to leave the rest of the American hunters behind to build a shelter. They have work to do. Reynolds then begins summoning nearby monsters, telling them to rise and guide him to the stone statue. After a while, he stands before a truly massive stone monument and asks the demon, is this it? The demon confirms, saying this is indeed the stone statue. And now, they just need to find a few more. Reynolds begins to unleash his magic, but a voice calls out, telling him to wait. Yangwon appears from behind and asks, does Reynolds even know what this stone structure is? Reynolds smirks, remarking that it's good they're all okay, and he hadn't expected them to arrive quite so quickly. Reynolds smiles at Yangwon and says, he's sure. Yangwon also spotted the quest to obliterate these statues. Yangwon reveals that he, indeed saw the quest to destroy Raksha's statue, the Great, but he vividly remembers the chaos of the Jeju Island Gate. The Red Gate's objective was originally to bring down Govir, but clearly there was so much more to it, he concludes, that they simply don't know enough about these mysterious quests. Yangwon voices his urgent thoughts, stating there's insufficient data regarding these treacherous gates. He questions if the statue itself is a deadly trap, or if they should investigate what Rockchar truly is. Reynold pauses, deep in thought, considering Yangwon's words. Indeed, approaching it that way makes perfect sense. The demon then snaps an order for him to fall back, as he cannot possibly fight all of them at this moment. Reynold reluctantly steps back, conceding that Yangwon's logic is undeniably impressive. He then commands them to return to the beach, where the rest of the Maverick members are patiently waiting. Back on the island, Harry finally puts away her weapon, declaring they've successfully eradicated every single monster. She quickly asks if anyone sustained injuries. Thankfully, they're all completely fine. Just then, a frantic knight rushes over, exclaiming they can no longer feel His Majesty's powerful aura. Harry mockingly replies, "Oh, that's just awful, especially since those buffs were so incredibly nice." The knight frantically responds, "That's not the point." He explains they've meticulously tested Leon's aura before, and understand its precise range. The demon's resentful, potent buff easily spanned 30 kilometers, but right now, not a single one of them is under its effect. Harry's eyes widen as she suddenly realizes what this means. The island is vastly larger than 30 kilometers, in both length and width, and it's extremely likely His Majesty isn't even present on any of these islands. She frantically turns to Poma, desperate for answers, but Poma grimly confirms the connection appears to be completely severed from her end as well. Harry and the others look gravely concerned, wondering desperately where Leon could possibly be. Deep underwater, within the treacherous dungeon, Leon now stands face to face with a monstrous foe. The monster hisses, proclaiming it's high time. He ended his centuries-long slumber, and after feasting on nothing but fish for 5 centuries, he's utterly sick and tired of seafood. He roars and charges ferociously toward Leon, stating he's positively itching to find out what the God's Night truly tastes like. Sir Yappy starts booting the BIOS, but the device shows that the process failed because of unrecognizable materials. Sir Yappy finds himself in a cave, surrounded by crab monsters. After trying several times, the result remains the same. He nervously questions the monsters, but the crabs just follow him everywhere. On the foreign island, Harry informs everyone that she couldn't find Kim, Du Han, and Jae Hyuk. Dyson replies that he hasn't seen Section Chief Kim either. Another knight wonders aloud that he didn't expect the trainees to go missing like that. Suho replies with determination that he's sure they are all fine, then nervously turns toward Harry, asking her if they will be all right. Harry gives him an encouraging smile, and then turns towards the American Knights, thanking them for their help earlier, saying they were able to bring down those monsters easily, thanks to them. The blonde, standing in front of them, salutes Harry, greeting the Korean hunters, and introducing himself as Mistral. From the Maverick Guild, Harry introduces herself, then stops, realizing that the name Mistral sounds familiar. She carefully stares at his face, then screams that he's Alan Taylor, the S-rank hunter, ranked 6th in the Maverick Guild. Alan coughs a little and meekly replies that there's no point in using the call sign if she's just going to call him by his real name. Harry instantly bows down, apologizing, and saying she should be using the call sign instead. Alan rubs the back of his neck and assures her there's no need to apologize. The other Korean hunters also start recognizing Alan. One says he's seen him on YouTube, and guesses even an S-rank hunter is here to help. Harry informs Alan that they didn't know he was part of the raid team. Alan turns his face away, saying maybe because they left in a hurry. Grasping the situation, Alan declares it seems their guild master has been separated from them. He then asks, do we just need to find the missing folks? Harry politely refuses, explaining the god of the sea has truly blessed us. If His Majesty wished to find them, he would have done so much earlier. Soho adds, His Majesty also has his Pegasus with him. Alan merely stares back, utterly bewildered, struggling to grasp what they're even talking about. But before anyone can answer, a sudden notification sounds, declaring, the first wave is commencing. Harry asks in confusion, are we supposed to defeat a wave of monsters? Alan starts cracking his knuckles, stating, we can talk about this later. Right now, we've got to deal with this first. Just then, terrifying monsters from both land and water begin emerging, and the notification board blares that they only have 3 minutes left. The knights exclaim that they're facing A-rank field bosses right from the very start. Alan looks at the massive sea monster and smirks, commenting, this is going to take some time. Harry and Alan both quickly take their positions as Daesung orders the shield squad to block. The monster immediately attacks Daesung, but his shield holds firm, protecting him. Though it leaves him utterly in shock, he thinks they are much weaker now, without His Majesty here to buff them. The monster attacks again, fiercely, knocking several knights to the ground. Harry calls out his name, asking if he's okay. Daesung coughs and replies, "We're fine, but Harry, you need to keep fighting." Harry grits her teeth, thinking that, if only she could use her fire-type skills, this would be so easy. She slashes fiercely at the monsters on land, cutting a path right through them. She yells at Poma, "If you're his Saintess, shouldn't you get a super tsunami skill or something?" Poma laughingly replies, "You watch too much anime." Harry retorts, "You're more like an anime character than I am, Poma." Just then, a powerful spark hits the monster, instantly killing it. Harry turns back to find Alan smiling at her, coolly telling her, "Don't get distracted." She meekly thanks him, then whirls around completely, only to find Alan has already decimated every single monster. Alan, cool as ever, calmly replies, "These monsters simply weren't that strong for an S rank like Suho." Suho, along with another trainee, marvels at the colossal fallen sea monster, exclaiming just how incredibly strong Alan truly is. The other trainee adds, "It's absolutely expected, from America's top hunter guild, no less." Alan gazes at the upcoming monstrous horde and suggests they should quickly handle the remaining ones, as there aren't many left now. They successfully clear the third terrifying wave. Yappy comfortably rides on a giant crab, being transported. 36 hours have zoomed by since Yappy was rescued by these crab monsters, who now obey him willingly. Yappy notes the waves crash every 12 hours, and these incredible crustacean monsters grow and multiply at an utterly abnormal speed. Unlike most creatures that typically need time to gather nutrients and expand their skeletal structure to grow, these monsters are completely different. Kim Jae-hyuk, rescued from the beach on day 1, calls out to him, informing him that the system window has just been created and none of the Rakshasa statues have been destroyed. He then opens his status window, questioning how he never knew that survivors couldn't open their system window before. Yappy confirms that sharing system information is absolutely crucial in this urgent situation. Hyuk, now reading the quest, suggests that the ultimate goal is to destroy these statues. Yappy responds, explaining that the crab monsters have been at war with the other monsters for a long time, and the forces behind these waves are probably trying to destroy these very statues. Jae-hyuk agrees, adding that the statues may indeed be the primary target. Yappy adds that this theory makes the absolute most sense. Jae-hyuk then tells Yappy that many from the Kirik tribe have tragically died, and asks if he thinks they can truly continue to stop the waves. Yappy shakes his head, stating it's simply impossible. With the waves' difficulty constantly escalating, pushing higher and higher with each new round, they're doomed to fall during the 5th wave. He declares they desperately need weapons. Juk envisions a crab clutching a knife, pondering if this is truly their task. Then, a sudden flash of insight hits him. He excitedly tells Yappy he's stumbled upon something fascinating. He leads Yappy toward a magnificent waterfall, revealing a hidden cave lurking just behind its rushing curtain. They brave the cave's depths and emerge on the far side, into a sprawling land brimming with colossal buildings and meticulously crafted, ancient roadways. Jae-hyuk gasps, realizing the Kirik tribe was far more advanced than he ever imagined. Meanwhile, Leon descends deep beneath the ocean waves, sensing this isn't merely the seabed, but a forgotten realm, holding whispers of an ancient civilization. He declares aloud, "This is a fallen world." As his gaze sweeps across the submerged landscape, he recalls the moment the boat capsized, and Poma's protective authority suddenly severed. He deduces Poma's powers were drastically weakened, due to their intrusion into another powerful being's domain, likely that of a deity or an ancient, malevolent god. Leon suddenly commands the sinister entity to reveal its true form. A chilling voice erupts in laughter, uttering his name, Lionheart, declaring him the god's hound, with the heart of a true lion, the rightful successor of the legendary dragon slayer, the valiant slayer of countless demons, the knight of knights, the king of kings, the steadfast guardian of the radiant kingdom. Yet now he stands before it, weaker and more vulnerable than ever. Leon challenges, "So, you know me then?" The voice retorts, mocking, "What demon doesn't know the Lionheart?" It adds, recalling him as a renowned hero among their kind. It taunts Leon, revealing many heroes have sought this very place, but none possess the might to defeat it. Then, it sneers, asking if he believes himself any different. Leon glares into the void, retorting fiercely, "A filthy demon has no right to discuss my time's worth." With a thunderous laugh, the demon materializes before Leon, and shockingly thanks him for taking down Malice, claiming times was finally given its chance. Leon's mind races, wondering if he knows any Malice. The demon presses on, declaring that now, after 5 long centuries of patient waiting, it's time to bring everything to an end. The 4th wave raid commences, and Harry and the others are still stranded on this deserted island. Palma, still angrily splashing the water, perched right on her head, brazenly suggests that if she's going to play in the water, she might as well do it naked, saying it would be much better for him to watch. Harry clenches her teeth, absolutely furious, telling Palma never to utter such indecent things, especially when she's trying so hard to awaken her divinity. Palma meekly replies that all he's doing is playing around, and no matter how much she plays, she won't awaken anything by herself. Harry stands up, lost deep in her thoughts. After a contemplative moment, she begins to explain that she heard for Goddess Ariana, you must uphold justice repeatedly, or perform honorable deeds to grow closer to her. Poma then replies, saying he wouldn't expect anything less from her, though he finds her a tad too narrow-minded. Harry continues, stating that for Goddess Damara, one must farm and give thanks to the earth, and for Pados, she believes it was about winning battles, and possessing an unyielding flame of determination. Harry looks up at Poma intently, saying that, since he's the very divinity of the sea and its waves, she had always thought she'd need to do something directly related to the ocean. Poma replies that he doesn't think simply playing at the beach will help. She gently rubs the turtle's head, pleading with him to tell her how they can save His Majesty. Poma then informs her that it's true, and he doesn't believe His Majesty is trapped on land. Instead, he seems to be underwater. Harry carefully takes Poma in her hand and sadly asks if they shouldn't hurry, so she can awaken her power and find His Majesty. Poma just agrees, which visibly annoys Harry, as she exclaims it'll all be over if Poma would just tell her how to awaken already. She stares at the seemingly clueless turtle and thinks to herself that she truly can't decipher what he's thinking at all. Poma then looks up at Harry, calling her his saintess, and tells her that it's actually quite easy for her to learn the creed of the sea and waves, as well as to build up her faith. He explains that the sea is an endless source of infinite life, and simply being thankful for that will to help Harry gain even greater faith. However, he then asks, how can you believe the path of a mere believer and a saint could ever truly be the same? And how can you equate the deep knowledge of a knight with the basic understanding of a soldier? Harry struggles to grasp it, letting out a soft sigh, then declares she'll just try harder. Poma simply nods at her. Just then, Suho comes absolutely dashing toward her, calling out her name, breathless from hunting. He eagerly tells Harry that they've finally found the elusive statue of Rakshar. Harry stares at him, wide-eyed in sheer surprise, as Suho excitedly continues. It was the Maverick Guild who actually discovered Rakshar. Reynold observes Yongwan, who is still intensely staring at the statue, and a thought crosses his mind. They're still guarding it with such unwavering determination. He ponders, why are they doing something no one even asked them to do? Yongwan, meanwhile, gazes at the statue, as if it's the most utterly captivating thing in the entire world. The demon then replies to Reynold, stating clearly that the Phoenix Guild seems to be having second thoughts about this quest. Reynold then asks if they should simply destroy it in secret, perhaps under the cover of night. The demon replies that would only make people immediately suspicious of Reynold, and assures him that the perfect reason to destroy it will emerge soon enough. Minuteman, a key figure from the Maverick Guild, calls out to Yongwan, asking if they shouldn't finally destroy the statue. He admits it's not wrong to be cautious, but it's already been 3 long days, and this is the one and only statue anywhere nearby. So, it absolutely must be the one they're meant to destroy for the quest. Yongwan now fixes his gaze on Minuteman, as Yuri quietly whispers that she doesn't believe they have any other viable choice. Yongwan silently concurs, and then signals Minuteman to approach him. He tells him they should destroy the statue right now. Minuteman then gathers all his immense energy and absolutely shatters the stone statue into countless pieces. A triumphant notification alerts them that the statue of Rakshar the Great has been successfully destroyed, and now only 2 more statues remain to be obliterated. Minuteman grins broadly to himself, confidently declaring he knew he made the right choice. Finally, Yang Guan, finally accepts they made the right call by destroying that statue. Yuri leans in close, whispering something into his ear. "It's time to start getting ready," she quietly urges. Yangguan asks if it's already time for Times Another Times wave, mentioning that they've been here longer than he anticipated. After a brief pause, Yuri meekly replies, "The wave isn't coming." Reynold approaches Youngwon with a cheerful smile, saying, "I think destroying that statue was absolutely the right move, especially since the wave times isn't times coming." Youngwon grits his teeth in annoyance, and sarcastically mutters, "Oh, I'm just times thrilled asterisk." Reynolds suggests they summarize their current situation, asking everyone to gather round. With everyone assembled, Reynolds begins by postulating there are 3 statues scattered across the island. But first, they have times to find the other team members. He then asks, "Why don't we just destroy the statues as quickly as possible?" Youngwon nods in agreement and immediately starts mapping out his strategy on the ground with a stick. He explains that, since there are 3 islands in total, and they still have 2 more statues to annihilate, they'll split into 2 groups and head to different islands. Reynolds adds that the first team to destroy their statue can then link up with the other group. Youngwon reassures them it shouldn't be difficult to move between the islands, since there are boats. Minuteman pumps up the guilds, eagerly encouraging them to obliterate the remaining 2 statues. Youngwon then moves with his team, declaring they're also heading out. Youngwon and his guild members board the boats, steering directly towards the next island. As they reach the shore and step onto solid ground, they're absolutely times shocked, times by the sight before them. Broken pieces are scattered absolutely everywhere, and Youngwon wonders if a war just tore through this place. He then spots a cannon buried deep in the ground, and a chilling realization hits him. Something is terribly wrong here. So he orders his guild to turn back, telling them, "This island, it feels times different asterisk." Just then, a sudden, sharp times screech times alerts them. Youngwon quickly prepares a fire arrow, as a massive robotic claw violently pierces the ground. Suddenly, a formidable robotic crab monster emerges. Then 2, and in a terrifying blink, an entire army. A panicked voice from his guild calls out that the enemies are armed with firearms. Youngwon, boiling with frustration, can't understand why this island is so drastically different. He forces himself to stay calm, convinced that the beasties from the previous island were weaponless, meaning these are surely fakes. But with a terrifying flash, the crab monster fires a laser, sending Youngwon into utter shock as he shouts in disbelief, "The weapons are real!" He instantly readjusts his stance, bracing himself, fully aware they won't emerge from this encounter completely unharmed. Just then, a voice booms. A powerful voice thunders, demanding they kneel before the formidable chief of the Kirik tribe. Lo and behold, Sir Yappy and Jae-hyuk appear, riding a colossal crab. Sir Yappy imperiously commands the mortals to surrender now, for they stand no chance whatsoever of winning. Youngwon's gaze locks onto them, seeing Yag's spine and Jae-hyuk, the infamous Pantheon kids, a chilling symbol of the Phoenix Guild's impending defeat. Now, let's recap the thrilling current situation. The Phoenix Guild finds itself cornered on Yappy's island, while Maverick and Reynold are engaged in battle on Harry's island. Only 2 critical statues are still standing. Reynold, with Maverick right behind him, charges directly towards one of the statues, only to discover Harry desperately shielding it with her body. Reynold can't help but comment that this truly is an odd and annoying predicament. Harry frantically yells that destroying the statue is impossible because she's already laid out the terrifying truth. She had a chilling vision of the future, Alan sighs, saying he's utterly perplexed now because they can't just smash the statue to bits. All thanks to her incredible prophecy skill. Harry, on the verge of panic, pleads her case, demanding if times no one times else can sense the dreadful aura that the statue is barely containing. She looks back to see horrifying red smoke leaking from it, knowing that destroying it would unleash pure peril. Just then, the statue detonates in a thunderous explosion, while Reynolds stands there, an air of proud accomplishment about him. Harry's thoughts scream in terror. Did he actually just break it? Reynolds confidently announces, their entire reason for being here was to seal off the gate, so they will destroy the statues, following the quest's instructions. The terrifying aura breaks free, and Harry can only watch in absolute horror. The ground quakes as a man suddenly demands to know what that was. A dark premonition of something ominous rapidly approaching washes over them. Then, a colossal beast erupts from the ocean depths, leaving everyone utterly stunned. The towering monster, thunders a terrifying roar, demanding that everyone bow down to him. He proclaims himself the very embodiment of their chaos, their despair, their unending misery, and vows to crush every last shred of their hopes and halt their very pounding hearts. He declares his mighty name, Rakchar, the fearsome demon of chaos, and his resurgence instantly overwhelms every single living being. Everyone gazes upon Rakchar with absolute horror. As the guild members begin to succumb to his dark trance, the insidious chaos aura seizes complete control, unleashing debilitating effects like weakness, panic, overwhelming fear, chaos, and utter hopelessness. Rakchar unleashes yet another deafening roar, growling that a foul scent is pervading the air. But it's not quite time for such savory delicacies yet. Dazon shields them as Rakchar continues, declaring he must first deal with the creatures who dared to seal him here first, and spitefully telling them to savor their brief moment of hope. The colossal monster then plunges back into the murky depths, and the entire area becomes corrupted with unbridled chaos, affecting every single living being, leaving their status abnormally deranged. Everyone's eyes glaze over, turning bloodshot red, and they start savagely attacking each other. Harry desperately tries to calm everyone down, imploring them to resist the devastating status abnormality. Out of nowhere, Alan lunges at Harry. She barely manages to dodge the vicious strike. Shouting at him to get it together, Alan screams, believing this is what's right, and that they all need to die, so he's going to help her. He charges toward her, but Minuteman intercepts him with a swift blow. Harry nervously thanks Minuteman, but he suddenly turns and punches her with such devastating force that she's sent flying into the water. Gasping for air, Harry realizes she had no time to react and now struggles desperately to breathe. She wonders if this is where she's going to die. A memory flashes, Govrick telling little Harry that her parents died saving the world and that they were true heroes, which was cool. He patted her head and promised that she would become a truly great person too, honored. Harry grapples with a weighty struggle, wondering what true good her path as a hunter of justice truly yields, and questioning the worth of being a divine saintess when she's nowhere near the might of a Sir Joveray, let alone the immense power of His Majesty. At least Sir Joveray met his end with profound honor, his sacrifice achieving something truly impactful. Then, Palma materializes, right before her eyes. He calls out her name and warns her not to try and grasp the mighty ocean, because no matter how fervently she strives, all she'll ever seize is but a mere handful of seawater. Palma urges Harry to let faith and trust fill her very soul, to truly acknowledge and deeply understand the boundless greatness that resides within her. Harry, bewildered, has no clue what he's truly saying, but he insists she must listen to the ocean's call. He tells her, if she hadn't sensed it until now, she must feel it now. The relentless flow of the ocean, the gentle whispers of the vibrant coral reef, and the majestic, echoing song of the deep. Palma then kisses her gently upon the forehead, calling her my mortal, and revealing that, if she truly desires to earn immortal, boundless powers, she shouldn't strive to seize them by force. Infinity is something she must embrace and wrap around herself, for she is, even now, residing within infinity itself. A mysterious, otherworldly glow envelops her being, and as she gently closes her eyes to find solace, she snaps them open again, struck by a sudden, profound realization. She knows precisely what she is capable of. Her gaze sweeps, finds His Majesty, and locks onto him. Instantly, with a decisive sweep of her hand, she commands the water, splitting it right in two. Behold, the divine law sea. The very underground city splits open, now in full view. And there, at last, she spots Leon, standing tall. He slowly turns around, sees her, and bids her to come closer, to come to him. Harry jolts awake, as Leon's praises fill the air, a triumphant, well done. She quickly snaps back to reality, letting out a piercing scream. Leon calmly tells her, stay still. You're currently riding on Stallion, my magnificent Pegasus, loyal and swift. Harry, dazed, asks if she was just submerged in water, and Leon, turning away, simply states, he's relieved. He didn't have to witness a saintess of water drown. Suddenly, Harry's mind reels back to the terrifying monster, Raksha, now brought back from the dead, and the ensuing madness as people turned on each other. Leon simply nods, confirming he's aware, and clarifies that no ordinary person can stay sane against such an overwhelming, ancient evil. He barks an order for the Pegasus to land the moment they reach the island. Leon brandishes his glass, declaring his grand arrival. The king of Lionheart's formidable aura immediately counters the debilitating status effects, and people slowly begin to regain their senses. Daesung quickly approaches Leon, relieved to his core, overjoyed to see Leon unharmed. Leon, in turn, praises Daesung, commending him for doing so well without him. Daesung quickly updates him on the missing soldiers and trainees, adding that he heard they're safe, thanks to Poma, but urges Leon to check on them personally. Leon reassures him, declaring he can sense them, instantly bringing Daesung profound relief. Leon then commands everyone to exit the gate, and tells them that, with the Saintess's blessing, they should be able to walk right on the water, if they simply have faith. He instructs them to run toward the gate. Alan urgently asks what will happen to them. Leon gravely informs him they are going to rescue as many survivors as they can, and stall for time, allowing others to escape. As they attempt to leave, the monstrous creature suddenly appears before them, hissing out, "You little parasites," and declaring, "So this is where you all were." He menacingly tells them he has long awaited this moment. He begins to charge a massive fireball, but abruptly stops, sensing a Grail Knight's aura, as Yappy boldly appears right before him, casually perched atop a crab. The monster roars, "You should all be dead," and demands, "How are you still alive?" Yappy activates his third gun selection and opens fire. The shots land, but the monster remains utterly unscathed, mockingly declaring, they may have switched their ammo for divine artifacts, but even these are utterly meaningless against him. He unleashes a massive water wave directly at them. Jaruk tries to utter a word, but is abruptly cut off as the monster refuses, claiming wave manipulation is utterly useless against him. But suddenly, tendrils of water surge towards the monster, as Leon expertly ensnares it within their grasp. The monster, shocked, recognizes Leon instantly, roaring that he's a revered Grail Guardian. With incredible speed, a massive water sphere engulfs the monster, completely imprisoning it within. Leon barks at Sir Yappy to seal the gate right away, and swiftly evacuate. Yappy replies that the enemy is gravely wounded, and could slowly begin to retreat, but Leon vehemently refuses, declaring, they must shatter the remaining statues, and finally close the gate. Leon understands he can't slay a demon of this caliber without first recovering the Holy Sword, so he makes a crucial decision. They'll rescue as many survivors as humanly possible. Just then, Yappy makes an unexpected suggestion. They should also save the island's local inhabitants. He reveals the Kikurik tribe has been sealed away, faithfully guarding the demon all this time, not NPCs? Leon questions if they even have enough time, seeing how little remains before the demon breaks free. Yappy assures him they're employing the Kikurik tribe's ultimate last resort, and thanks to the Saintess's divine blessing, they can all walk on water. Harry urgently implores them to quicken their pace, exclaiming, they must flee before the great demon is unleashed. Leon glances back at the demon, who has violently shattered its watery prison, and defiantly proclaims that Leon will never escape his vengeful grasp. Leon signals to his magnificent steed, and they thunderously charge toward the monstrous foe. Sword in hand, he deftly severs a few of its limbs, before expertly leaping back onto his stallion. The demon mercilessly taunts him, sneering that he's flitting about like a mere fruit fly. This enrages Leon, who ignites his divine energy, furiously charging straight at the demon, vividly remembering the exquisite pleasure of hearing the Lord of Chaos's agonizing screams. As the scorching flames consumed him, the demon snarls back that he'll obliterate Leon long before Leon can ever kill him. Just then, colossal crab monsters seize the demon's remaining limbs, and it thrashes violently, desperate to break free. Seizing the moment, Leon unleashes his devastating divine punishment. The very flames of war erupt. His eyes ignite with an otherworldly glow as he proclaims, "Let glory forever belong to Lionheart's name." As the demon screams its agony, Leon readies his divine punishment. The flames of war ignite. As the demon screams his name in agony, the surrounding knights watch, frozen in utter horror, questioning if any human could truly wield such overwhelming power. Leon urgently warns them, "We don't have much time left," and urges them to swiftly make their way out through the gate. Without hesitation, they comply. Leon turns to Sir Spinny, asking about the evacuation's progress. Sir Spinny reports, 80% of the evacuation is complete. With all vital supplies and records safely secured, Leon realizes they'll need just a little more time to finish. Sir Spinny assures him with conviction, "We will hold out." Leon observes their unwavering resolve, Sir Spinny then clarifies that they've been meticulously preparing for this very moment for the past 5 centuries. Meanwhile, the demon's agonizing screams persist, and language analysis uncovers its chilling message: prosperity to Gravita Terra. Leon, acknowledging their honorable name, states, "The gate will close soon, so they must fall back." The demon taunts Leon, sneering, "Are you going to run away?" Claiming it thought his virtue was to never give up. It challenges Leon. "Don't give up. Fight me." Leon merely smirks, openly mocking the demon, declaring there's no reason to uphold knightly virtues. When facing an inferior being like himself, he then boldly proclaims that he holds absolutely no respect for these green beasts and evil species. The monster explodes into a furious rage and screams at Leon, "I will kill you, no matter what." But before it can make another move, the gate slams shut. The world erupts in an uproar, following the first ever sighting of an Archduke-level demon, with humanity suffering tremendous losses, all because of the terrifying Great Demon. This news was widely seen as a terrifying sign of impending disaster. However, it wasn't all grim news. Some beings, remarkably, were able to withstand the mind corruption, a corruption that even renowned S-class hunters couldn't resist. The world watched in awe as a video, showcasing the Pantheon Guild's incredible accomplishments. Within the Gate was broadcast worldwide on YouTube. The president shakes hands with Leon, who showers him with praise for lifting an immense weight from his shoulders. The president, ever modest, downplays it, declaring, he's utterly astonished there are 10,000 survivors. Leon, with a proud glint, declares they are honorable beings who have valiantly battled the demon for a long, long time. The president's gaze falls on the statue, and he asks Leon about it, and Leon, at first, thinks it's simply a territorial marker, but quickly clarifies it stands to honor the legendary heroes who bravely sacrificed themselves to confront the Archduke demon. He continues, revealing the magnificent statue in the center, represents Poma, the revered divinity of the sea and waves. The president, intrigued, then asks about the other statues, and Leon, with a sly grin, tells him one represents himself, and none other than Sir Spinny, as Sir Spinny is the esteemed representative of the Kyrie tribe. The president is left absolutely speechless, and seeing his priceless reaction, Leon can't help but joke that he was just kidding all along. The president, utterly mortified, suddenly pleads Leon to, please, take down his statue immediately. But Leon, unfazed, gently suggests he shouldn't be embarrassed by such trivial things, considering he's the esteemed leader of an entire nation. With that, Leon coolly walks away, and the president's assistant dutifully follows behind. The president feels like his very lifespan has been shortened by a full 10 years. His assistant, ever grim, informs him that the urgent news is this: that contact with North Korea has been utterly severed since last night, which leaves the president even more utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, in the devastated ruins of what was once Pyongyang, the comrade stands stoically on a crumbling, destroyed road, recalling how 30 years ago, terrifying dimensional holes ripped open, and until now, they've only received fleeting help from the South Koreans. He brutally kicks a man into a growing pile of unconscious bodies, and a chilling smile spreads across his face, declaring that soon, they'll become the most powerful nation by cunningly using demons to their advantage. His assistant then tells him the mage is calling, and he swiftly answers the phone. Reynolds informs him with gravity that the preparations are finally complete, and the comrade orders his people to quickly hurry up with the summoning, as the great, terrifying demon prepares to emerge. Its grievous injuries leave the comrade utterly stunned. He turns to his people, questioning if their summoning ritual was truly flawless. The demon apologizes, confessing it desperately needs time to mend its wounds, and that, alas, they will require even more time until the mighty great demons finally make their grand return. However, a wicked smile crosses its lips as it notes the ample supply of food, which leaves the comrade absolutely aghast with horror. Meanwhile, deep within a foreboding dungeon, a fiery red-haired girl grins knowingly at a serene white-haired girl, as she confesses she has spilled every last secret, declaring she's no longer keeping anything hidden. The white-haired girl muses, finding it quite intriguing, that demons possess the power to enter any gate they desire, meaning, of course, they can also be guided to any gate their summoners wish them to traverse. A little while later, Harry urgently calls out for Sir Yappy, as the diligent people of Kirik tirelessly work on constructing their new homes. She acknowledges their incredible ability to breathe underwater, but questions if it's truly safe for them to establish their new settlement here. Yappy confidently reassures her, explaining that their people are perfectly capable of thriving independently as long as they possess a secure nest and a place to breed. Gazing down at the tiny kitten, she's perplexed by the bustling sight of countless crabs toiling away, realizing that simply finding food here will prove to be a significant challenge. Just then, Yappy excitedly informs her that they've already been officially registered in the Pantheon Assurance Service, which is designed to help them seamlessly adjust to modern society. He elaborates, detailing the myriad benefits this service offers, including comprehensive administrative and legal support. Harry thoughtfully considers joining this service herself, but is utterly flabbergasted and shocked when Yappy nonchalantly reveals she's already been registered, and has, in fact, been receiving these services since last month. She absolutely freaks out upon learning she's been charged an astronomical 19 trillion and one. Just then, Leon gallops up to them, urgently telling Harry to mount the horse. As he needs to make a quick return to the guild, Harry is genuinely surprised, recalling that Leon had previously declared that this magnificent steed was a king's horse, and only permitted the Queen and Sir Yappy to ride it. Noticing her palpable hesitation, Leon dismounts with a flourish and extends his hand to her, insisting she take the saddle instead. Harry feels a growing sense of unease and displeasure at his sudden change in behavior. Leon then hands her an ornate envelope containing property rights, claiming decisively that it only makes perfect sense for the king to bestow a knight with property, even though her loyalty isn't yet fully confirmed. It's undeniably clear. The gods have chosen her to become both a knight and a saintess. Speechless, a faint thank you barely escapes Harry's lips, but she's abruptly cut short as Leon firmly tells her not to act so strangely or behave like a mere servant. He doesn't expect her to act like a noble, but she certainly doesn't need to debase herself either. Blushing furiously, Harry climbs onto the horse with Leon. After a moment of quiet riding, she finally dares to ask if she's a noble now too. And Leon's answer absolutely lights up her face with joy. He confirms it's true, though in the Pantheon, she'll rank after the Queen, then Sir Spinny, and finally, Sir Yappy. Immediately, she loudly calls out to Sir Yappy, claiming he must treat her like a noble now, but only ends up getting a playful crack from his whip. With a thoroughly judgmental gaze, Leon side-eyes them for their utter immaturity. Later, within the Grand Pantheon Guild, in Queen Beatrice's bustling workshop, Leon stands beside her. Learning the latest experiment was a resounding success, confirming that demons are, indeed, utilizing gates. Just as he suspected, Leon delves into deep reflection, realizing that ever since the Jeju Island Gate incident, he's harbored nagging doubts. What seemed like a noble mission was actually about saving corrupted barbarians and unjustly defeating a righteous knight. This stark realization makes him see that the system and its quests aren't truly benevolent. They're instead driven by sinister, evil forces desperately trying to control the awakened. Leon then reveals to Beatrice that Earth has now been tamed by countless mana stones, and people simply won't give up on these quests, despite finding them incredibly strange, due to financial gain or other compelling reasons. With demons now definitively stirring chaos, he asks Beatrice if she can also control the gates, since he's heard whispers that she possesses this power. To be specific, Beatrice confirms she indeed can control the virtual spaces that have already succumbed, but she'd require a precise standard of evaluation to discern which gates harbor survivors and lurking demons. Then, Beatrice smirks knowingly, suggesting that Leon might just use one of his sacred holy relics as a powerful beacon, which, naturally, means she'll need a ton times of mana stones. Leon's eyes light up at the idea, but then, a nagging question: where will he find those mana stones? Yet, he knows countless places hold their mystical glow. Word spreads like wildfire, and soon enough, the call goes out. Everyone's rallied to raid every gate in South Korea. And almost instantly, the Pantheon Guild makes its dazzling appearance, manifesting in all corners of the Republic, no less, bringing with them 1,000 powerful warriors, including formidable 4th-rank warriors and eager knight trainees, plus another 2,000 warriors from the mighty Kirkuk tribe. They swiftly split into 20 tactical teams, each unit dispatched to different gates spread across Korea. The Pantheon Guild's efficiency? Simply astonishing. While most guilds struggle to raid even 2 gates a month, this powerhouse clears over 20 in a lightning-fast 4 days. Meanwhile, the beasts are absolutely seething, complaining directly to Leon for the shocking death of their fearsome leader, since they genuinely believed he was on their side, ready to help them. With a cool, mocking smile, Leon retorts, These inferior beasts, Leon declares with disdain. Copying human society is an intolerable insult, and they will undeniably be wiped out as a consequence. But just one guild takes complete dominion over all gates. Throughout the entire Republic of Korea, after successfully clearing every last gate, Jin's eyes widen in absolute astonishment as he beholds tons of shimmering items piled up before him. Yappy triumphantly reveals the classification is now complete, with an astounding total value of 38.3 billion, and the projected auction price alone is expected to soar to an incredible 12.7 billion. These astronomical values will keep everyone comfortable even after funding the next gate's opening. Leon then turns, issuing a new instruction. This time, the upcoming gate-clearing mission will be handled by only a small, elite group of warriors. He also strictly orders that all information regarding this operation is strictly forbidden from being reported to anyone. Jin and Harry are specifically commanded to keep this secret, even from the association itself. As long as Leon isn't actively harming the nation, everyone seems perfectly fine with his actions. Leon then steps into the center of a mystical, glowing array, which immediately begins to shimmer and glow brightly. Using the sacred sword, Beatrice chants a powerful spell, ready to enter the coordinates. Everyone watches in awe as energy streams begin to gather, and just then, an artificially created gate blazes into existence. For everyone watching, this is simply beyond belief. But Leon's clearly impressed, and Beatrice can't help but smirk at the bewildered looks plastered across everyone's faces. Stepping through the gate, they suddenly find themselves thrust onto a chaotic battlefield. Several fierce warriors are already clashing here. Suho rushes to aid Jaehyuk, gazing around in utter confusion at their new surroundings. Leon quickly grasps that something's gone terribly wrong with the gate. It appears that once again, all the warriors have been scattered. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoes, and a massive army of savage orcs appears. Charging forward, weapons gleaming menacingly. Before the orcs can even launch their assault, a swift knight named Babel deftly dodges and slays one. Babel sharply admonishes Jaehyuk and Suho to stop standing around like stunned statues. This is a battlefield, he declares, not some playground. In a surprising twist, Babel then kneels respectfully before Leon. Leon swiftly recognizes him as Volteric's Orc Shredder, a powerful company commander. Even so, Leon demands to know more about their location, prompting Babel to explain they are deep in the very heart of the Ryam Valley. They were in the midst of transporting Cersaria's sacred holy relic. Leon's mind races, a chilling realization hitting him as the full gravity of the situation sinks in. It's already happened! The Grail Knight of Dreams and Death, Zoria of Twilight, had failed his crucial last mission. Following Babel, Leon is consumed by deep regret, wishing he had gathered more intel back at Paradise, thinking it might have helped him now. But he knows what's done is done, and his immediate focus must shift to understanding his current predicament more thoroughly. Leon's attention then snaps to Cerzaria, who is actively manifesting his awe-inspiring fantasy territory. Gripping his sword, Zaria channels immense energy, which surges and saturates the entire environment. The orcs shriek in absolute agony and pain, then instantly collapse to the ground. Leon steps forward confidently, informing Zarya that the orcs are indeed advancing. Upon seeing him, Zarya and all his knights immediately bow down in profound honor, hailing Leon as the first knight of goddess Ariana. As they kneel, Leon's thoughts race to how knights, after imbibing the Holy Grail's sacred waters and awakening, achieve their absolute peak. Leon, a warrior of formidable might, ever since he became a Holy Grail knight, from a remarkably young age, now keenly realizes that before the king's eyes, he now appears like an elder, meaning his current form perfectly represents his peak. Noting that he hasn't changed a single bit, Leon sharply orders him to rise, and demands a full accounting of the situation. Zoria explains they successfully obtained the sacred relic, and were en route to the Empire's border when they were ambushed by hordes of savage orcs, and the vile heathens of the Beast God. In response, a few knights stayed behind to valiantly defend, while others pressed on, transporting the relic. They split into 5 groups, a clever ruse for disguise. Driven by curiosity, Leon asks about the group carrying the true relic. After a long, tense pause, Zoria finally reveals it's the 5th group. In the southwest, a team spearheaded by Zoria's past. Meanwhile, in a completely different location, Zoria laughs heartily as he watches Daesung wake up. After having been unconscious for quite a while, Daesung is relieved to see the very bear that attacked him is dead. And Harry, thankfully, is also there. Realizing they've all been separated once again, Saria is utterly surprised to find other knights here, as he never expected anyone else to be crazy enough to attempt such a feat. Suddenly, a system window dramatically appears, instructing them to assist the Grail Knight, Zarya of Twilight, to transport the holy relic safely to the Lionheart borders. Noticing their stunned surprise, Zarya explains they're a little behind on current events, because they've been isolated in the middle of nowhere. To confirm he is indeed Zarya of Twilight, Daesung repeats his name, but to his utter surprise, Zarya tells him this honorable title will be his in the future. For now, he is simply a mission knight on a vital quest. Zarya Bertham hadn't received any quests from the gods for an incredibly long time. He had spent 10 years wandering the world as a knight, errant, starting when he was a mere 15, and 15 more agonizing years awaiting a quest from the gods. He was an absolutely outstanding knight, not one of those blessed with supernatural powers, capable of single-handedly turning the tide of battle. Yet, most who received missions from the gods did wield incredible superpowers. His unwavering refusal to yield earned him profound admiration, even as others often scoffed and mocked. Then, one fateful day, a mysterious woman appeared in Zarya's dreams, urging him to end his arduous suffering, return to the kingdom, and fulfill his destined duties. However, Zarya's resolve never wavered. Even when the entire world scorned him, he never gave up, and by the astonishing age of 100, he finally ascended to become a legendary Grail Knight. He was the oldest person ever to achieve such an esteemed title. Meanwhile, back with Leon and his squad, Saraya barks orders to the knights, telling them to raise their shields and prepare for the coming battle. The loyal knights immediately snap to attention, following his command. Orcs and grotesque monsters are rapidly closing in on their position. As the chaos explodes across the battlefield, the shield-bearing knights expertly dodge the brutal orc attacks. They swiftly wield their swords, cutting down many of the monsters, which makes Leon realize that their collective combat strength, as a group, is on an entirely different, terrifying level. They soon spot a massive, menacing boulder troll, and Leon commands Suho and Jaehyuk to observe closely, as what they're about to witness firsthand is the ultimate goal they should strive to achieve. Leon then signals the awaiting knights, including the formidable Zarya, and they all charge forward, unleashing a furious attack on the monsters. However, Jaehyuk and Suho find this incredibly dangerous because the passage ahead is terrifyingly narrow. Completely ignoring the inherent danger, Zarya charges fearlessly alongside the other knights, a gleaming spear clutched firmly in his hand. His majestic horse leaps incredibly high, soaring over the shield-bearing knights, leaving Suho and Jaehyuk absolutely breathless and in awe as they watch the incredible scene with their mouths agape. Unleashing the dear holy flame skill, Zarya ignites his sword, charging it directly toward his opponents. But Leon warns Suho and Jaehyuk not to get two times excited, as the enemy hasn't unleashed their full, terrifying force yet. Meanwhile, the system suddenly notifies them of a bonus mission: to defend Sir Zarya's valiant forces until the very end. Reading this, Leon immediately decides to stay and assist Sir Zarya, confident that the stallion will continue to chase after the Real-Time's transportation squad. This time, he plans to closely observe the Honorable Grail Knight. On the other hand, the quest is far from over. As instructed, they meticulously search. Suho and Jaehyuk scour the fallen orcs' corpses, but not a single mana stone is found. This realization dawns on Leon, making him understand that this isn't a rigged quest. He doesn't sense the insidious, hidden, evil intent that usually taints other missions. However, a clever idea sparks. He believes there might be a way to manipulate the quest itself. With that cunning thought in mind, Leon commands his knights to search for any surviving students. Just as he's about to utter another command, he suddenly feels a spear hurtling directly towards him. In a split second, he snatches it out of the air, then furiously snaps the spear in half. His face contorts with frustration at the beast for daring to use a ranged weapon against him. Glaring at the orc, Leon scoffs, calling it a disgusting, inferior creature, brimming with impotent rage. He orders Zarya to bring him the head of that foul beast, no matter the cost. Zarya turns towards the orc who dared disrespect his king, feeling intensely honored to be the one to slay the creature that attempted to insult his majesty. However, the arrogant orc merely sneers down at him, beginning to laugh, but it doesn't have a moment to react as Zarya, in the blink of an eye, is already directly behind it. Without a wasted second, Zarya delivers a devastating blow, with his staff straight to its head. The impact is so immense that it sends the orc careening into the ground, at breakneck speed, engulfed by a shower of rubble. The sheer, impossible power feels utterly unreal to the beast, yet Zarya stands unwavering, his gaze piercing, demanding to know how at times, dared times invade the hallowed territory of the heavens, where only his king should reign supreme. In defiance, the beast has no regrets, threatening Zarya for daring to come alone, claiming to have brought an entire army right alongside it. Despite the boast, Zarya remains completely unfazed and utterly unconcerned about this so-called army of trash. A sly, knowing smile spreads across his face, as a strange, potent energy begins to envelop the surroundings. Before anyone can fully process the eerie shift, Zarya calls out to the goddess of dream and death, imploring her to unleash death upon the unfaithful. Behind him, a majestic goddess materializes, concentrating that very same powerful energy in her hand. And then, without warning, numerous gashes rip across the orcs' bodies. Meanwhile, let's switch to the team safeguarding the genuine relic. Zarya urgently warns Daesung, advising extreme caution, as the creatures stirring in the night are predominantly monstrous. However, their current location is far from safe at this very moment. So, Zarya quickly proposes they head for a nearby cave. With the weighty relic box slung over his shoulders, Zarya immediately begins to forge ahead. Beads of sweat trickle down Stella's face, as she simply can't bear to see someone of his nobility performing such strenuous labor. But Zarya reassures her, stating he's merely a mission knight, leaving everyone utterly bewildered by his words at the moment. Finally, they arrive at the entrance of the cave. Once inside, Zarya harnesses divine energy to conjure a plant-like barrier, sealing the entrance behind them. For their safety, after they finish setting up their camp, Stella nervously asks, her voice a hesitant whisper, if it would be alright for him to guard the relic box for just a little while. His shocking response stuns her. Zarya boldly tells her to simply give him her orders, emphasizing that a kingdom knight holds significantly more authority than a mere mission knight. And this revelation leaves everyone present utterly bewildered, as none of it makes any sense. They have absolutely no clue about the profound connection between Zarya's mysterious past and his present self. Noticing their utter confusion, Zarya discloses that the goddess herself bestowed a reward upon him, following his relentless, unending efforts. She granted him a phenomenal power when he became a Grail Knight, enabling him to summon a perfect clone of his past self into reality. The Zarya they're seeing now is 85 years old, the exact age he was when he received his divine quest from the gods. He sternly reminds them not to expect any greater power from him, as he is absolutely nothing compared to the true Grail Knight. Suddenly, an ear-splittingly loud, terrifying roar echoes through the cave. Everyone instantly stands alert. Zarya, who was smiling just moments ago, now wears a grave expression, ordering everyone to stay absolutely silent, as the looming danger is now terrifyingly close. Daesung and Harry instinctively snatch their weapons, poised to fight. But the ominous sounds from above grow even louder. Then, without warning, the entire ceiling violently collapses. Zarya yells for everyone to immediately get out of the way, and in a terrifying instant, a monstrous demon subordinate crashes down from above. To halt the terrifying monster, Zarya thrusts his powerful sword directly into its gaping maw, but the beast viciously slashes his back. This is incredibly dangerous, as its poison is utterly lethal. Stella leaps in to help, but he fiercely orders them to retreat. They must escape, and as swiftly as humanly possible. Hearing his command, Harry immediately rushes toward Daesung. She calls out to him, but her eyes suddenly widen in pure shock. She sees Daesung with a deep, gushing wound, a poisonous injury on his arm, struggling desperately to rise. Harry quickly, expertly bandages Daesung's arm. He apologizes, blaming himself for letting her down, but she couldn't care less about any of that. All that truly matters is the deadly poison coursing through him. She feels a pang of guilt for not stopping it sooner. Then, she tells Daesung to just wait for a moment. Harry then draws her sword and strides purposefully toward Zarya, who is still locked in fierce combat with the monstrous beast. Zarya notices her approach, his gaze snapping to her, and shouts for her to stay back, to keep her distance. He warns her that it's far too dangerous here. He's utterly shocked, however, as she continues to walk forward, undeterred, with a potent, shimmering energy radiating from her sword. Flashbacks suddenly flood Harry's mind. Vivid memories of a past journey to the perilous gate. Leon had confidently declared then that she was chosen by the very divinity of war and fire, and that she should never take this immense gift lightly. Leon had conjured a blazing flame in his hand, explaining that divine foam flows like a boundless sea current, and it will always move according to her every will. Remembering this, Harry swings her sword, summoning her power. She channels both surging water and blazing fire energy into it. Then, she unleashes an incredible, devastating strike, inflicting significant, crippling damage on the giant monster. Zarya can only watch, frozen in utter disbelief. After the monster is finally defeated, Zarya quickly synthesizes the antidote, but there's only enough for a single person. This is because the Empire's dark mages, Chimera, was accidentally scorched by Harry during their desperate fight against the monster. As soon as the life-saving antidote is ready, Daesung immediately takes it. Zarya then ensures the entrance is even better hidden, so they won't be tracked this time. No matter what, even the monster's incredibly keen sense of smell won't help them. At that very moment, Zarya suddenly collapses, feeling utterly weak as the poison's terrible after-effects take hold. From his own grave injury, everyone rushes to gather around him, ready to help. But in a faint, wavering voice, Zarya assures them that even if he dies, his past self will become their crucial ally. For his clone was touched by the Lady of Death herself, even bestowing a powerful gift upon it. As Zarya draws his final fading breath, he commands them to view his other self as nothing more than a consumable item. Their mission: deliver the relic to the King of Lionheart. In his dying moments, he witnesses the Lady of Death consume his very soul. Meanwhile, the second Zarya expertly finishes off the remaining orcs, earning Leon's high praise for his efficiency. Leon realizes Zarya had attempted to lure out their leader, but it failed. The orcs are surprisingly patient. Their lack of reaction to the provocation clearly suggests their leader possesses immense charisma. And Leon's thoughts swirl with a disturbing possibility. Could there be an orc champion among them? These rare beings, chosen by the orc god, unite orcs and ignite devastating wars. While it's still too soon to confirm, Leon strongly suspects it's an orc chief. Later, Zarya and Leon share a private conversation, where Leon discloses every shocking detail. Zarya clenches his fists tightly, reeling from the revelation that he had already died and ascended to heaven. His hand trembles as he grasps that Leon battled evil's forces, alone for 2 long centuries. Overcome with guilt, Zarya implores Leon not to forgive his disloyalty, but Leon simply tells him not to apologize. From this, Zarya deduces that if he was killed by an orc, then the Great Chief is almost certainly here. Leon agrees. The champion, chosen by the orc god, is indeed on this battlefield. He's here not for loot, but for an experiment. The spoils are secondary to his true sinister aim. However, Leon now has a brand new, unwavering goal: to remain by his friend's side until the bitter end. Later that night, within the orc camp, where orcs lie peacefully, utterly asleep, Leon ignites a massive fire. Orcs live like humans, eating, drinking, and sleeping through the night, making them incredibly vulnerable to night ambushes. Since they rest during the night, from the cliff top, Leon watches the burning camp, unable to suppress a smirk, as the orcs perish in the inferno. Behind him, Zarya decides to finally tell Leon everything. He believes that, with the king's sudden appearance, the very history of his death has irrevocably changed. Should this gate, with its ancient power, can perfectly recreate a kingdom from an era long past, then the one capable of matching the might of the legendary king, the revered Lionheart, the strongest Grail Knight ever known, will undoubtedly make his appearance. Just a few short days later, a man within the orc camp roars in sheer, utter frustration. His face is a crimson mask, as he absolutely struggles to grasp how their relentless opponents can assault them non-stop for 3 agonizing days. They command 10,000 mighty orcs, yet they're relentlessly attacked, day and night. But what truly infuriates him is that just 2 individuals, Zarya and Leon, are attacking and slaying thousands of their orcs, just as he passionately suggests to his subordinates that they absolutely must do something. An iron bear, dead and horribly sliced, violently crashes into their tent. It was the strongest, the toughest of all their orcs. Just then, the champion of Helkin himself storms into the tent, the very one who mercilessly slew the iron bear. In a fit of blinding rage, he lifts the man by his throat. Absolutely furious, because the gate's grand opening was scheduled for yesterday. The man struggles for air, but a terrifying realization dawns. This champion might actually be stronger than a Grail Knight. He had fought Grail Knights in his younger days. After all, the champion of Helkin violently hurls him to the ground, and fiercely orders him to prepare all forces for a massive attack on the Grail Knights. Tomorrow, both the mighty champion of Helkin and the skunk's great warrior will personally join the assault. As the champion finally storms out of the tent, The man cautiously thinks to himself that with two champions of the orc gods on their side, they might just stand a chance to win this battle. Instantly, a deafening, explosive sound rips through the air. As the man and all the other beasts, startled, along with the chief of Helkin, rush outside, they spot a colossal spear, driven into the ground, bearing a letter. This letter, originating from the illustrious Lionheart Kingdom, has been circulated without fail, every single year. Within the letter, a grand duel is dramatically proposed. So, the champion of Helkin orders the man to immediately accept it, as he firmly believes it will be the crucial key to finally taking down the Grail Knight. Meanwhile, in a completely different location, all the valiant knights are passionately thanking Beatrice and her dedicated subordinates for slaying the fearsome monster, and they arrive just in time, as things could have gone horribly wrong. A concerned female knight then asks Beatrice about Suho and Jaehyuk's whereabouts. Beatrice clarifies their mission was to help Sir Zarya and the main squad, so if the king isn't with them now, he must be with a different transport squad. Regardless, Beatrice assures them not to fret about their friends. She also cast a tracking spell on everyone, so they'll surely reunite soon. While Beatrice believes Suho and Hope are with the king, she senses Daesung and Harry are with a different squad. However, Sir Spinny is out of her range, which genuinely worries her. Meanwhile, Spinny is floating serenely in space, measuring the pull of gravity and watching the gate launch a satellite. This device, which can only gather small bits of information, shows what appears to be a planet, but it's just deep valleys and the harsh line of an empire's border. Suddenly, the device picks up a powerful signal. It's a knight from the Lionheart Kingdom. The knight looks directly at him, something Spinny never anticipated. Taking off his helmet, the Lionheart Knight angrily orders him to leave. On the battlefield, Leon's army stands, facing an army of orcs and other fearsome monsters. All at a great distance, the orcs are marching steadily toward them, roaring loudly. Jaehyuk, feeling the immense tension, acknowledges the orcs will strike soon. But Leon explains that this is crucial to analyze their forces and uncover the true story. If Leon and his team can hold their ground, the team transporting the relic will have an easier time. Jaehyuk, recalling past failures in relic transport, voices his concerns. But Leon is unwavering, knowing Beatrice and Spinny are there to handle things. With Leon's approval, Zarya takes the lead. However, before he can even strike, the orcs start shouting in preparation. Sensing the watchful gaze of their Helkan, everyone, including Leon, glares at the orcs with sheer displeasure, fueled by their raucous, unruly behavior. Just then, Helkin's formidable champion, Balbazar, storms onto the battlefield, arrogantly proclaiming himself utterly undefeatable and demanding to know who dares to face him. Leon smirks, taunting Balbazar as nothing but a frog in a well, then orders Zorya to bring him the beast's head. Obeying the command without hesitation, Zorya draws his sword and steps boldly forward, declaring Balbazar's end will come right here. Balbazar, not taking Zorya seriously for a second, strikes out first with brutal force, but Zorya deftly dodges and taunts him right back. Confident, Balbazar lands a devastating blow with his massive axe, brutally splitting Zorya in two. Balbazar raises his axe in a roar of triumph as the knights watch on in utter, frozen shock. But just then, Zorya's body miraculously transforms, radiating an immense, powerful energy. A sly smirk crosses his lips as he mocks Balbazar for being a mere beast, utterly unworthy of comparison to humans. Using his divine skill, Fantasy Domain, Zorya creates a cunning illusion, making Balbazar believe he has already won. Closing the gap in a flash, Zorya prepares to strike with his aura of execution, but Balbazar grabs the very blade of Zorya's sword, just before he can land the killing blow. Recognizing the potent divine power, Balbazar screams in pure, burning envy, and swiftly strikes back with his colossal axe, sending Zorya sprawling violently to the ground. As he's attacked, Zorya senses Helkin's ominous power. Despite his grievous injuries, Zorya stumbles back onto his feet, clutching desperately at the grievous wound. Gathering every last, desperate bit of energy, he charges at Balbazar. They exchange blow after brutal blow, each utterly desperate to defeat the other. But Zorya struggles immensely to keep pace, taking more punishing hits, though Balbazar also suffers some damage. Balbazar then violently hurls Zorya to the ground by his collar. Gritting his teeth in agony, Zorya watches, frozen, as the axe swings down toward his head. In that instant, a blur, Balbazar slams his axe into the ground, assuming Zorya is dead, while Leon watches on with a chilling smirk. It's a grim reality, Killing Ziria is no easy feat. At that very moment, Ziria begins to rise. A deep, burning shame courses through him. He had so desperately hoped to dedicate this victory to his king, but now, he finds himself failing, and failing miserably. Overcome by agony, he fiercely ties his hand to his sword's hilt. He takes a resolute stance and charges head-on at the towering beast. Balbazar, unperturbed, simply stands there, calm. He waits, allowing Ziria to close the final distance. The very second Ziria closes in, Balbazar swings his mighty axe with brutal force, cutting a deep, gruesome gash into Ziria's shoulder. He scoffs, taunting Ziria for his supposed human frailty. Rewinding now, to a time before the orc subjugation, when Sir Leon was still a formidable war knight, he stood tall, alongside the other brave knights, and then, he directly asked Ziria his name. When Ziria presented himself, declaring his name, Leon instantly recognized the legendary knight. He knew Ziria had been a loyal royal knight for over 50 years. Leon then revealed his daring plan, to take down the orc champion. To Leon's surprise, Ziria quickly agreed to the task. He humbly asked the king to grant him the lowest possible rank. He desired neither honor nor any glimmer of glory. He simply yearned to maintain his familiar way of life. Back in the present, Ziria, his thoughts drifting back to Leon's approach, he coughs. A painful, racking sound, as his body aches. Balbazar, believing Ziria has finally given up the fight, he raises his axe high, preparing for the final, brutal strike, but his strike halts, seeing Ziria gripping his axe firmly. Vivid flashbacks erupt. Leon, extending his hand, and declaring Ziria a truly loyal and noble warrior. These memories flood his mind, igniting a fierce surge of energy. With a roar, Ziria swings his sword, praying to the great lady, she who commands the end of all things, to grant him her blessing, and with an impossible speed, pierces straight through Balbazar's heart, through the death-resistant skill of the great divine law. Before Balbazar can even process what just occurred, or where Ziria's incredible power had truly originated, he collapses, a lifeless corpse, utterly defeated. An echoing minute of stunned silence falls upon the battlefield. Then, with a surge of renewed strength, Ziria raises his sword. With a final pull, he extracts it from Balbazar's lifeless body, a defiant signal, proclaiming a hard-fought victory. Mayhem erupts. Leon's forces erupt into roaring celebration, while the orc army stands stunned, utterly disappointed in Balbazar. But the fight, it turns out, is far from over. As Maghar, the fearsome champion of sorcerer god Gorkrok, steps out of the shadows, challenging Ziria to battle. Despite the immense blood loss Ziria has already suffered, Ziria, fueled by unwavering resolve, decides to fight on for his king. As he bravely takes a defiant step forward, he stumbles, but Leon, swift as lightning, catches him. Leon praises his incredible bravery, his valiant spirit. Leon gently assures him, urging him to finally rest, promising to watch over his final moments and bless them with honor. With a determined stride, Leon steps forward, facing the roaring crowd as he dramatically pulls out all his sacred relics. A blinding golden light erupts, radiating from his very being, and then, in a sudden, awe-inspiring display, the majestic spirit of a giant lion roars into existence behind him. Flames dance and spiral, engulfing them in a fiery embrace. Meanwhile, far above the chaos, Spina, soaring through the vast expanse of space, gazes down at the planet below, detecting ominous movements. An uneasy, fragile alliance is now forming between the mighty empire and the valiant Lionheart Kingdom. The squad entrusted with the sacred relics is making its move, proceeding precisely according to plan. Even though two other valiant teams have been tragically wiped out, the guild members of Pantheon, miraculously, remain safe. Simultaneously, back on the ground, the horde of orcs and heathens relentlessly swells in number. Spina suddenly notices something profoundly strange, and with lightning speed, she detaches from the shuttle. Moments later, a devastating explosion erupts, utterly annihilating the shuttle. Back on the ravaged battlefield, Leon has mercilessly obliterated everything in his path. He turns to Ziria, revealing he possesses a sacred grail, swearing that, if needed, he will accompany him to the very ends of the world. Ziria collapses, weakly urging Leon not to waste his precious time, but Leon, with profound gravity, asks him to accept the sacred ascension ritual. Ziria desperately pleads for him to reserve his divine powers, but Leon assures him that the surging orcs and heathens will be forced to retreat, and Ziria won't have to fight any longer, save for driving away the very last remnants of their foes. Exhausted beyond measure, Ziria gazes up at Leon, too weary to even argue. Leon, in a gesture of profound respect, kneels, his body becoming engulfed in a surge of powerful, divine energy, beginning the sacred ceremony with utmost respect and honor. Leon gently asks Zarya to offer his prayers to the divinity. He complies. Zarya clasps his hands, and with his last strength, begins to pray. Seeing the radiant spirit of the goddess manifest before him as he prays, taking his final, precious breaths. Zarya, with his dying wish, prays for his king's territory to gloriously expand, and for all his king's worries to finally be erased. In that very same moment, Leon places his hand gently on Zarya's shoulder, offering his own heartfelt prayer to the goddess, that Zarya may find peace, sipping wine in her celestial banquet halls, and that his name will be remembered forever, promising that they will meet again. In the banquet hall of the gods, as Leon bids farewell, Zarya disappears, leaving his old friend behind. At the same time, another mystery unfolds. The chief of the orcs' subordinates apologizes to the chief for failing to defeat the opponents. However, the orc chief sitting on his throne decides that if fate wills it, he will fight the Holy Grail Knight further ahead in the forest. Zarya's clone looks out from behind a tree and tells Harry and the squad to move forward, since there are no signs of monsters. Harry looks at Zarya curiously and hesitantly, asks if he remembers anything from before, referring to the memories of the other clone who was with them. Zarya explains that it feels like he has inherited the memories of the original, but unfortunately, he doesn't remember anything about this squad. He adds that at this moment, he is a mission knight of 87, and during this time, the king was a Grail Knight and War Knight. Harry becomes even more curious, and presses for more information, asking if Zarya knew the king in his childhood. Stella, too, is eager to hear stories about the king's younger days. Chuckling, Zarya tells them that Leon left quite an impression on him back then, as he was the youngest Grail Knight ever. Zarya goes on to explain that Leon became a mission knight at the age of 16, a role usually reserved for knights of the kingdom, to do charity work. However, His Majesty was a successor of the Duke, Dragonia household, and may have skipped some steps due to his high status. Despite this, he did an excellent job. Leon defeated an entire village of orcs on his own, and stopped a group of heathens during their ritual. His adventures became famous, remembered as tales of bravery and honor, with even pets and singers recalling his stories. When Leon was 20 years old, the goddess of light and justice herself handpicked him. By the tender age of 27, he had already become history's youngest war knight, and a legendary Grail Knight. Zarya firmly believes that no one will ever rival Leon's extraordinary talent. He then advises Harry to remain steadfastly by Leon's side, for she'll learn an incredible amount from him. After kindling a fire in a secluded area of the deep forest, everyone drifts off to sleep, except for Daesung, who's diligently practicing, swinging his sword through the air. Just then, a voice calls out, identifying his moves as the Kingdom Sword technique. It's none other than Zarya, who has surprisingly awoken. Given his age, he doesn't need much sleep, so he thought he'd come to help stand guard. But seeing Daesung training, Zarya decides to offer his assistance, which is an immense honor for Daesung. They both immediately take their fighting stances before each other. Zarya suggests Daesung focus on dodging his attacks, while Zarya attacks. As soon as Daesung agrees, he immediately spots a lightning-fast attack aimed right at him. As he tries to dodge, Zarya instructs him to keep both hands above his navel. He explains the sword isn't merely a weapon to swing, but also the swiftest form of defense one possesses. Daesung is clearly pouring his effort into a counterattack, but Zarya's swordsmanship is so incredibly swift and precise, almost like a machine, making it impossible to land a blow. Zarya begins delivering a flurry of even faster strikes, and with one decisive, final blow, he effortlessly knocks the sword from Daesung's hands, stopping his blade just inches from Daesung's throat. Though disappointed, Daesung admits that losing to Zarya incredibly motivates him, especially now that he's grasped the basics. He praises Zarya for his breathtaking speed, finding it immensely encouraging. Daesung sits down next to Zarya and boldly asks how he measures up against Harry. Zarya reveals that Harry possesses incredible power and can improve at a speed unmatched by anyone else. Hearing this, Daesung immediately starts doubting himself, feeling as if he's never enough, never quite good enough. This familiar behavior instantly reminds Zarya of his own past self. Everyone around him once told him to simply give up, but he never did, because what others say truly doesn't matter. When it comes to giving something your all, he advises Daesung to never, ever lose hope, and to embrace true courage, filling himself with unwavering resolve. Ignite love and hope. just as they were always meant to manifest. The very next morning, our heroes reach the formidable castle of the Empire. Syria knows that once they pass through these gates, they'll be on a straight shot to the kingdom's borders. This crucial realization makes Daesung suddenly understand that the powerful Lionheart Kingdom and the Empire actually share a border. He can't help but wonder why their mission isn't over yet, especially since they've clearly reached the Empire. Just then, the imposing castle guards abruptly order them to stop. But Harry, ever confident, boldly explains their purpose, stating they are there to transport the sacred relic, and that their passage should be clearly recorded. Instantly, an echoing chorus of voices booms, welcoming them. These voices belong to the formidable head of the Magic School of Light, the Imperial Guards, Division Commander, Sir Bolfart, and the enigmatic Heavens Observer, Stardust. Sir Bolfart, a sinister grin spreading across his face, menacingly demands to know what members of the 13 electorates are doing here. He instantly recognizes that it's not the real Ziria, but merely his clone. Suddenly, monstrous orcs begin gathering all around them, and Bolfart, with a flick of his wrist, unleashes a powerful lightning bolt straight at Ziria, while simultaneously, with a cruel sneer, he both welcomes and bids him a chilling farewell. Harry immediately rushes towards Ziria, who has collapsed onto the ground, stomach hitting the dirt hard. Meanwhile, absolute panic erupts across the entire squad's faces. Bolfart, however, remains completely unfazed and relaxed, knowing it's just a clone and not a true Grail Knight. He boldly challenges the remaining squad, taunting them to see if they have the guts to fight. In response to his utter arrogance, Stella unleashes an inferno, a powerful wave of flames rocketing toward him. But the old man effortlessly sends an evil, magical array directly in her direction, completely undoing the divine law with his formidable magic. As the esteemed head of a magic school, he inherently knows exactly how to counter divine laws, and he casually declares hers to be pathetically weak. Stella's face turns crimson with furious embarrassment as she realizes they've actually studied the miracles of the divinities, calling it an outright blasphemous insult to the gods. Bolfart scoffs, brushing them aside as utter fools for clinging so tightly to their ancient traditions, especially when it comes to the very essence of divinity. Suddenly, Daesung steps forward, revealing a shocking truth. The Empire, he declares, has been secretly allied with the orcs, right from the very beginning. And now, those orcs are hunting for the sacred holy relics. Bolfart erupts in a fit of maniacal laughter, believing the relic will unlock the secrets of the gods themselves, propelling their divine understanding one giant leap forward. But just as he prepares to make his move, a stunning image materializes in the heavens. Emerging from the ethereal shadows, it's none other than Beatrice. Radiant and encompassed by an aura of pure divine power, she senses the immense magical pressure radiating from his spell, but quickly employs a double recovery of mental fortitude, bolstering her defenses with incredible resolve. Undaunted, Bolfart maintains his intricate magic circle, branding her alluring magic as utterly vulgar and seductive. Beatrice, with a charming smirk, casually boasts she was born with it, prompting Bolfart to feign indifference, though it clearly irks him. Deep down, he seethes, finding it profoundly unfair that she requires no effort whatsoever to wield such potent, corrupt power. Meanwhile, the short old man watches, utterly captivated by Beatrice's power, while both Daesung and Stella stand by, still completely bewildered about her identity. Bolfart roars, demanding she reveal herself before them, then unleashes a devastating series of combined, powerful magic attacks, aiming to utterly annihilate her. Yet, Beatrice remains astonishingly unfazed, effortlessly summoning a shimmering hexagonal shield to block the relentless barrage. However, she quickly senses a sneaky, additional attack closing in from behind. Bolfart, cunningly, has deployed his Lamentar's lightning skill. The old men erupt in uproarious laughter, convinced she's utterly defeated. But somehow, Beatrice miraculously endures the shocking assault. Her eyes, now blazing with an inferno of pure rage, reveal her fierce determination to eradicate these insufferable freaks. A colossal surge of mana gathers intensely around her, and in a breathtaking instant, she unleashes the fearsome Death Eye spell. The intricate magic circle dramatically transforms into a colossal eye, which then blasts out countless, devastating magic projectiles in every single direction imaginable. It relentlessly siphons every last trace of mana from the surrounding atmosphere. Bolfart, utterly stunned by this display, instinctively conjures a shield to desperately protect himself. Beatrice, with a defiant scoff, declares his power could never compare to that of the king, even as she starkly realizes that magic here is astonishingly no different from magic in her own world. She still can't quite grasp why they wield it with such reckless abandon. As she maintains the deadly Death Eye spell, she coolly comments that they're far too fixated on its current effects, utterly failing to perceive its true, terrifying potential. In a flash, she snatches the magic right out from the short old man. Meanwhile, Zarya jolts awake at the Empire's guard post, a chilling realization hitting him. The Empire has betrayed them. Harry, Stella, and Daesung suddenly hear Zarya's urgent voice ringing in their minds, all thanks to Beatrice's incredible magic. Zarya orders them to call for immediate reinforcements, as he senses a bizarre, potent power emanating from the enemy. He warns that if this battle drags on any longer, the situation will only spiral out of control. In another environment, Spinny plummets to the ground at alarming speed, his body severely damaged. He begins, announcing a major system error has occurred, urgent repairs are desperately needed. However, the formidable Knight of the Lionheart seizes him, examining him closely and angrily, demanding to know why he can't sense a single shred of divine power emanating from him. Sir Ziria urgently orders his companions to abandon the valley as swiftly as possible and request reinforcements, or else the relentless Empire soldiers will surely catch up. They all begin riding their horses, desperate to escape, but, alas, the Empire's soldiers suddenly arrive. One of them shouts a thunderous order for them to halt. An Empire soldier attacks Harry Hevo, fiercely claiming that the demon god's advent and the times Konua times of merciless destruction are deeply intertwined. They warn Lord Stella to be incredibly careful and protect the holy relic, while relentlessly slaughtering the enemy. Despite this, Harry Hevo unleashes the divine law, the divine sword descent, striking at the Empire. This devastating skill can even slice down high-ranked demons with just a single, powerful strike. From Sir Ziria's perspective, the Empire won't stand a chance against the divine sword, meaning this opponent is far tougher than anyone expected. In return, the Empire taunts, claiming that Sir Zoria is merely a weak copy of his former self, from before he had even become a Grail Knight, and that Zoria is foolishly trying to stop him. They also arrogantly declare that, if Zoria truly wants to kill him, he'll need to at least become a Grail Knight first. A crucial question now sparks in Zoria's mind. Since when did the Empire ever earn the right to even utter the name of Grail Knights? Harry Hevo then declares to the valiant Lionheart Knights that they must listen closely, for this is a direct command from Stella Vermilion herself. She demands they rise, grip their swords tight, for this is the day they meet their glorious death. Enraged, the Empire roars back, claiming they are mere animals who've utterly forsaken their free will. Even beneath that, then, in a shocking turn, Stella suddenly crashes to the ground, and victory seems certain for the Empire. Yet, Sir Spinny refuses to lose hope, fiercely determined to crush the Empire. But the enemy makes him painfully aware that his current strength, his very form, is utterly insufficient to defeat them. Sir Spinny questions aloud, how could the goddess ever choose a knight as flawed as he to serve as her chosen knight? The Emperor then challenges, what can you possibly do now? Sir Spinner boldly declares that those who pour their souls into completing the quests assigned by the gods possess lives as beautiful as blooming flowers that unfurl from their unshakable faith. Their blindingly bright honor had always been his dream and his greatest goal. He draws his swords and points them directly at the Lady of all things, the very one who governs the afterlife and its wretched sinners. She is the guide for all mortals in their most desperate, lowest places. They used to whisper it was impossible to face her, a clear message from the gods to simply give up. But this night, he always faced the impossible head-on. In his sacred mission, he never sought approval from others, nor did he ever find a reason why a task couldn't be completed, simply because it appeared impossible. He always made the impossible possible, and with that, he single-handedly conquered death. The very goddess of death used to regard him with a touch of kindness, and commanded him to always face the impossible. Meanwhile, Stella regains her senses, realizing she absolutely cannot die here. As she fiercely fights through the shrouds of death itself, the Empire reels, realizing it's about to lose. To a single knight goes astray, beginning to wonder if its demonic transformation truly failed. One of the team members quickly informs the Empire that it's still not too late, and that they'll still need at least half a day just to reach the Lionheart borders, meaning they can still track them down. The Empire, understanding the urgency, agrees, knowing they must retrieve the relic, no matter what the cost. Meanwhile, Stella slowly gets back on her feet, and the Empire orders his team to eliminate her, vowing to spare no one in their path. Suddenly, a blazing meteor appears, taking the form of Vulcanus himself. Shocking everyone, he then declares to the Empire that he's here to burn him to ashes, the only way to atone for such unforgivable death. The Empire admits to Vulcanus that his arrogance is boundless, but Vulcanus sharply retorts whether the Empire truly comprehends why it can even call itself an empire. It's because they allowed it to exist. They permitted its arrogant declaration of independence, and they even allowed the unnecessary expansion of its territory. The Empire finds it all impossible to believe. The sheer power, the incredible speed, the endless mana, believing it's utterly beyond human capability. The Empire craves all that power for itself and is ready to face any time's consequences. Vulcanus is utterly shocked by the Empire's delusional sense of omnipotence, certain the Empire doesn't know what it's truly like to get everything it wants just by times praying asterisk. The flames of enlightenment continue to burn bright. Sir Zarya loved watching the Empire get utterly defeated, and even thanked them for making it in time. Leon, having to send off an old friend, asks Stella if he can step into this raging fight, and she readily agrees, saying she has no interest in monopolizing all the glory and honor. Sir Zarya gets furious seeing them both like that, and wants to end them right then and there. Zarya questions if someone dared to summon a meteor. Leon feels it has nothing to do with them at all, as Vulcanus shows no mercy when it comes to evil. Zarya then questions why he's even there, proclaiming that it is the time of divine punishment. The flames of war ignite. Vulcanus arrives and grandly greets the owner of the Lionheart, Beatrice, urgently reminds him they must gather everyone before that crucial gate slams shut. Though Leon yearns to speak with Vulcanus, the pressing situation compels him to ask, "Can you grant me something that symbolizes you?" Vulcanus passes a sleek dagger, then departs with Leon, who now understands Vulcanus isn't in God's paradise, but very much alive and well. Harry joyfully greets His Majesty's return, anxiously asking if he's doing all right. One of them presents the holy relic to Leon, who sincerely thanks everyone for their tireless efforts. He carefully opens the relic box, and at last, the final relic is finally in their grasp. He then swiftly guides everyone to make their exit. Meanwhile, over at the Naju Plains Pantheon Guild, Park Sujin steps out of her car, curious about what emergency warranted such a sudden call. So suddenly, she feels like the Pantheon Guild has somehow transformed into a bustling tourist spot, and who could possibly resist the allure of such an epic item? She spots Yaga Spinay directly in her path, and the system instantly recognizes her facial ID, identifying her as the Hunter Association Evaluator, Senior Manager Park Sujin. With all the data of the Hunter Association's members readily available, it quickly contacts His Majesty. She's then politely asked to wait inside. A vibrant banner promotes the thrilling Hammer Challenge, and she actually considers giving it a shot. But the steep fee is 5 million, which feels incredibly expensive. They used to offer discounts based on tax brackets, and since Sujin is in the second class, the fee for her is only 500,000 won. She's absolutely delighted by such a massive discount, yet utterly perplexed at the same time. How the machine possibly knew her tax bracket. The machine, however, simply took a wild guess, and it was, in fact, completely random. Assistant Manager Han warmly greets Sujin, asking if she's been doing well lately. Since Sujin is there to evaluate an item, she asks Manager Han where she needs to go, and Han readily guides her along the path. He leads her directly to Sir Spin's room, where he immediately asks if she's from the association. Sujin confidently introduces herself as Park Sujin. Sir Spinny then requests Harry to fetch the artifacts, and in a flash, she reappears, bearing them a sight Sujin finds remarkably rare. Sujin first gazes upon an orc champion's axe, then her eyes drift to Vulcanus's ritual dagger, a truly legendary item. Finally, Harry directs her gaze to an epic relic, Richard Lionheart's sheath, of epic renown. Suddenly, the sheath begins to stir and move on its own. Sir Spinny then utters the ancient words, left behind by the founding king of Lionheart, intended for all his future descendants. Through suffering, and to the stars, he wishes to do good with bravery, and stand for justice. Even if the heavens fall, bring light to fate. Sir Spinny, transformed, then requests everyone to leave him in solitude for a while. Suddenly, he senses an immense surge of power, and proclaims himself Leon Dragonia Lionheart, the 15th king of the Lionheart lineage, and the true successor to the founding Lionheart. As the chosen agent of God, He claims his rightful authority to wield this sacred relic, triumphantly declaring that he has finally regained his power. From his newfound pinnacle, he commands Beatrice to prepare, for they are about to execute a grand ritual. All of this, made possible by that incredible sheath. He plans to first establish the Knight Order, then prepare to appoint a legendary Grail Knight. And through this magnificent ritual, he will summon the very star itself. Elsewhere, a mysterious woman chats on the phone with someone, who asks if she truly intends to remain at her current location. She agrees, stating her burning desire to kill a certain individual. For this, she possesses countless sword techniques, passed down from the esteemed Divine Sword Guild. But alas, they are still not enough. She desperately needs the divine law itself to defeat him. The person on the phone then probes, asking if she knows the whereabouts of her target. She replies he was last spotted in Vietnam, still wielding that fearsome demonic sword. Now, it's the Pension Guild's morning training session, focusing on horseback, assault, and defense. The intense training continues as they relentlessly beat Suho, until an announcement declares the Defenders team victorious. Time for the next team, booms the voice. Everyone rushes to ask Suho if he's alright, but he feels as if he just died for a second. Yet again, the very same thing keeps happening. And just like that, the students' team snags a triumphant victory, marking the electrifying conclusion of their morning training session. Enter Leon Drago, a Lionheart, who makes a critical announcement. Anyone who faltered as an attacker, must step forward, he declares, because the foot soldiers are simply too slow to keep pace. He then commands everyone to prepare for another full-throttle charge and expertly wield their mobility to seize every advantage. But they're utterly spent, every last ounce of strength drained. They can't help but think that the formidable men-at-arms are surely hell-bent on victory. Meanwhile, back at base, they're handed a meager serving of potatoes and sweet potatoes for snacks, and they grimly discuss just how long they can possibly survive on only sugar and salt water to sustain them. They lament, feeling like they were far better off when they first passed through the academy gates, as proper meals were actually a thing back then. But soon, it'll be time for the grand induction ceremony, and everyone will finally feast on proper food afterward, meaning they'll forge a sacred connection with the gods themselves, especially since they've been diligently learning about the gods whenever they've had a moment to spare. They must possess the power to wield divine law, a prerequisite for becoming true royal knights. And they must choose the deity they believe in most profoundly. One of them muses that for him personally, it's undeniably going to be Ariana of Lights and Justice, alongside the fierce Patos of War and Fire. Yes, Patos of War and Fire, above all others, since their majesty himself declared them to be the two most crucial deities to worship. Meanwhile, three girls enthusiastically discuss Sir Yapei, a renowned Grail Knight of Hedo, the very divinity of steel and blacksmithing. One recalls seeing him conduct some kind of charged, practical experiment during their last encounter. Suddenly, Sir Yapei himself dramatically appears on screen. He sternly clarifies that his ability isn't for earning money, and his advanced sound wave detector features cannot possibly be compared to those of a mere organism. Student Kim Jae-hyuk, he's urgently called to get changed and report to the entrance, as the Guardian himself is paying a visit, right there in the Pantheon Guild's bustling lobby. And who should be there but Kim Jae-hyuk's mom? He curtly asks what on earth brings her here, then demands she say whatever she wants, and make it quick, because he's far too busy for interruptions. His mom, sighing, realizes he truly is just like his father. She presses him, curious why. He's requested to withdraw from their guild, but he shuts her down, refusing to tell her, feeling it's absolutely none of her business. Amidst their intense conversation, the man at the counter casually mentions that their guild is a powerhouse, one of the top 10 in Korea. He even adds that Jae-hyuk has a dazzling future ahead, as long as he teams up with Leon. Leon then challenges his students, asking what truly differentiates the gods of the Pantheon, apart from those of the cults. One student looks completely baffled, wondering if it's even sacrilege to dare compare the mighty Pantheon with mere cults. But Beatrice quickly chimes in, guessing that the Pantheon gods actually exist ***. Leon, intrigued, then poses a question. Is there proof the cult's god doesn't exist? Another student hesitantly replies that as far as he knows, those gods simply don't perform miracles. Leon challenges him instantly, asking if he truly believes a god ceases to be a god just because they don't conjure up miracles. He brings up how the goddess Demera once appeared to them in the humble form of a scarecrow, and how many powerful gods in the Pantheon itself still have yet to reveal themselves. Leon presses him. Are you saying those gods' times don't exist? He demands a guarantee, right here and now. Suddenly, Cheon So. Yeon raises her hand with conviction, claiming that the pantheon gods' times actually times help them, and are fundamentally different from the cults, because they genuinely respond to their prayers and make incredible miracles happen. That's precisely how they prove their existence. Leon then asks her directly, since she serves the divinities of war and fire, as well as justice and light, if she has received any answers from them? She assumes, dejected, that her faith simply isn't enough. Leon then declares that they are all completely misunderstanding something profound. Suddenly, a fierce thunderstorm erupts in a completely cloudless sky. Leon senses that some will instantly take this as undeniable proof that a god exists, as gods are truly supposed to, making one's deepest wishes and fervent prayers come true. Cheon. So Yeon, however, recalls praying for rain, but definitely not to avoid getting caught in it. So now she's wondering if the god is keeping her perfectly dry. Leon warns her not to try haggling with the gods. After all, they're gods, not wish-granting genie lamps. Everyone is free to choose which god they believe in, be it from a grand pantheon or not, and even if those deities don't truly exist, their profound teachings remain invaluable. He cautions them to watch out for so-called followers, who promise grand rewards in exchange for your faith, and urges them never to hold on to their beliefs, purely for the expectation of receiving something back. The goddess gracefully arrives, greeting all the students, making them absolutely thrilled just to hear her voice. However, she swiftly warns them not to get two times carried away, as such overwhelming enthusiasm will only hinder them in the heat of battle, when absolute focus is paramount. Leon believes they desperately need a few more new Grail Knights, as there are only 3, himself included, and he's certain that Harry Hivo has the highest chance of becoming one. Just a few days later, at the Pantheon Guild's Naju Plains branch, some fervent followers from One Brilliance arrive, loudly proclaiming that heaven can only be reached by trusting solely in the dragon god, and anyone who disbelieves will be condemned to hell. Almost everyone immediately begins shouting, begging for the dragon god's mercy to envelop them. 2 other men quietly discuss if they're completely insane for shouting so loudly, right in front of the Pantheon Guild. The zealous man from the dragon god's faction continues his furious shouting, demanding that all heretics and Satan himself go away. Suddenly, Sir Yappy arrives, demanding to know just what they think they're doing, as their noise level is outrageously high. He sternly tells them to quiet down, as they have no permission to shout like that here. Then, the machine suddenly lashes out, attacking everyone, and fiercely commands them to get out. Undeterred, the men from One Brilliance stand defiantly in front of the Pantheon Guild again, this time holding apology signs. Sir Yappy furiously tells them to leave and never come back. However, the stubborn men stand their ground. Enraged, Sir Yappy starts hitting them, asking if they want to die. As the main man suddenly runs away, cursing Sir Yappy all the while. He declares he's not fleeing out of terror, but because he's pure evil. Others watch them dash away, as the man from One Brilliance effortlessly catches up to the other guild members. They frantically ask if he's okay, or if he's been hurt. The man replies with a dismissive annoyance, declaring it was absolutely nothing, and that someone like Sir Yappy can't lay a scratch on him. Mr. Choi calls him out, demanding if the job was done. The man smirks, telling Choi it was all perfectly recorded, then revealing a hidden camera cunningly tucked into his tie. They both intently watch the damning footage on their phones. Mr. Choi smirks wickedly while watching Sir Yappy threaten to kill the One Brilliance Guild members. He declares this will be more than enough, and vows he'll show the Pantheon Guild how incredibly juicy Korean law can be. The next day, Mr. Choi eagerly opens his laptop, thinking the news will be absolutely attacking the Pantheon Guild, and that it should be plastered all over the internet. He opens the website, only to his horror, finds several articles about them. He furiously asks why they're being targeted, instead of the Pantheon Guild, as planned. Meanwhile, somewhere within the Pantheon Guild, Sir Yappy exclaims that One Brilliance's server is down. Jae-hyuk walks down the street, looking down at his cherished family pictures. He says he came here because he was told to, but he's still not sure why. He thinks about the god who blessed him with a miracle, and believes that if it weren't for him, he wouldn't be doing anything at all. He shivers, confessing that even thinking about him scares him. He makes his way home, and hesitantly rings the bell. His mom greets him with a warm, loving smile, and he weakly tells her that he's only staying for one meal. But then, the god's voice calls out his name, ordering him to punish her and bring her punishment from the heavens, claiming this is the test he's giving to Jae-hyuk. His mom tells him she made kimchi stew for him since it's his absolute favorite, and asks if he wants some pastries first. Jae-hyuk dismisses the voice and sits at the table, asking her if she's not eating with him. His mom tells him that she's already eaten. She asks about the taste of the dishes, and as his name echoes once more, with a fierce command to punish the heathens, his gaze falls on her gentle smile. He tells his mom how incredibly delicious it is, and she beams, telling him to have even more tonight. Later, he finds himself alone in a quiet park, when the god of heaven and thunder speaks directly to him, with a stern pronouncement. They are nothing but evil heathens, clinging to a false religion, a despicable cult. He orders Jae-hyuk to punish them. He weakly protests, "But she is my mother." But the god's cold reply cuts him off. There are far more important things than mere blood, and following a false god is a grave, unforgivable sin that simply cannot be forgiven, commanding him once more to punish the heretic. Jae-hyuk screams in utter frustration, asking why he's being asked to do it, when he's the mighty god. He despairs, wondering how he's supposed to single-handedly bring down a giant cult on his own, especially when his own mom is caught in its grasp. Suddenly, Leon appears from behind him, asking if this is Jae-hyuk's hometown. Startled, Jae-hyuk whirls around and greets his majesty. As Leon calmly sits beside him, he reveals he already knows about Jae-hyuk's difficult situation. Jae-hyuk, bewildered, asks, "How?" To which Leon replies it was impossible not times to know, after all the ruckus Jae-hyuk caused in the guild. Jae-hyuk immediately gets on his knees, profusely apologizing. Leon tells him to stand up, and directly addresses the god of heaven and thunder, demanding how he could possibly make a young child carry such an incredibly heavy burden. The god coldly replies that he alone decides what's too big or too small, a burden for his chosen servants. Leon then tells the god that he should leave it to him if he truly wants to punish the cult. The god outright refuses, insisting he wants Jae-hyuk to punish them and to prove his unwavering will. Leon reluctantly agrees, ending the tense conversation with the god of heaven and thunder. Leon then turns to Jae-hyuk and asks why he didn't tell him about this sooner. He then informs Jae-hyuk that a group of pesky individuals tried to ruin their reputation, but Sir Spinny taught them a harsh times lesson, and now they've declared war against them and their gods, and let Jehu know this war will be incredibly one-sided. Jehu refuses, demanding to know what will become of his mother. Leon quickly cuts him off, declaring he's no madman intent on mass slaughter. Then, turning to Jae-hyuk, he says that he's merely going to teach them a brutal lesson. Leon rises, a sinister smile playing on his lips, then commands Jae-hyuk to lead him straight to their base. Master Park Young-shin, a paragon of one brilliance, was born in the year 1990. At just 12, he endured the terrifying Great Cataclysm. In those days, academies were still a distant dream. Survival was a harsh, self-taught lesson. Young Shin rapidly ascended to become a renowned A-rank hunter. Then, in the chilling winter of 2014, he encountered a divine presence at the Samchuk Fluctuating Gate. He had just watched all his party members fall, victims of an unforgiving spike in dungeon difficulty. The system's voice echoed, asking if he wished to be saved. Upon his affirmative, the voice's owner bestowed a profound blessing. That very moment heralded the birth of South Korea's 7th S-rank hunter. Now, Yongshin passionately preaches to his audience, declaring that God is real and proves it daily. He urges everyone to behold the glorious warriors of God, blessed by the divine, and heed their sacred gospel. As they prepare to enter the gate, a warrior joyfully recounts that, initially, the gate seemed utterly normal. But upon stepping inside, his system began behaving abnormally. Their original mission was simple: defeat the boss and mine mana stones deep within the dungeon. Instead, the system led them directly to a hidden treasure chest, a discovery that irrevocably flipped his entire life upside down. The devoted followers enthusiastically nod in agreement, proclaiming this to be undeniable proof of God's blessing. The warrior, overcome with emotion, exclaims, "We must all place our faith in God." Such miraculous events frequently bless the hunters of one brilliance. Even the formidable Hunter Association was compelled to officially acknowledge that these miracles were far from random occurrences. Instead, they were inexplicably linked to one brilliance, effortlessly allowing them to expand their influence and power. Yongshin smirks contentedly, listening as his fervent followers praise their dragon god. He begins by stating that not everything is as it appears, then recounts the tale of a dedicated hunter who tirelessly raided gates to find a cure for his ailing mother, only to be blessed with a legendary cure-all herb. He then introduces another tale, that of a talentless hunter who saw their levels miraculously skyrocket. And this astounding event happened to both times of them, all after they proved their unwavering faith by donating generously. Young Shin then bellows that their deity granted them miracles, precisely because he was utterly pleased with their devotion. He fervently preaches that by demonstrating their faith, that they, too, can be showered with divine blessings, for they are all cherished members of this sacred family. The devoted followers immediately erupt in praises for their god. Young Shin's gaze then sharply lands on Leon and Beatrice, who are conspicuously seated toward the very back. He's utterly floored to realize that the Pantheon Guild's formidable leader is actually here as well. Leon, meanwhile, grinds his teeth together in seething anger, thinking about this repulsive cult, and the parasitic figures, who shamelessly exploit the desperate poverty of the people, all to peddle false beliefs for their own vile profit. Young Shin, ever the showman, flashes a wide smile and declares that a truly precious guest has graced them with their presence today. He adds that all first-time attendees are meant to be baptized, then boldly calls Leon forward to join him. Leon calmly rises and, with a smirk, praises him for being audacious enough to summon a king toward times himself asterisk. He then confidently strides forward, plants himself directly before Young Shin, and dramatically hurls a massive pile of money at his feet. Young Shin, utterly bewildered, sputters, "What are you doing?" And Leon boldly demands that he make a miracle happen right now, citing Young Shin's very own words, that miracles can be experienced directly through donations. He claims he's simply trying to negotiate with their god. Young Shin forces a tight smile, deeming him incredibly rude for daring to test God's miracles. Leon then counters, asking if mere loyalty and devotion are truly enough to grant passage into heaven, then pointedly questions if Young Shin is truly the one who decides who gets in. Young Shin grits his teeth and furiously commands him to subjugate himself and obey the pastor, declaring it's the sacred rule of the gospel. Leon angrily retorts, how can a mere servant of God ever describe himself asterisk as an equal to his divine creator? He then brands Young Shin's faith as vulgar and utterly shameful. Young Shin, undeterred, starts to taunt Leon, provocatively acting as if Leon believes he's superior to him. He then dramatically points at Leon, loudly labeling him a non-believer, a servant of vile demons, and proclaims that they must expel this malevolent demon from the holy abode of the dragon god. The crowd starts calling Leon a demon and demanding that he be kicked out. Jae-hyuk, who's sitting beside Beatrice, thinks that his majesty will be able to handle this. Young Shin laughs and calls Leon sickening. Just as another person from the back screams and calls Leon a demon, Jae-hyuk remains seated, and Beatrice covers her mouth in disbelief. Leon Dragonia Lionheart, as a king, can withstand many things, but there are 3 things he will not tolerate. The first is when someone speaks badly about their parents, as it's an insult to the entire household. The second is insulting the gods, because how can mortals dare insult the gods? Leon turns around thinking about how a vulgar bastard, a cultist, dares to compare him, the king of the Lionheart, to a demon. The third thing, comparing him to a demon, he screams, declaring that he should punish them all. Now scaring the crowd, he pulls out his pendant, creating a spell, and declares that he will punish each one of them for their false beliefs and vulgarity. Young Shin looks at him frightened. Leon says that the divine star will purify them all. Just then, an astronaut enjoying his meal notices a star heading toward Earth and thinks that this must be the end of the world. Leon takes out his pendant and lets Saintess Anjak's divine relic guide the star, cursing that the demons will be destroyed. Young Shin wonders what Leon is doing, while the hunter from earlier thinks he's gone insane. Beatrice stands up, signaling Sir Yappy, who stands behind her. She raises her hand, activating her powers, and says, "It will be faster if everyone just sees it for themselves," as she breaks through the ceiling, leaving everyone in shock. Young Shin calls her crazy and asks why she did that. Leon casually tells him that he summoned a star. Young Shin insists that he's out of his senses. A shadow starts to appear above him, and he looks up to see a star with an estimated mass of 68 billion tons, heading straight toward him. Leon has just unleashed the mighty meteor Mickey. He signals Beatrice, who confidently confirms she's ready. Together, they activate their incredible divine power. She swiftly envelops the meteor with her formidable power, while Sir Yappy expertly loads the crucial property. transforming it into potent divine ammo. The three heroes then charge directly at the meteor, annihilating it completely as Yang Xin's face goes utterly ashen. Even the all-seeing system lets out a surprised curse. Yang Xin frantically begins calling out to his god, dropping to his knees and desperately covering his face, only to find the meteor frozen mere inches from his eyes. He thinks, "How is this even possible?" Leon calmly stands his ground as Beatrice tells him, "Sir Yappy, that was absolutely amazing." After a quick comparison, it informs them that this substance doesn't compare to any known metal in the database. Leon slowly walks toward Yang Xin and asks if he's truly aware of his countless sins, and just how long he imagined he could remain hidden in the shadows. Leon then calls out to Kim Jae-hyuk, asking him to step forward and face the truth. He firmly grabs Jae-hyuk's shoulders and turns him to face Yang Xin, saying that now he'll finally witness the malevolent evil that's possessing them. Jae-hyuk is utterly shocked when he sees a grotesque, red demon firmly stuck to Yang Xin. As Yang Xin continues screaming, "You're crossing the line," Leon calmly explains that this insidious evil slowly devours the human mind. It's a parasitic entity that latches onto people, patiently waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Just then, Jae-hyuk's mom calls out to him, and he looks to see that very same demon feeding off her. He frantically demands answers from His Majesty, and Leon informs him that this is the very evil the god of heaven and thunder wishes to punish, and it is his sacred duty to act. When Jae-hyuk hesitates, unable to bring himself to harm his mother, Leon advises him to put his complete trust in his god and be absolutely certain that things will unfold exactly as he desires them to. After a moment, Jae-hyuk slowly raises his hand. It's a symbolic gesture at first, born from a heartfelt wish. He closes his eyes and prays, asking that the miracle he is about to create pierce through only the evil itself, and pleads with God to forgive the blameless. The vile demon, feasting on his mother, ignites in searing flames. She crumples, dropping desperately to her knees. As she calls out his name, he races to her, embracing her with all his might. While the demon is consumed by fire, his mother tearfully apologizes. Holding her near, Leon praises Jae-hyuk's unwavering courage, and ponders deeply how Jae-hyuk was chosen by the mighty god of heaven and thunder. Leon then pivots to Yang Xin, delivering a stern warning, declaratively stating, "You are next." Leon utterly annihilates the demon, and Yang Xin immediately collapses into unconsciousness. The pathetic, smaller demon attempts a desperate escape, but Leon mercilessly crushes it into oblivion. He reflects on how these insidious demons infiltrate the very fabric of society, mirroring the insidious evils of boundless pleasure, rampant corruption, and insatiable curiosity. He deduces, it's a profound blessing that Yang Xin, thankfully, wasn't in direct, corrupted contact with their influence, thus keeping his pure soul miraculously intact. He draws his magnificent sword and swiftly slays the final demon, tauntingly asking if it could save itself now, just as it so arrogantly preached salvation to countless others, grandiosely promising to deliver them from doom. Hordes of people gather around the colossal meteor as one brilliance descends, and over the past decade, their influence has skyrocketed. They've assimilated millions of people into their ranks, forging an unshakable platform in politics, the global economy, and the entire hunter world. The astounding meteor incident, involving one brilliance, captures the world's undivided attention. Yang Chen hosts a grand press conference, resoundingly announcing that they will officially merge with the formidable Pantheon Guild, effective immediately, starting today, and all their immense funds will be transferred directly to the esteemed guildmaster, His Majesty Leon Dragonia Lionheart, the very divine human. He powerfully declares that their elite raid team will now formally become the Pantheon Guild's loyal men-at-arms. A curious reporter then inquires about their profound relationship with the Pantheon Guild, and Yang Xin simply, yet firmly, declares that Leon is none other than the true savior and the revered messenger of the gods themselves. Therefore, everyone must embrace true faith. Leon surveys the clamoring crowd, remarking, "It's undeniably loud, but that's entirely to be expected, isn't it? Since Earth has genuinely never witnessed anything quite like this." Leon then asks Sir Spinny precisely when they can commence their crucial work, and the sophisticated robot promptly replies, they still have to construct all the necessary facilities, including the grand main facility at Pantheon. Leon then declares they need 50 sets of armor and swords, immediately pointing out that spears and armor for horses aren't quite as critical, but both armor types are equally vital for their forces. Sir Yappy informs him they'll have to expand the current facility, and tackle all the complex laws involved. Just then, the president of the Hunter Association gives him a call, exclaiming he's been searching for him. Leon calmly acknowledges the president, along with representatives from the Ministry of Information and Communications and the Ministry of Science and Technology. The president greets him warmly, while Mr. Kim nervously inquires about the meteor. Leon calmly responds that it's all his. The president shows absolutely no surprise, as Leon casually mentions he summoned it, leaving Mr. Kim utterly flabbergasted. The president then asks how he intends to utilize such a marvel, and Leon reveals he's going to forge magnificent swords and formidable armor for his brave knights. Mr. Kim eagerly begins to suggest that the media might be incredibly useful for their department, but the president instantly accepts Leon's bold request. He mentions that Harry had already clued him in about the smithy, currently under construction, and asks if the meteor will be used there. Leon nods, and the president then inquires if the necessary facilities and complex legal processes needed to fully harness the meteor are still underway. When Leon confirms this, the president joyfully informs him that the Hunter Association will handle everything for him, taking care of all matters related to taxes and laws. They'll even create new laws if needed to support him. Leon asks if he expects anything in return for such a favor, and the president replies that he desires a piece of the meteor and a custom-made set of armor by Sir Yappy, stating he would be truly honored to possess armor crafted by the legendary divine blacksmith himself. Leon agrees, mentioning he was planning to gift it to him regardless, but gently reminds him he cannot give away artifacts from the Star Iron Smithy, even if they aren't considered divine relics. They hold an equal, undeniable value. The president presses Harry once more, asking if he'll accept an artifact from the famed Star Iron Smithy. Leon gives another firm nod, and the president confidently states that whenever she next visits the association headquarters, they'll be fully prepared to examine the item firsthand or have a top expert assess its true worth. After all, Harry remains a valued employee of their organization. Leon readily agrees, sealing the deal with a firm handshake. The president then produces another document, pulling out a crucial file, and gravely informs Leon that there's yet another vital matter he absolutely must review. Leon watches footage from deep within a perilous gate, but the president quickly clarifies that it's actually a fierce battle unfolding in Vietnam. Right here on Earth, no less. He reveals the chilling tale of the legendary Wandering Demon Sword and Cheon Ji-ho, the terrifying individual currently wielding its power. He then drops another bombshell. The 6th-generation demonic human is already en route to Japan, just outside their very building. The young one rises, letting out a weary sigh. Yuri notices, asking if he's truly all right. When he remains silent, Yuri mockingly queries why they even bothered showing up for this meeting when they already have the crucial lead on the upcoming tax and reformation plan. Young Wan grumbles, asserting it's all Leon's fault. He claims Leon has been subtly changing, evolving as a person, and growing increasingly involved with the Pantheon Guild. Yongwan laments, complaining that his stomach hurts. Yuri smirks knowingly, telling him that if he truly wishes to be kind, he should simply embrace it without all this denial, even suggesting he should outright merge with the Pantheon Guild, just as One Brilliance did. Yongwan quickly disagrees. Just then, Suwa appears, greeting them with a bright smile. Yuri observes, noting that Suwa hasn't changed one bit. Suwa responds, confirming she knows they didn't accept her guild's medicine, and Yuri curtly replies that it simply didn't fit their guild's image. They step into the grand meeting room, where Cha Eun, Jinsu immediately greets them. Yang Won instantly notices. Park Jong-soo, Kang Jin-sung, Hwang Yunha, and Hwang Yun-chul, all prominent guild masters from various powerful guilds, are already gathered here for the meeting. The elder Jin-soo, ever the provocateur, immediately taunts Yuri, claiming her outfit is all wrong. Young One swiftly offers her his jacket, and Jin-soo boldly asks when they're finally planning to get married. Young One instantly refuses, emphatically stating they are not dating. Jin-soo erupts, practically yelling that at their age, he already boasts 6 children. The other guildmasters can't help but see Jin-soo as a total boomer. Jin-soo dramatically exhales a puff from his cigar, and roars that he'll personally end Cheon. Ji-ho, however, quickly intervenes, stopping him from acting alone. But Jin-soo screams back, demanding to know who dares to stop him when he's killing his own son. Suddenly, the door swings open, and Leon calmly strides in, making his way straight to Jin-soo, who commands the head of the table. Young One muses to himself that Leon, too, gives off major boomer vibes. Jinsu's a boomer man, but Leon? He's a boomer times king asterisk. King Leon initiates his attack by boldly demanding his rightful seat. Korea's finest swordsman, a true living legend, the formidable guild master of the nation's top-ranked divine sword guild, Cheon Jinsu himself, has risen to a status where no one in the country would ever dare to defy. Thanks to the countless legends woven around him, and every heroic deed he's performed for the nation, his absolute authority has rendered him utterly untouchable, creating the perfect environment to further fuel the entitlement of a seasoned boomer. However, today he faces Leon, who times audaciously times demands his seat. Jinsu stares, utterly taken aback and surprised. Leon then asks if he's deaf, despite his youthful appearance. Jinsu slams his hand onto the table and erupts into a string of curses at him, but the president swiftly cuts in, revealing that Leon is, in fact, 300 years old. This utterly shocks Jinsu, as the president then clarifies that Grail Knights simply do not physically age. So yes, Leon is indeed 300 years old. Jinsu, still reeling, asks again if it's truly possible. Leon meets his gaze with an unwavering, stern intensity, and Jinsu immediately, and quite uncharacteristically, yields his seat. Young One silently observes that the boomer has officially been defeated. Leon casually requests tea, and young Shik comes practically sprinting in, much to the astonishment of the other guild masters. Sua openly stares at Leon and declares, "He's just as handsome as the rumors claim." She confidently introduces herself. Young Shik immediately scolds her for speaking out of turn, but Leon calmly orders that it's quite enough. He then turns his attention toward the president, stating that his time is literally more valuable than gold. The president, understanding, gets straight to the crucial point, explaining that exactly 13 years ago, a terrifying black gate materialized in London, as its absurd difficulty meant no one could conquer it. For ages, it remained an impenetrable fortress. The European Union, gripped by the terror of a Shanghai disaster repeat, assembled an elite S-rank raid squad, determined to finally conquer the gate. This formidable squad boasted 24 S-rank hunters, alongside an astounding 1,834 A and B rank hunters, drawn from 32 different European guilds. Under the masterful command of Cornwall Wong, Archmage of the Clock Tower, the grueling raid pushed on for 2 intense months. It was a monumental success, and the world erupted in celebration. This marked a historic moment, as it was the very first Black Gate ever vanquished. Leon interjects, speculating the real trouble began afterward. The president confirms this, explaining that the epic artifact, excessive murder, the most powerful weapon forged in the 30 years since the Great Cataclysm, had surfaced, and with it, humanity's insatiable greed awakened. Following a period of fierce, ruthless competition, the British government ultimately acquired the item. The sword's price soared to trillions of won, an amount exceeding even the latest, most advanced warships. Excessive murder was then rented out to the era's undisputed greatest swordsman, James Spencer, the guildmaster of the Gentleman League. This, tragically, marked the beginning of an unprecedented disaster. The demonic sword consumed him whole, taking complete control. Thousands of innocent civilians met their tragic end, alongside over 600 valiant hunters. Leon questions if he was the 6th-generation demonic human, and if he was ultimately killed, the president solemnly confirms. "We managed to eliminate the vessel, Sir James, but the malevolent demonic sword itself escaped. It soared into the heavens, vanishing without a trace, never to be seen again. Since that fateful day, they've been forced to repeat a grim process. Locate the new vessel, and then eliminate them. Across the globe, Mexico, Australia, Cambodia, Spain, and most recently, Korea. Approximately 4 years ago, the sword found its way into the grasp of Cheon Ji-ho, who was destined to be the successor of the esteemed Divine Sword Guild's Guildmaster. The president then reveals to Leon that Cheon Ji-ho is the son of Cheon Jin-soo, the current Divine Sword Guildmaster, and shockingly, also the grandfather of Cheon So-yeon, whom Leon has welcomed into the heart of his guild. Moments later, as the meeting concludes, the president reveals the formidable list of guilds slated to challenge the perilous demonic sword raid, among them Pantheon 1, the illustrious Brilliance, the legendary Divine Sword Guild, the mighty Golden Lion Guild, and the fiery Phoenix Guild. Suddenly, another guild leader boldly raises his hand, declaring his unwavering intent to join the fray. Yet, Another voice expresses palpable hesitation, as admitting he still harbors an uneasy feeling about the whole ordeal, questioning if any true gain awaits them. Leon, however, retorts with conviction. They will seize immense honor, and, more crucially, they shall fulfill their sacred duties, as valiant knights and esteemed nobles. For it is the fulfillment of duty itself that fortifies the very walls our people lean upon. Yang Shik, tears streaming down his face, erupts into an ecstatic scream, showering Leon with praise and hailing him as their glorious savior. Meanwhile, Yong-won merely closes his eyes, wishing desperately to distance himself from the whole spectacle. The president then cautiously begins to discuss Japan's staggering financial offer of a whopping 10 trillion won. But before he can even utter another word, Leon curtly declares, "We shall accept it." He further adds, assuming they also possess a ruling monarch, contact him in advance and make your arrangements to depart now. The president, slightly bewildered, readily agrees, promising to reach out to their government without delay. Leon strides away, young Shik trailing joyfully in his wake. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air. Jinsu calls out his name. Leon spins around, a flash of anger in his eyes, but Jinsu swiftly corrects himself, reverently addressing him as Your Majesty. He then states, there's a singular request he wishes to present to His Majesty, one which he believes is his right to ask. Leon, still poised, declares he will only decide after the request has been fully heard. Jinsu earnestly reveals, there is truly only one burning wish in his heart, one he is certain Leon already comprehends. His beloved granddaughter, Cheon So-yeon, currently a member of the Pantheon Guild. He implores Leon to keep her out of this dangerous raid. Far away, Cheon So-yeon squirms restlessly in her sleep, her dreams twisting into a horrifying nightmare. In it, everything lies utterly ruined, shattered beyond repair. Her mother's frantic pleas echo, "Run away, my child," as her father, wielding a fearsome sword, pierces it into her, and then advances menacingly, directly towards So-yeon. She jolts awake, drenched in a chilling sweat. Alone, she sits by the hum of the vending machine. A quiet whisper escapes her lips. It's beginning. A chance. An opportunity. Suddenly, the divine Ventarsius materializes. He scoffs, deeming it insolent to view this as a mere opportunity. She retorts that this was precisely the negotiation. Ventarsius counters, assuming that Leon, his chosen avenger, has surely taught her not to haggle with a deity. She tries to protest, but the god of revenge presses on, declaring that he, and he alone, answered her audacious prayers. He's the only one willing to bestow power upon her, despite her utter lack of true faith. He warns her not to take such fortune lightly. So-yeon then asks if, by offering him something he desires, she could also become a revered Grail Knight. Ventarsius bursts into laughter. You compare yourself to my avenger? He scoffs. He tells her her accomplishments are utterly meaningless when stacked against the mighty king of the Lionhearts. Then he demands, do you truly believe you can substitute for my avenger? So-yeon's eyes widen in realization. Leon, too, must have borrowed power from Ventarsius. He asserts that she is currently nothing, but he will aid her in her quest for vengeance. In exchange, her very soul. The instant her revenge is finally achieved, her soul will become his to claim. Leon addresses the assembled academy and its students, announcing they will now join the association's military ranks. He then orders the lines to be called, for them to collect their essential supplies. Jae-hyuk turns to Harry, asking, is So-yeon truly joining this mission? I heard Jinsu was adamantly against it. Harry explains that when she previously questioned His Majesty, he firmly told her that it was not within his authority to intervene. Just then, Leon calls out their names, clear and strong. Suho, Jae-hyuk, Harry, and So-yeon step forward. He begins by commending their accomplishments, stating they are precisely as excellent as he expected. He then singles out Harry for praise, declaring that the gods themselves admire the innocent. He adds that she has unequivocally proven her talent, and that her purity is truly worthy of such commendation. Harry's eyes light up as Leon unveils her new armor, complete with a gleaming sword and mighty spear. He tells her that these magnificent pieces will unleash the true power within her. Harry gazes at the armor, completely captivated, calling it absolutely beautiful. Just as Pitos and Poma join her, eagerly praising the exquisite craftsmanship, Pitos then steps forward, bestowing a powerful blessing upon the armor, saying, may Harry stand as the blazing saint, who will incinerate our foes with holy fire in this very war. Next, Homa extends her blessing to the armor, imploring her to surrender her body to the boundless sea and to fill her heart with unwavering faith and trust. Yang Shik and all his devoted followers erupt in praises to the gods, as Harry's armor dramatically ascends to legendary rank. The other students gasp, muttering about how the armor must be worth billions. Is it even possible to assign such a masterpiece a proper price? Leon then turns, making his way toward Jaehyuk. As the mighty god of heaven and thunder booms his name, startling him, he then bestows a blessing upon Jaehyuk's armor, declaring that the radiant light of power shall forever guide him, and that he shall rise as a judge, punishing all evil, standing proudly alongside the King of the Lion Heart. May his unwavering justice always be his shield and protector. His will shall remain utterly unyielding, even when confronted by the corrupt and the fallen. Next, the serene goddess Ariana blesses Suho, wishing for the eternal light of immortality to forever be his guide. Then, as the shadows deepen, and it's Soyun's turn, Leon approaches her, saying, her grandfather, he explains, specifically requested to withdraw her from this crucial mission. He then asks if she shares the same wish. Soyun, however, firmly tells him that she absolutely intends to be a part of this mission. Leon agrees, then unveils her magnificent armor. Ventaris begins a solemn blessing, declaring that he fully affirms her path of revenge, and that his profound gift will summon forth the very darkness of destruction. He adds that he alone will be the one to grant her deepest wishes. Unexpectedly, Leon draws out the sword, causing Ventaris to sharply question his actions. Leon simply smiles, stating calmly that he's just worried about the uncertain future of his dear disciple. Soyoung stares on, utterly bewildered, muttering, "What exactly is His Majesty doing?" With a decisive move, Leon separates the gleaming sword from the armor, as Goddess Ariana bestows her sacred blessing, declaring the light itself will guide her escape. She commands, "Go! Move towards that radiant light." The sword blazes with such intensity, it's almost blinding. Ventaris immediately snaps. "What exactly are you doing? Are you really changing your mind at this critical moment?" Ariana simply states, "I am merely fulfilling the heartfelt wish of my knight." The god of revenge stalks menacingly towards Leon. Claiming him as my avenger, he sneers, "You are far too soft on these pitiful humans. Honestly, it's absolutely sickening." Leon retorts, "I am the rightful king amongst humanity." Ventaris flashes a cruel, taunting grin, and cruelly brings up the devastating moment Leon lost. His precious daughter, Ariana, shoots him a stern glare as Leon painfully lowers his gaze. Ventaris, undeterred, presses on, declaring, "Remember this, you, Leon, are the chosen successor to the King of Lionheart, and Dragonia's mighty lineage. Never forget, Leon, your esteemed founder forged his glory deep within the darkness." Leon firmly replies, "I have not forgotten that," acknowledging him as the guardian of our founder. Ventaris then turns his piercing gaze to Soyun, warning her, "Do not let reliance on the light cause you to stray from your ultimate goal, because true revenge can only be forged in the cold, unyielding darkness." He then calls her, "My little avenger." Japan Hunter Association President Kamiya Yasuda barks at his assistant, "Bring me that list of names, the ones scheduled to attend the upcoming raid." He lets out a dry chuckle, musing, "The Prime Minister must be getting quite anxious. If he's resorting to using overseas survivors now." His assistant grins knowingly, remarking, "The government has undoubtedly lost its footing, especially recently." Kamiya chuckles dismissively, "It doesn't matter, though. This entire nation is practically my kingdom now." He then asks, "Is the Pantheon Guild truly all that great?" She admits with a slight shrug, "They are formidable, but still nothing compared to our forces here." Even so, it does present a slight problem. Kamiya states, "I've heard there are Pantheon followers, even right here." Their marketing tactics are incredibly effective, and strangely, there's been very little public outcry against them whatsoever. He jests that such a feat might actually be within reach, especially if they've somehow seized control of the entire internet. With a decisive nod, he declares that the mighty Pantheon Guild will be placed right on the front lines for the mission's initial phase. His assistant gently reminds him that Korea might object, but he simply waves away her concerns, suggesting they'll be allowed to contribute to the grand effort as well. He then commands her to inform them that 3 formidable raid teams, packed with S-rank cadres, are on their way. She attempts to argue, but he cuts her off with a sly smirk, casually mentioning that those particular teams have been quite annoying lately, so this is a perfect, opportune moment to deal with them. His smile widens even further as he proclaims that after this raid, his kingdom will ascend to an even higher state of perfection. He thoughtfully adds that if they throw the Pantheon Guild an impressively grand welcome party, they can easily hype them up to embrace the front lines, without a single hitch or complaint. Finally, the majestic plane gracefully touches down on Japanese soil. The welcoming team immediately breaks into a nervous sweat, their minds racing, that this eerie feeling reminds them of the Thai royal family's visit, and they silently pray, hoping nothing disastrous unfolds this time around. One of the officials suddenly recalls the president's stern warning, emphasizing that Leon is far from normal, and it's best to avoid any political skirmishes, strictly instructing them to treat him like true royalty. As the grand plane door slowly glides open, Leon emerges, gracefully holding Beatrice's hand, both adorned in the most lavish, opulent royal attire, utterly captivating the Japanese staff and leaving them in awe. The person in charge instantly comprehends that what he's witnessing before him isn't mere dignity or typical power, it's a profound chasm in status, a majestic difference that cannot be truly grasped by those powerful in name only. He swiftly bows, greeting His Majesty, the King of Lionheart, and Her Majesty Beatrice. Leon extends his hand, boldly asking if he is the king of this nation. The official gasps in utter shock, as even the president, standing just behind Leon, appears visibly startled by the unexpected question. Just then, Camille confidently strides towards them, laughing and declaring that it makes perfect sense, considering Leon hails from an entirely different nation. Camille then clarifies that the person, he's merely a representative from the cabinet. He introduces himself as the president of the Japanese Hunters Association and extends his hand to Leon. Leon glares at his hand, gritting his teeth, and fiercely demands to know how a mere peasant dares to touch the precious body of a royal. He immediately orders Camille to be taken away from him. Camille grits his teeth in anger, thinking, how dare Leon treat him like that in his own country? A hunter named Takeda steps forward, calling Leon rude and demanding how he could speak to their president like that. Leon smirks and asks why he should care about the ranks of mere peasants. That comment makes Takeda furious, and he starts sending out burning waves of energy. The representative desperately begs him to stop. As the Korean president watches the scene, looking completely stressed, Leon smirks again, and mocks that Camille hasn't even trained his dog properly, saying that it's the owner's fault. As he starts pulling out his sword, the Korean Hunters Association president wipes the sweat from his forehead. Harry nervously asks what they should do, and the president replies that he's not sure either, as they both stare at Leon pulling out his sword. Takeda looks like he's about to argue, but just then, a messenger rushes in, shouting that there's urgent news. The wandering demon sword has appeared. Leon immediately asks where it has shown up. The messenger, still in shock, replies that the demon sword is currently crossing the ocean while riding on a sword. Meanwhile, Cheon Jiho is seen moving across the ocean, riding his sword and splitting the sea in half, creating a path. As he opens a dungeon in the middle of the ocean, he smiles to himself, as demons begin pouring out from the dungeon, and he calls Soyeon's name with a wide grin. Security quickly brings up footage on the screens, showing the demonic sword, initiating a dungeon break at the Dragon Palace gate, before dramatically vanishing beneath the waves. Camille gasps, utterly bewildered. How is this even possible? For someone to initiate a dungeon break like this? Another voice quickly clarifies, explaining that the dungeon break erupted immediately after the demonic sword passed through the gate. Camille, along with the other powerful guild leaders, are now utterly perplexed and deeply concerned by this sudden, anomalous gate appearance. But then, Leon calmly steps forward, assuring them with a steady voice that it's actually not entirely impossible for a gate to manifest. He declares that, given this critical emergency, he will now reveal vital intel to them all, then motions for Beatrice to explain everything. Beatrice steps up, calling out to Sir Yapei, who instantly and flawlessly hacks into every single computer in the room. This leaves everyone utterly stunned and incredibly tense. Beatrice begins her presentation, revealing that approximately 4 weeks ago, they embarked on a raid of the Western Sea Gate, alongside the Federation hunters. During that intense raid, they started suspecting something was fundamentally wrong with the gate, with the entire system, and with the quests they received. Their shocking conclusion? Gates can be created artificially. Everyone in the room recoils in utter shock and disbelief. Someone urgently points out that this earth-shattering revelation completely shatters their fundamental understanding of gate raiding. Gates! Leon, maintaining his impressive calm, states that even if the very foundation of their understanding has shifted, their ultimate mission remains absolutely unchanged. He commands everyone to brace for an all-out war, instructing them that they must get ready for the impending monster descent and relentlessly hunt down the demonic sword. Kamiya wholeheartedly agrees, noting that the wandering sword is incredibly powerful, and he's absolutely certain it's actively seeking to draw the attention of the monsters that will soon be arriving. Thus, they decide to assemble a special squad, specifically tasked with responding to the demonic sword, making it much quicker for everyone to gather should any emergency arise. Leon nods, entrusting this critical task to him. With that, the intense meeting is brought to a close, and the demonic sword raid officially begins. They quickly devise a brilliant plan. The Japanese Hunters Association will charge towards Wakayama, while the Korean Hunters Association will head straight for Kochi, and the Pantheon Guild? They're off to Miyazaki. These three formidable raid teams immediately launch into their high-stakes missions. A short while later, the security team updates Kamiya with thrilling news. They've successfully fended off monsters across Tokushima, Miyazaki, and Wakayama. Kamiya beams with pride, exclaiming how swiftly the Koreans acted, finishing their task in a mere 30 minutes. But then, the security personnel report a horrifying sight. A giant cannon has plummeted from the sky. Kamiya, eyes glued to the report, instantly contacts Takeda, demanding an urgent update on Team 4. Takeda confirms he'll investigate immediately, wondering if their detection device has somehow failed. Upon Takeda's arrival at the designated location, a chilling sight awaits. Every member of Team 4 is dead. He wonders, was the demonic sword here? And how did it move completely undetected? Takeda quickly relays the devastating news to the security team. Team 4 has been completely wiped out. They then uncover a massive hole inside a deceased monster, leading Takeda to suspect the demonic sword hid inside, using the monster to slip past their detection systems. Suddenly, the security team shouts a new alert. Team 2 has also been completely wiped out, leaving Takeda utterly stunned. Meanwhile, a messenger frantically rushes to inform the Korean Hunters Association that the demonic sword has made yet another terrifying appearance. When pressed for details on its location, the messenger reports it struck in Wakayama, and that 3 Japanese S-rank hunters are already dead, with Takeda now scrambling to gather all available teams, except for the Pantheon Guild. Young One demands to know why they aren't contacting the Pantheon Guild. The messenger grimly explains that, when they attempted to reach out, a monstrous attack shot down their plane. They immediately redirect their plane toward the designated location. Upon arriving in Wakayama, Takeda thanks them, clearly relieved by their arrival. The Korean hunters swiftly assess the dire situation. Jin-Soo asks if their mission was truly just to stall for time against the terrifying demonic sword. Takeda retorts, exclaiming that the demonic sword is far more formidable than anyone could have imagined, and warns that it would have reached them no matter what. With 2 teams already wiped out, the guild master counters, reminding them they still boast 100 A-rank hunters and 9 S-rank powerhouses by their side. But before Young One can even finish his confident declaration, the demonic sword materializes. He advances with an utterly overwhelming aura, proclaiming that cruel, merciless destruction and massacre have finally arrived. He proudly declares himself Slayer Akasha. All the S-ranks immediately draw their weapons, questioning if they've ever encountered anyone stronger than the king as Jiho leisurely approaches. Just then, a voice bellows a command to attack. The Japanese hunters swiftly encircle him. Takeda assures everyone, declaring there's absolutely nothing to fear, for no one has ever withstood such immense force. Before Young One can halt the reckless assault, Jiho lets out a chilling snicker. Young One instantly recognizes that sinister smile, screaming at everyone to get out of the way. But it's too late. Jiho moves, in a blinding flash, tearing through A-rank hunters like mere paper. Young One stands utterly frozen in shock. Takeda realizes he would have been sliced apart too, if Young One hadn't warned him to move. He starts backing away as Jiho charges toward him, raising his sword for another lethal strike. Suddenly, something glinting catches Jiho's eye, and Young One swiftly commands the Koreans to attack. One of the guild masters attempts to strike Jiho from behind, but Jiho effortlessly dodges, leaving the guild master utterly stunned. Jin-Soo laughs, mockingly calling them weaklings, when suddenly, a torrent of thousands of swords comes surging at them like a raging storm. The Korean guildmaster swiftly activates limitless swords, 1,000 swords falling petals. desperately trying to turn the tide. Jiho flashes through the air, aiming for another devastating attack, but another wave of blades comes crashing down, eliminating more hunters. Jinsu asks the guildmaster, "Is this the same guy you fought last time?" The guildmaster replies, he recalled battling Jiho back in Ulsan, but Jiho's power has undeniably surged. A healer scrambles to Takeda, panic etched on her face, her desperately attempting to mend his wounds, but she screams, utterly unable to heal him. Something is gravely, horribly wrong, and such a phenomenon has never occurred before. Youngwon analyzes the lingering after effects, and discovers multiple debuffs are now stacking upon them. A deep sigh escapes him. He muses, this is merely the tip of the iceberg, and Jiho might even rival the Archduke Demon, Rakshar, or perhaps even surpass him. Jiho laughs, a chilling laugh, and commands them to cast all other worries aside, and utterly concentrate on this assault, for they must eliminate him here and now. Jinsu boldly steps forward, confronting Jiho, and the demonic swordsman lets out another scornful laugh, claiming he recognizes Jinsu's visage, then asks, "Are you a blood relative of the vessel?" Jinsu's eyes narrow into a furious glare, and declares, "I have no such son." Jiho snickers, then menacingly asks, "And your granddaughter?" Jinsu grits his teeth, a vein throbbing, replying, "That is none of your damn business, Jiho, because you will perish by my hands tonight." The aircraft hurtles towards the raging war zone. Young Shik comments, "It's a good thing I had a private helicopter on standby," then ponders why they even need to be present, considering the colossal powers clashing right now. He looks up, a slight smile playing on his lips, and asks, "So-young, are you ready?" So-young calmly replies, "Absolutely. I was the one who insisted on coming in the first place," and asks if he, too, had a hidden agenda, since he snuck in a private helicopter. Young Shik protests, loudly, proclaiming he's still groveling for His Majesty's forgiveness. Suddenly, the helicopter lurches violently. Their eyes immediately snap to the window, to witness Jinsu and Jiho, suspended mid-air, their blades furiously clashing, sparks flying, an endless barrage, striking in a relentless, deadly rhythm, locked in a mesmerizing, lethal dance. Jiho smirks, then suddenly summons the legendary blade, Massacre, Lord Akasha's sword. As his own blade blazes an infernal red, So-young immediately cries out to her grandpa. Some time passes before Yuri awakens to find Youngwon gently checking on her. She strains to recall the chaos that just unfolded. After the explosive clash between father and son, she snaps at Youngwon to quiet his frantic shouts, and as her gaze lifts, she witnesses Jinsu dangling precariously from Jiho's grasp, while the other S-ranks are left gasping and coughing, struggling just to stay on their feet. Jiho merely chuckles, taunting that Jinsu's performance wasn't bad, despite his age, but truly, he'd expected far more raw power, and to be honest, he figured Jinsu should have died times from that last attack. It almost feels like someone is secretly interfering. Just then, So-young explodes into the fray, her blade, shimmering with the divine blessings of Ventaris and Ariana. With a swift arc, she slashes the very hand holding Jinsu. The system immediately roars, declaring her revenge has been claimed, as a fierce new surge of power ignites deep within her. So-young now stands, face to face with the terrifying Jiho, convinced she holds the strength to finally defeat him, right here, right now. Jiho simply laughs, sneering, "You're just an amateur," before lunging to attack, but So-young stands her ground, resolute, blocking his powerful strike. Jiho acknowledges her divine power is indeed formidable, and chillingly remarks that countless comrades of his have met their gruesome ends after encountering such power, but she is neither a knight nor an orc, and with a single, contemptuous strike, he hurls her backward. He stands tall, looking down on her battered form, declaring, "You are nothing." Young Shik, leading his people, charges forward, commanding them to protect So-young, for the very sake of the Lionheart name. They all charge directly at Jiho, but he simply turns, unleashing a terrifying blood-tinted wave. Shock contorts young Shik's face, as he, his comrades, and even So-young herself, are brutally thrown back by the sheer, crushing force. Jiho scoffs, mocking aloud, that even a dog tucks its tail when it sees a tiger. But these fools are simply blind, because they dare to fight an immortal. Youngwon suddenly erupts in laughter, right in Jiho's face. He declares it's kind of ridiculous, because in front of the real times man, they are times. All times just mere mortals. He points a confident finger toward the sky, and Jiho turns to behold Leon, descending majestically on his Pegasus, blazing bright, radiant as the sun. Eons ago, a world thrived, protected by the very gods, and within that vibrant world, kingdoms flourished, blessed with valiant knights. These knights, however, proved an endless annoyance to immortal demons. Hiding in shadows, the knights wielded divine laws, shattering nature's laws to eradicate evil, and because of that defiance, the demons swore to bring them all down. 4 of the 7 lords were grimly summoned, leading 6 archdukes and 87 great demons. At the head of 10 million troops, they invaded the world of the gods. In the brutal end, they succeeded, utterly destroying most of that world. The only forces left standing were the army of knights, ready for their last, desperate battle, and the wild army of orcs, who relished the great war as if it were some grand festival, destroying the east. At that critical time, Akasha had been dispatched to another world, so he could not witness the war's bitter end. But now, he'll realize just how lucky he truly was back then. Jiho mocks him, sneering that Leon has the right to call himself the hope of this very world. Anger sparks in Leon's eyes as he seethes. How dare he call me by my name? Then he moves straight towards Jiho and punches him right in the face, sending him flying across the ground. All the guildmasters watch in stunned shock, as Takeda wonders aloud how Leon managed to knock out the Archduke demon. With just a single punch, Soyun rushes over to Jinsu and helps him up. Jiho smirks, claiming Leon is still just a mortal, and starts creating all sorts of debuffs against him. Jinsu nervously thinks that even his majesty might not be able to win. With this many debuffs stacked against him, Leon starts walking toward Jiho, every step carrying the weight of historical heritage, and begins to create even more powerful buffs. Jinsu watches in utter shock, realizing that Leon possesses something normal demons and humans could never hope to reach, that he is an overwhelmingly powerful legend. They come face to face, as Jiho roars that he is the destruction of all life, but Leon calmly counters his claim, declaring he is the destruction of Jiho alone. They collide in a maelstrom of power, fighting with everything they have. Meanwhile, in the choked and gridlocked streets of Japan, all the cars are bumper to bumper, and people begin to stir up a commotion, but frantically demanding to know when the roads will open again. The control team keeps reassuring them that it will just take a little more time. An impatient man paces anxiously, worried, because even the news isn't giving any updates. He turns to his wife and says, "Maybe we should just walk." But before he can even finish his sentence, a loud crash shakes the air outside. The parents immediately move to shield their child, asking, "Are you all right, Haruto?" The child looks out the window and tells his parents, "There are people fighting in the sky." The husband looks up, wondering if they are even human. Back in the city, the two powerful beings keep relentlessly attacking each other, shaking the very buildings around them, and igniting panic through the streets. Jiho laughs, then lunges toward Leon to attack. But Leon calmly activates his divine sword opening, and declares that the divine sword of extreme radiance will never tolerate despair. When a quest is completed, 3 sacred items are received: armor, a magic spear, and the holy sword of radiance. So the question is, what exactly is the Grail Guardian's holy sword? The Grail Guardian, the inheritor of the heart of the lion, became a demigod to protect the Holy Grail. However, the Lionheart King does not simply symbolize the power of the gods, but carries out their will. His sword is crafted by Hedo, tempered with the unyielding flames of Pathos, and infused with the light of Ariana, along with many other blessings from the gods. Leon Lionheart attacks the monster with the holy sword, which shines as the pinnacle of light itself. The monster, caught off guard, questions in disbelief. How can a mere human hold so many gods within him? Driven to finish him off, before things spiral completely out of control, he unleashes an absolute storm of fury. But the glory of the lion is truly eternal. The immense energy bursting from Leon absolutely stuns the monster, igniting rumbling chaos across the entire battlefield. Even so, the monster cracks a sinister grin, as he senses that Leon has mysteriously become much weaker than before. A chilling realization dawns on him. It's because the land isn't enriched with the faith, which fuels Leon's phenomenal strength. But Leon, believing the monster to be the stubborn head of the cockroaches, who's stubbornly hard to finally take down, flashes a smug look and confronts him head-on, declaring that even though he's weaker now, the monster is still times nowhere, times near stronger than him. That is times more times than enough to strike a raw nerve in the monster, who throws a furious flurry of spells right at Leon. However, it doesn't even make Leon times flinch *. In his blind, terrifying sight, Leon strikes with his blade, almost cutting deep into the monster's flesh, but the monster dodges away just times in time. The brutal fight rages on as the monster asks Leon why he chooses to waste his precious, limited, divine power. But Leon has utterly had enough, and stomps the monster's face right into the ground. Suddenly, the monster's blood-tinted wave of pure rage violently throws Leon aside. Even so, the monster realizes he cannot defeat Leon alone, so he summons a terrifying number of beasts to help him dominate the battle. Leon finds it utterly disgraceful that this monstrous foe actually thinks a bunch of foolish beasts could ever help him win this fight. There is no way Leon is letting him escape this time. While relentlessly attacking with the beasts, the monster only needs a little more time to complete his terrifying demon transformation. He commands his monster troops to charge straight at Leon, but out of the blue, Yappy locks onto the enemies and eliminates them with the charged particle cannon, catching the top demon completely off guard. Suddenly, Beatrice rolls in to provide crucial support, helping to save up that precious mana when it's needed most. Meanwhile, Harry and Beatrice burst onto the scene, itching to lend a powerful hand to their majesty. The monstrous foe, upon seeing Leon's team, is shaken to its very core. He distinctly remembers. It was only 4 short months ago when he first laid eyes upon the King of Lionheart himself. Thus, he simply cannot fathom how Leon managed to forge an entire, formidable army in the absolute blink of an eye. It's as if Leon conjured them from thin air itself, without missing a single beat. Leon Lionheart unleashes his command, rallying his valiant team to action, to hit their foes with every ounce of power they've got. Beatrice somberly confesses to Leon that their deepest fear, the very thing they tried to prevent, ended up happening regardless. After witnessing the literal sea of dead demon bodies, Beatrice feels a sharp pang of sadness, realizing that the dreaded demon sword managed to slip through their grasping fingers. Back then, the valiant trainees, driven by high morale and an unyielding thirst for victory, managed to wipe out every single monster the demon sword had unleashed upon them. But despite their efforts, they still couldn't stop it from making a completely clean getaway. When Beatrice catches sight of Leon's chillingly sinister grin, she quickly asks if he has a backup plan in mind, in case Akasha manages to escape. Leon, ever one step ahead, revealing that he already holds the formidable massacring lords, Akasha's very own arm in his possession. And he then asks Beatrice if that will be enough for her to summon a powerful gate, and she, completely all in on the mischievous plan, confidently assures Leon with a grin that it can absolutely be done. Thanks to this, the demon will soon find out that home is no longer where its heart is. The mischievous pair of royalty crack up with a deep, villainous laugh that echoes ominously across the entire battlefield, like a truly terrible omen. Meanwhile, everyone else is utterly amazed by the intricate arrangements, having never witnessed anything quite like them before. Harry, for one, seems absolutely buzzing with excitement that day, while her friends, Suho and Jaehyuk, feeling her battle performance was truly impressive, figure she must have gotten a flood of interview requests. Harry then asks them if they've happened to see their majesty and Soyeon outside. Soyeon, however, knows it's not over yet, but Plo thinks she simply cannot handle it. And Plo, on the other hand, suggests that she is talented enough to finally defeat the one she seeks. Since his child once embraced the Archduke's immense power, the demon of sloth, he can now bestow that power upon her. Soyeon has already paid the steepest price, surrendering her soul, leaving her with absolutely nothing left to offer Plo. But Plo, surprisingly, demands nothing back in return, if it means utterly eradicating those detestable demons. Just then, a formidable presence arrives, Leon Lionheart. He gravely cautions Soyeon not to cross a treacherous river, from which she can never truly return. Soyeon challenges, asking if Leon is urging her to simply give up, or to embrace her vengeance. But Leon swiftly denies it. He solemnly declares that he is known far and wide as the Avenger, blessed by the very divinity of revenge itself. He has battled relentlessly, alone, for nearly 2 centuries, constantly overcoming what seemed utterly impossible. Amidst this tense exchange, Plo excitedly prods Soyeon to learn from Leon, a legend who has avenged entire cities, loyal comrades, his whole nation, and even his entire world, for nearly 2 centuries. This legendary figure had even triumphed against all odds. It's clear that Leon, without question, supports the path of vengeance, but Leon then elaborates with a sobering truth. While the allure of revenge may seem incredibly sweet, the path leading to it is chillingly cold and desolate. If revenge truly demands the sacrifice of absolutely everything, then it is a twisted imitation of revenge that will consume your soul. He implores her to proceed with the utmost caution, and never underestimate the gravity of the consequences, for even those who defy the very divinities themselves find their souls are still surprisingly preserved. He grimly informs her that the path she's contemplating will ultimately lead to nothing but an empty, echoing void. Ultimately, should she find herself wanting, she must instead confront her own flaws, rather than losing herself completely. He profoundly declares that the true culmination of her revenge must begin, surprisingly, with her smile. Leon then poses a crucial question to her, who she genuinely wants to exact revenge on: her father, who brutally murdered her mother and friends, or herself, for being chosen and tempted by the demon sword? Soyeon, with raw honesty, admits that it is indeed herself, for she gave in to the alluring temptation of the demon sword. Leon sharply observes that she isn't even truly clear on who she's seeking revenge on, as she's essentially choosing to target herself as the victim of her own revenge, effectively chasing her own tail in a desperate, endless cycle. He then clarifies that the singular entity she truly needs to seek revenge on is none other than the dreaded Archduke Demon, and he powerfully urges her to sever and mend her contract, armed with the very essence of darkness itself, before unleashing her long-awaited vengeance. A crushing blow that leaves her utterly stunned. Just 10 days swiftly pass, and then the elite Demon Sword raid squad regroups. Kamiya and her furious companions raise an uproar, vehemently questioning why the dreaded Black Gate must be opened in Japan. They demand accountability from the Demon Sword, holding them responsible for the lives of their brave, fallen comrades. Yet, despite their cries, an increasing number of voices side with the Pantheon Guild. When these hunters are supposed to be the very foundation, the building blocks of Japan's future, how can Pantheon so callously toss away their own nation's finest? They cannot fathom sacrificing their hunters, merely to fill their own greedy pockets. This determined man stands ready to make the demon sword pay dearly for every single life it has claimed, eager to expose Pantheon's true, sinister agenda. He's also burning with anticipation to witness how the Lionheart King intends to manage the chaos within the gate. The moment they step into the gate, horrifying scenes instantly freeze them to the bone. Leon, now completely unhinged, is prepared to round up every single one of them, forcing them into servitude as his personal serfs. The stage is dramatically set, and everyone is itching to see how the mighty king of Lionheart and the Pantheon Guild will truly perform. Just a couple of frantic hours ago, the very atmosphere shifted drastically within the Demon Sword's territory. Out of thin air, a chilling red window suddenly popped up, ominously notifying everyone present. They had entered the massacring lord's dreaded territory. Every single stat plummeted, dropping to a mere 80%. Everyone was utterly shocked to their very core, struggling intensely to cope with this sudden, heavy downgrade. Leon valiantly tried to calm the panicked group, but it was like attempting to extinguish a raging wildfire with just a single bucket of water. The detailed list of effects boasted an incredible array of powerful buffs, including legion reinforcements and formidable War Knight boosts, such as significantly increased defense, stronger fortifications, massive large-scale reinforcements, exhilarating bravery boosts, lighter armor, and so much more. All these phenomenal advantages were gained simply by fighting alongside a War Knight. Leon was absolutely floored to finally realize that. Imagine all these buffs, supercharged, and hitting thousands of people. Leon knew he was certainly no pushover, but even he hadn't anticipated such an insane surge of power. Harry then dramatically announced a new quest had just appeared, declaring they absolutely must aid the King of Lionheart in utterly obliterating the menacing Lord Akasha. Fired up and ready, they all geared up to confront the demon head-on. Leon was determined for his team members to soak up every single bit of experience they possibly could, especially since it was their very first time venturing into true demon territory. Then, completely out of the blue, Cheongju Gate's very own nightmare murder machine, Jogspinner, famously known as Sir Yappy, burst onto the scene, giving the poor guy quite a shock. Leon couldn't help but smile, seeing the enthusiastic little guy, and immediately asked if his mission was complete. He couldn't help but notice Yappy was looking incredibly much stronger than ever before. What's more, Yappy's fantastic new formation now deployed a drone, expertly scouting for any anomalies, and he excitedly reported detecting massive colonies of enemies up ahead. Leon swiftly decided to advance to the nearest one. Upon their arrival, a mere human dared times to question Leon's identity. His insolent manner of speaking instantly infuriated Leon, but he chose to let the disrespect slide this one time. The man then frantically rushed to fetch the village chief, Baron. Baron greeted Leon, just as he realized this was the time's King Lionheart. Baron, panicked, immediately made a desperate run for it. Leon quickly commanded Yappy to handle the situation, and Yappy, with a blast, shot directly into the gate, to scare the living daylights out of everyone inside. Leon then stepped inside, ready to ask why this particular peasant had attempted such a foolish escape, but Baron immediately began begging Leon for his life. Leon quickly set him straight, clarifying that he was only there to vanquish the demon and held absolutely no intention of threatening him. Harry Havo suddenly reminded Leon that Baron was once a formidable sergeant of the Empire's army, but also a notorious devil worshipper, who brazenly collaborated with the great demon of massacre. After hearing this, Leon's fury utterly exploded off the charts. Back in the present, though, Leon discovered Baron had been chillingly granted immortality, in exchange for becoming Akasha's loyal subject. However, Baron adamantly claimed he had been utterly tricked into it. Ultimately, everyone in the region found themselves enslaved by menacing demons, forced to endure every single moment, with the constant shadow of death looming over them. The chief, utterly desperate, drops to his knees, fervently pleading with King Leon to save them all, and to forgive their past, foolish choices. Jaehyuk and Suho begin to feel a pang of pity for these wretched souls, but not even for a single second does Leon so much as flinch. Leon, his face etched with disgust, confronts him with a chilling question. How many innocent lives have been tragically lost because of your time's actions? Leon demands an immediate answer, but the chief weakly claims he had absolutely no other option, swearing he would never have acted that way, had Leon only been by their side. Hearing such a pathetic excuse, Leon scolds him, furious that he dares try to blame others for his own choices. Whatever transpired afterward is solely the consequence of their own misguided actions. Leon stands ready to unleash a tremendous punishment for their collective sins. But since they were once citizens protected by the merciful gods, he decides to impose something unexpectedly different, sparking a fleeting glimmer of hope among the desperate sinners. However, Leon delivers a crushing penalty, turning them all into serfs for the next 50 grueling years, until Tatar, the formidable divinity of judgment, deems their penance complete. The old man writhes in agony like a tormented worm, vehemently refusing to become a serf, and even begging for the sweet release of death instead. But the goddess herself pronounces this punishment as sacred law, leaving them no choice but to obey Leon's absolute command. Leon and his team then press onward, relentlessly raiding every single colony they encounter, amassing a staggering 5,034 new labor workers. Sir Yappy breathlessly informs Leon that a massive demon army is rapidly approaching, most likely Akasha's formidable subordinates. The entire group buzzes with excitement, finally anticipating a real fight, where they can truly showcase their incredible buffs. But Leon, ever the strategist, has an entirely different plan in mind, deciding to send the newly acquired serfs to the very front lines first. The newly made serfs are utterly shocked to their core when they hear Leon's brutal new strategy, to hurl them directly onto the front lines. Even if they must sever their own limbs, or their intestines spill onto the ground, they must bring down every enemy before them. Leon coldly reveals that their true worth on the battlefield amounts to precisely that times much. The serfs fiercely challenge Leon's judgment, wondering if he's truly being fair in this whole ordeal. They protest, claiming they certainly didn't sign up, just to be tossed onto the front lines, destined for death. Leon calmly explains that they've already accepted the terms of their punishment, and until it ends, they must obey his every command. Until then, they'd better forget all about freedom. Meanwhile, the demonic army materializes and is utterly bewildered. Seeing the townsfolk just standing there, they have absolutely no clue what's happening, and roar at the townsfolk to run back to their homes. In no time, Leon gleefully commands the army of serfs, who, despite their tears, are still advancing under his chilling orders, to fight the terrifying demons. The demons initially mistake their strange behavior, and are ready to simply wipe them out. But the moment they leap into action, they quickly notice the abnormal strength of these serfs. It turns out, these are no ordinary townsfolk after all, but the King of Lionheart's fearsome stormtroopers. While the frontliners cause a massive commotion, Leon ambushes the demons from the back with his elite squad, and together, they manage to wipe them all out. Baron can't believe it. He actually managed to live through that entire mess. Sir Yappy reports back to Leon that a staggering 3,243 enemies had been wiped out, and 300 hostages were successfully captured. Leon gives a grateful nod of appreciation to Beatrice, since her contribution had been absolutely massive in completely turning the tide. Beatrice, never one to miss a prime opportunity, suggested Leon should hand over 30 demons from each rank, shrewdly pointing out that the higher the rank, the sweeter the catch. She figured it was better to strike while the iron was hot and secure the best of the bunch before anyone else could lay claim. But Leon firmly insists that the demons need to be wiped out for good. Beatrice cunningly tries to plant the idea in his head that keeping a few around would actually be incredibly beneficial for her, giving her even more chances to open demon gates down the line. That truly hits home, and after mulling it over for a moment, Leon warms up to the thrilling idea of hunting down even more times demons. While they are at it, the black-haired envoy arrives, bearing an urgent request. He states they need a few demons of their very own. After all, they've made significant sacrifices themselves. Leon, however, swiftly shuts down their request. He demands if they can truly guarantee this, that they won't succumb to the demon's dark temptations. The man hesitates, clearly unsure about that, but Leon ultimately grants them 3 demons anyway, demons he personally mended and brought to heal. Then, he intently gazes into the cage to pick out the best ones for these guys to contend with. Just as one pathetic, scrawny demon starts mouthing off, spewing empty threats, Lionheart's lightning-fast chop shuts him up real fast. Leon also warns them about the demon's manipulative, insidious temptations, but figures his mending might just tone it down a bit. He hands them 1 demon right away, and declares that he will eliminate the rest 2 days after their return, while properly mending the others for later use. As they start planning their assault on the fortress, the black-haired man asks directly if Leon plans to throw the serfs onto the front lines again. He makes it emphatically clear that they've already lost quite a few men, about 20. But then the man drops a bombshell by revealing they actually lost a staggering 900 inches the last battle. This knocks the wind right out of Leon. Leon quickly demands to know if he counted the serfs in that devastating number too. And that's when the black-haired guy truly realizes that humanity's future is looking truly bleak. Meanwhile, Lord Akasha gets news that his desperate call for help went unanswered. Since he no longer has the authority to command, he furiously blames the orcs for losing their lord in the last devastating battle and complains that his healing is agonizingly slow because of Lionheart's relentless attacks. On top of that, his body is glitching badly as the vessel itself starts to gain consciousness. Akasha is now desperate for a genius-level vessel, and that's when Cheon So-yeon flashes into his mind. Leon Lionheart then asks Cheon So-yeon if she truly wants to save her father and take her revenge the right way. Without a moment's hesitation, she gives a firm nod, even if it means putting her own life on the line. Leon gently pats her on the head and tells her to look after herself as well. But then, he presents her with an earring, no ordinary piece of jewelry, mind you, but a formidable star iron artifact infused with the divine power of the dream divinity. It possesses the incredible power to shield one's mind, a special creation from Beatrice's own hands, intended as a crucial gift for all the trainees, knowing the grueling battles that lay ahead. Leon gravely confides in So-yeon. If she fails, she'll be utterly consumed, a vessel for the demons, leaving him with no choice but to strike her down. But So-yeon stands unwavering, sure of herself, and assures him she will bear no resentment, choosing to place her faith in him. Just this once, with a thunderous roar, Leon smashes through the gates and commands her to follow him, without hesitation. Then, in a blinding flash, he plunges his golden blade straight into the very heart of Lord Akasha's castle, sending a shiver of terror down the demon's spine. Akasha, however, is absolutely gleeful to spot Cheon So-yeon, standing right there, before his very eyes. Seeing her as his golden ticket to flip the entire game, he commands his minions to stall them, just for 5 minutes, so he can snatch his perfect new vessel. But as So-yeon grapples with the minions outside, Akasha, ever opportunistic, leaps at her from behind, brandishing the dreaded demonic sword. Cheon So-yeon retaliates with a furious assault on the Archduke demon, demanding her father back, with all her might. Akasha, however, has other, more sinister plans in mind. They clash in a ferocious, heated battle until he finally manages to seize hold of her. This monstrous entity is desperate to achieve his perfect self by utterly consuming So-yeon as his new vessel. Then, In a sudden turn of events, Seo-yeon hears her father's desperate voice, urging her to flee. Akasha, however, merely sneers, declaring it's far too late for that now. Then, in a chilling flash, he utterly takes over her, wresting complete and total control of her entire body. He knows the immense power she could have attained, had she been allowed to grow unchecked, unhindered. Akasha acknowledges the void left by his old essence, but is absolutely thrilled to have acquired a brand new, incredibly powerful body, now his to command. His sole desire now is to escape and power up again, but Leon is absolutely not about to let that happen, and is absolutely ready to end everything right here, right now, without wasting another single breath. A truly ferocious battle erupts between Leon and Akasha, with Akasha absolutely reveling in every second of his new, full of potential body. Akasha now wields every single sword technique of the countless vessels she has possessed, all stored within her cunning mind. She knows Leon is just a human, but one whose skills are sharp enough to rival even a demon. But Leon just bursts out laughing, taunting Akasha by saying that, even after learning all those powerful sword techniques, she hasn't mastered a single one. Just as he'd expect from a mere parasite, Akasha absolutely flips out at this arrogant jab, snapping that Leon is nothing more than a mere human, who has only lived for a paltry 300 years. She swings her terrifying demon sword at him in a furious rage. Leon, calm as ever, coolly points out that she even stole the weaknesses, right along with all those techniques. Right then, in a flash, Leon slams her to the ground, and brutally pins her down under his foot. Akasha, unyielding, mocks him, asking if he truly plans to kill his beloved knight. But Leon quickly shuts her down, reminding her that his unwavering justice never trembles. Without missing a single beat, he raises his blade, ready to stab Akasha with his full, unyielding strength. Leon now has Soyoung pinned under his boots, with the insidious demon inside her body, doing everything it possibly can to get under his skin. The demon mocks him, asking if he really has the guts to kill his beloved knight. Leon is speechless for a brief moment, but not once does his mighty blade so much as tremble. The demon tries to flip the script, and daringly calls Leon the real monster. But Leon cuts that nonsense down, without a second thought, declaring he is no monster. He is the true king of the lion heart. With those resolute words, his energy surges, enveloping his sword in a full, brilliant golden glow, and as he inches closer to stabbing both the demon and Soyoung, he suddenly changes course. Instead of going for the lethal kill, he precisely strikes the earring that had been protecting her from demonic control. In a wild, unexpected twist, the once terrifying Lord Akasha ends up chained up like some pitiful slave, completely at the mercy of Beatrice and Plo. Beatrice kicks things off with a delightfully snarky remark, while Plo gleefully backs her up in perfect sync, both clearly reveling in the moment a little too much. Akasha, meanwhile, just sits there, utterly stunned, his mouth practically agape and hitting the floor. He realizes this wasn't just some random fluke after all, but the Lionheart gods were meticulously pulling strings from behind the scenes. It turns out, Soyeon had actually allowed Akasha to possess her body on purpose, and their brilliant plan worked like an absolute charm. Beatrice then throws in that, with a mischievous grin, there was simply no way she could turn down Leon's special request, while Plo casually adds that capturing the very essence and soul of an archduke demon is more than enough to keep everyone completely satisfied. In the midst of all this, Soyeon is not in the mood for chit-chat, or wasting another precious second in this hellhole, so she briskly asks to leave. Beatrice, seeing her temple saint looking completely over and done with the entire situation, lets her go without a single fuss. Meanwhile, Plo watches her saint walk away, and she can't help but think that her saint is quite the peculiar one indeed, especially for using their dreams in such a wildly crazy way. Lord Akasha, on the other hand, is absolutely fuming like a rotten egg left simmering in the sun, utterly unable to stand being so brazenly ignored. As a last resort, he screams at Soyeon to finally accept him, promising her ultimate earth-shattering power to destroy absolutely anything in her path, especially since she desires power so badly. Soyeon, completely unbothered by his rant, simply throws him a pitiful side-eye before walking right up and smashing a devastating punch straight into his face. It's hard enough to leave a big, satisfying dent, a feat that makes Beatrice glow with pride, and Plo even throws in some well-deserved praise about Soyeon, finally getting more power into her legs and back. From Akasha's point of view, though, Soyeon is practically worthless, a thought, which earns him a nasty kick straight to the head, delivered without a shred of mercy. Later on, Soyeon finds herself gently beside her father's bed, falling asleep in the cozy chair until she's woken by the tender pat of his hand on her head. Tears instantly well up in her eyes, and without thinking twice, she throws her arms around him in a tight, heartfelt hug, gripping him tight, as if she could never bear to let go. Soyeon then asks her dad what his next move will be. He replies that he wants to atone for every wrong he's committed, even if he wasn't entirely at fault for it all. But the haunting memories still cling to him, like persistent, terrible nightmares. First, he plans to visit the Pantheon Guild, hoping to discover a path toward his own healing. Soyeon doesn't exactly love that idea, but she blushes ever so slightly. As she admits to being chosen by a divinity, she's been granted permission to wield divine authority, in exchange for delivering the Archduke Demon's soul. Now, she wants her dad to return to the guild, and claim the title of Guildmaster, while she personally lends her aid to the Pantheon Guild. Her dad gives her a knowing look, asking if that's truly all, or if she has something more on her mind. Soyeon blushes once more, and her dad realizes his daughter has grown up far more than he ever imagined. Outside, Leon sits serenely, sipping his tea and savoring the quiet peace, until Grandpa Cheon approaches and completely disrupts his calm. When asked, the old man reveals he's been visiting the hospital for the past few days. He then asks what brings Leon here. Leon explains he had some urgent errands, such as meticulously checking if Soyeon's dad still carries soul imprints, or lingering traces of the former demonic human sword techniques. If so, it will be an arduous journey to purify his soul, and Leon needs to determine if it's a task even he can truly manage. The old man worries if other demonic swordsmen's souls might still be lurking within. Leon reassures him that there are no apostles left in this world capable of guiding lost souls. After hearing just how grim the situation truly is, the old man deeply bows and profusely thanks Leon for rescuing his son and granddaughter, Soyeon, promising he'll do anything His Majesty asks. In return, Leon simply states he wouldn't mind an extra hand in wiping evil from the face of the world. Grandpa Cheon, more than ready to swear eternal brotherhood with Leon, for the greater good, even offering to let Leon be the elder. This particular offer stings Leon a little, given the old man's rather humble societal standing, one that doesn't quite fit being called his brother. Grandpa Cheon proudly declares he hails from the 37th generation of the high class Cheon family. Hearing that, Leon promptly invites him to convert to their faith if he truly wishes to become his brother. Grandpa Cheon agrees instantly, without a second thought, and even plans to bring other guild members along with him for conversion. However, Leon wants some time to think about the sword, brotherhood part, since those old bones are quite the tough nut to crack. Soon afterward, Grandpa Cheon asks if Leon is planning to leave. Leon simply tells him to enjoy the reunion, after 4 long years. A few moments later, Leon feels a powerful calling deep in his soul and knows it is time to use serfs to kill giants. Out in the forest, a bald-headed giant casually picks his nose, while Leon's party watches in complete silence. While his crew stands there, eyes wide in shock, Leon calmly estimates the big guy to be a staggering 9 meters tall. Some days later, after defeating Lord Akasha, Harry and the other trainees were instantly promoted to become Leon's official Knights of the Kingdom and received their very first real mission. Leon assigns his newly minted lackeys the task of defeating the giant, using only serfs. Jae-hyuk from Leon's class tries to correct him, asking if the serfs are just meant to be a distraction for a real attack. However, that is absolutely not times what Leon wants at all, as he specifically demands that they take down the big guy, using only the serfs. That demand fries Jae-hyuk's brain even more. When Leon calmly states that the literature claims it has happened before, by the look on their faces, Leon can only sigh, seeing how the Earthlings still cling to their old logic. To pave the way, Leon decides, he will show them how it is done, before their actual trial round, which only adds to everyone's growing worries. And just like that, they find themselves deep in the forest, bracing to challenge impossible odds. Soho, however, harbors his own pressing concerns, thinking the serfs are likely nothing more than D-rank hunters, at best, in this moment. Then, the notoriously cocky Serf Bill, trying to act all cocky, brazenly asks Leon just how in the world they're supposed to pull this off. Leon, completely lost in thought, starts reading aloud from Sagrada's daring theory. He explains that if a giant's health is roughly 3,000, and a single serf, armed with a mere dagger, has an attack power of merely 1. Then if serfs strike 1,000 times, the giant would surely be harmed. With 2,000 strikes, it would make him bleed out, and 3,000 strikes would absolutely bring him down. Leon can't help but let out a sly grin, knowing it's actually a pretty solid plan. If you look at it the right way, if each serf manages to stab the giant at least 6 times, then the big guy is bound to hit the ground. Bill is left standing there, gaping like a fish out of water, completely stunned. Even now, Leon is already furiously calculating how 500 people might somehow land 3,000 total stabs. Although, if they can't pull it off, it pretty much spells their utter doom. The people behind Leon are left utterly speechless, realizing their so-called king might just be leading them all straight to the slaughterhouse. Bill, for one, fully grasps that this is likely fate itself catching up to him. After his 50-year plan to atone for his sins, without a second thought, Bill charges like a madman, full speed ahead, refusing to be Leon's mere plaything. Right then, Jaehyuk notices a sudden, shocking 20% buff for all serfs. In a blink, Bill's cocky sprint does him ×0 times favors, as the giant, quicker than anyone expected, squashes him like a bug. Leon and his crew are left with their jaws practically glued to the ground in utter shock. And Leon cannot believe that useless fool didn't even get ×1 times good stab in. Just then, Jaehyuk quickly alerts Leon that their buff has somehow jumped from 20% to 20.0001%, throwing everyone for a loop. That is when Leon finally pieces it together and realizes that this so-called Bible's 20% buff is a sign that the giant has absorbed 200,000 units of blood. Leon lets out a madman's laughter after unlocking the mysterious power granted by Sir Gratis. When it comes time for explanations, Leon just signals the lot to either go die or kill the giant if they want to live. After some time, the group somehow manages to bring the giant crashing down though. A few of them end up losing their lives in the process. Still, this victory buffs the serfs, with their attack power against giants shooting up to 20.0144%, and this buff is now permanent. Leon casually closes the book after witnessing the amazing spectacle, thinking that Sir Gratis must have poured blood, sweat and tears into writing this masterpiece, no doubt. Harry and Jaehyuk are shocked down to their very souls, their jaws practically scraping the dirt. Harry, knowing about the 50-year repentance period given to the serfs, hesitantly asks if it is really right to push them toward meaningless deaths. Leon, without missing a beat, says that God must admire her innocence, which flusters her for a moment, but he then bluntly reveals that Lionheart serfs are not in the same boat as normal humans. To convince her, Leon picks up an old serf and tortures him to confess the sins he committed back when he was still human. Without further ado, the old freak admits to having killed a man, raped his wife and daughter, devoured the meat off their corpses, and sacrificed them to demons. Leon even spices it up by asking which crime was the old man's favorite. That's when the old man viciously confesses to sacrificing young kids as offerings to the demons of massacre, just as he claims that it was superbly enjoyable to experience. Leon hears enough and sends the old bones flying with a rock-solid kick. That story is enough to give everyone a reality check. Jaehyuk and Suho are fired up, ready to send the old freak straight to hell. Right then and there, meanwhile, Leon explains that even humans capable of doing good still commit evil, which makes them evil and undeserving of life. However, the reason they are given a chance to repent is that they are not demons yet. Besides that, Leon promises his knights 500 serfs each, and lays out a big challenge, stating that whoever defeats the giant with the least amount of damage will earn the position of knight captain. Although it did drive the serfs insane, the final results eventually came. In not much of a bold person, Harry managed to keep 88 serfs alive, while Jaehyuk's useless orders stirred up chaos and left him with only 32. Next was Suho. But this mission clearly was not a good fit for him, and his blessing was not the right kind to command serfs anyway. Meanwhile, Soyeon pulled through, with 154 serfs remaining out on the battlefield. Soyeon asked a young lad if he planned to take revenge on the person who died right in front of him. The poor guy was shaking like a leaf, while Plo happily locked onto a revenge target, gathering souls to reinforce himself. Back in class, Leon looked pleased with the final results, and officially appointed Cheon Soyeon as the knight captain, praising her effective method of carrying out contracts of revenge to use the serfs when asked. Leon said he was proud of her, which was enough to make Soyeon flash a real smile. Right then, Leon turned to Suho unexpectedly and explained that Sir Gratis had originally made up the serf challenge. to cut down the number of serfs. But unfortunately, Suho's blessing of light was never meant to command them. But Leon, with a grin that could send shivers down your spine, is sure Suho has a real talent for leading the serfs, plunging headfirst into the lion's den, and he's even ready to shower him with extra rewards. To keep the good times rolling, this completely throws Suho for a loop. And just like that, Leon erupts in uncontainable laughter. For what feels like an eternity, at the Pantheon Naju, Leon, with the ethereal Demira doll by his side, is lost deep in pensive thought, observing how the seedling from Gunrar isn't growing a single inch anymore. Demira points out that getting a treeman seedling to grow in this unfamiliar place is no easy task at all. Leon wonders if the seedling's problem lies with the soil itself. Demira, however, insists the land has her blessing, but suggests instead that the sheer difference in divine power might be the real problem. With that thought, Leon tries his hand at adding Lionheart's potent magic into the treeman seedling. Demira, however, figures it might have something to do with the very properties involved. Leon's own power, while undeniably strong, just isn't pure enough, thanks to him juggling the powers of far too many divinities. Demira bets her Grail Knight could have pulled it off easily, but this time, they're simply rolling the dice on luck. So Leon figures that catching a glimpse of his comrades in paradise might teach him a thing or two. But Demira is having absolutely none of it. She flat out refuses to let Leon wander around the realm of the dead. For too long, Leon is dead, sure he can handle it. But Demira throws a massive curveball, asking what he would honestly do if Castilla suddenly wanted to spend the night together, or if Zarya invited him to share a casual drink. Then she piles on, relentless, wondering what if Gillingham challenged him to a mighty duel, or Roxley showed up, demanding he settle an old score. She asks if Leon can really turn his back on all those precious memories. At first, it might seem like just a short visit, but 1 second lingering could stretch into much, much longer. And by the third second, he might start feeling an irresistible pull to stay. So it's something that should only happen when there is absolutely no other choice. Leon finally gets the complete picture. Suddenly, Beatrice spots Leon out on his daily stroll, after checking out the troublesome sapling. Intrigued, she asks about the incredible power it holds. Leon explains it's a sapling from his dear old friend, Gunrar, the wise sage of the woods himself. He continues, explaining, Gunrar poured his life's work into preparing this very seedling, which, in time, blossoms into a mighty saint tree, becoming the very heart and soul of the entire forest. This, he emphasizes, is the one and only way for the tree men to bring forth new life into the world. Leon then expresses his deepest hope for his friend's folk to truly thrive in this land, with the saint tree becoming the sacred cornerstone of the Temple of Ermin. The very divinity of Demera, goddess of forest and trees, cannot fully descend and plant her feet firmly here. When Beatrice, puzzled, asks about it, Leon clarifies, if Demera were to manifest herself, with the entirety of her immense divine power, it would unleash power strong enough to wipe most demons completely off the map. Beatrice's initial idea of divine strength had always been about the size of faith, but Leon quickly clarifies, it actually hinges more on the god's inherent power. Take for instance the lion heart within him. It's a saint tree, which naturally produces divine power completely autonomously. It's basically a foolproof demon repellent in itself, bursting with the power to cleanse away any corrupted entity that dares to approach. That's why no demon can ever get close to a saint tree. Beatrice instantly understands that such power would be absolutely priceless. This instantly ignites a clever idea in her head, especially knowing demons love to hide among humanity. A short while later, everyone converges on the field area, which glows, beautifully surrounded by purple crystals. Leon, now ready, gently holding the sapling in his hands, carefully plants the sapling, entrusting the rest to Beatrice. With a cheerful smile, she takes the reins and gets right to work. Suddenly, from nowhere, a new gate violently bursts open, but this one, it has no color at all, just a chilling void, enough to make everyone freeze, exactly where they stand, completely stunned. Never before has anyone witnessed such a colorless gate, overflowing with such immense raw energy. Beatrice then warns Leon not to underestimate this threat. Leon, resolute, decides to personally scout the gate, taking only his formidable elite squad with him, while strictly ordering anyone below Kingdom Knight rank to remain right where they are, while Jay, Hook, and Suho stand ready beside him. While some are still trying to wrap their heads around it, the regular folks are already sending them good luck. And just like that, Leon's elite team is fully geared up and ready to march straight into the great unknown. Moments later, Leon and his group step into the mysterious gate. But while the rest pass through without a hitch, Leon gets violently tossed aside like yesterday's trash. Right off the bat, something feels deeply off about this gate, and even the ones below the Kingdom Knight rank can sense it deep in their guts. Turns out, it's a terrifying, fluctuating gate. Leon can smell trouble from a mile away, especially when the gate refuses to let him in. That is when it hits him like a ton of bricks. A chilling realization that a copy of him is already inside the gate, rejecting his true entrance. Aside from that, Hanhari and the others smoothly make it inside. But just as she turns to check on Leon's thoughts, he is nowhere to be found. That alone is enough to scare the cap off her, as they simply can't believe this is happening all over again. But Beatrice quickly figures that Leon must not have been able to enter, for some reason. So, she decides to call the whole plan off, and get everyone out of there, fast, to figure out what in the world is going on. But to their shock, there are actually people who can mess around with gates. Right then, Jae-hyuk shouts that the gate is just seconds away from closing, which immediately throws everyone into a panic. Beatrice can feel the gate's mood shifting, like it's on the verge of being swallowed whole. To top it off, Beatrice cannot even recognize the weird mana coming off it. Sadly, she cannot hold on any longer, and ends up letting the gate vanish into thin air. Hari completely panics when she sees Queen Beatrice coughing up blood. Turns out, Beatrice's mana flow got reversed when she tried to control the gate. She quickly asks for Yappy's point of view, and he flat out confirms that the gate is gone. Jae-hyuk, stunned beyond belief, looks like he is about to glitch out after hearing the shocking news, and just like that, trouble comes early. When an army of monstrous troops suddenly appears, charging headfirst right at Leon's elite squad, and they're totally caught off guard, nowhere near ready. To make things worse, countless more terrifying beasts, and Yappy maps out a staggering 5,354 are swarming nearby. Everyone scrambles onto their horses, desperate to bolt. Jae-hyuk quickly checks on Beatrice, his concern evident. She admits she's completely burned through all her mana, and to top it off, the gate dumped them into an awful, vulnerable spot. Out of nowhere, Suho shouts a warning to Harry, revealing a literal mountain of enemies surging right in front of them. Right now, without Leon, they are completely trapped and badly cornered. The creepy lurkers are practically itching to tear them apart, but not on Yappy's watch. Oh no, it fires a devastating railgun shot straight at them, but sadly, it's just not enough to clear them all out. Things are spiraling wildly out of control. Just then, a whole bunch of beasts leap into the air, attacking from their complete blind spot. But the King of Thunder descends, striking them down, with a furious downpour of his electrifying rage. Just then, an entire army backing the King of Thunder storms in to decisively handle all the chaos, enforcing military divine law with absolute might. Their perfectly pointed charge formation completely bulldozes right through the monsters, no matter how many stand in their way. The leader casually mentions he felt a strong divine power here, which drew him to this very spot. But he admits he doesn't recognize any of them. He then formally introduces himself as Gillingham, the legendary Grail Knight of Ultima, the god of heaven and thunder. For now, he suggests they move to a much safer spot. Later, by the crackling bonfire, Gillingham gets straight to the point and asks who they are. He then turns to the Knight of Divinity, Steel, and Blacksmith. He says he senses a divine power strikingly similar to Sir Antok's. Beatrice quickly explains. They came straight from the frontiers, driven by rising, urgent concerns, but a sudden demonic onslaught delayed them. Then Beatrice asks what the real situation is here. Feeling he can finally trust them, Gillingham opens up about Sir Volcanus mysteriously disappearing, and how the Archduke of Greed has stirred up massive trouble ever since the fierce battle at the Landolche Plains, with demons now pushing deep into the heart of the kingdom. He also reveals a shocking truth. The Lionheart King has united elves, treemen, dwarves, and even otherworldly species to push back. The demon invasion is absolutely in full swing, and it looks like the knights are busy gathering the remaining kingdom survivors. Beatrice, quick-witted as ever, quickly grasps the sheer gravity of their predicament and urges Harry to discreetly peek at the quest window, without drawing any knight's attention. Harry quickly checks, and blurts out a shocking discovery. All the worlds are blocked off, making an already dire situation even worse. Meanwhile, Gillingham admits he hasn't been as kind as he should have been to his brothers and sisters after their grueling, long journey, but promises they can finally rest until dawn breaks. When morning breaks, Harry and the others ride out, and are absolutely blown away by the breathtaking sight of a magnificent castle. Gillingham, beaming with pride, proudly welcomes them to the last shrine of humanity, the Pantheon, leaving them utterly stunned to their cores. They suddenly realize they're about to meet the legendary Lionheart King, a figure they never thought they'd encounter. So, in Leon Lionheart's 63rd year on the throne, a truly formidable demon, Malice, made his terrifying appearance. But by the very next year, he was already history. The horrifying demon art of chaos led to the death of 980,000 demon worshippers, along with 1.33 million soldiers, and the 13 electors of the Empire, all caught in the brutal battle. Manon, the revered Grail Knight of the divinity of sea and waves, and Killian, the valiant Grail Knight of the goddess of life and fertility, tragically perished. Around 3,000 of the 14 Kingdoms' knights fell, along with 270,000 soldiers and 10,000 knight-errants. In total, a staggering 22.7 million people from both the Empire and the Kingdom tragically lost their lives. Then, in the brutal winter of the 66th year, the second devastating raid against the demon army took place, leading directly to the Empire's catastrophic fall, the tragic burning of the Elven Forest, the brutal slaughter of the mountain dwarves, and the ultimate collapse of the East Sky Kingdom. So, pretty much the entire Lionheart Kingdom lies in ruins, with only 1 out of 10 areas miraculously still standing. By the 85th year of King Leon Lionheart's reign, the once mighty kingdom had spiraled into an irreversible decline, and this valiant knight finally makes his triumphant return to the Pantheon. Meanwhile, the action continues elsewhere in the fray. Jae-hyuk and Suho are lending a crucial hand to their fellow soldiers. Beatrice and Harry find themselves wondering what's next for their journey. As for them, Beatrice then remembers Sir Gillingham's words of wisdom. He'd mentioned that Leon would be back once the battle was over. So, no need to change their plans just yet. She intends to seek out the wise sages of the forest, hoping to unravel Sir Gunrar's mystical secret of seedlings. Meanwhile, the spotlight shifts. Yappy bravely undertakes the crucial task of patrolling to gather vital intel, while Harry, ever diligent, wonders if she should lend a hand, just like her brother. But a little later on, to her surprise, Harry finds herself promptly kicked out of the labor work. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine the Saintess wielded such an incredibly high-ranking position. She keeps pressing forward, perhaps making for the temple. After gazing upon the daunting, seemingly endless stairs, she briefly considers the brilliant idea of using a horse, but then, she remembers that would only land her in trouble with a lecture. Just then, a splendid carriage gracefully passes her by, and a young girl inside spots Harry, walking all by herself. Harry, utterly clueless, has no clue who this girl could be. Yet, astonishingly, this girl emanates the same divine power as Leon. The girl gently apologizes for startling Harry, and graciously invites Harry to ride along with her. A very clueless Harry steps right onto the carriage, totally unaware that carriages can, in fact, go up the very hill she's struggling with. The elegant, caramel-haired beauty gently begins to explain. She reveals that newcomers to the Pantheon often are completely unaware of these useful carriages. Soon enough, they arrive at the bottom of the hill. Harry, feeling a little awkward but grateful, after a brief moment, sincerely thanks her. The captivating caramel beauty reveals her name. Anjak Protesia. Ariana's lady? Harry, quickly responding, then says that she is the saintess of both Patos and Poma herself. Anjak, completely stunned, expresses her disbelief, saying that carrying the burden of 2 gods at once must be immense, and Harry, deeply touched by Anjak's empathy, begins to tear up, grateful beyond words that Anjak actually understands her situation. Mere minutes later, they safely arrive at the Grand Pantheon, and Harry thanks Anjak profusely for the ride. But then, Anjak, ever so kind, insists on accompanying her inside as well, just as the soldiers welcome Anjak with reverent bows, calling her Great Saintess. Harry's jaw literally hits the floor in pure shock. In an instant, Harry bows all the way down, practically prostrating herself, startling Anjak and all her soldiers with the suddenness of her reverence. Anjak, regaining her composure, quickly instructs everyone. Before the gods, all are truly equal. This strikes a powerful memory in Harry, who recalls how Leon relentlessly drilled it into her head, that everyone else was truly below him. When Anjaku asks, "What is wrong?" Harry then explains how Leon made sure to keep the social order strictly in place, always. After hearing Harry personally knows Leon, Anjaku figures Harry must hail from a big temple. No doubt about it, no question. She can feel a strong divine power cooking inside her. While Harry is still trying to process that, Anjaku is someone truly high-ranked. Anjaku suddenly asks her for a favor. She wants Isabel, urgently. A maid quickly mentions Isabel is inside her room, absorbing the moon's pure energy. Anjaku tells them to prepare for the ritual, and to calm down. That news excites the maids, who start wondering if their king is truly returning, victoriously on Jack. Just tells them to hurry up, and to take care of the tired king, who has been out there killing lots of evil things. That suddenly clicks, and Harry starts to believe it's Leon from the past, created by the gate. So she wonders how he will act. Harry then follows Anjaku. Suddenly, someone announces that Leon, Lionheart, is entering the castle premises. The Bloody Night King has returned after killing the evil beings. Just as he steps in, Harry is shocked to her bones, finally facing her true king. But this one feels completely foreign. This is not the Leon she knew, but fear and terror shaped into human form like an apostle of chilling death. The room instantly floods with chilling bloodlust. Someone's hand suddenly touches Harry's shoulder and scares the living crap out of her. A honey-eyed girl, Isabel, tells Leon to quit scaring everyone. A maid quickly reminds Isabel that she is in the king's royal presence. But Isabel fires right back that she is the king's sister-in-law and Dina's first hunter. That little fact knocks the wind right out of Harry's sail. Isabel tells Leon to ditch the serious act already and dive into the ritual. The golden bathtub awaits. Anjak warmly invites Leon to truly sink in. Leon begins stripping off his clothes, and just as he pulls his shirt off, Harry's mouth drops open in shock at the sight of black bruises utterly covering his skin. When someone dares to ask about it, Leon casually explains it's the result of ripping apart the demons of pursuit. Alive. Apparently, the demons' agonizing screams cling to Leon's flesh like a curse, yet they cannot actually harm him. Isabel points out that at times looks painful, but Leon simply brushes it off, acting like he doesn't care. He believes he has sinned greatly against the goddess of purity herself. As Leon's ritual continues, a girl named Karina Dragonia suddenly barges in. She's the formidable commander of the Northern Army, the Duchess of the Dragonia Duchy, and get this, she's also Leon's daughter. She happily congratulates him on his success in battle. Karina's sudden, dramatic entry catches everyone completely off guard. The Duchess of Dragonia calmly, yet firmly, states that their northern region's military has times officially declared their withdrawal from the alliance, and it's taking effect immediately. Leon absolutely does not permit it. But Karina starts to explain how the northern region's military is at times huge times part of the alliance. If they pull out, there's no way to avoid the weakening of their overall forces. Leon feels like there's no point in staying here, while Karina then informs him that the continent is already times in ruins, now that the capital has fallen. Not to mention, even if they gather up all the serfs, they no longer have 30,000 men left. Meanwhile, the enemies still have more than 10 million soldiers, and that number keeps climbing every single day. Because of that, Karina dares to ask the War Knight, who rules over all times the knights, and the agent of Pantheon himself, if they even have a chance to win this war. Leon demands to know what she is proposing Karina explains, her voice heavy with grief, how their beloved duchy lies burned to a crisp, utterly decimated after the empire's fall. 30,000 men have lost everything. Their homes, their families, and she tearfully reveals she is carrying a child. She confesses that all of them, survivors of the tragedy, are still struggling in the desolate northern region. That is why she is absolutely determined to exact vengeance, a righteous fury that burns in them all. Even if she cannot personally slay every single demon, she fiercely swears to slaughter every last demon who dared insult their dead, and brazenly make a home out of their ravaged land. Leon, his face sinking into a troubled frown, asks if Karina resents him for striking the enemy's main forces, instead of protecting the duchy. To ease him, Karina assures Leon he made the only choice he could, considering the entire kingdom holds far greater significance than merely one duchy. When pressed, Karina boldly displays her fervent desire for vengeance by exposing a mysterious mark, a chilling testament to her resolve. That shocking reveal utterly stuns Leon, leaving him speechless, and the sheer disgust etched on his face is beyond words. He screams at Karina as she finally comes clean, revealing the entire northern region has signed a dark contract with the ruthless god of revenge himself. This makes her the fearsome Grail Knight of Ventaris, the indomitable Duchess Dragonia, and the relentless commander of 30,000 Avengers. Leon instantly kicks her out, disowning her completely, while Karina makes it chillingly clear that her life is no longer just about mere survival. Isabel cautiously asks if that was truly the right call, and Leon grimly responds that it's far too late now, because Karina has only one inescapable fate left. After sealing that perilous contract, Isabel continues her work, her movements precise, sucking out the ominous darkness clinging to his flesh. Leon then questions if he made the wrong choice, and Isabel denies it, utterly surprised to even hear him ask such a thing. After all, this is the same Leon who once kidnapped her younger sister, the esteemed priestess of purity. But then again, that was something they both secretly wanted. Isabel then tends to him, her gaze sharp, and asks why he isn't acting like the formidable man who once commanded the northern region's military to commit such an audacious act. Amidst all this, Leon suddenly turns his attention to the unknown visitor, catching Harry completely off guard. Meanwhile, Yafi is busy watching the workers talk about the star. Iron, but they're short on material and need a new star. They wonder if the great Saintess has said anything about it yet. Yapi quickly records a video of the conversation and backs it up to analyze their movements later. While that's going on, the blacksmith is focused on crafting tools with full concentration until he suddenly senses something off. He picks up the presence of a rat nearby, which turns out to be the little Yappy. The blacksmith asks who it is, but Yappy tells him to loosen up a little. Suddenly, Yafe shoots out glowing ropes, making the blacksmith realize it's actually a cute little priest. That cracks him up and annoys Yafi. The blacksmith tells him there's no reason to fight, since they serve the same divinity. He introduces himself as Antok, the Grail Knight of Steel and Blacksmith, and asks if Yapi is aware of Antok, the guardian of the mines. Afterwards, there are temporary shelters set up for the trainees. On the outskirts of the city, Han Harry returns to check on her people, bringing some food, and Suho is pretty excited to see her back. She shows her picnic basket, explaining that the temple just gave her the things she needed for her work. When asked, she admits to having met King Leon as well. Everyone is stunned, but she clears it up, saying it's Leon from this gate, not theirs. Harry asks if they've gathered any intel. Jaehyuk mentions that the capital has been taken over, for a while along with other places, leaving this city as the only one still standing. However, Harry had heard about the final battle from Ventaris, so she thinks maybe the gate is connected to this battle. Jaehyuk wishes they could somehow read the quest. Moreover, Suho asks if anyone can connect to their divinities. The divine laws are usable, but their connections feel weak. Everyone tries. But Suho is pretty much telling the truth. Suddenly So-yeon points out how quiet it has become, and there's no noise at all now. Just then, Jae-hyuk spots wooden legs, which creep him out. But more importantly, a tree man yanks the tank away, while the soldiers have them cornered. Suddenly Rox Lee, the Grail Knight of Divinity, of Sun and Judgment Tatar arrives. He also claims to be the judge of the Lionheart Kingdom. He's ready to prostrate the sinners before his aura. Harry and the others are completely shocked, not knowing what's going on. The same day, Harry and the others are taken as prisoners and loaded into a van. They have no idea what their next move should be. Jaehyuk is certain they're as good as dead. Suddenly, the mustached man tells Jaehyuk to shut up, which catches him off guard. Harry guesses they might be headed to the execution site. However, Jaehyuk knows the deal around there, and they have a choice to become serfs first, as they aren't demon worshippers. So-young bets that dying sounds better than becoming serfs, and Jaehyuk somewhat agrees. Suddenly, Harry senses that their carriage is going uphill, which means they are heading to the Pantheon. This information strikes Jaehyuk's nerves, and he starts crying like a baby. He's sure their deaths are waiting for them. Right then, the door is open to get the prisoners moving, but Jaehyuk is throwing a tantrum. Apparently they are being summoned before Anjak Isabel, Leon Roxley and Gillingham, followed by an uncomfortable silence. Between them is a tub of holy water, and Leon commands Roxley to throw them into it. Roxley pulls out his blade and orders the sinners to dive into the holy water. Jaehyuk, shaking like a leaf, wonders if they'll be waterboarded or something. Roxley's harsh shouts make Jaehyuk jump in, followed by Suho and the rest. Leon confirms that this group isn't made up of demons, as their bodies didn't melt. Not only that, Anjak adds, that they all possess divine powers, so they can't be demons. Gillingham backs her up, saying he doesn't doubt them either, but Roxy is a bit skeptical, knowing demons can pull off any shady tricks. He also believes that their king, Leon, is much closer to the gods, but he still doesn't know a thing about them. Jaehyuk notices how they all believe that Leon can't make a mistake, and that's something to be scared of. According to Gillingham's intel, there were two more. A woman with the divinity of dreams and death, and another worldly species, with the divinity of steel and blacksmithing, enough to be called saints. After this, Leon decides he'll handle the interrogations himself, so he asks the others to back off. He eases up on Roxley and lets him handle this one. By the king's command, they cleared out the hallway to have a private audience with Harry and the others. Just as Leon addresses Han, Harry Suho yanks her out of the water, but the girl is out of it, literally bowing down in the holy water, and declaring herself to be Han. Hari Suho shakes Hari off, reminding her to stop the dramatic act. Hari protests, saying it worked like a charm the first time, and it wouldn't hurt to try again. He calls for introductions and asks where they're from. The group hesitates, which strikes a nerve with Leon. That makes them quickly blurt out Seoul, South Korea, lying that it's a faraway nation using the divine form. Divinity, dissension, all the gods enter the scene, claiming they don't know any of them, and wondering why they have their blessings. Hedo furiously mentions that he remembers everyone. He's blessed, and won't tolerate imposters, threatening to rip their souls to pieces. Harry is shocked to see Leon summon all the gods at once, especially after he threw up blood. When appointing Sir Yape, she can't believe how powerful he is at his peak. Leon then comes clean, saying he arrested them all, because the gods don't know anything about them. Leon wants to know who they are, and how they arrived here. Harry recalls the first day they ever met, and continues the story of her time spent with Leon. Meanwhile, Beatrice searches for the tree, wondering if Leon left his seedling with it. This means that Leon's desire aligns with the tree's desire. The tree instantly recognizes Beatrice as the lady of the far future, telling her that the seedling comes from the realm of the dead, and will only grow there. That's bad news for Beatrice. Later, the tree explains that they must leave a gift behind, but according to the lady, they are just copies of the past. If she can take it, they consider helping her, because it feels like the right thing to do. When asked, Beatrice shares her plans to give it to the king of the Lionheart. The tree agrees to let Lionheart have it. However, they require a sacrifice from a god and the god's saint. In the meantime, Sir Yappy is showing off his skills to everyone, making Antok and the others freeze in place. He is so charged up, shooting his lightning everywhere. He keeps activating the third slot below, with his polishing completion already at 62%, and multitasking all the way up to number 14. The lackeys are sure Yappy is showing his full-blown speed, while Yappy stays busy polishing and processing non-stop with no 157. Yappy builds a Lionheart basic breastplate, and he even creates replicas of the original. Yappy's jaw-dropping feats make him look extraordinary. Sir Antok cannot help but praise Yappy, calling him an amazing newbie. Antok admits it feels like watching Leon training in his younger days. When Antok asks if Yappy knows Leon, Yappy proudly claims that Leon Dragonia is his cooperative demon-killing partner, which grabs Antok's interest, making him want to be part of it too. Antok then starts talking about his old adventures, alongside His Majesty Leon, remembering how they went on their pilgrimage together. As old companions when he was 30, the story goes back to a small village on the outskirts of the kingdom, which was on the brink of extinction due to an orc ambush when they cried out for help. Gildas and Antok were the only ones nearby, because of the remote location. That's when he met Gunrar, who was on a spiritual journey, and the battle stretched on longer than expected. They fought against countless orcs, many of them great warriors. That's when Antok remembers Leon, appearing out of nowhere, ready to wipe out all the vile green beasts. He recalls the man as the most amazing fighter he'd ever seen, so powerful that he couldn't believe he was half Leon's age. The way Leon swung his sword was at a professional level, and they watched him slice through all the great warriors with ease. Later, Leon stood amidst the rain of orc flesh, disgusted to have their dirt stick to his cheeks. That's when Antok confesses to seeing that same talent in Yappy, so he asks him if he wants to be his disciple. There's a moment of silence before Yappy jumps up and down, amused at the thought of having Antok as his mentor. It turns out that Yappy still looks down on mortals. Antok asks if Yappy knows who he is, confidently. Yappy casually mentions knowing the Grail, Knight of Steel, but adds that Antok is still immortal and can't match his level of flawless programming. That catches Antok off guard, but also cracks him up. Thinking this little tin can is a real man, Antok is ready to show Yappy what he's capable of. After this, Antok continues crafting while Yappy keeps him company. He admits that he likes Yappy's flawless work, something he can't ever produce at the same rate. Just as Antok hammers his craft, Yappy instantly points out that it's a mistake, causing the instability of the weapon to increase. Antok, drenched in sweat, shares that he isn't just building weapons. Suddenly, he picks up the pace as if enjoying the crafting, finally revealing that it's all an art for him. The art of steel built from sculpting the soul, only done with perfect technique. Antok believes that passion is much better than just technique. With a diligent amount of hard work and bursts of passion, Antok happily creates an armor. This makes Yappy realize that Antok's technique might be able to produce Leon's armor, something he couldn't do before, because of the missing 0.01%. Yaffy says there is a lack of sufficient data, and this bonus information is essential to him. That sparks Antok's interest, and he asks if Yappy is willing to be his disciple. Yappy quickly reminds the mortal that it's all just to observe the development. In a way, Antok takes it as Yappy's submission to being his disciple, so he pats the little thing. Suddenly, Gillingham announces that Leon has invited Antok to meet him in the castle. Finally, everyone gathers at one table. While Leon watches out the window, Isabel dares to break the silence, proposing to make this the final grail. She asks if Knight Gillingham can take on all the demons, if King Leon tells him to do so. Gillingham spits out a yes quickly. Isabel feels the same, so she lets Leon know that her sacrifice will pave the way for the future. Leon agrees, while everyone else gloomily sulks. Isabel says she will bear all the sins for the time being, until the final grail where she will make the sacrifice. Isabel made her entrance, saying she never imagined she would commit such a sin. Leon felt sorry for making her do this, but Isabel reassured him, saying it was all right, as even a bastard who took her sister's innocence was a worthy king. Due to losing the territorial ground to the demons, they couldn't carry out the necessary ritual to attain the final grail, so the only way to get hold of the star iron was through the final grail. After raising her crossbow to the sky, Isabel felt she no longer belonged as the protagonist of this story. Apparently the goddess of the moon and purity wasn't suited for battle. For her followers, Isabel had gifted a power to those who had to live lonely lives. With that, she pulled all her might into the arrow, ready to show her top-notch version at this very moment. That's the skill of a true archer, hitting the mark every time. But deep down, she apologized to the moon for what she was about to do. It was unbelievable for a moon saintess to shoot down the moon, which was considered the greatest sin the goddess had ever allowed. The lightning arrow shot straight up into the sky, witnessed by the people of the city all around. Just like that, the arrow pierced through the moon, which gave birth to the Milky Way. Gillingham stood there, his jaw dropping in disbelief, unable to process that it was really happening. In that moment, Leon shouted to alert the great saintess Anne Jack, who fired her divine magic straight into the sky. Gillingham watched as their strategy paid off, seeing Anne Jack guiding the pieces of the moon, heading their way out of nowhere. Isabel collapsed in Leon's arms, coughing up blood and saying that it hurt really badly. Despite her pain, Isabel shared that Dina, being so kind, had have the recoil. Leon, gritting his teeth, praised her sacrifice for them, and claimed he would take on her burden. From this point forward, suddenly, Gillingham drew Leon's attention back to the moon fragments, which seemed to have changed their direction. Anjak was barely holding them in line. Apparently a powerful mana force was attracting the fragments their way, and Anjak couldn't keep full control over it. And just like that, it clicked for Beatrice, who realized it was the same mana that had shut down the gate. For them, the moon fragments' trajectory had been pulled further away from their side. When Leon embraced Isabel in his arms, who had sacrificed so much for this, his fury was off the charts. He instantly ordered the formation of a squad to recover the fragment, determined not to let the opening Isabel created with her life go to waste later. When the pieces of the moon landed on the Earth's surface, Antok praised the decision to come here. Instead of wasting time elsewhere, the retrieval squad to recover the moon pieces had arrived at the scene. Beatrice signaled, and Yappy released the scouting drones. A couple of flying drones made Antok really curious about his disciples' tips and tricks that ticked off Yappy, who straight up declared that Antok was just a mere provider of technology. Yappy also said Antok didn't have the smarts to call himself a master. That cracked Antok up. Amazed at how smart this little tin can could be, Antok then said that Beatrice must have noticed the strange silence. It's highly unlikely that the demons would let this chance slip by. Antok is sure those freaks are just lying in wait, ready to ambush them the moment they start working on the moon fragment. Still, he teams up with Yappy and the soldiers to dig out the star iron. Suddenly, Yappy picks up on the enemy's presence, closing in fast. A swarm of monsters comes rumbling toward them. Just like Antok predicted, he quickly alarms Beatrice that they still need time, so they had better keep the monsters at bay for as long as they can. He orders Yappy to begin the takedown. Beatrice steps up to stall them. By activating Lamontar's rage, unleashing an explosive attack that blows Antok's mind. Since even nobles can't usually use great magic. Like that, Beatrice explains that magic evolution had to take a more destructive path, just to counter the divine laws. Even so, she warns Antok to hurry up, because more monsters might be pouring in any second. Antok and the others double their speed, working like their lives depend on it. In a few minutes, Antok calls out that they are all done. But just as they think they can breathe easy, something catches his eye. A fireball is barreling straight toward them from above. Stunned, Antok shouts for everyone to get the heck out of the way. The whole group is caught flat-footed, while a mysterious cloaked figure watches the fireball smash into the ground. With bone-shaking force, Yappy, also known as Sir Spina, instantly detects a monstrous presence nearby, and it turns out to be none other than the demon, Lord of Wisdom and Pursuit Calakiel, the same one who once brought down Sir Jag Spin's world. Calakiel levitates into the air before the rumble, while Yappy manages to shield Beatrice from the chaos. She orders Yappy to share the report on damages, and he quickly states that 30 knights have died, along with all the cavalry. From the ultimate activation of the divine law, the grounds are a sea of dead bodies, and Yappy is unable to count the injured. Calakiel, the demon lord of wisdom and pursuit, mocks the inferior mortals, threatening them not to dare fight back. Against immortals like him, this freak of nature demands they accept their inevitable deaths. Antok recognizes the caster of Frisnar, who has all the great demons tagging along with him. He asks Beatrice if there is any plan. Beatrice talks about using a spell to link them to a far-off realm, but Yaffy is damn sure it will not work for a single one of them. Still, she agrees, and Antok pretty much understands that they do not have any other option but to beat the crap out of this bastard. Thus Antok thanks everyone for their contribution to the gods and the kingdom so far, and then he walks ahead, leaving everyone else behind. In confusion about what is about to happen, Antok declares that it is time to make good on their oath to protect the kingdom, even if it means sacrificing their lives. In that moment, everyone on the battlefield knows it is a call to die, and that is an order, so they make the unreasonable choice to follow Antok's lead. Antok also agrees with Yappy's assessment, but he points out that sometimes what truly matters in life outweighs the simple odds of something happening, and talks God objects to his decision, warning that most mortals would not be able to bear it if he had him descend. But Antok makes it clear he would have done the exact same thing for anyone, no matter who they were. Interestingly, a god admits to loving Antok for his unwavering faith and the intense, beautiful passion for life he radiates. Antok's entire body is radiating a golden light, as if he had been dipped in molten gold. And this is not just any glow-up. This is the Grail Knight of Steel and Blacksmith, the kingdom's top smith and the guardian of its mines. Showing his true colors, he held on to the hope that was moving toward the future, but now it was at a standstill. There is no future for a blacksmith who has sealed his own fate. Yet, the sound of the hammer on the forge would not cease, because it was that very hammering that had created whatever future there was. With divinity dissension, the divinity of steel and blacksmith, Antok swears on the steel. Calakiel was not expecting this. That just changes all the artifacts to materials that are not steel, making all steel fall under his rule. With that, Antok calls for Hedo's hammer, and the demons have already built up a shield in advance. But that trick does not do any good, except to smash the demon's face. Calakiel, kneeling down, finds it impressive for a mortal to possess such great powers in such a short life. Meanwhile, Antok finds it pretty wild that the demon could block his attack without even a scratch. Thus, Calakiel is ready to start the war that has yet to begin. In the meantime, Beatrice asks for Yappy's report, and it says 86% for Yappy. There is no problem in dragging it out, because he has seen it. Before Beatrice calls out for any bright ideas, to stall a little longer, knowing full well the demons will catch on sooner or later, Yappy admits he has a plan, but the success rate is sitting at a shaky 2.7%. Beatrice decides she will take those odds, saying that while a mage usually leans on reason, tonight she is betting it all on a miracle. Meanwhile, Calakiel praises his raw strength for smashing through all his spells with nothing but a hammer. He starts to see why the demons shake in their boots at the sight of this world's strongest species. Eyeing the so-called lowest Grail Knight, Calakiel wonders just how terrifying the man at the top must be. In the end, he admits that their strongest knight might be able to take down a demon lord, but Antok himself is still not quite there. As Calakiel casts a barrage of spells, Antok commands Steel to defend with Hedo's anvil, standing tall with his giant hammer in hand. Antok spits out that the demon's no-faith policy is exactly what makes them so twisted. That jab ticks Calakiel off, but Yappy barges right in, starting the self-destruction sequence. with a force reactor core primed to blow. Antok screams for Yappy to stop, but the dice have already been cast, and a giant explosion rocks the battlefield. With a deafening roar, Walter, the one who was saved, the Emperor and commander of the Silver Knights, clearly remembers those who destroyed his empire. They're the same demons who invaded his territory and ruined his world 20 years ago. And he's certain that the world is ending now. About 23 years ago, the Emperor summoned a demon monarch, which led to his downfall. And soon after, all the regions were taken over by those creatures. Although the Lionheart King came and defeated the demon monarch's forces, that was just the beginning. Even Walter thought that, with the presence of the Lionheart King, the demons would return stronger. But that was only a false hope. Just then they noticed strange rumbles in the ground, realizing it's not a mana storm, but a sign of an ongoing war. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord of Wisdom in pursuit, Calcale mocks his opponent for using nuclear power, claiming that something like that could never harm him, although his subordinate informs him about the opening of a gate, meaning the explosion was just a distraction. Calcale still thinks the strategy is foolish, since a small, range gate can only teleport a few people, leaving most of the troops and knights to be abandoned. Calcale's anger grows even stronger, and he begins casting a spell on his opponents. But to his surprise, a spear comes flying in their way to stop him, and when they look up, they see a large army of armored men from Leon's side, charging forward, however. Without wasting a second, Calcale casts a powerful spell against them, severely injuring all the men, including Antok and Beatrice in a different territory. Antok's body is in such bad condition that the attack leaves a huge, round hole on the upper side of his stomach, which needs immediate treatment. Still, he tells Beatrice to head to the blacksmith. When they arrive, Sir Spinny informs Antok that his life is quickly fading, but Antok is already aware. From the moment he was given this mortal fate, he knew this would happen. As a steel knight made from iron, he knew his time was running out, with just one chance to pass on his legacy. He chooses Spinny as his first and final apprentice, offering a lesson while hammering at his forge. Antok teaches Spinny his final lesson, sharing the story of his journey, how he set off to seek a quest, met the future Lionheart King, and learned under a master, blacksmith he could never surpass, though Antok never became better than his teacher. The knights who wielded his swords and spears protected the kingdom, even as his strength failed and his vision blurred. Antok poured all his will and energy into the steel, determined to leave a lasting mark on the world. He urges Spina to do the same, infuse will into metal, forge weapons that defend the right people, and create a future with every hammer strike. In the midst of this lesson, Antok finishes crafting a new item, embodying everything he has taught. After a while, Leon arrives at the location, just as Antok takes his final breath. He asks if Antok has any last words for his son Aaron, but since Antok taught him with love and respect, there is nothing else he wishes to say. Instead, he asks Leon to lift him up, so he can go out and meet his people one last time. The people are filled with sorrow, crying at the sight of their great leader in such a state, even in his dying moments. Antok instructs his people to take care of the king. With those final words, he falls to the ground in Leon's arms lifeless. All the people bowed in respect and honor for the man they revered while in his tent. One of Leon's men informs him that Gildas is outside. After granting permission, Gildas and Galvaron enter, greeting Leon with royal respect as a godfather. Leon pulls Galvaron close, insisting he just call him uncle. He then asks Gildas about Aaron, but even after hearing about his father's death, Aaron is just like his father. He couldn't abandon his scouting duties, and wasn't able to come just then. Gunnar unexpectedly enters the tent, much to everyone's surprise and happiness. Gildas jokes about Gunnar's heavy weight as he made his way there, and as they bicker and make fun of each other, Leon can't help but smile. Remembering the days when they all trained together, he realizes that these old friendships are a blessing, and though Antok has passed, they share many beautiful memories of him, so there's no need to be sad. While serving wine, Leon mentions that he always thought Gildas would be the first of them to go, and Gunrar agrees as they continue to serve the wine. Leon tells them that Antok's last moments were filled with honor and glory, so they should send him off with love and respect. As friends with that, they raise their glasses to honor their noble and fallen friend Antok, whose legacy will live on through the weapons and hearts he shaped. Leon then asks Gunrar about the finished item, and Gunrar assures him that it's perfect. The divinity of the blacksmith has blessed it, and even the sages have agreed. Though they still need to add the essence, Leon feels relieved, realizing that the preparations are complete, and he is always grateful for everything the sages do for them with that. He steps out of the tent, where a large army is waiting for him, along with Walter and Anjak Protasia. After greeting him, Leon asks Walter if he is sure about the demons marching toward them, and Walter confirms they are on the move. They've even confirmed the survivors of the Demon of Sloth at the Landalshi Plains, the heathens of the beast, God and the corruption of the Empire. The estimated number of enemies is around 10 million. Basically a whole army. Leon understands that the final battle is almost upon them, and in order to win they need to prepare hard because the demons will be here soon. Countless soldiers are organizing battering rams in front of a massive wooden gate, ready for any attack from the demon army. Meanwhile, Harry, Sooyoung, Jaehyuk, and Cha-eun Soyeon insist on helping, but Leon simply denies their request, commanding them to stay on standby. They are shocked by his decision, but it's a logical one. Unlike Leon, who represents the past, Harry and her group are humans of the present. If they were to fight inside the gate, they would surely die, and Leon can't bring himself to sacrifice them, though Leon wants them to do something else. He sends them to the room of the first hunter of Dina, the goddess of the moon and purity, who is also second in power in the kingdom, with the king of the lion heart as her brother-in-law. Her name is Isabel. Harry and her group are shocked to see her, their curiosity clear on their faces. Isabel, noticing this, explains that there are many gods in the pantheon, but there is one main god among them. The 7 gods are considered the most powerful, even though her eyes are damaged. From the earlier attack, Isabel uses her magic, skillfully casting a spell to open a chest. Inside, she reveals shields, sea and waves, war and flames, and heaven and thunder. She explains that for a long time, water, fire and lightning have been seen as the rage of nature. Isabel adds that there are more gods, but these are the ones they need. Harry is in complete disbelief, as she sees all the divine relics, which were left behind by the former Grail, the knights and saints. Even after looking at the relics, they are all confused, wondering why Isabel is showing them all of this. Isabel then reveals that they will be inheriting the relics. However, they don't have the right to them yet, as the relics haven't acknowledged them as their true owners. Isabel believes that she should leave the future in their hands, as the king believes they will survive this war at any cost. She is certain they will make better use of the relics than she will, knowing she will die soon. But getting recognition from the relics is something they will have to solve on their own. Isabel then points at Cheon So-yeon, asking for a favor later on, something she can do given her divinity. When Cheon So-yeon agrees, Isabel begins their succession process. Just like that, everyone gets to work on their own preparations. The soldiers prepare for battle, the civilians pray for those who will shed blood, and knights and soldiers from all over the continent start to return with everything almost ready. The demon army arrives at their territory. Anjak Pretzia honorably welcomes the sages of the woods, announcing that the extraction ritual has already been completed. The sages are quite impressed to see the item coming to the conclusion that Antok handled steel better than anyone else, and definitely completed his duty. Now it's time for the sages to fulfill theirs. Beatrice announces that she and Spine will stall for as much time as they can on the front line, while Harry and her group will seize the divine relics. Spina instructs them to gather at the rendezvous point once everything is over, and he will rejoin them after obtaining the Grail, with Essence before leaving. Beatrice pats Harry's head and reminds her of their roles. Gunrar then reminds Antak that once they're done, the divinity must descend upon them to complete the ritual, since Leon cannot fulfill the role, as he's on the battlefield. Therefore she will have to bear that burden. Anjak responds by saying it's only natural for her, as the great saintess of light and justice, to make sacrifices for a better future. Anjak has spent most of her life in the temple, reading and teaching the doctrines. She's maintained her lifestyle, even after the Great War against the demons began. The only change was that she now prays for the dead, instead of the living. She, comforting the lost souls, felt sad that she couldn't do as much for the people as the knights could because of that. The small saintess who served light and justice happily prayed for the king. The castle is ready for war. But the enemy forces seem endless. Their army stretches beyond the horizon. The demons have set up a temple over the ashes. In mockery, even the Lionheart Kingdom, the land of the Guardians, now only has its last fortress standing, though they think the long-range weapons can't harm them. Instantly, an explosion occurs, killing some of Leon's men. The energy coming from those corpses turns out to be poison, so all the soldiers quickly cover their mouths. More attacks are incoming, and all the soldiers get into formation. Meanwhile, the priest purify the poison to the northeast. First, Leon with Aaron stands on top of the castle, while Leon casts flames at the demons. He tells Aaron to be proud of his father, who bravely sacrificed himself and returned to the banquet hall of the gods. After that, as he looks at the battlefield, Leon thinks the last moments of the kingdom, as described by future descendants, are simply a repeat of its inevitable downfall. Leon, deeply moved by the tough situation, prays to the goddess for help, hoping that the soldiers struggling in fear and sorrow can continue the legacy of the lion heart, while women comfort their crying children, and young men fight to keep the war alive. The knights battle to leave behind hope. Amidst the bloodshed, Leon, feeling the weight of his people's suffering, calls out to the goddess for strength. In response, he feels her presence behind him, promising to be with him until the end, and empowering him to act as he wishes. Suddenly, a surge of unfamiliar energy fills his body, and in his rage and determination, he drops his sword, repeatedly slamming it into the ground. He begins chanting the names of the figures who have stood by him from the start. Knight Aaron, son of Antok, the great Grail Knight of Steel Gildas, the war hero who defeated the Great Horned Giant, Galvaron, the noble elf, guardian of the Oak Forest, and others, all men of honor who fought relentlessly. He declares that such heroes would never accept the demon's mockery, and that they must rise up against those who believe they have already won the war, because they haven't not yet. Leon slams his sword again and again, filled with anger, rage, and agony, hoping to awaken the same fury in his people. He demands to know who he is, and the entire battlefield responds with unity, chanting that he is the half-god proxy for the Pantheon, the guardian of the Grail, and the king of the Lionheart who defeated Malice. The Lord of Chaos, Leon, filled with unwavering resolve, announces that victory is coming, and urges the soldiers not to fear or back down. Their swords and shields will serve as firewood, and the battlefield will become a graveyard for the demons, who arrogantly think they will overpower the humans. He urges everyone to fight until the end, no matter the cost, no matter if they die, no matter if their companions die, and no matter if the king dies. His words ignite their souls, and chaos erupts on the battlefield. As the final battle begins, Calicale, leading the army of demons, challenges them, urging them to revere him, and calling them inferior creatures, unworthy of his presence. He declares that the beginning of evil is older than divinity itself, promising not to spare any of them. With that, he creates fire orbs filled with evil red energy, and aims them at them. Leon signals to Roxy, who immediately uses the combined skills, Divine Punishment, Flames of War, and Manifesting Sun to counter the demon's orbs. Leon suggests that Roxy focus on the pieces of orbs that might damage the Pantheon, and just like that, Roxy destroys them easily. The demons grow angrier, and decide to climb the walls of the castle, thinking it will all be over if they succeed. However, the armored soldiers on the roof are already prepared, and shower arrows at them, preventing them from entering the territory. Meanwhile, at the Fortress City Pantheon's southern gates, Gildas worries as he smells the meteor fragments, realizing that the fragments alone are turning the place into a wasteland. It will take a lot of time to restore the place's former glory. He can also hear the roaring, realizing that the demons have entered through the eastern gates. Upon the roof, the knights remain vigilant, continuing to fight the demons. Meanwhile, Aaron battles the great demon of massacre and destruction, Doomgore, making the demon realize that there are knights who are strong even without being Grail warriors. Aaron declares he will kill Doomgore no matter what, fully aware that Leon and Roxley can't move from their position, so he must do it alone. He leaps into the air and lunges toward Doomgore. Inside the castle, Harry and the others have completed the recognition of the relics, but J-Hook is still uncertain, feeling that he doesn't have what it takes to handle them. He even considers giving up, believing that this war isn't theirs to fight, and that only Spinny and the king will survive. Given that he has already killed 3 lords, he's confident he would win easily. Harry agrees with J-Hyuk, knowing Leon always wins. He killed all the demons in the past, and eventually he met Harry's group at the Black Gate, which was a sign that he would win this battle too. But then something pops into Harry's mind. She suddenly realizes that the final Grail plan was originally abandoned. It was because they came to the gate to ask for the king's help. With 3 Grail Knight-ranked people already absent from the battle, she wonders if victory is still possible. Harry's gaze shifts to the people in robes, and she immediately demands that they take off their hoods. As they do, a strange energy radiates from them, and one of them mocks Harry, praising her for having such a sharp eye. Jae-hyuk senses danger and casts full expansion of divine power, but the cloaked figures instantly counterattack, blocking his magic. Harry and Jae-hyuk realize they're in trouble as the figures move closer. One of them introduces himself as the Archdemon of Pleasure Key, and with an evil grin, he attempts to slash at Harry's throat, aiming to kill her. Jae-hyuk, willing to sacrifice himself, pushes her aside, fully aware that this might be his end. To his surprise, Gillingham arrives just in time to block the attack, saving both Harry and Jae-hyuk. Isabel also appears beside him, as Leon had already prepared them for such attacks. Quay, who had assumed Gillingham and Isabel were positioned at the front line, is shocked to see them here. The two of them smirk at him, declaring that they won't allow inferior, evil beings like him to be in their presence. Deep down, Isabel knows it will be difficult to face 3 great demons and an archduke demon, but she is a saint and she won't ever give up. Gillingham, on the other hand, instructs Isabel to throw away her life, and agreeing with him, she quickly casts divinity dissension magic. This statement about throwing away life confuses Jaehyuk and Harry, but Isabel tells them to help Han Soo-ho and Cheon So-yeon, as the demons have probably infiltrated the place, and the Holy Grail is in danger. They both run off, obeying her order. As they leave, Kay taunts Isabel for having an abnormal condition, doubting that they would be able to fight, but Isabel assures him not to worry, because she can crush them with just one finger. Kay's expression darkens. He wants them to pay the price for their arrogance. He summons strange energy around him, making the ground tremble. Meanwhile, Suho and Cheon So-yeon are struggling, surrounded by so many demons, and now it's getting harder for them to cope. So-young is gasping for air. Already at her limit, she is distracted, and just then a demon attacks her from the front. But Harry and Jaehyuk arrive in time, and Harry immediately unleashes the powerful spell, Twist on them, killing them all instantly, as the intensity of the flames is too much. They thought it was over, but it's not. More demons are coming, and this one is a great demon, bringing along his minions. He demands that Harry's group get out of his way, but Jaehyuk knows he needs to stop this creature until Spinny and the Queen arrive, or things will get tough. Before he can cast a strong spell on the great demon, all 4 of them are suddenly dragged out of the place by vines. Panic washes over their faces, but they feel relieved when they see that the tree sage is the one who dragged them, following the order of the great saintess, Anne Jack. She expresses her gratitude for guarding the chamber, and announces that the extraction is complete. She explains that this holy grail holds the essence, made from the wisdom and knowledge of the forest sages. Harry can feel the immense power it is emitting, seeing it as more sacred than any relic she has ever encountered. Meanwhile, the great demon is trying to break through the door where they've been taken, making them realize that there isn't much time left. Worried, Harry asks what will happen to them. Once the Holy Grail is completed, Anja gives her a warm smile and explains that the Holy Grail was an abandoned plan, but because of Leon's change of heart, they've reached this point. This Holy Grail is a sign that Leon hasn't given up on the future. Harry can't help but cry. She doesn't want all these kind people to die, but everything is still happening. Anja consoles her, telling her that the future has been entrusted to her by the king, and she must fulfill her duty. With that, she prays to the goddess of light for absolute justice. And as she prays and casts magic on the Holy Grail, a powerful beam shoots from the relic, surrounding the entire battlefield. Once the Holy Grail is completed, with the blessings of the goddess, and Jack hands it over to Harry. Originally, this power was meant for one person. The King of Lionheart, however, when he saw even a small glimmer of hope for the future, he quickly changed his plan, and decided to pass it on to someone who could carry it for the future. At the same time, the gate opens, and Spinny and Beatrice emerge. Beatrice quickly orders Harry to leave, while Spinny informs everyone that the structure holding the place together has been destroyed, and the building is going to collapse soon. They need to leave as quickly as possible. Tears fill Harry's eyes, and a sudden realization hits her that she really has to leave. Overcome with emotion, Harry promises Anja that she will never forget their sacrifices. As Harry's group, along with Beatrice and Spinny, leaves, Anjak stumbles and falls into Gunrar's lap. In response, Gunrar transforms into a tree, allowing her to rest peacefully in her final moments. Meanwhile, the building begins to crack and crumble outside. Isabel and Gillingham, having killed the demons and protected the Holy Grail, are gasping for air on the main grounds. They've given everything to protect the Grail, and as the building slowly collapses, they are satisfied that they have accomplished their mission. The battle is nearing its end, with the fight between the Lord of Wisdom and the Guardian of the Holy Grail coming to a close. The battlefield is in a state of lull, and the demons have successfully gotten past the walls. Walter wants to know from the king if he really wants to continue this fight, which won't end in their favor. But Aaron is quite pissed with Walter's thought process. Meanwhile, Leon remains very calm. He explains to Walter that behind these gates, there are still people fighting. The knights haven't given up yet. Walter is furious. He doesn't get the reason behind this. Only the people are dying. Despite that, Leon requests that Walter let them fight for their honor, for the good citizens Walter wanted to protect, and for all those on this earth who still possess honor until their flames die out. The world is destined to end just as prophesied, and the battle is merely a repetition of history. but it isn't meaningless. Leon has made different choices, both for the people from Earth and for his future self. Even if they can't escape their fate, they can still leave behind a seed of hope. They decide to open the main gates with Leon, wanting the world to remember their final stand, and that's fighting for honor, glory, and Lionheart, so they charge forward on horseback, cutting down every demon that stands in their way. Calicael, looking at the scene from afar, creates magic arrays in the air, desperately trying to normalize the evil era. But just then, his gaze shifts to the Northern Army, the Dragonia cavalry lunging forward, with none other than Karina, for his father, and for Lionheart. They all gallop forward toward the demon army. Calicael's anger doubles, and he decides to kill Karina first, casting a magical array on her. But before he can, Leon appears with the power of divinity dissension, 9 wings sprouting from his back. He instantly attacks Calicael, killing him. After the kill, he lands on the ground, slamming his weapon down, lost and full of sorrow, questioning the meaning of a life that only ends. With the goddess's will, the goddess motivates him, telling him that he is the proof, the loyalty and faith, of all those who fell in honor and glory, are within him. He is the knight who will continue their will, so he must keep going until the very end. All the demon monsters on the battlefield tremble in fear, but still provoke Leon. Leon smirks, something inside him having changed. He now not only wants to win, but also wants them to face shame and humiliation. The war he fought alone for 200 years has now begun. He starts killing these small fries one by one, because his fate is to overcome all injustice and trials, and his fate is a victorious one. Meanwhile, Harry and her group have returned to Earth. No one could say much. Some cried, and others had flashbacks of the sacrifices. The king, who had been waiting on Earth, only smiled, while Spine watched the video, recording of the last moments he spent with Antok. After Harry and the others came back, nothing really changed. With some luck, Harry regained her positive energy, and the other group members had become more mature. There wasn't a huge difference, but at least they were still growing. As for the Holy Grail of the Moon, Leon was impressed when he saw it in the future. He didn't realize that asking Beatrice about the seedling would lead to this, though he remembers that Gunrar and the other sages of the forest had come up with the plan. It was a plan like an arc, and meant to place everything on the being with the highest chance of survival, to save the future. When the world suffered irreversible damage and stood on the brink of collapse, the plan was to prioritize what could still be protected. The first priority was the Pantheon. The Pantheon wasn't just a symbol of faith, but also a link to the world. If the Pantheon were destroyed, the power of the divinities would disappear, and paradise would cease to exist. Leon reveals that this was why the gods decided to evacuate. To his Lionheart, they were able to keep living, because the Lionheart produced divine power itself. When the founding king received the Holy Grail, Ariana had gathered all the world's light, along with the power of the sun and lightning, to create it. The Holy Grail symbolized the kingdom's foundation, and was essential to appoint a Grail Knight. Now Leon merges the Holy Grails, transforming them into the final Grail. The Holy Grail of the Moon was created to improve the flaws of the other Grail, and serves as a key to picking the final Grail, depending on the needs. The purpose of creating the final Grail is the accumulation of species and knowledge. This has the power to build a new kingdom, but it's only possible if Gunrar's seedling will grow. After a while, Leon hesitantly asks Beatrice for a favor. He wants to find some people he's sure are alive. One is Volcanus and the other is Karina. He didn't see her in the gods' paradise, and although he can't act like a father, now he needs Beatrice to find her. Beatrice assures him that she will find a way. Leon thanks her, saying that if it weren't for her and Spinny, things wouldn't be the way they are. He also offers her a chance to wish for anything she wants, and he will grant it. She blushes and declares that she'll tell him later. Meanwhile, in the Korean president's office, the president is furious about the open gates, and is reading the condition of cooperation for the South Korean government. The government welcomed the rise of the Pantheon Guild, since it was easier to work with Leon alone than to deal with the powerful 10-guild alliance. The guild's blessed aid crops became a highly valuable export. Like a golden goose, however, the president grew concerned, as Pantheon's influence and military power were expanding too quickly. The side effects of that were becoming clear. During today's briefing, the media wanted to know the president's beliefs on the goddess of light and justice Ariana, but when he didn't give any direct answers, the civilians in the recorded video's comment section bashed him. The president is going crazy. But just then, one of his men arrives in the office with an urgent message from the United Nations. It's about the investigation team deployed to look into the matter of the Pantheon infringing on human rights. The former one, Brilliance Palace, is now being used as a site for mining star iron. There the laborers are mining, while Harry informs Spinny about receiving a call from the government. Seeing Harry all worried, Spinny assures her that he'll look into the matter, and she shouldn't worry, as they haven't done anything wrong. Meanwhile, Harry's attention shifts to the laborers, bent over for punishment. They got caught drinking more sugar and salt water than allowed, so Spinny is beginning a surf challenge. All the serfs are working hard, mining with nothing but pure effort. Meanwhile, Barahare, a serf from the Pantheon Guild, has been laboring ever since he was demoted. As soon as Spinny announces that it's time for lunch, for Group 214, Barahare sighs in relief. When they arrive at the lunch table, they find some kind of weird liquid, but Spinny explains it's a mix of salt and sugar. Barahare freaks out, wondering how they're supposed to continue mining after drinking it in the past. When he offered the meat of young humans to demons, Barahare could easily get his hands on meat, but that's not the case now. Having become a servant of Lionheart, his human rights were stripped away. After consuming the lunch, Spinny instructs them to mine 20 kilograms, which makes Barahare cry suddenly. His hand gets injured, and he stops working due to the pain. But what hurts even more is the whip attack. Spinny delivers to his back for halting the work in pain. Barahare immediately resumes his work, regretting the fact that he got caught a few days ago, and now has to endure all this. As he mines in anger, the wall collapses. The accident became quite famous, and all the incidents were even printed in the newspaper. It's been 20 days since that event, and now, all the members of Harry's group are sitting together, at a table unsure of what to do about the Survivors' Human Rights Committee. One of the group members suggests that serving people salt and sugar water is a bit much, and even the second generation of Knight trainees are shocked by it. However, Jaehyuk thinks it's fine, since it only happened during training, claiming that the real issue is the serfs, who are demon worshippers. Harry agrees with this. But the Survivors' Human Rights Committee won't be on board with this statement because, of course, the serfs are being treated horribly. Meanwhile, at Incheon International Airport, the United Nations Survivors' Human Rights Committee arrives, and Kang Yuk, the president of the Korean Hunter Association, greets Louise, the deputy director of the committee. However, Louise is suspicious that the Korean government might be working with the Pantheon, and decides not to let him manipulate her. She has protected the human rights of countless survivors from powerful nations and dictatorships, so things won't get out of hand for her. Harry arrives as well to escort them, and they're heading to the autonomous district of Cruciataria first. According to the plan, they're being transported to their destination. Upon arrival, Louise studies the surroundings and realizes that the people here are already well integrated with humans, blending in without standing out at all. When she sees the statue of Leon, she wonders if it's part of their culture, but then questions Harry about whether they face any problems with fishermen. As she heard that the Cruciatarians live on the coast, Harry clarifies that MopCop isn't only focused on fishing, they're more into shipbuilding and heavy industry. But even with fishermen, they cooperate with the Cruciatarians. Louise then interrogates them about their jobs, and makes it clear that all of this is for the survival of the Enhart protected people. Despite that, Harry stays calm and answers her questions about people working for the ocean cleanup services, run by the government collecting sea trash and farming. Louise seems a little relieved, and proceeds to ask something else. But that's when a huge explosion occurs in the sea, which terrifies Louise. She immediately demands to know what that was, and Harry explains calmly that it might be the commando of the Cruciataria tribe. Training Louise doesn't understand, so Harry elaborates further, saying that more than 3,000 of the Cruciatarians are warriors, and the king has ordered them to train in the waters. After investigating, the human rights team realizes that the people here are adjusting perfectly, having figured out their pros and cons, and using that knowledge to blend in with the locals. Everything seems fine, but Louise still can't understand the rumors about someone with such a good influence being abusive to his captives. She concludes that these must be misunderstandings. Afterward, they arrive at the Pantheon headquarters. As soon as Louise steps out, all the serfs are forced to smile, claiming they aren't being made to do labor. Their eyes are filled with tears. But Louise has seen this behavior many times. In places where human rights were non-existent, Louise Foster worked hard to protect human rights and stay true to her principles, helping guide the world toward a better path. Even if only a little, she always felt good, bringing back smiles to the faces of those who were struggling. But her experience told her something was off. The way these people were smiling and talking, it all seemed forced to her. Louise doesn't hold back and grabs one of the serfs, demanding he tell the truth if he's being pressured. But the guy, looking miserable and clearly pressured and tortured, lies that he's there of his own will. Louise doesn't understand, and she doesn't know that the moment they entered a contract with Tatar, the divinity of the sun and judgment. They had signed away their wills too. Before she could think more about it, Spinny arrived, instructing them to get going since it was lunchtime. Curious to see what they would say, Louise demands to eat with the workers, and Spinny agrees as they begin to leave for lunch. Spinny threatens the serfs to smile by showing his whips, and the poor serfs can't help but smile out of fear. At the town hall, Louise and her team are surprised by the delicious food and grand arrangements. She wonders why there is no meat on the table, but at the same time she doesn't find it strange. Considering the nation's food culture, Harry teaches them how to eat the food, and as soon as Louise takes a bite, she feels better than before. The legendary crops of Naju really make her feel alive. These crops have the power to heal all kinds of diseases. However, Louise is shocked to see such precious food being served to the employees. A few employees turn down the meal, but overall the meal goes pretty successfully. Afterward, Harry and Louise walk around and talk. Meanwhile, because it was such a satisfying meal, no one from the Human Rights Committee knows that the blessed crops are poison for those who are evil in a different setting. Dennis from the United Nations reports to someone about deploying the Human Rights Committee to the Pantheon, referring to that person as a great being. The demon subordinates had already infiltrated Earth, not just as civilians but also as government employees, and even members of the World Hunter Association. Their ultimate goal is the downfall of Earth, with their first step being to expand the rights of orcs. If the orcs were to become the majority species, chaos would obviously erupt. Dennis then shares his perspective with the Great Being, saying he doesn't think the government can do anything about all of this. The Great Being agrees, but tells Dennis to manipulate the media and provoke him even more. He shows Dennis the video of the Star Iron mining wall collapsing, killing tons of people. Dennis watches the recording of Leon, ordering his men to load the serfs' ballistas. Seeing all this, Dennis trembles in agony and rage, and he now wants to punish Leon, the king of Lion Hearts. But at the same time, he hesitates, fearing they might be caught. The Great Being reassures him that, with the artifacts he gave Dennis, he should be fine during the inspection. However, things turn upside down instantly. One moment, Dennis is set on punishing the king of Lion Hearts, and the next moment all the members of the Human Rights Survivors Committee are hanged at the pillars, with civilians chanting to burn them alive. Spinner orders the knights to begin the trial. Without further delay, the knights move forward with fire, and in the 21st century of South Korea, stakes are set up,